In a Starbucks CAF located in Shanghai, a conversation unfolded. How do you feel about what I just said, Zhang Yuan? Is it too much? My brother still needs around 400,000 yuan to buy a house. It's not an exorbitant amount. Besides, we will be family in the future. Why must we be so calculative? Zhang Yuan stirred his coffee, his gaze fixed downward, offering no response. The speaker, Zhao Xiaolin, was his girlfriend of over a year. Despite their relationship, their physical interactions had been limited to the occasional hand-holding, with no further intimacy. 400,000 yuan. For Zhang Yuan, who had just graduated 3 years prior and was yet to secure a stable job, this figure was indeed astronomical. Noticing his prolonged silence, Zhao Xiaolin's impatience became evident. You profess to love me, yet you hesitate to contribute this modest sum. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, responding slowly, Xiaolin, where am I supposed to procure this 400,000 yuan? Don't you have a house back in your hometown? Since you have no plans to return, selling the house should suffice. Her words. Zhang Yuan's expression faltered. The house in the county was the only inheritance left to him by his parents, his last refuge. Zhao Xiaolin's patience waned, and her tone sharpened. It seems you do not regard my brother as family at all. You should know many have pursued me, yet I chose you. Zhang Yuan, you are truly disappointing. Just then, a phone rang from Zhao Xiaolin's bag. She hurriedly retrieved her phone and stepped into a corner to answer. Unbeknownst to her, a folded A4 paper slipped from her bag and gently fell to the ground. Zhang Yuan picked up the paper and placed it on the small round table. Initially, he had no intention of examining its contents, but a corner of the paper revealed the word hospital. Compelled by curiosity, he unfolded it completely. Shanghai Maternal and Child Health Hospital Test Report. Zhao Xiaolin, female, 27 years old. Diagnosis: for weeks pregnant. Zhang Yuan could not comprehend the medical jargon, yet the final few words struck him like a thunderbolt. Zhao Xiaolin was pregnant. The girl who would shy away from any form of contact, merely holding hands like a timid rabbit, had evidently been with someone else. Zhang Yuan felt a wave of green rage wash over him. How could this be? It was as if he had been cast in the role of a mere caretaker. And now, he was expected to sell his house to help her brother with his finances. What audacity! Fury coursed through him, his entire body trembling with indignation. Throughout their relationship, he had taken on multiple jobs, exhausting himself beyond measure. He had dedicated most of his earnings to Zhao Xiaolin, leaving himself a mere 500 yuan for monthly expenses. Surviving on steamed buns and pickled vegetables, he lived a life worse than that of a stray dog. For what purpose? Was it not to ensure that his beloved, his radiant moonlight, could live a better life? However, what ensued was a rather disheartening outcome. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Xiaolin sauntered back with an air of nonchalance. I shall ask you one final time. Her words faltered abruptly as she caught sight of the test results on the table. A fleeting panic flickered in her eyes, prompting her to hastily conceal the document. Zhang Yuan spoke with a cold tone. What kind of explanation do you intend to offer me? Following her initial shock, Zhao Xiaolin regained her composure. Since you have seen it, I shall not conceal the truth any longer indeed. I am pregnant. May I inquire why? Have I not treated you well enough? I acknowledge your kindness, but you fundamentally do not understand what I desire. It seemed that recalling the numerous times Zhang Yuan had lavished her with gifts softened Zhao Xiaolin's tone slightly. I believe that true love transcends one's past. Can we not simply focus on building a future together? The past, indeed? Was this merely a matter of bygone days? Zhang Yuan found himself admiring Zhao Xiaolin's audacity. To engage in infidelity during their relationship and bear another's child, yet expect him to overlook it. What sort of shamelessness allowed such words to escape her lips? Zhang Yuan let out a derisive laugh. Do you truly believe I am addicted to being your loyal admirer? This was the first instance Zhao Xiaolin had heard Zhang Yuan speak in such a tone, and her previously softened demeanor flared up once more. Setting aside the facts, do you not bear any responsibility in this matter? The blow struck Zhang Yuan unawares, leaving him momentarily speechless. Zhao Xiaolin retrieved her handbag and placed it on the table. The small bag was adorned with a glaring LV logo. This bag cost 28,000. How many months of your salary would it take for you to afford it? Even if you could, would you be willing to spend that much? For others, purchasing this is akin to buying a bottle of water from a roadside vendor. The cheapest apartment in the city center costs several million. You could toil your entire life and still never own one. B. Why associating with a failure like you? One can gain nothing and only squander their youth. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yuan came to a stark realization. It appeared that poverty was indeed the original sin. Sincerity and love, when confronted with the power of wealth, were rendered the most trivial of commodities. Without money, one was deemed unworthy of romance. In the end, the devoted admirer would be left with nothing. Zhang Yuan forcefully suppressed the fury within, uttering coldly, "Leave, do not compel me to speak harshly. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you think I am entirely dependent on you? I am merely extending this opportunity out of pity. This is an act of charity. Do you truly believe I harbor any feelings for you? Look at your pitiful state. A pauper, no matter how hard they strive, will forever remain a pauper. You are merely an insignificant fish in my pond, and there will come a day when you regret this." Having vented her frustration, Zhao Xiaolin hurriedly exited the CF. Zhang Yuan shut his eyes tightly, clenching his fists in fury. To hell with love. All he desired was to amass wealth, abundant wealth. With wealth, what woman is beyond reach? Yet, what means does an ordinary individual possess to swiftly amass a substantial fortune? The pathway for the average person to attain rapid prosperity are often delineated within the confines of criminal law. Ding! Optimal carrier detected. System binding in progress. System binding successful. System status inactive. Activation condition. Accumulate consumption of 100 million Huaxia coins from the opposite sex. The mechanical words that materialized in Zhang Yuan's mind left him utterly bewildered. A system. Could such a stroke of fortune truly fall upon him? Zhang Yuan was elated. Yet his joy was short-lived as he became aware of the activation conditions, leaving him in a state of confusion. Once more, 100 million to activate the system? Who would provide such an amount? He promptly retrieved his phone to check his bank balance. His account held a meager sum of just over 8,000 yuan, without any fluctuation. Is this a joke, dear system? Are these activation conditions not a bit excessive? Surely this is not tailored exclusively for the wealthy heirs. Alas, the system has a threshold. This is rather disheartening. In the moments that followed, Zhang Yuan made multiple attempts to communicate with the system, yet received not a shred of response. A bitter sense of disappointment settled within him. He had initially thought being chosen by the system was a stroke of immense luck, only to discover it was but a jest. If activating the system required 100 million Huaxia coins, why was he in such a dire predicament? Just as he prepared to depart, a semi-transparent light screen suddenly appeared before him. Though it vanished swiftly, Zhang Yuan discerned the content displayed. It was the stock trend chart for the past 30 trading days of the Hongyun Technology Group. Although Zhang Yuan was not a stock trader, being a graduate of a financial university, he could comprehend the daily candlestick chart. Yet, the timeline presented puzzled him. Today is merely August 6th. Why does the daily chart extend to the end of the month? Could it be? This is the benefit bestowed by the system. It was evident from the chart that the stock price of the Hongyun Technology Group remained in the red until August 9th, enduring 2 or 3 consecutive limit downs. Then, on the 10th, it surged unexpectedly, gapping up and rising continuously, culminating in a total of 17 consecutive limit ups by the end of the month. Zhang Yuan's complexion flushed with excitement, struggling to contain his exhilaration. 17 consecutive limit ups could multiply his principal by a factor of 5.05. In other words, an initial investment of 10,000 could transform into over 50,000 in just over half a month. Such exorbitant profits are indeed legitimate and compliant. What could be swifter in generating wealth? Although he possessed less than 10,000 in capital, as long as the system provided a steady stream of such information, his riches would accumulate like a rolling snowball. In an ideal scenario, reaching 100 million would take merely 3 to 4 months. The system is truly remarkable. At that moment, a crisp female voice sounded nearby. "Good evening, sir. Our CAF is about to close. May I suggest?" Zhang Yuan turned his head to find that a staff member of the CAF had approached him, softly reminding him of the time. "I apologize. We'll be leaving right away." He glanced at his watch. It was already past 11, well beyond the CAF's closing hour. "Thank you for your understanding. We look forward to your next visit." The staff member sighed with relief. She often dreaded encountering persistent customers, but fortunately, the man before her was quite agreeable. Zhang Yuan then stepped outside, crouching beneath a tree to light a cigarette, contemplating his upcoming plans. According to the system's information, the stocks would rise on the 10th. Thus, he needed to begin purchasing shares before the market closed on the 9th. Before that, he merely had to download a securities trading app, create an account, and transfer all his funds into IT. An investment of over 8,000 yuan could yield several tens of thousands in profit, which was quite substantial. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality as the CF's lights dimmed. Two staff members locked the doors and emerged. Yue, it's too late to walk you home today. We'll see each other tomorrow. Goodbye. It's fine, Sister Zhang. See you tomorrow, the other staff member replied. As the two employees parted ways, one of the women walked in Zhang Yuan's direction. It was the very staff member who had reminded him of the closing time. Sir, are you still here? Ning Yue noticed Zhang Yuan smoking under the tree and asked in puzzlement. It's no trouble to stay outside for a bit, he replied. I didn't mean to rush you. I truly apologize, she said. Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It's really nothing. Please don't worry about it. Ning Yue smiled and hurried off, but after a few steps, she turned back, her cheeks flushing slightly. I have an unexpected favor to ask. Would you mind accompanying me for a short distance? Fearing Zhang Yuan might misunderstand, she hurriedly added, just to the next block. It's only a few hundred meters. It's quite dark, and I feel a bit scared walking alone. Having just received a boost from the system, Zhang Yuan was in high spirits. He took a moment to observe the young woman before him. Ning Yue appeared to be around 20, tall with large, bright eyes, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and light denim jeans. In terms of appearance, even without makeup, Ning Yue surpassed Zhao Xiaolin by a significant margin. Sure, Zhang Yuan replied without hesitation. After all, he had inadvertently delayed her departure, resulting in it being nearly midnight. It was indeed unsafe for a girl to walk alone at night. Furthermore, he needed to verify the matter of accumulating 100 million Huaxiao coins for the opposite sex, and Ning Yue was the perfect candidate. Two individuals walked side by side, with a distance of one person between them. Zhang Yuan, smiling, inquired, Are you not concerned that I, a stranger, might harbor ill intentions while accompanying you on this journey? Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Yue responded, You are not that kind of person. Why do you believe that? I overheard your conversation in the CAF. Ning Yue added, with a hint of indignation, In my opinion, that girl is wholly unworthy of you. You work so diligently and possess such ambition. Surely you can find someone more suitable. Anyone who toils honestly and strives for success deserves admiration. One must not judge a hero solely by momentary triumphs or failures. Zhang Yuan recognized that the young lady was subtly comforting him regarding his heartbreak. Her words resonated with him, elevating his fondness for Ning Yue. All right, enough about her. Where do you reside? I live in the student dormitory of Shanghai Financial University, not far from here. Zhang Yuan expressed his surprise. Shanghai Financial University? Are you still a student? Indeed, I am a sophomore majoring in credit management. My job at Starbucks is merely a summer part-time position. What a coincidence. I graduated from Shanghai Financial University as well in the financial engineering department. Ning Yue's face lit up with excitement. Really? That means you're my senior. Professor Liu, who taught the general courses, had quite a temper. He would scold students at the drop of a hat, even more so than my high school homeroom teacher. I wonder if he still teaches there. Are you referring to Professor Liu Bingxiu? He always wore a stern expression. I was too intimidated to attend his classes. With this newfound connection, the distance between them seemed to diminish significantly. Ning Yue, having lowered her guard, began sharing various amusing anecdotes from school with Zhang Yuan. Before long, they arrived at the bustling night market near the university. When it comes to vibrancy and liveliness, few places can rival the off-campus night market. No matter the time of day, the establishments here are typically filled to capacity. However, during the summer break, the foot traffic had decreased considerably. Those students who remained gathered in small groups at outdoor barbecue stalls, enjoying beer and casual conversation. This scene stirred distant memories for Zhang Yuan. Since we are here, how about I treat you to a late-night snack before we part ways? Upon hearing this, Ning Yue hesitated. She had declined such clumsy invitations countless times at school. Had it not been for the lingering memory of the CF scene, she might have assumed that Zhang Yuan harbored ulterior motives. Looking into Zhang Yuan's clear eyes, she endeavored to respond gently. I truly appreciate your offer, senior, but it is rather late, and I have work tomorrow. Thank you for accompanying me today. Next time, I will treat you. Zhang Yuan recognized that his invitation was rather abrupt, considering this was only their first encounter. It was still late at night, inevitably leading to misunderstandings. Then let us discuss it. Next time I will go buy a pack of cigarettes and accompany you to the school gate shortly. No need. Here is fine. Before Ning Yue could finish her sentence, Zhang Yuan had already entered the convenience store. Upon his return, he held 2 bottles of mineral water in his hands. Here you go. Let's be on our way. Zhang Yuan handed her the water, and as Ning Yue accepted it, he silently recited in his mind. Open the panel. A semi-transparent screen reappeared. Accumulated expenditure for the opposite sex. 100 million yuan. Activation conditions not met. Chapter 3. Junior, may I borrow some money? Upon noticing the change in the information displayed on the screen, Zhang Yuan felt a profound sense of relief. It could be inferred that the predictions regarding the stock's trajectory were indeed authentic. As they reached the school gates, Ning Yue remarked, "This is far enough. Thank you once again, senior." "Such a trivial matter. No need for gratitude," Zhang Yuan replied. Just as he was about to take his leave, Ning Yue called out to him, gently saying, "Do not be disheartened, senior. Keep pushing forward. Many opportunities come only once. If missed, it would be her loss. Rest assured. Hurry back and take a break." Zhang Yuan's voice trailed off, as Ning Yue's words struck a chord within him. His heart was tumultuous, unable to find tranquility. An opportunity arises but once. What if the system's predicted stock market information was also a singular chance? If that were the case, his entire fortune of over 8,000 yuan would merely grow to a little over 40,000. What could one accomplish with such a sum? Zhang Yuan speculated that the stock recommended by the system might resemble a one-time beginner's package. If he could not continuously acquire future information, he would never fulfill the conditions required to activate the system in his lifetime. Should he test the waters and observe whether the system would continue to provide predictions next month, or should he seize this opportunity and take a significant gamble? Zhang Yuan found himself in a quandary. Before long, he made his decision. Within the next 3 days, he would endeavor to gather as much capital as possible, preparing for a grand wager. A wild scheme began to take shape in his mind. Just this once, he aimed to amass 100 million. Since the system had granted him this chance, failure to grasp it would lead to a lifetime of regret. He refused to endure a life marked by disdain and mockery any longer. The winds of opportunity had arrived. Whether he could soar depended on this pivotal moment. Noticing Zhang Yuan standing there in a daze, Ning Yue expressed her concern. "Senior, did I say something wrong?" Just lost in thought, Zhang Yuan replied, regaining his focus. Could you do me a favor? What does the senior need? Could you lend me some money? I assure you I will repay you, principal and interest, within a month and a half." The words were difficult for him to utter. It was their first meeting, and even though they shared the bond of alumni, asking a girl for money felt daunting. Now it was Ning Yue's turn to be taken aback. She had been approached by many classmates and strangers asking for her phone number or inviting her to dinner or karaoke, yet no one had ever asked her for money. After all, she was merely a student. Furthermore, her attire hardly suggested that she was a wealthy heiress. Her initial response was to wonder if she had encountered a fraudster. However, she quickly dismissed this notion. From their earlier conversation, she could discern that Zhang Yuan was not that kind of person. Recalling the pitiful figure of Zhang Yuan sitting outside the CAF late at night, Ning Yue's heart softened. It seemed likely that the senior was homeless and might have to sleep on the streets. Gathering her composure, she inquired, "How much do you need to borrow, senior? Would 500 suffice? Not enough? It would be best if you could lend me as much as you can, and I will repay you double later." Zhang Yuan realized that once the topic was broached, the embarrassment was less than he had anticipated. He felt a newfound confidence even in asking for money. "May I ask what you intend to do with it?" "I need to invest in a crucial business opportunity with a high short-term return, but I'm a bit short on capital. Rest assured, I am not a scammer." Ning Yue was not concerned about being deceived. Rather, her own finances were limited. She seemed to have made a decision. "I'm sorry, senior. I cannot assist you with this." Zhang Yuan was not surprised by her refusal. Even longtime friends would carefully consider such requests, let alone someone he barely knew. "That's all right. I was merely asking. Then I shall take my leave, senior. Perhaps we can reconnect another time." With a wave of her phone, Ning Yue turned and walked back towards the campus. Minutes later, A notification chimed on Zhang Yuan's WeChat. Thank you for seeing me back, senior, accompanied by a transfer message of 800 yuan. Zhang Yuan declined the payment, returning it immediately. The sum did little to alter his circumstances. Even if multiplied several times, it would not make a significant difference. However, for Zhang Yuan, who had just endured betrayal, Ning Yue's gesture warmed his heart. Ironically, his girlfriend of a year, Zhao Xiaolin, had never spent a penny on him. For Ning Yue to go this far was truly commendable. Another message arrived. Please don't think I'm being stingy. This is all I can offer. Not at all. I appreciate your kindness, Junior. Is the business you mentioned very important to you, Senior? Indeed, it is rather significant. I may not have such an opportunity again. But for now, I must end our conversation as I need to return. After a half-hour walk, Zhang Yuan arrived at his rented room. He hurriedly washed up and lay down, still contemplating how to gather funds within the brief span of 3 days. Soon, a rough plan began to form in his mind, and he resolved to put it into action the following day. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of Shanghai Financial University, Ning Yue lay tossing and turning in bed. Hey Weiwei, what is wrong with you today? You came back so late and keep turning over. Her roommate, Xie Qian, peeked in, teasingly adding, could it be you went on a date? Of course not, don't say such things. I just worked late today. Then who were you messaging? Was it a boy or a girl? A girl. Ning Yue responded with a hint of helplessness. She was well aware of her roommate's nature. Should she divulge her true feelings, relentless inquiries would surely ensue. It was already past midnight, and yet, here she was, sending messages. Quite the feat, Xie Qian remarked languidly. You have had many affluent admirers in the past. Since you hold none in esteem, why not introduce me to a few? With the upcoming semester marking our entry into the 3rd year, graduation looms near, and plans should be made early. My expectations are not as lofty as yours. I would be content with any gentleman possessing a modicum of wealth, even if he lacks in physical attractiveness. Once one secures a wealthy partner, there would be no need to toil endlessly for meager earnings. Ning Yue playfully shoved her roommate's head back, mumbling, I get it. It's late. Go to sleep. To be fair, Xie Qian's appearance was quite commendable. Though slightly inferior to Ning Yue's, she was still a rare beauty. The following morning, Zhang Yuan, rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes, instinctively reached for his phone. The screen illuminated a single unread message, sent just past 4 in the morning. Transfer, 10,000 yuan. Senior, I believe in you. Wishing you success. Zhang Yuan found himself at a loss for words to capture his emotions at that moment. The feeling of being unreservedly trusted by another. It had been a long time since he experienced such warmth. Ning Yue was indeed a pure and kind-hearted girl. It was evident that her family's circumstances were modest. This sum likely constituted her entire savings. Zhang Yuan silently vowed to repay her generosity 100-fold in the future. He refrained from calling her immediately, as she had likely wrestled with her thoughts all night and was still asleep. Instead, he simply sent a reply of acknowledgement. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed another number. Uncle, it's me. A deep voice answered on the other end. Ah, it's Xiao Yuan. What brings you to call today? I wish to sell the house my parents left me. After a brief silence, his uncle's voice returned. Then you should come back. Chapter 4. Selling the sole inheritance left by his parents. Anzhou County is adjacent to Shanghai City, merely 100 kilometers apart. Zhang Yuan boarded a bus early in the morning, eager to make his way there. Although the journey would only take 2 hours, he had scarcely returned in the past 3 years. When his parents were alive, they ran a building materials business in the county, which, while not thriving, was sufficient to ensure their family's comfort. They had even helped his impoverished uncle embark on the same trade, serving as a guiding light for their family. However, during Zhang Yuan's senior year, tragedy struck when his parents perished in a car accident, and within a few short months, he experienced the harshness of the world. His uncle, Zhang Qingyun, changed from his previously amiable demeanor, treating Zhang Yuan as a stranger. The house left to him by his parents was a 6-story resettlement building situated in the urban-rural fringe. The storefront on the first floor is now utilized by Zhang Qingyun for a building materials business. The upper floors have been divided into individual rooms, all of which have been rented out. However, Zhang Yuan has received not a single penny in rental income ever since the passing of his parents. Zhang Qingyun has produced a contract, claiming that he had long established an agreement with Zhang Yuan's parents to lease the entire building for a decade, with the rent already fully paid. Faced with this written document and the handprints of his parents, Zhang Yuan suspects foul play but finds himself bereft of any evidence. forced to swallow this bitter loss. The existence of this contract complicates any potential sale of the property, leaving only his uncle Zhang Qingyun free of such concerns to take over. Before 11 o'clock, Zhang Yuan arrives at the place he once called home. From a distance, he can see the busy figures of Zhang Qingyun and his wife within the building materials store. Their son, Zhang Yong, sits on a bench at the entrance, merrily engrossed in his phone. "Care for a smoke, Xiao Yuan?" Zhang Qingyun calls out as he notices Zhang Yuan approaching, pulling out a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes from his pocket and offering one. "No thanks, I have my own," Zhang Yuan replies, producing a Lao Baisha cigarette and lighting it up. Zhang Qingyun, unfazed, chuckles, "Yours is indeed better. I usually smoke this too." Unlike those overpriced ones at over 20 a pack, there's hardly any satisfaction. But as a businessman, one must maintain appearances. He then retrieves a crumpled pack of the same brand from another pocket and places one between his lips. At that moment, Zhang Yong, fresh from high school, yells without lifting his gaze, "Dad, give me one to smoke." "What are you thinking, smoking at your age? Go play," Zhang Yuan retorts. Zhang Yong tosses his phone aside and abruptly stands, declaring, "I want to smoke." He lunges to grab a cigarette. Unable to withstand the stubbornness of his tall and hefty son, Zhang Qingyun eventually yields. Zhang Yuan watches this scene with a sense of unspoken disdain for his plump cousin. After calming his son, Zhang Qingyun turns his attention back to Zhang Yuan. "Let us settle the formalities before discussing anything else. Did you bring the property deed?" "Yes," Zhang Yuan replies. Zhang Qingyun rubs his hands together and inquires, "What price do you have in mind for the house? What offer can you make, uncle?" "The entire building, including the storefront, for 1 million. If that seems reasonable, we can proceed with the transfer right now." Zhang Yuan chuckles at this, saying, "Uncle, do you still see me as an ignorant child? Just the storefront alone is worth 1 million, and there are 5 residential floors above, each valued at around 300,000. This isn't even considering the highest market price. You think 1 million is sufficient for the whole building?" These figures are not mere fabrications. Prior to arriving, Zhang Yuan had consulted nearby real estate agencies to ascertain the market conditions. Unfazed by Zhang Yuan's assertions, Zhang Qingyun simply smiles and quips, "Where did you gather such dubious information? Just last month, the neighboring household sold their property, identical in layout to yours, for a mere 90-some thousand." At this moment, the previously silent Aunt Yuli approached, hands on her hips, exuding an air of superiority as she declared, "Your house is riddled with minor flaws. The top floor leaks, the exterior bricks are falling off, and when the wind blows, the doors and windows rattle. It could collapse any day. If you can get 1 million, consider it a stroke of luck. Moreover, there are still 4 or 5 years until the contract expires. How will the rent during this period be calculated? That's a hefty sum that must be deducted." Old Zhang only offered this much out of familial obligation. He is doing you a favor. Frankly, I wouldn't even want it. Such ungratefulness, truly a disgraceful display. Upon hearing his mother's scornful remarks, Zhang Yong set aside his phone and shouted at Zhang Yuan, "Bastard, get out of our house." He then spat on the ground in contempt. Zhang Qingyun hastily pulled his wife aside and, ensuring Zhang Yuan could hear, said, "You should say less. It's not easy for Xiao Yuan either. Let us offer him some assistance." Turning back, he added, "Xiao Yuan, your aunt speaks her mind. Don't take her words to heart. Your brother is still a child. Ignore what he says." Faced with this family's theatrical performance, Zhang Yuan felt his anger boiling over. He restrained his fury and declared, "Since we cannot reach an agreement, there is no need to continue. I will head to the bank to secure a mortgage loan. I can easily obtain 2 million. Moreover, I do not intend to repay this loan. When the court comes to enforce the eviction, you will see how cooperative you can be." Without waiting for a response from Zhang Qingyun and his wife, he turned and left. Zhang Qingyun quickly stepped forward to grasp his arm, wearing a forced smile. "Look at you throwing a tantrum. If you feel the price is too low, we can discuss it calmly. We are family. There is no need for such hostility." Zhang Yuan halted, knowing his claim of seeking a bank loan was merely a bluff. Firstly, such a loan would not be processed within days. Secondly, for a property under a long-term lease, should the loan go unpaid and the house be forcibly reclaimed, the tenant must comply unconditionally. Thus, to secure the funds, the tenant's signature is essential. Even if Zhang Qingyun and his family cooperated, deducting the rent paid over the years would make it exceedingly difficult to secure 2 million. I am too weary to engage in further dialogue. If you are willing to offer 1.98 million, we can proceed with the transfer paperwork immediately. As for the rent paid previously, whether genuine or not, it is all null and void. Zhang Qingyun awkwardly responded, Dear nephew, can we negotiate this price? 1. 98 million is quite steep. Your second uncle simply cannot come up with that amount. The price is non-negotiable. If you agree, fine. If not, do not delay my trip to the bank. Zhang Yuan's tone was rigid, leaving no room for refusal. Observing his demeanor, Zhang Qingyun sighed. Then wait a moment. I will discuss it with your aunt. Also, my prerequisite is cash. In a building materials store, Zhang Qingyun and his wife, Yu Li, were engaged in a discussion. After so many years of operation, we have saved approximately 2 million. Now, we must part with it all, which is quite disheartening, Yu Li murmured. Our son is about to enter university, and expenses will be inevitable. Can't you think long-term? If we invest this sum, that house will ultimately belong to us. Even if we are left with no savings, the upper floor can yield a rental income of several tens of thousands each year, and with this storefront, we could earn hundreds of thousands through business. Although 98 million seems substantial, we could recoup that in a few years. If we allow that boy to mortgage the house, our family will be left with nothing. Yu Li nodded in agreement with her husband's perspective, but still expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, I can't fathom how that orphan has become so formidable. I feel quite vexed that we missed this opportunity. Nonetheless, we have taken advantage of their family over the years, not to mention that incident with the car accident, which you are well aware of. After reaching a consensus, the couple found the subsequent matters more manageable. Once Zhang Yuan received the transfer, he proceeded to handle the property transfer that afternoon. From that moment on, everything in Anzhou County was no longer his concern. That evening, while seated on the return bus, Zhang Yuan gazed at the astronomical figure of nearly 2 million in his bank account, a cold smile spreading across his face. My dear uncle, do you think this matter ends here? I, Zhang Yuan, shall not rest until your family is brought to ruin. Chapter 5. Engaging in online loans at 11 o'clock that night, Zhang Yuan finally returned to Shanghai City. He contemplated personally thanking Ning Yue at Starbucks, but reconsidered, knowing she had likely finished work by then. Sitting on his bed, he opened the stock trading app and located the stock recommended by the system. Hanyan Technology Group had plummeted by 316 today, precisely mirroring the system's predicted trajectory. He pondered that the next day he would need to seize the opportunity to invest, as time was running short for him to gather the necessary funds. He resolved to visit as many places as possible the following day. After a long day of busyness, Zhang Yuan quickly fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of Shanghai Financial University, Ning Yue stared vacantly at her phone screen. She opened the WeChat profile of I have a weak stomach and must eat soft rice, having edited her message several times, only to delete it all after a moment of hesitation. Forget it. The senior must be quite busy today. I shouldn't disturb him. I just hope he isn't deceiving me. After a while, her gaze fixed on the screen, she chuckled softly. A grown man with such an unabashed nickname. I wonder what he was thinking. Am I really feeding him soft rice? Caught in a whirlwind of emotions, Ning Yue eventually drifted off to sleep. The following day, in an inconspicuous small company in Shanghai City, a man clad in a suit, clutching a contract, addressed Zhang Yuan. We are a legitimate credit institution, and all terms are clearly stated within the contract. Funds will be disbursed immediately upon signing. All right, where do I sign? I'm in a hurry. Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. He regarded the claims of this obscure company as dubious at best, though they appeared amicable and accommodating at present. He knew that should repayment falter, their demeanor would swiftly change. In their relentless pursuit of money, they would resort to any means necessary. Coercion, threats, and harassment were merely a few tactics in their arsenal. Even the phones of friends and family would be bombarded with calls. The contract meticulously outlined the interest rates, a daily rate of 0.1, which translated to an annual rate of approximately 36. Borrowing 10,000 for a year would accrue a mere 3,000 in interest, not exceeding the threshold of usury. However, an inconspicuous clause concealed the most treacherous pitfall of such online loans. They employed compound interest. While repaying the loan within a short period incurred minimal interest, waiting a year could result in a staggering sum exceeding 1 million, a scenario more terrifying than robbery itself. Moreover, the service fees associated with each loan were exorbitantly high. Yet, Zhang Yuan found himself undeterred by these realities. He was acutely aware of the sinister nature of such institutions, yet he resolutely opted to proceed with the loan. They offered substantial limits, swift disbursement, and required no justification for the funds. Without any collateral, he could secure same-day financing. After signing, a smile crept across Zhang Yuan's face as he observed over 30,000 yuan credited to his bank account. Upon departing this institution, he hastened to another. While on the move, he busied himself with multiple online loans, registering, filling out forms, and swiftly signing his name on the contracts, a seamless operation. Thus, as night fell, Zhang Yuan traversed the entirety of Shanghai City, availing himself of numerous credit institutions. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought that he had likely landed on the blacklist of such organizations. Fortunately, he had reaped substantial rewards, accumulating loans totaling over 400,000 yuan. The balance on his card had soared to 45 million. With such capital, he believed he could manage, even if it fell short. He had exhausted all avenues for borrowing. Although Zhang Yuan had worked for some time after graduation, his relationships with colleagues were rather superficial. Should he ask to borrow money, they would likely disregard him. Since graduating from high school and university, he had lost touch with his classmates. As for family, Zhang Yuan found himself devoid of any relatives. Lying in his rented room, he pondered the plans for the morrow, contemplating whether he could transform his 45 million into 100 million, contingent upon locating a suitable off-market financing company. At 10 o'clock that evening, in a Starbucks on Xinhua Road, Ning Yue locked the door and, alongside another staff member, made her way towards the financial university. Yue, has manager Lu still not approved your shift change request? Indeed, she felt ensnared in his grasp, the night proving exceedingly perilous. Ning Yue, with a resigned expression, remarked, Sister Zhang, you accompany me home every day. Won't that impede your own affairs? Not at all, Zhang replied. A few extra steps each day serve as a form of exercise. Pausing momentarily, she continued, I may resign in a few days, and I fear I won't be able to accompany you any longer. Is something amiss? Ning Yue inquired. Not really. My son will be entering the 6th grade next semester, and I wish to devote more time to assisting him with his studies. Zhang sighed softly. After much contemplation, I have decided to leave. The salary is rather meager. After all, that is true. Family must come first. Ning Yue added, I don't particularly recommend you continuing this part-time job either. I can somewhat surmise why your shift change request has continuously been denied. Leaning closer to Ning Yue, Zhang whispered, that Lu is not a man of good character. Do take care. Ning Yue nodded, acutely aware of Lu Wei's intentions towards her at the CAF. Yet, the remuneration here was significantly higher than that at the nearby milk tea shop. Moreover, after lending her money to Zhang Yuan, she found herself financially depleted. I understand. Sister Zhang. At that moment, a sleek new BMW 5 Series cruised alongside them. The window rolled down, revealing a balding middle-aged man who leaned out. Yue, are you heading back? I'm headed towards the financial university as well. Let me give you a ride. Get in. Ning Yue waved her hand dismissively. No need, Lu. We can walk back. It's not far. Lu Wei opened the passenger door, insisting, Oh, it's quite unsafe at this hour. Hurry up and get in. No need for pleasantries. Faced with Lu Wei's insistence, Ning Yue felt uncertain about how to decline gracefully. However, Zhang was less courteous. Yue's boyfriend is waiting for her just ahead. There's no need for your assistance. Lu Wei, unfazed, retorted, Oh, Yue has a boyfriend? I must see which fortunate young man has captured her interest. Zhang scoffed coldly, mercilessly mocking, You're not her father. Her choice of boyfriend is none of your concern. Yue, let us go, she urged, pulling Ning Yue along without looking back. Inside the car, Lu Wei gripped the steering wheel tightly, his expression dark and foreboding. As the CAF owner, he rarely visited the establishment more than once a month. Since discovering Ning Yue worked there, he had been prowling the vicinity nightly around 10 o'clock, searching for an opportune moment to seduce her. In his mind, no woman could resist the lure of wealth. Watching Ning Yue's youthful silhouette and her long legs, he struggled to suppress the rising heat within him. Humph, she cannot escape my grasp. Chapter 6. Hurry and call him to repay the money. Upon returning to her dormitory, Ning Yue found her roommate Xie Qian absent, having not yet returned. In the dormitory of 4, only she and Xie Qian remained during the summer break, rendering the once lively space eerily silent. The elongated corridor echoed not a single sound. Recalling her recent encounter with Lu Wei, Ning Yue couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. This time, it was Sister Zhang who had come to her rescue. But what about next time? Sister Zhang could not possibly accompany her for eternity, as she would soon embark on her junior year. Was she destined to become just another minor employee in a company after graduation? Such instances of harassment by superiors could arise in any environment. Who would come to her aid then? At this moment, Ning Yue felt an emptiness within her. Suddenly, the memory of Zhang Yuan accompanying her home surfaced in her mind. Although that senior was in a somewhat precarious situation, the sense of security he provided far surpassed that of Sister Zhang. In her eyes, Zhang Yuan was a man of unwavering devotion, striving diligently for a girlfriend who lacked shame, selflessly considering her needs. A man of such character could not possibly be a villain. This was precisely why she had felt at ease allowing Zhang Yuan to accompany her home upon their first meeting. There was one aspect that Ning Yue might have unconsciously overlooked. Despite the hardships that had dulled Zhang Yuan's edges, leaving him with a worn appearance, he was not unattractive. In fact, he was rather handsome. Standing at 6 feet tall, with chiseled facial features, deep-set eyes, and a robust physique, he exuded a certain charm. As fellow alumni of the Financial University, the two had an abundance of topics to discuss during their journey. Ning Yue's initial impression of him was truly favorable. Otherwise, she would not have readily lent him her hard-earned salary upon their first encounter. No one would willingly admit to being hypocritical, but generally speaking, if someone like Zhang Yuan were to be rejected and looked unattractive, it would be deemed as desperate behavior, justly so. However, if he were handsome, it would be seen as a testament to his loyalty and sincerity, which was commendable. Just as Ning Yue was lost in her thoughts, the screen of her phone lit up. I have a weak stomach and I need to eat soft food. Would you like to join me for a voice call? Her heart leapt with joy as she hastily answered. Hello, senior. Sorry, Yue. I was swamped yesterday and forgot to return your call. Thank you for your trust. It's all right. I'm just glad to help you, senior. Ning Yue carefully held her phone, her voice brimming with happiness. So, how is your business faring? Quite well. Actually, I'll have a surprise for you in a while. Really? I can't wait for that day. Do you have any wishes? Ning Yue pondered for a moment before replying, a wish? If I say I want to attend a concert by Jay Chou, would you laugh at me? How could I ever laugh at you? I've never been to one either. Zhang Yuan's tone was equally lighthearted as he inquired. Which of Jay Chou's albums do you like the most? My preferences may be rather niche. I have an affinity for Still Fantasia. Coincidentally, I share the same sentiment, as I find the song Quiet to be the most melodious. It is no coincidence. That track belongs to the Fantasia album. Senior, you are merely a pretender. This conversation lasted over an hour, and it was not until the dormitory door lock turned that Ning Yue hurriedly ended the call. As Xie Qian entered, she fixed Ning Yue with a suspicious gaze, inquiring, Wei Wei, who were you speaking with? Nothing, I wasn't talking to anyone, Ning Yue whispered, concealing her phone behind her. Do you take me for a fool? I could hear your laughter from afar. Xie Qian, clad in red high heels, approached with a click-clack sound, palms outstretched, confess willingly. Or face the consequences. I truly wasn't talking to anyone. You must have misheard. You can't even lie convincingly. Look at how flushed your face is. We have such a close relationship, yet you still feel the need to hide things from me. Come clean. Have you started dating someone? Xie Qian pressed on. So? Is he wealthy? Is he handsome? What does he do? Is he the owner of that CAF you frequent? Realizing she could no longer dodge the inquiries, Ning Yue, under Xie Qian's relentless questioning, divulged everything. When Xie Qian heard that Ning Yue had lent 10,000 yuan to Zhang Yuan, she nearly fainted. No way. Wei Wei, have you lost your mind? You dare to lend money to a stranger you've only met once? Who knows if he sa do well? Why must you be so naive? You've worked hard for 2 years to save that little amount. Your tuition for the next semester is in there. What if he is a fraud? Call him and demand your money back. Faced with Xie Qian's barrage of questions, Ning Yue quietly countered. Senior is not that kind of person. Xie Qian, exasperated, retorted, deluded. I'm tired of dealing with you. So many wealthy suitors pursue you. Yet you fall for a penniless boy. No matter how handsome he is, it won't matter. He even has a ridiculous name that suggests he relies on others for sustenance due to his poor health. I see him as nothing but a scoundrel living off others. Ning Yue refrained from arguing with Xie Qian. She had faith that time would reveal the truth. After a prolonged silence, Xie Qian retrieved 1,000 yuan from her bag and placed it in Ning Yue's hand. You must be short on money for meals. Be frugal. It's not easy for me to swindle a bit of cash from a rich guy. As for tuition, I'll think of a solution later. Don't be disheartened. Consider it an expensive lesson learned, and be more cautious in the future. You are truly kind, Xie, stop right there. No need for gratitude. I'm not your mother. I can't look after you forever. Xie carelessly kicked off her high heels, flopped onto the bed, and opened WeChat, pondering which fish to reel in for a big catch tomorrow. By the way, you returned quite late the other night. That scoundrel didn't he do anything to you? Did he? Setting her phone down, Xie suddenly remembered a serious question she had forgotten to ask. What do you mean by do anything? Did you manage to keep your virtue intact? What are you talking about? Ning Yue's face flushed crimson, her ears burning with embarrassment. She hastily defended herself, exclaiming, I am not that frivolous. Xie patted her chest and sighed in relief. That's good. At least you haven't completely lost your senses. On August 9th, Zhang Yuan arrived early at the financial district in the heart of Shanghai City. This area was home to several securities firms. And while most people had grown accustomed to trading stocks, the business of these firms remained quite prosperous. Zhang Yuan did not come to open an account. The formalities for margin trading at legitimate securities companies required a certain threshold, a minimum of 500,000 yuan in capital and over 6 months of trading experience. The latter condition could possibly be circumvented with some connections. However, what Zhang Yuan sought was not this. The ordinary margin trading could at most provide an 11-fold leverage. And with his 45 million yuan principal, he could barely double it to just under 5 million. According to the system's predictions, starting tomorrow, Hongyan Technology Group would experience 17 consecutive limit-up days, multiplying the principal by 505 times. Even if calculated based on 5 million, the ultimate yield would be over 20 million yuan, which was still far from sufficient. He was in search of companies that engaged in over-the-counter financing. In essence, this meant borrowing money from financing institutions to trade stocks. In the best-case scenario, the principal could be amplified tenfold, applying a tenfold leverage for trading. However, given the current market conditions, legitimate over-the-counter financing companies were nearly extinct. Many had fallen victim to scams, left with nothing and without a tangible account to show for it. Zhang Yuan lingered at the entrance of the securities firm, waiting for someone to approach him with business opportunities. He was well aware that the financing companies advertised in small ads were, in 99 of cases, fraudulent. To attract attention, he had invested heavily in his appearance, spending several thousand yuan on a new outfit, disguising himself as a wealthy second-generation heir. Chapter 7. Underestimating the complexity of the situation. Hello, sir. I am from the Hirun Innovative Financing Platform. Do you require financial support? As soon as Zhang Yuan arrived in the financial district, a salesperson approached him. How are the fees structured? The salesperson, dressed in a sharp suit and tie, held a briefcase in hand. Upon hearing the question, he immediately retrieved a promotional brochure from his bag. Sir, please take a look. We are a legitimate platform, offering a daily interest rate of 0.3 with a 1-month interest-free period. All you need to do is download our platform and follow the instructions step by step. It's convenient and exceedingly simple. Zhang Yuan accepted the brochure, scrutinizing its contents. He had already formed a firm belief that this platform was unlikely to be legitimate. An interest rate of 0.3 with a 1-month interest-free period. Did they truly believe they were engaged in charity? When he flipped to the back page and saw the promotional slogans, he couldn't help but chuckle. Receive 1,888 yuan, plus an additional 5,000 yuan in real trading funds. Regardless of whether this slogan was merely a gimmick, there was no need for further verification. It was clearly a ruse. This was undoubtedly a fraudulent company, specifically designed to deceive clients of their principal. His ability to discern the underlying patterns was largely attributed to his roommates who had a penchant for stock trading during their 4 years at university. Through their influence, his reservoir of knowledge concerning the stock market was undoubtedly greater than that of the average person. In the ensuing hours, various individuals approached Zhang Yuan, some speaking with a semblance of authority, leaving him momentarily unable to distinguish between authenticity and deception. At this juncture, he realized he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. He had assumed that merely arriving at Financial Street would lead him to legitimate off-market financing platforms, allowing him to employ high leverage in his operations. Yet, discerning the truth was not as straightforward as he had believed. He lacked the luxury of trial and error. Investing over 2 million could lead to ruin if the platform absconded with his funds, leaving him with no recourse but to contemplate a grim fate. This approach bore a striking resemblance to gambling, where one misstep could result in a catastrophic plunge. In that moment, the thought of retreat began to take root in Zhang Yuan's mind. If all else failed, He could simply open a personal account at the stock exchange and prudently deposit his funds, which would yield a respectable return. Under normal circumstances, a fortune of 20 million would afford a comfortable lifestyle. However, activating the system seemed an impossibility. Standing by the roadside on Financial Street, he found himself at an impasse. At that moment, a sleek black Porsche Panamera sped past him. Yet, it did not travel far before the brake lights illuminated, and the car reversed back towards him. "Old classmate, is that you?" The driver's door swung open, revealing a woman clad in professional attire who approached him with a wave. As she drew closer, her excitement was palpable. "It's really you, Zhang Yuan. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Is that you, Lu Xueyo?" Zhang Yuan inquired, his uncertainty evident. In truth, he had recognized her the instant she stepped out of the car, yet for reasons unknown, his initial reaction was to feign ignorance, even considering a hasty retreat. She was his classmate from university, a vision of exquisite beauty that he could not easily forget even after just 3 years since graduation. Lu Xueyo, the celebrated belle of Shanghai Financial University, was renowned for her grace and charm, captivating the hearts of countless spirited youths, including Zhang Yuan himself. In their earlier days, he often jested with her, sharing playful banter and cheeky jokes. Lu Xueyo, with her unpretentious demeanor, was always game for a laugh, never shy or flustered. In Zhang Yuan's words, this girl can take a compliment. However, after the calamity that befell his parents during their senior year, the drastic shift in his financial circumstances instilled within him a profound sense of inferiority. Observing Lu Xueyo's affluent lifestyle, it was evident that she hailed from a well-to-do family, while he, a destitute young man with nothing to his name, lacked the courage to engage her in conversation. The demands of internships and other trivial matters left little room for communication between them. Indeed, he never anticipated that an old classmate would still remember him. Lu Xueyo tucked her flowing hair behind her ear and playfully inquired, "Do you work on Financial Street?" She paused, then corrected herself. "No, that is not right. To work here, one must don a suit and tie. It surely cannot be you." In the past, Zhang Yuan would have earnestly explained himself, not daring to hope for extensive conversation with Lu Xueyo. However, the system instilled in him a newfound confidence. Regardless of the circumstances, in half a month, he would become a millionaire, undoubtedly surpassing 99% of the world's population. After a brief moment of surprise, his demeanor gradually transformed, resembling the carefree spirit of his student days. Zhang Yuan, uncharacteristically, made a jest. "I'm here waiting for you." Lu Xueyo smiled radiantly. "Old classmate, you're not even embarrassed to lie. You didn't even contact me in advance. What kind of waiting is that? If we hadn't bumped into each other, wouldn't you have been waiting for nothing? That can only be called fate," he replied. "Fate, huh? Spare me that. Such tricks won't work on me. Go deceive those naive young girls instead." Lu Xueyo scrutinized Zhang Yuan from head to toe. "It seems you've been doing quite well in these few years since graduation." "Just managing," Zhang Yuan replied, unwilling to linger on that topic. Instead, he asked, "What about you? What are you up to?" Lu Xueyo gestured to her professional attire. "I'm working for a small company." She then produced a business card and handed it to Zhang Yuan, which prominently displayed the words, Huitong Venture Capital Company, Longhai City. Lu Xueyo's position was investment consultant. Zhang Yuan was taken aback to discover she was also involved in the financial sector, stirring something within him. "I need to ask you something. Do you know of any reputable off-market financing institutions?" Lu Xueyo's beautiful eyes narrowed. "What is this about? Are you looking to trade stocks?" "Indeed. I've recently taken an interest in a stock with promising trends. It might be worth a shot." Lu Xueyo did not question why Zhang Yuan did not seek financing through a securities company. She believed that a capital requirement of 500,000 would deter most individuals. After a brief contemplation, she responded, "I know one. They're definitely reliable." Zhang Yuan's heart soared with joy, and he eagerly inquired, "What is the address? And what is it called? I'd like to check it out." "Why the rush? The market is already closed. If you go, it'll have to be this afternoon." "That is true," he conceded. Lu Xueyo's lively eyes sparkled as she said, "If I share this information, you ought to thank me." Zhang Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "If I make money, I'll share the profits with you. Sound fair?" "Who needs your profits?" she retorted. "How should you express your gratitude then?" Lu Xueyo stamped her foot, glancing at her watch. "How about treating me to lunch? I'll choose the place, and afterward, I'll take you there." "Deal. Let us take my car." Without hesitation, Lu Xueyo ushered Zhang Yuan into the passenger seat and then started the vehicle. The roar of the Panamera's engine erupted as it sped out of Financial Street. Hey, why are you driving so fast? Are you in a hurry to be reborn? Don't worry, just hold on tight. Lu Shuiyo gazed ahead and mused. I've long desired to visit that place, but I've never found the time. It's fortunate to have you as my companion. Where is it? Is it far? Oh, don't ask so many questions. You'll find out once we arrive. All right, today I shall accompany you at the cost of my own life. Just don't sell me off. She replied with a playful tone. 20 minutes later, amidst Zhang Yuan's astonished expression, the car came to a halt near a bustling food street adjacent to the Financial University. Outside a shop named Sanmao de Peidang. Here we are, surprising, isn't it? After stepping out of the vehicle, Lu Shuiyo stretched lazily and pointed at the sign. Zhang Yuan had anticipated a luxurious dining experience or a buffet, never imagining they would end up at a roadside eatery near the university. However, he held fond memories of Sanmao de Peidang, as class gatherings had often been held there, though he hadn't returned since graduation. It's noon. Are you sure they are open? Zhang Yuan inquired. Lu Shuiyo tugged at him as they walked inside, insisting, if the doors are open, they must be operating. Perhaps the ingredients are just a bit limited. But we can make do. All right then. Meanwhile, within the dormitory of Financial University, Wei, I'm hungry. Shall we go out for something to eat? Xie set down her compact mirror and addressed Ning Yue. Shall we go to the cafeteria? Ning Yue replied. The cafeteria food is dreadful. Let us explore outside for something tasty instead. I still have my part-time job at 2 o'clock, so we can grab a quick bite on campus. What's the rush? We have over 2 hours. It's more than enough time. Come on. Sister treats you today, Xie urged, pulling Ning Yue out before she could respond. Chapter 8. Still tempting as ever inside the eatery, Zhang Yuan and Lu Shuiyo settled into a central booth. The establishment was devoid of customers aside from them. You two may need to wait a bit. Why not start with some cold dishes? The owner suggested. The charcoal needs a moment to ignite, he explained. Lu Shuiyo teased. Just bring us 2 bottles of beer and a plate of peanuts. This guy won't get drunk as long as there's a single peanut in sight. Understood. I'll take care of that, the owner replied. Soon, chilled beer, emitting wisps of steam, was placed on their table. Lu Shuiyo opened a bottle and poured a glass for Zhang Yuan, offering it to him. Aren't you drinking? I have to drive later. Besides, I can hardly handle any alcohol. Zhang Yuan chuckled. That's true. I recall when we first entered school. You managed only a couple of beers and turned so red you could hardly walk straight, even stumbling outside, he reminisced. Lu Shuiyo clenched her small fist. How dare you bring that up? Well, it wasn't just me who witnessed it. The entire class was present, he teased, as they dined and conversed. The skewers of grilled meat were finally served, and while Lu Shuiyo hardly touched her food, her captivating gaze remained fixed on Zhang Yuan as he devoured one skewer after another. With several glasses of beer consumed, the long-standing barrier between them quietly dissipated, and Zhang Yuan's words flowed more freely. Reflecting upon university life evokes a sense of nostalgia, even though it has been merely 3 years since graduation. It feels as if an entire era has passed. Lu Shuiyo tore off a small piece of meat skewer, savoring it thoughtfully. Indeed, no matter how extravagant the food may be in the future, it will never possess the flavor of this place. During my time in France, I truly craved the delights found here. Did you go to France after graduation? It was arranged by my family. They insisted on sending me abroad for my studies, and I only returned this year. No wonder you have vanished without a trace over these years. It turns out you ventured so far away. Upon mentioning this, Lu Shuiyo cast a glance at Zhang Yuan, imbued with a hint of resentment. My WeChat number has remained unchanged. It's not that you couldn't reach me. You didn't delete me, did you? Of course not. I wouldn't dream of deleting you. I have hardly kept in touch with any of our former classmates. Lu Shuiyo felt somewhat relieved and quietly confessed, I haven't been in contact with anyone else either. So, how did you find life in France? It was quite challenging. The cultural differences were substantial, and some local customs were difficult to accept. From what you say, your French must be quite proficient. Is it difficult to learn? It is indeed challenging. After spending a few years there, I can only manage simple conversations. I wouldn't consider myself fluent. Suddenly, I recalled an amusing anecdote regarding a Chinese level 10 listening exam. Would you like to hear it? Lu Shuiyo, holding her cup of water, perked up with interest. Please, do tell. Old 5 said that old 4's old 3's old 2 has become old 1. Such profound words. Do you think foreigners could comprehend that? At that moment, Lu Shuiyo, having just taken a sip of water, inadvertently sprayed it all over Zhang Yuan's face. Only you could come up with such risky humor. Zhang Yuan. You're not so innocent either. You understood it immediately, didn't you? Still as charming as ever. Lu Shuiyo curled her lips in response. Charming? That depends entirely on who is flirting with me. Had it been someone else making such remarks, she would have long since given them a sharp retort. In the months since her return, she had not lacked the opportunity to visit this bustling eatery. Rather, it was the absence of someone she wished to accompany her that kept her away. She vividly recalled a night during her first year of university when she was accosted by a group of ruffians while passing through this area alone. Zhang Yuan, who happened to be dining nearby, brandished a brick to shield her. What he said that night remains etched in my memory. Run quickly. I can handle this. In her panic, she obediently fled without looking back. It was only the following day that she saw Zhang Yuan, bruised and battered, appear in class. They were still strangers then, and she lacked the courage to express her gratitude. Yet, it was at that moment that the seeds of affection were sown. Initially, she had planned to confess her feelings to Zhang Yuan as graduation approached, but then she heard of a family incident that seemed to trouble him. Lu Shuiyo was at a loss for how to comfort him, waiting passively for him to reach out. As time passed, they drifted further apart. Eventually, her parents arranged for her to study abroad, severing the last remnants of her longing. 3 years is an interminably long time. Far too long for such an exceptional young man to be delayed. Observing Zhang Yuan, who speaks so eloquently before her, Lu Shuai sighed quietly, contemplating that he had likely forgotten that incident long ago. At this moment, Zhang Yuan remained blissfully unaware of Lu Shuai's thoughts and continued to jest, given your quick understanding. You must have had 5 or 6 boyfriends, haven't you? And what if I have? Lu Shuai retorted, her lips tightly pressed together. You scoundrel. Zhang Yuan, realizing he had crossed the line, hastily apologized. Don't be angry, I misspoke. Here, let me drink 3 cups as penance. All right, I forgive you. Lu Shuai replied after a moment, her voice barely above a whisper. I haven't had even 1 boyfriend. Really? To his surprise, Zhang Yuan felt a sense of delight upon hearing this. Would I have any reason to deceive you? Lu Shuai began to speak, but swallowed her words instead. What is this? You seem hesitant, which is so unlike you. Never mind, it's nothing. In truth, Lu Shuai longed to ask Zhang Yuan if he had settled down. Yet she feared the unfavorable answer. Deciding against the inquiry, she resolved to learn gradually in the future. Once her worries were set aside, the two resumed their conversation. Lu Shuai's laughter ringing like silver bells, audible even from outside the shop. After a while, she recalled something and said, It's been so long since we last met. Do you mind if I take a picture with you? What is the harm? Go ahead and take it, Zhang Yuan replied. Lu Shuai glanced around and realized her bag was left in the car. I'll just go get my phone. At that moment, Ning Yue and Xie Qian arrived at the food street. Wow, that's a 40. With the options, it costs nearly 3 million. From a distance, Xie Qian spotted Lu Shuai's Panamera and gasped in surprise. Ning Yue's reaction was rather subdued. Oh really? I don't know much about cars. I just know it looks quite expensive. Xie Qian launched into a detailed explanation. You don't understand. The same Panamera with different configurations can vary by more than double in price. Most people opt for the standard model, which is just over 1 million, merely to maintain appearances. Those who purchase the top-tier models are certainly not lacking in wealth. They probably have numerous high-end sports cars at home. Come on, let us go take a look. Make sure to take a nice photo of me for my social media. I'm genuinely concerned for you. It's not even your car. What if the owner sees? They might laugh at us behind our backs. Oh, it's fine. Wealthy individuals like that wouldn't eat in a place like this. Perhaps they just parked here to meet girls from our school. All right, just one photo then. Ning Yue, unable to resist Xie Qian's enthusiasm, reluctantly agreed. Just as they approached, the lights of the Panamera suddenly flickered to life. Lu Shuiyo emerged from the bustling food stall. Her face adorned with a radiant smile, and unexpectedly collided with Ning Yue and her companion. Chapter 9. Husband, stop staring. Let us depart. What a beautiful sister. Is this car yours? Xie Qian approached Lu Shuiyo with an air of familiarity. Lu Shuiyo, intrigued by the 2 young women, responded almost instinctively, It belongs to my boyfriend. She herself was puzzled by her reply. When one harbors feelings for someone, it seems only natural to elevate their status, regardless of whether Zhang Yuan would ever learn of it. Your boyfriend must be exceptionally handsome. He is indeed quite charming and very responsible, Lu Shuiyo replied. Are you both students at the financial university? Yes. Did you graduate from here as well? Xie Qian, sensing her guess was accurate, became even more enthusiastic. So you are a senior. May I sit in the car and take a few photos? Of course, feel free to take as many as you like. With permission granted. Xie Qian gleefully hopped into the driver's seat, eagerly pulling out her phone. Wei Wei, aren't you coming up? At that moment, Ning Yue felt an urge to voice her annoyance. Her roommate, usually so aloof around boys, seemed to transform entirely in this new context. It was embarrassing, and she wished she could vanish into thin air. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Xie Qian exited the car, beaming. Thank you, senior. Goodbye. Goodbye. Lu Shuio watched them depart with a smile before retrieving her small bag from the vehicle and returning to the food stall. Where have you been for so long? The car is right by the entrance, Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled upon her return. I met two interesting juniors and chatted for a bit. You wouldn't believe how impressive the girls from our alma mater are. Those two were rare beauties. Zhang Yuan nodded, his thoughts drifting to Ning Yue. They are indeed quite lovely. Unbeknownst to him, this offhand remark sparked a flurry of thoughts in Lu Shuio. It appeared that this old classmate had recently visited the financial university and might even know a certain junior. Choosing not to pry, Lu Shuio sat beside Zhang Yuan and pulled out her camera. Come, let us take a group photo. I don't understand why you girls are so fond of taking pictures, he said. Then you needn't understand. Come on, cooperate a bit and move closer. Under the trees outside the food stall, Xie Qian pulled Ning Yue aside, glancing curiously at the scene within. What are we still doing here? Aren't we supposed to be eating? I'm just curious about what sort of person can afford a top-tier luxury car. What if he turns out to be a balding, greasy old man keeping a mistress? Ning Yue shot her a disapproving look. How can you make such malicious assumptions? You just borrowed his car to take photos. It is impossible to make a sweeping generalization, judging by the appearance of the senior just now. It is likely she has managed to secure the affections of a wealthy individual. Here she comes, Su Qian whispered. Oh, she is so youthful, and her figure appears rather pleasing. What a pity we can only see her silhouette. We cannot ascertain her handsomeness. Ning Yue, who had initially harbored no interest, found her gaze drawn in that direction by Su Qian's remarks. That fleeting glance rendered her momentarily speechless, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. How could that figure resemble that of her senior? Although she had only encountered Zhang Yuan once, the memory of his silhouette in the CAF was indelibly etched in her mind. It must be him. There could be no mistake. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to dash into the restaurant and uncover the truth. Yet, the remnants of her rationality held her back. So what if it was indeed her senior? He was undeniably affluent, yet he still sought to borrow 10,000 yuan from her. He possessed a luxurious car, yet he feigned the guise of a poor boy before her. Should she denounce him as a fraud? Or perhaps criticize him for his indecisiveness? After all, what connection did she have with him to warrant such condemnation? Was it her folly to have placed her trust in him? The complexity of her emotions surged within her. As tears streamed down her cheeks, she felt unsteady, as though she might collapse. Sensing her distress, Su Qian hurried to support her, inquiring with concern, Yue, what is the matter? I am fine, just feeling a bit unwell all of a sudden. You go eat by yourself, I shall return home. Su Qian, perceptive as she was, gleaned the general situation from Ning Yue's reaction. She refrained from further remarks and let out a long sigh. I will accompany you home. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan, who was engrossed in taking photographs, remained completely unaware of the unfolding events outside. An hour later, having indulged in a satisfying meal, Zhang Yuan's total expenditure amounted to 158 yuan. Lu Shuio demonstrated discretion, refraining from insisting on paying the bill. There was no need to offend Zhang Yuan over such a trifling sum. Zhang Yuan once again accessed the system panel. Expenditures with the opposite sex accumulated, 160 yuan out of 100, 000 yuan. Activation conditions not met. He promptly deduced a crucial fact. As long as there was participation from the opposite sex, the total cost would be taken into account, regardless of how much they actually consumed. To activate the system, it seemed he could not dine alone in the future. He would need to have a woman by his side for every occasion, be it leisure, meals, or even lodging. However, bringing a woman along for lodging seemed rather inappropriate. This stringent activation condition elicited Zhang Yuan's lament. Is this some sort of serious system? Upon exiting the restaurant, as Zhang Yuan and Lu Shuio prepared to get into the car, a black vehicle approached and halted behind their car. Through the window, when Zhang Yuan caught sight of the figure in the passenger seat, his body involuntarily trembled. It was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Xiaolin. Inside the car, a heated argument was unfolding. 20,000 yuan is sufficient for a tire. The rest should be spent on some health supplements. A middle-aged man produced 2 stacks of cash and stuffed them into Zhao Xiaolan's bag. Such a meager sum is all you offer to dismiss me. Treating me as a beggar? I advise you to temper your greed, for it serves no one well. You dare to threaten me? Zhao Xiaolan angrily flung open the car door and coldly declared, "If you are heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful. I cannot believe you would dare let your wife know." Zhao Xiaolan, what exactly do you desire? Quite simply, a house will suffice. You must be mad. Get out. Zhao Xiaolan slammed the car door forcefully, leaving with a harsh retort, "We shall see about that." The middle-aged man, disinterested in further argument, started the vehicle and drove away. It was only then that Zhao Xiaolan turned her gaze forward. Upon spotting Zhang Yuan, her expression visibly faltered. If Zhang Yuan were alone, she might have felt indifferent, merely a backup option, and such matters wouldn't induce embarrassment. However, standing beside him was a woman whose figure and beauty far surpassed her own. The closeness of their interaction only served to exacerbate her inner turmoil. After merely 2 or 3 days post-breakup, he had already found a new girlfriend? How could this impoverished boy dare? Suddenly, she felt as if a beloved toy had been snatched away from her, a sensation that ignited her fury. The fish in my pond dares to betray me? This is utterly unforgivable. Yet, upon a moment's reflection, Zhao Xiaolan regained some composure. Perhaps Zhang Yuan's relationship with this woman was merely platonic. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Meanwhile, Lu Shuiyo could easily deduce from their expressions that the connection between her old classmate and the woman before her was far from simple. At that moment, an absurd thought crossed her mind. A skilled player. Lu Shuiyo made a bold decision. She tiptoed and planted a kiss on the side of Zhang Yuan's face, then linked her arm with his, speaking in a gentle tone, "Darling, let us not linger. It's time to go." Chapter 10. The drafty cotton-padded jacket Zhang Yuan was taken aback. He was unaware of how he had been drawn into the car by Lu Shuiyo, only regaining his senses as the vehicle sped along the wide road. In truth, his initial bewilderment was not due to lingering affections. His heart had been shattered long before that day in the CAF. However, Zhao Xiaolan had once been the woman he loved deeply, and seeing her in that moment evoked a poignant sense of loss. Yet, women like Zhao Xiaolan were hardly deserving of any sympathy. It was all her own doing. This scene only reinforced Zhang Yuan's resolve. He must become wealthy, immensely so. He yearned for a life that would inspire envy in others. "I didn't intend to take advantage of you. I merely found that woman displeasing and wanted to provoke her," Lu Shuiyo cautiously probed as she drove. "You don't hold it against me for being meddlesome, do you?" "I am quite angry." Without waiting for Lu Shuiyo's response, Zhang Yuan continued, "My mother always said that boys must learn to protect themselves when they are out in the world, and it seems she was right." "Zhang Yuan, don't take advantage of the situation and then act all innocent. What do you want?" Zhang Yuan leaned in with a grin, replying, "Unless you let me kiss you back. Go to hell." She retorted, Look, you can't handle it again." The vehicle sped swiftly towards Financial Street, and Lu Shuiyo refrained from inquiring about the relationship between Zhang Yuan and Zhao Xiaolan, knowing that the moment was not yet ripe for such questions. "Where are we headed?" Lu Shuiyo shot him a glance. "Aren't you looking for a financing company? This is where we are going." Almost forgetting the matter at hand, she urged, "Let us hurry." Half an hour later, the vehicle halted in the underground parking lot of a tall building beside Financial Street. Zhang Yuan followed Lu Shuiyo into the elevator, ascending to the 21st floor. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by the sign, "Shanghai City Huitong Venture Capital Company, Limited." "What brings you to our company?" Lu Shuiyo asked while leading Zhang Yuan inside. "Did you not know that our company also offers financing? Venture capital firms engage in off-market financing as well." "Your company seems quite daring," he remarked. "Indeed, we do whatever is profitable. The commissions for stock financing are quite substantial, and the risks are relatively low, so why not?" This statement held some truth. Off-market financing differs from the financing services provided by securities companies. The trading account for stocks is supplied by the financing company, and one's own capital must be transferred to their account to conduct transactions. The financing company retains absolute control over the account and sets a mandatory liquidation line based on the financing ratio. Should the purchased stocks decline beyond a certain threshold without additional funds being injected, they will liquidate all stocks. Ultimately, the losses fall upon the original capital, while the funds they lent remain unaffected. Upon entering the office, Lu Shuiyo switched on the computer and inquired, "Do you prefer short-term or long-term trading?" "Short-term." About 10 to 20 days will suffice. How much financing do you require? I can currently allocate over 2 million. Let us go for 10 times that amount. This time, it was Lu Shuiyo who was taken aback. She glanced at Zhang Yuan. Concealed depths, it seems. That's quite a sum. Don't jest. Over 2 million 1T, even buy a decent apartment in the city center. How is that considered much? Quite a bit, actually. Lu Shuiyo had initially thought Zhang Yuan was merely dabbling, expecting him to request a mere 30 to 50,000 at most. After all, she was somewhat aware of Zhang Yuan's family circumstances. A young man without parental support, having worked for only 2 or 3 years, how much savings could he realistically possess? So, 2 million in financing should not be a challenge for your company, right? Not at all, Lu Shuiyo cautioned. You are planning to trade with 10 times leverage. You understand the associated risks, correct? If the stock falls beyond 5%, you will need to inject more funds, and it can lead to total loss. I understand. High returns come with high risks, and I am well aware of that. Very well, I shall prepare the contract while you remain here, said Lu Shuiyo as she exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. Zhang Yuan surveyed the surroundings of the office. It was a single-person office, spacious enough at 50 to 60 square meters, oriented with its back to the north and facing south. A panoramic glass wall lined one side, allowing abundant natural light to flood the room. A few potted green plants adorned the floor by the windowsill, and a small photo frame rested atop the solid wood desk. Zhang Yuan picked up the frame, revealing a solo portrait of Lu Shuiyo. In the photograph, she donned a down jacket and sported a high ponytail, her expressive eyes seemingly conversing with him. Zhang Yuan instinctively touched his cheek, recalling the spot where Lu Shuiyo had previously kissed him, a smile unwittingly blooming on his face. After leaving, Lu Shuiyo did not seek someone to draft the contract. Instead, she retrieved her phone and dialed the number. The call connected after a single ring. Dad, please send me your stock account details and password. What's the matter, my girl? Why do you ask about this? Are you planning to trade stocks? Oh, never mind the details. Just send it to my phone. I have my reasons. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, by the way, Dad, is there still money in the account? There's no cash left. Everything is tied up in the stock market. Then I'll just sell some shares and buy them back later. Lu Shuiyo was not one to be polite with her father. Although the stock trading operated under the principle of one, the funds from selling stocks that day could not be withdrawn, but could be used to purchase other stocks. Hey, what exactly are you planning? Don't act recklessly. On the other end, Lu Zhouyun admonished her earnestly. You said you wouldn't come to the headquarters after returning home, insisting on being a minor employee at the subsidiary in Shanghai City. It has been half a year, and you have not secured a single deal. If the company is filled with people like you who merely idle away their time, it will inevitably face ruin. Lu Shuiyo murmured, all right, enough with the lecturing. My ears are getting calloused from it. Either deposit 30 million into my account, or I will sell the stocks. You choose. Believing it prudent to confide in her father, she added, I have recently identified a stock with an excellent upward trend and wish to test the waters. If you refuse, I will seek out private funding institutions to borrow 30 million. Please, my dear, there are no legitimate funding institutions anymore, just a bunch of shell companies. Lu Shuiyo playfully coaxed, Daddy, you will support me, right? Lu Zhouyun, exasperated with his precious daughter, replied resignedly, don't sell the Matai shares. Handle the rest as you see fit. Thank you, Dad. Love you. Please remember to send the account details. I'm in a hurry. As the call concluded, Lu Shuiyo beamed at the account information sent via WeChat. Meanwhile, Lu Zhouyun, after putting away his phone, instructed his female secretary. Look into what the young lady has been up to lately, whom she has met, and ensure she remains unaware. Understood, Chairman. The secretary had just stepped out but soon returned with a graceful demeanor. There's less than an hour until boarding. Should we arrange for the vehicle now? Go ahead and make the arrangements. Chapter 11. A grand gamble. The phone call made by Lu Shuiyo lasted merely a minute or two. Upon her return to the office, she found Zhang Yuan engrossed in admiring a picture frame, oblivious to her entrance. Is it beautiful? She inquired. Without turning his head, Zhang Yuan replied casually. It's quite lovely, though the attire could be more revealing. I have even more revealing photos, stockings, and even some that are completely bare. Interested? Bring them over. But let me clarify, I am not seeking to view them. I merely wish to appreciate the artistry. Lu Shuiyo shot him a glance, replying nonchalantly, oh, you wish to see? There are plenty online. Don't pretend that during your academic days, you didn't have access to such resources. I know how to download them. Lu Shueyo, must you be so knowledgeable? To maintain your sweet persona, you ought to be more discreet. With your frequent risku jokes, that persona has long since crumbled. After exchanging a few jests, Zhang Yuan adopted a serious tone. So, is the financing all set? It doesn't matter who is involved. It will certainly go smoothly. And the contract? Hurry up and sign it. We're ready to start building the portfolio as soon as the funds arrive. No rush. Let us focus on the operations first. We can sign the contract later. Zhang Yuan then settled onto the opposite sofa, idly waiting. This was his first foray into financing and stock trading, and he was completely unfamiliar with the specific procedures, mistakenly believing that this was the standard protocol. However, one thing he was certain of was that Lu Shueyo would never deceive him. Lu Shueyo took her seat at the computer and opened the trading software. Which stock should I liquidate? She pondered. Since it was specified that the Matai shares could not be sold, she decided to sell another stock instead. After some contemplation, she hovered her cursor over Huitong Group. She thought to herself, regardless, selling a few tens of millions of our own stocks won't have any significant impact. The stock of Huitong Group was performing well, with numerous substantial buy orders visible on the trading interface. As Lu Shueyo deftly clicked, large sell orders were placed, all of which were swiftly absorbed by the market. However, an hour passed, and she had only liquidated slightly over 20 million. Zhang Yuan, growing impatient, urged, "How much longer? It's nearly 2 o'clock, and I still need time to operate. Hold on, it will be ready shortly." Internally anxious, Lu Shueyo noticed that her sell orders were becoming increasingly difficult for the market to absorb, and the stock price of Huitong Group began to plummet. After approximately 10 minutes, she halted her operations, finally managing to reach 30 million. In fact, based on the tenfold financing, she only needed to liquidate 22,500,000. Yet, fearing that the stock Zhang Yuan mentioned might be volatile, she decided to keep some extra funds as a precaution. Here, just transfer the principal amount into this account. Lu Shueyo let out a long sigh, gazing at Zhang Yuandao. Will we sign that contract or not? Time is of the essence. Handle it quickly. Zhang Yuan, undeterred, sat before the computer and, following Lu Shueyo's instructions, consolidated all his assets. However, upon seeing the lengthy string of numbers in his balance, he was utterly astounded. 300,245,000. Zhang Yuan was unaware that this was the result of Lu Shueyo's oversight and remarked, "I never imagined your company possessed such immense financial resources, allowing 300 million in cash to languish in the account." At his words, Lu Shueyo's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly inquired, "What 300 million? The 300 million in the account, what else could it be?" As she leaned closer to inspect, she gasped, "I can't believe I overlooked a zero. Oh no, I might be in deep trouble." Zhang Yuan's expression grew grave as he asked, "What happened?" Lu Shueyo, feeling cornered, recounted everything. Initially, she had refrained from disclosing her identity to Zhang Yuan to spare him any psychological burden. She had merely intended to discreetly assist in raising funds without any expectation of reward. "What should we do, Zhang Yuan? If my father finds out, he will be furious." Lu Shueyo pleaded, "Can we buy back the stocks before the market closes?" Zhang Yuan shook his head. "No. You'll incur devastating losses." "Then what can we do?" Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow, staring at the astronomical figures on the screen, when a terrifying thought suddenly struck him. Previously, he had no choice but to scrounge together a mere 200,000. Now, with 300 million at his disposal, should he take a gamble with Lu Shueyo on something greater? After all, money made in the stock market is profit earned. Once such a notion takes root, it consumes the remaining rationality like a lurking demon. Zhang Yuan instinctively grasped Lu Shueyo's delicate hand and solemnly asked, "Do you trust me?" In her moment of panic, she was oblivious to the grip on her hand. Driven by an innate trust in Zhang Yuan, the thought of refusal never crossed her mind. "Yes," Lu Shueyo gently nodded. "Very well, entrust this capital to me. I will double it." Zhang Yuan swiftly opened the stock interface for Huanyun Technology Group. The stock had already plummeted 9 points and was on the verge of a halt. Zhang Yuan was not one to hesitate. Once he made a decision, he executed it without reservation. Seizing the opportunity while there was still time, he swept up all the sell orders without even checking the prices. Due to the poor recent performance of Huanyun Technology Group, buy orders were nearly non-existent, while sellers were in abundance. Unlike Huitong Group, Huanyun Technology Group was a blue-chip stock with a market capitalization exceeding 100 billion. Although Zhang Yuan's 300 million seemed substantial, it would not sway the overall market trend, facilitating an unusually smooth purchase of the stocks. According to the system's predictions, the outcome for Hongyun Technology Group today is a halt in trading. Clearly, the capital Zhang Yuan invested can only delay this progression, but cannot alter the final result. Is this the stock you have your eye on? Do you harbor some misunderstanding regarding its trajectory? Lu Shuiyo interjected with a smirk. Now is the prime time for bottom fishing. Refrain from speaking, as it disrupts my operations. Lu Shuiyo pouted, feeling wronged. It's not my fault you lack speed. Why blame me? Nonsense. My speed surpasses even that of Kato Takashi. Lu Shuiyo was not one to take every remark in stride. This particular comment clearly exceeded her realm of comprehension. At 2:55 p.m., Zhang Yuan finally completed his transactions just before the market closed. He vacated his seat with a long exhale. The funds in his account had been entirely consumed by his purchases, and Hongyun Technology Group ultimately hit the trading halt, suspending transactions. Over 300 million in capital. In just 17 trading days, it could swell to 1.5 billion. This is quicker than robbing a bank. Well, the task is accomplished. We can pop the champagne now. Lu Shuiyo murmured. How can you be so certain that this stock will soar? Based on my years of experience, I cannot be mistaken. You'll be the one filling bags with money. What if it incurs a loss? There will be no loss. If there is, I will compensate you with my own labor. Lu Shuiyo muttered under her breath. Who needs you to work for me? At that moment, she inexplicably found herself hoping for the stock to falter. A mere 200 to 300 million is inconsequential. Even if it loses a bit, her father could easily recover it. Chapter 12. Buying instant noodles in a Porsche. Meanwhile, on a plane, Lu Zhouyun remained blissfully unaware that he had been thoroughly sold out by his accomplices. Noticing Zhang Yuan had some idle time, Lu Shuiyo inquired, where are you headed after this? Should I wait until I finish work to grab a bite? Perhaps another time. I'm a bit fatigued after a long day. I'll head back now. Well then, Lu Shuiyo felt a twinge of disappointment, but kept it to herself. I'll come back tomorrow morning. Really? You'll return tomorrow? Of course. After all, I've invested over 2 million. What if I don't keep an eye on my shares and you sell them all? You said it yourself. If I'm even a minute late, you'll liquidate everything, leaving not a single share. At least one will remain. What do you mean? In response to Lu Shuiyo's puzzled gaze, Zhang Yuan glanced downward and gestured with his hand, mouthing the words, I'll spank you. Lu Shuiyo stuck out her tongue and made a face. So that was the implication. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to leave, Lu Shuiyo picked up a small picture frame from the table and handed it to him. Wait, this is for you. For what purpose? You said it was nice, so take it home and admire it at your leisure. Aren't you afraid I might use it for something else? Dressed so warmly, what could you possibly do? Be obedient. Next time, send some cooler pictures. Though Zhang Yuan feigned disdain, his hands moved swiftly to tidy up. Lu Shuiyo clenched her small fist and retorted fiercely, You despicable rogue. She added, by the way, hailing a cab around Financial Street is quite inconvenient, and it's likely scorching outside, around 40 degrees. Once more, Lu Shuiyo placed the keys to her Porsche into Zhang Yuan's hands. You've given me your car, so how will you get home after work? I reside in a nearby apartment, just a few steps away. Besides, I rarely drive. My car seldom sees the light of day, maybe once a month. You can consider it a favor to me, just warm it up occasionally. Very well. Zhang Yuan did not decline and accepted the keys. As he was about to leave, he notably said, Thank you for your trust, little affluent lady. Upon reaching the basement, he found Lu Shuiyo's Panamera, the sleek black exterior, flowing lines, and 21-inch wheels adorned with bright yellow calipers radiated an athletic flair, even if it wasn't a supercar. Zhang Yuan settled into the driver's seat and ignited the engine. The exhilarating roar of the 4.0-liter twin-turbocharged engine fulfilled Zhang Yuan's anticipation, sending a rush of adrenaline coursing through his veins. As he slowly exited the basement and merged onto the expansive road, he dared to press the accelerator. Instantly, he was thrust back into his seat as the Panamera surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Indeed, wealth makes a difference, Zhang Yuan mused, noting how the driving experience of the Panamera far surpassed that of his parents' Passat. However, he reassured himself that it would not be long before he would possess such luxuries himself. A glance at the fuel gauge revealed it was full, and he sighed in relief. Although he would soon be a billionaire in over half a month, at present, his pockets were as empty as his face. After investing all 245 million into the stock market, he was left with a mere 200 yuan, barely enough for gas. He knew that if he were to ask Lu Shuiyo for a loan, she would undoubtedly oblige, and without question, she would lend a substantial amount. Yet, he refrained from doing so. He would rather borrow from the first acquaintance, Ning Yue, than from this old classmate. Such a mindset could only be attributed to an inexplicable sense of pride. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Zhang Yuan arrived at his rented apartment. Just as he was about to step out of the car, he realized another pressing concern. The stocks wouldn't be liquidated for another half month. What would he eat over the next 20 days? Lunchtime could be spent scrounging a meal at Lu Shuyo's company. But what about dinner? He lamented that he should have set aside a few hundred yuan for living expenses. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that regret was futile. He started the vehicle once more, heading toward the nearby convenience store. "Boss, I'll take 2 cases of instant noodles and a pack of soft white cigarettes. That will be 196 yuan. Please make your payment here." After scanning the code, Zhang Yuan stared at the mere 4 yuan left in his bank account, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the convenience store clerk observed with a mixture of bewilderment as this man hoisted 2 cases of instant noodles into the pristine rear seat of the Porsche. He couldn't comprehend why, despite their wealth, they still indulged in instant noodles and cheap cigarettes. The world of the affluent was truly perplexing. Upon returning to his car, Zhang Yuan did not head home immediately. Instead, he drove to a Starbucks CAF. It wasn't a matter of showing off. He simply wished to see that kind-hearted junior he had been thinking of. Having purchased the stocks as anticipated, he felt compelled to inform her, to put her mind at ease. Considering the time, Ning Yue should already be at work. "Welcome. Please scan here to place your order." The staff member greeted as Zhang Yuan entered, but he paid no heed to her words, his gaze sweeping the CF in search of a familiar figure. However, he did not spot her. "Sir, are you looking for someone?" The staff inquired once more. "I would like to ask if Ning Yue is not working today." Upon hearing this, the staff member removed her mask, revealing a look of surprise. "Do you know her?" "That is wonderful," she exclaimed anxiously. "She hasn't shown up today for some unknown reason, and she isn't answering her phone. I'm frantic." This staff member was none other than Sister Zhang, whom Ning Yue had mentioned. Since Sister Zhang had been busy in the background that night, she failed to recognize Zhang Yuan at that moment. "Perhaps she is at her dormitory. I will go check there shortly," he suggested. "And you are?" "I am her friend, here specifically to see her." Seeing that Zhang Yuan was relatively young, well-dressed, and could accurately state Ning Yue's address, Sister Zhang relaxed her guard. The CAF was quite empty at this hour, so she stepped out from behind the counter to converse with him. Speaking of which, Yue has had a tough life. She came from a rural background, lost her father early, and her mother neglects her because she is a girl. She has to fund her entire university education herself. To save money for tuition, she hardly has a personal life and spends her free time working. To cut down on meal expenses, she often skips dinner. Ironically, she is quite beautiful. And just last night, she was almost harassed by the CAF owner. If I hadn't been there, who knows what might have happened. You should go check on her. Sometimes, the pressures of life can be overwhelming, and if that last thread snaps, I fear she might do something reckless. After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Yuan hurriedly made his way to the university. Chapter 13. Yue, be my girlfriend beep, beep, beep. We're sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Throughout his journey, Zhang Yuan attempted to call Ning Yue multiple times, but to no avail. He found it strange. They had conversed for so long the previous night, and he hadn't sensed anything amiss in her demeanor. Instinctively, he accelerated, striving to reach the university as swiftly as possible. Minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the financial university. "Hey, vehicles without a permit are not allowed to enter." An elderly guard emerged from the security booth, spitting as he spoke. "You young folks, I know what you're here for without you saying a word. Hurry along. Don't block the way." Zhang Yuan lowered the car window and handed over his cigarette, chuckling. "Brother Wang, have you forgotten me after just a few years?" Who are you?" The security guard smacked his forehead, finally recalling. "Zhang Yuan. It's you, you rascal." "Indeed, Brother Wang, your memory is quite remarkable." Before his parents' misfortune, Zhang Yuan had been thriving, often dining out with classmates and sharing cigarettes with the security guards. Over time, he had become a familiar face to them. "What brings you here today?" "You seem to be doing well," Mr. Wang remarked, eyeing the sleek Porsche Panamera with admiration. "I'll head inside to find someone." "I'll be out shortly. Please make an exception," Zhang Yuan requested. The campus of the financial university sprawled extensively, requiring a 20-minute walk from the entrance to the dormitory area. With the summer break in full swing and no shuttle service available, Zhang Yuan could only hope for Mr. Wang's leniency. "All right, be quick," Mr. Wang replied, lighting a cigarette while muttering, still as frugal as ever. I wonder if you ever treat yourself to a good smoke. Thank you, Zhang Yuan said, relieved to be granted passage, and he made his way directly to the girls' dormitory. From their previous conversation, he knew that Ning Yue resided in room 508 of Building 3. The campus was eerily quiet during the summer, devoid of the couples that used to populate it. Not a single pair was in sight as he walked. He parked his car outside the dormitory and, seizing a moment when the dormitory matron was distracted by her phone, he stealthily slipped inside, careful to make no noise. Once he turned a corner and was out of sight of the matron, he stood upright and dashed up the stairs. Panting heavily, he reached the 5th floor and stood outside room 508. Knock, knock, knock. He gently rapped on the door, but received no response. After a few more knocks, he pressed his ear against the door, straining to hear, yet silence greeted him. Hello? Is anyone in there? Ning Yue, are you there? If you don't open up, I'll knock the door down. Ning Yue had been in the dormitory all along and had heard the knocking. However, her door lacked a peephole, leaving her uncertain of who was calling. Moreover, with Xie Qian absent, she was alone and hesitant to open the door, even as dusk settled in. It was only when she recognized that familiar voice that she felt compelled to respond. As the door opened, Zhang Yuan was met with Ning Yue's slightly haggard visage. This resilient, innocent, and kind-hearted girl tugged at his heartstrings. He understood all too well the hardships of living without parental support. While her peers indulged in revelry, she was preoccupied with finding work to secure her next meal. While others flaunted new clothes and branded handbags, she wore the same garment repeatedly, washing it time and again. Yet, she never uttered a word of complaint, remaining ever optimistic. She had selflessly poured her entire savings into their shared endeavors. Such unwavering trust was a debt Zhang Yuan felt compelled to repay for the rest of his life. Senior, what brings you here? Ning Yue's instinctual response upon seeing Zhang Yuan was one of surprise, but then she recalled something and abruptly turned her head aside, refusing to look at him. I thought you were in the dormitory. You scare me to death. I can't count the number of calls I made to you, yet none went through. I was worried something might have happened to you. Well, this afternoon I intended to personally thank you at the CAF. But Sister Zhang mentioned that you hadn't come all day and that she couldn't reach you. Later, she shared quite a bit about your circumstances, and I became concerned you might be feeling despondent. Ning Yue instinctively glanced at her phone, where a screen full of missed calls greeted her. Zhang Yuan had called the most frequently, his calls arriving consistently since just a few minutes prior. The first call had come 5 minutes ago, indicating he had rushed over as soon as he learned of the situation. Observing the fine beads of sweat glistening on his forehead and his labored breaths, a tender part of Ning Yue's heart seemed to stir. Ever since her father's passing when she was 10, she had not felt such a sense of care for a long time. Unavoidably, she found herself harboring a vague affection for the young man before her. Although Zhang Yuan's material circumstances might not be ideal, they genuinely connected. They had chatted for nearly 2 hours the previous night on WeChat, discussing everything from Jay Chou's concert to their favorite cities, and had only reluctantly ended the conversation when her roommate returned. Perhaps even she was unaware that this was a sign of her impending infatuation. Seeing her weary yet somewhat stubborn expression, Zhang Yuan felt an impulse to take action. Encountering such a wonderful girl, he realized he should not let this opportunity slip away. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward and enveloped Ning Yue in his arms, refusing to let go despite her struggles. What are you doing? Let me go? Ning Yue lacked the strength to break free from his grasp. She pushed against his arms a few times, but they remained unyielding, like iron. Turning her head, she insisted, let go. If you don't, I'll call for help. Yet, Zhang Yuan remained unmoved, holding her tightly. Ning Yue did not scream, and her resistance gradually weakened. Eventually, she seemed to resign herself and stopped fighting, silently allowing Zhang Yuan to embrace her. This was her first intimate contact with a male, and she could feel the warmth of his breath brushing against her cheek, momentarily clouding her thoughts. After a few minutes, her voice quivered slightly as she whispered, Have you had enough of holding me? Not enough. It will never be enough. Zhang Yuan replied, taking a deep breath and solemnly declaring, Yue, will you be my girlfriend? His tone was resolute. Wealth truly has the power to transform a person's character in a short span of time. Just a few days ago, he would never have dared to act so boldly. Once, he could only comply with Zhao Xiaolin, who was inferior to Ning Yue in every aspect. Even to hold hands, he had to seek her consent. Cautiously observing her reactions, afraid of displeasing her, as humble as dust suspended in the air. Now, however, he was unrestrained, having firmly set his sights on Ning Yue. He would never let go. Wealth bestowed him with confidence. Timidity often stemmed from inadequate resources, and soon Zhang Yuan's resources would be abundantly sufficient. Upon hearing his somewhat domineering words, Ning Yue tilted her head again and said, "No, don't come looking for me anymore." Why? Zhang Yuan sensed from their previous conversation that this girl harbored a certain degree of affection for him, so her outright rejection was unexpected. Recalling the scene from noon, Ning Yue's emotions grew exceedingly complicated. She averted her gaze, looking aside, her eyes gradually reddening, softly sobbing. "If you truly don't want to be my girlfriend, then so be it," Zhang Yuan tentatively probed. "Can you stop crying for now?" Ning Yue offered no response, letting her tears flow freely. "Hey, if you keep crying, I'll come over and kiss you." Chapter 14. You truly are a little genius. This tactic proved effective. Ning Yue lifted her head, exclaiming, "You are a liar. A big liar. How have I deceived you?" He asked. "Is it about the borrowed money?" "Yes and no." "Then what is the reason?" Zhang Yuan patted his chest, confidently declaring, "I swear I have not deceived you. I will definitely return the money I borrowed, and I shall repay you double. You, my dear, truly are something. Despite your own struggles, you still lent me all your savings, leaving yourself unable to afford a meal." Ning Yue shook her head, pursing her lips. "It's not like that." Zhang Yuan was at a loss, exasperated. "Then what is it? I truly can't guess." Ning Yue's long-suppressed emotions finally burst forth as she questioned loudly, "Why do you, who are so wealthy, come to deceive me? Why, when you already have a girlfriend? Do you still flirt with me? Is it because you see me as lonely and easy to bully?" Zhang Yuan was utterly confused by her words. "Wealth? That would be in the future. At present, he had no money at all." "No, I mean it. Yue, have you misunderstood something?" Ning Yue raised her gaze, coldly staring at him. "All right, let me ask you, where were you this afternoon?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized. At that moment, Lu Shuio had mentioned encountering 2 junior students. Could one of them have been her? It seemed the only possible explanation. Zhang Yuan quickly explained, "This afternoon, I was having lunch with an old classmate I hadn't seen in years, whom I ran into on Financial Street. Coincidentally, I mentioned that the investment deal I spoke of required her assistance. During lunch, she suggested taking a commemorative photo together, and without thinking, I agreed. If you don't believe me, you can check my phone. I hadn't contacted her beforehand." Zhang Yuan unlocked his phone and handed it over. Ning Yue turned her head away and muttered, "I'm not someone important to you, so why should I care about what you're doing on your phone?" It was evident that her tone had softened considerably. Zhang Yuan continued, "As for your assertion about wealth, it's utterly preposterous. The total amount of money I currently possess barely exceeds a single digit. If I must provide an exact figure, it stands at a mere 4 yuan. All my funds are invested, and it will take at least half a month to retrieve them. Clearly, we are both in a similar predicament. There's a saying. Isn't there? We are all wanderers in the same world of misfortune." Upon hearing the phrase 4 yuan, Ning Yue could hardly contain her amusement and burst into laughter. She retorted softly, "Who is in the same boat as you? I still have over 1,000 yuan, mind you. Furthermore, that phrase is not meant to be used in such a manner. It conveys the same sentiment, so don't be so literal." Having resolved her misunderstanding, Ning Yue shyly said, "Well then, senior, I suppose I misjudged you." Although she accepted Zhang Yuan's explanation, questions still lingered in her mind. Why did that senior refer to Zhang Yuan as her boyfriend when they were merely old classmates meeting again? However, she chose not to voice these queries. Zhang Yuan jested. "It's all right. Anyone witnessing that scene would think they were deceived. It's fortunate you didn't call the police on the spot. By the way, do you agree with what I just proposed?" Ning Yue feigned ignorance. "What proposal?" "To be my girlfriend." "That's too hasty." Ning Yue's cheeks flushed as she stammered. "This is only our second meeting. How many meetings would it take for you to agree? I can come by tomorrow or the day after." "You're being unreasonable." "Indeed. Being bold, meticulous, and shameless is the way to win a girl's heart, or so my mother says." Zhang Yuan boldly sat beside Ning Yue. "Yue, do you believe in love at first sight? The moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten." "I don't believe that." Ning Yue rolled her eyes and remarked, "Back in the CAF, you didn't even glance my way when you were asked to leave." Yet, despite her words, she felt a deep-seated conviction. Having been at the financial university for 2 years, the number of suitors she had attracted was countless. Among them were numerous affluent and handsome individuals, who would arrive in flashy cars bearing flowers, professing their love daily beneath her dormitory. Yet, she had never reciprocated their affections. Perhaps Zhang Yuan was the first to openly ask her for money, or perhaps there were other reasons. In any case, this man did not seem to be merely captivated by her beauty, unlike the others. That is quite unfair. At that time, you were wearing a CAF hat and a large mask. Who would have noticed you? Zhang Yuan tentatively took Ning Yue's hand and held it in his own. Yue, trust me, I will provide you with the best life possible. Ning Yue remained silent, neither pulling her hand away nor responding. If you're silent, I'll take that as your acquiescence. It's my first time being favored by a girl. Just endure a little loss and consider it a trade. You can give me your heart. Nonsense. Where have I taken advantage of you? It was you who forcibly embraced me. I can't fathom where your strength comes from. As I couldn't even push you away. Perhaps I should just offer myself to you. How does that sound? Faced with Zhang Yuan, who possesses a commendable appearance yet has an audacious demeanor, Ning Yue found herself utterly defeated. Agreeing to be your girlfriend is not out of the question. But it must be temporary. I need to observe for a while first. Now let us share a kiss. No, please don't this time. Ning Yue did not resist any longer and willingly complied, savoring the pleasure that romance brings. Moments later, Zhang Yuan's phone rang. I believe so deeply that the one supporting me from behind is you, always standing by my side, gazing up as the sun rises. Listening to the return of the birds, he pulled out his phone, which displayed, Shui Luo Yuanfang invites you to a voice call. He hesitated, contemplating whether to answer. After a moment's reflection, he reminded himself that his relationship with Lu Shuio was entirely innocent. At worst, it was merely some flirtatious banter. Ning Yue, having noticed the screen's content, stood up to excuse herself, but Zhang Yuan pulled her back down. Upon answering the call, Lu Shuio's melodious voice resonated in the receiver. Zhang Yuan, my father just called and scolded me terribly. He wants me to sell all the stocks at the opening tomorrow, claiming that although Hongyun Technology Group isn't technically a stock, it's likely facing delisting. Zhang Yuan's expression turned grave. Logically speaking, it would indeed be unwise to invest in stocks that frequently hit the limit down. Lu's father's request was reasonable, considering that 300 million in capital is no trivial matter. Zhang Yuan inquired, what do you plan to do? Lu Shuio flashed a playful smile. I've changed the password. So now even my father can't log in. He's busy on a business trip in Yanjing and won't have the time to retrieve it soon. Which means the decision to sell or not is entirely up to me. Zhang Yuan was at a loss for words, silently marveling at her cleverness. Chapter 15. Good girl. Let your uncle give you a kiss. After hanging up, Ning Yue anxiously asked, Senior, is there a problem? Zhang Yuan cradled her delicate face and kissed her again. No problem. Everything is just fine. Ning Yue, with a look of disdain, wiped the saliva from her face and asked, that Shui Luo Yuanfang is the senior from Noon, right? Indeed. If we make a significant profit this time, it will be entirely thanks to her assistance. Zhang Yuan spoke the truth, without Lu Shuio. His investment of over 2 million would have yielded at most 20 million in this volatile market, contingent on successfully securing the securities financing business. 20 million is substantial, enough to last a lifetime if spent wisely. Yet, it merely equates to the price of a top-tier supercar, leaving him far from the pinnacle of society. As the sky grew darker outside, Zhang Yuan had been inside for a couple of hours. Have you not eaten lunch yet? Ning Yue nodded. Seeing you like that at noon left me with no appetite. She touched her abdomen, realizing she was indeed hungry. The weight of her emotions throughout the afternoon had been overwhelming, leaving her hardly able to sip any water. Senior, let me take you to the cafeteria for a bite. Although the food may not be the best, at least it will fill us up. After changing her shoes, Ning Yue glanced at the time. It seemed the cafeteria was already closed. Perhaps I should check if there's anything to eat in the dorm. With that, she opened a nearby storage cabinet. My roommate usually loves snacks, but why is it all empty? Ning Yue grasped Zhang Yuan's hand and suggested, let's head to the night market outside the campus. I promised to treat you to something delicious last time. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Forget it. You should save your money. Let us just have instant noodles. Luckily, I brought some. He planned to retrieve the noodles from his car, but then thought it might be awkward for a man to enter a female dormitory. So he handed Ning Yue the keys to his friend's car. Yue, could you grab the noodles from the car? I'm afraid the dorm supervisor might see me and not let me back in. By the way, my old classmate lent me her car. It's parked downstairs. Ning Yue took the keys and without a second thought, headed downstairs. Once outside, She spotted the Porsche parked beside the dormitory. After unlocking it and opening the door, she noticed 2 boxes of instant noodles in the back seat. As she opened a box and pulled out 2 cups, she noticed a small photo frame on the passenger seat. With the back facing up, she couldn't see the content inside. Her curiosity piqued. She picked it up for a closer look. It was a solo photo of Lu Xueyou. Ning Yue murmured to herself, how strange. Why would Senior bring back such a personal item? Reflecting on Lu Xueyou's address to Zhang Yuan, their photos together, and the borrowing of the car, it all began to make sense. Even her WeChat nickname was Snow Falls from Afar. This obvious implication struck Ning Yue with a sudden realization. Her complexion turned pale as she understood the implications. She knew well that the senior was from a privileged background, capable of aiding Zhang Yuan in business matters. They were still university classmates, with endless topics to discuss. Meanwhile, she felt she had nothing to offer. Even her once proud appearance paled in comparison to that of the senior. Her only advantage seemed to be her youth, but the senior was hardly old, still in her prime. In that moment, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped her. Zhang Yuan was the first man to penetrate her heart, although their acquaintance had been brief. The intimacy they had shared over the past few hours made her reluctant to part ways if the opportunity arose. Ning Yue had never been one to shy away from challenges. On the contrary, she had always been fiercely independent. Deep within, she made a silent decision. After calming her emotions, Ning Yue returned to room 508 with instant noodles in hand. Senior, why did you buy so many instant noodles? She asked. There are still 10 to 20 days until we can cash out. I can't just rely on the wind to survive during this time. I'm counting on these. I have a bit here, Ning Yue said, pulling a stack of cash from beneath her pillow and handing it to Zhang Yuan. It was the 1,000 yuan that Xie Qian had given her the previous day, leaving her with only a few dozen yuan. Silly girl. What will you eat if you give this to me? Zhang Yuan insisted, pushing the money back into her hands. Ning Yue blushed and replied, I still have my meal card for the cafeteria. I won't go hungry. Besides, the CAF will pay us in a couple of days. Mentioning the CAF made Zhang Yuan recall what Sister Zhang had said. Hasn't the owner of that shop been harboring ulterior motives towards you? Ning Yue panicked, stammering. How do you know? Don't concern yourself with how I know. Just promise me you'll never go back to that place, no matter how much salary remains unpaid. I'll listen to you, she said. But how will I earn my tuition if I don't work? Leave that to me, Zhang Yuan said, gently caressing Ning Yue's cheek. Rest assured, no one will ever harass you again. I will ensure you live the best life possible. Now that I am your boyfriend, it is my responsibility. I will fulfill all the dreams you have yet to realize and make up for any regrets you may have. Just focus on enjoying your university life. If you wish to pursue further studies, you may, and if you wish to relax, you may do that too. I can provide for your material needs. If anyone bullies you, just let me know, and I will take care of it. Ning Yue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, feeling a paternal warmth she had long missed. In that moment, she began to grasp the true intentions behind Xie Qian's actions. The sensation of being cherished by a boyfriend was truly wonderful. After a brief pause, she suddenly laughed. A man with only 4 yuan in his pocket thinks he can support me. Zhang Yuan jumped up in indignation. Hey. Don't bring up someone's shortcomings. The tides of fortune change. Don't belittle the youth in their struggles. At 26, you're no longer a youth, old man, she teased. Come here, dear niece, and let your uncle give you a kiss. After finishing the noodles, the two chatted for a while, and before they knew it, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Ning Yue nudged Zhang Yuan, reluctant to part. You should go back now. My roommate will be returning soon. The dorm has 4 beds. It's not like there's no room. Dream on. You really want to spend the night here? Let me tell you, my roommate has a sharp tongue. If you're not afraid of being scolded, then stay. Is your roommate pretty? Yes, Ning Yue said, pinching the soft flesh at Zhang Yuan's waist as a playful threat. What does her looks have to do with you? Are you thinking of making a move on her? However, even if one were to set their sights on her, it would prove futile, for her standards are exceedingly high, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet, I believe I am truly one in a million. Do not pinch me. I can certainly leave if that is your wish. Chapter 16. The interrogation by Lu Zhouyun. At the moment of parting, it was actually Ning Yue who felt reluctant, accompanying Zhang Yuan to the ground floor. Zhang Yuan gently caressed her silky hair and remarked, I am not departing for good. This school is familiar to me as well. And I could find your dormitory with my eyes closed. How unkind of you to say it that way. She retorted, all right, go back and rest. Remember what I said. Do not take on a part-time job. I will take care of you in the future. Very well, I shall head upstairs now. As Zhang Yuan watched her retreating silhouette, he let out a deep sigh. Comparisons among people can lead to despair, and the evaluation of goods can lead to discarding. He could hardly fathom what had clouded his judgment in the past. It was not as if he had never encountered women before. How absurd it was that he had spent an entire year pining after that insufferable Zhao Xiaolin, braving the elements without even managing to steal a kiss. It felt as though he had wasted his life on a lost cause. He couldn't help but mock himself, realizing that he had forsaken an entire forest for a crooked tree. Both Ning Yue and Lu Shuiyo were infinitely superior to Zhao Xiaolin. In truth, this signified a shift in Zhang Yuan's subconscious. Previously, even if he had met a girl like Ning Yue, he would not have dared to entertain such thoughts, nor would he have had the audacity to gaze upon her more than once. His innate inferiority and timidity led him to believe he was unworthy of such a girl, let alone act upon such ludicrous impulses. Gazing at the solitary photo in the passenger seat, Zhang Yuan fell into contemplation. What did Lu Shuiyo truly signify? He could sense that her kindness towards him was excessive, bordering on the abnormal. Her trust in him surpassed that of Ning Yue, extending well beyond the boundaries of ordinary classmates. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? He shook his head, dismissing this far-fetched notion. She was not blind. How could a wealthy heiress possibly take an interest in someone like him? Moreover, with 4 years of university ahead, he had seen no indication of her affections. Had it not been for this chance encounter, they might never have crossed paths again in their lifetimes. Never mind. It would be prudent to secure some money first. Only the cash in hand is definitive. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan started the vehicle, heading towards his rental apartment. Even if Ning Yue could discern Lu Shuiyo's intentions, the reason behind Zhang Yuan's ignorance was rather simple. Lu Shuiyo, the brightest jewel of the finance university, was a goddess that everyone dreamed of courting. It was improbable that she would fall for a former classmate without cause. The entrenched mindset he had developed over time was not easily swayed. 20 minutes later, Zhang Yuan returned to his rental apartment. At that moment, an unfamiliar call appeared on his phone. The number was strikingly beautiful, featuring a string of 8s. I am Lu Zhouyan, and you are Zhang Yuan, correct? Without any preamble, the voice on the other end inquired directly. Who are you? I do not recognize anyone by the name Lu Zhouyan. Had it not been for the precise mention of his name, Zhang Yuan would have likely terminated the call. Now, do you comprehend who I am? I am the father of Lu Shuiyo. Oh, it's you, uncle. Greetings, I am Zhang Yuan. How may I assist you? Zhang Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that this was a summons for accountability. He surmised that the matter of inciting Lu Shuiyo to sell her family's stocks in favor of worthless shares had likely come to light. It was quite possible that his background had been thoroughly investigated, down to the color of his undergarments. The valuation of Huitong Group, amounting to billions, appeared to Zhang Yuan as an insurmountable entity. At the age of 26, a graduate of a finance university, hailing from Anzhou County, orphaned, and currently unemployed, he was acutely aware of the weight of the situation. Lu Zhouyan's voice, deep and resonant, continued, What I have stated is accurate, is it not? Zhang Yuan answered candidly. Indeed. I do not care what your intentions are in approaching Shuiyo or for what purpose. You are not to come near my daughter again. While 300 million is no trivial sum, it is ultimately inconsequential. For the sake of my daughter, I would not hesitate to relinquish this money. Though Lu Zhouyan's words were delivered in a calm tone, Zhang Yuan felt a deep discomfort. He had leveraged the funds from Huitong Group to generate profits, with the intention of sharing in the rewards alongside Lu Shuiyo. However, he had no desire for the other billions. He would not claim a single penny beyond what was rightfully his. Now, facing such an unmerited confrontation felt profoundly stifling. Nevertheless, Zhang Yuan understood that if he were in Lu Zhouyan's position, witnessing his daughter being courted by a ne'er-do-well who encouraged her to act against the interests of their company, he too would feel anger and seek answers. The fact that Lu Zhouyan refrained from vehemently berating him spoke to his restraint. Yet, it was evident that he could not easily swallow this indignation. Out of respect for their shared connection with Lu Shuiyo, he wished to avoid further straining their relationship. After calming his emotions, he spoke. Uncle Lu, the stock I have advised Shuiyo to purchase is destined to soar, and significantly so. The reasons for this are not for me to disclose at present. You shall see the outcome tomorrow. Furthermore, if my predictions hold true, tonight or at the latest by noon tomorrow, Honyun Technology Group will announce a major favorable development. Should you have the time, I encourage you to keep an eye on this. Having said his piece, Zhang Yuan hung up without waiting for Lu Zhoyun's response. In the presidential suite of a five-star hotel in Yanjing, Lu Zhoyun stared at the black screen of his phone, momentarily lost in thought. How did he know that Hongyun Technology Group would unveil a significant positive announcement? Moreover, how could he speak with such conviction? Such words did not seem to belong to an idle layabout. The composed demeanor and the tone that neither degrades nor elevates. Could it be that the investigation's results are erroneous? However, should I discover that your proximity to Shuiyu harbors ulterior motives, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. In the rented apartment, Zhang Yuan had just ended a call with Lu Zhiyun when Lu Shuiyu called again. Zhang Yuan, did my father call you? Yes, I just hung up. Did he say anything harsh to you? Lu Shuiyu's voice trembled with a hint of sobbing. I apologize. I never anticipated it would turn out this way. Please, do not take it to heart. It's nothing, Shuiyu. Trust me. Tomorrow your father will realize how profoundly mistaken he is. Of course, I believe you. Lu Shuiyu tentatively inquired. Will you come to the office tomorrow? Certainly. Who would forego money? I'll wait for you. Rest early. Good night. Lying in bed, Zhang Yuan clenched his fists tightly. Time will reveal all truths. Chapter 17. The Three Great Illusions of Life in the Early Hours of August 10th. A significant piece of news erupted through the entire stockholder community of Huaxia. Hongyun Technology Group has achieved groundbreaking advancements in solid-state battery technology after 5 years and an investment of billions. This new type of battery boasts numerous advantages, including high capacity, low cost, and enhanced safety, making it the preferred choice for new energy vehicles. It is anticipated to enter mass production and be delivered within a year. With the announcement of this momentous news, many found themselves sleepless that night. Those who held substantial shares in Hongyun Technology Group were elated, dancing with joy, while those who had previously sold their stocks wished they could pinch themselves in disbelief. It was evident that the stock of Hongyun Technology Group was destined for a significant surge. The pressing question on their minds was whether they could increase their holdings before others realized the situation. However, this was a challenging endeavor, with such news in circulation. No fool would consider selling their shares, and acquiring more would prove nearly impossible. Nonetheless, this was of no concern to Zhang Yuan, who had already invested heavily and awaited the fruits of his labor. In truth, he was unaware of the specifics of Hongyun Technology Group and had no intention of delving deeper. His earlier conversation with Lu Zhiyun had been mere conjecture. Stocks do not skyrocket without reason. The continuous 17 trading halts of Hongyun Technology Group surely indicated the announcement of some favorable news. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. Indeed, that was precisely the case. At this moment, Lu Zhiyun pondered deeply as he gazed at the information displayed on his phone. Even he, the chairman of a publicly listed company, had not received any advance notice regarding the insider news about Hongyun Technology Group. Why would someone like Zhang Yuan, without any foundation, possess such knowledge and confidence? At 8 in the morning, Zhang Yuan arrived at the Huidong Venture Capital Company. Upon his arrival, the receptionist greeted him warmly and guided him inside. Mr. Zhang, Miss Lu is waiting for you in her office. Please follow me. After walking a short distance, they encountered a middle-aged man approaching them, who extended his hand from afar towards Zhang Yuan. Hello, I am Sun Ziyuan, the general manager of Huitong Venture Capital. Zhang Yuan extended his right hand for a brief handshake. Greetings, Mr. Sunday. May I inquire what advice you have for me? It is merely a chance encounter to exchange pleasantries. There is no need for advice, Sun Ziyuan replied with an air of modesty. Well then, I won't take up more of your time. We can converse further on another occasion. Very well, farewell. Zhang Yuan understood that Mr. Sun was keen to cultivate a favorable relationship, perhaps due to his close association with Lu Shuiyu. No wonder Lu Shuiyu, a mere investment consultant, had her own independent office. She had not concealed her identity from the company personnel. In truth, Huitong Venture Capital had a significant presence in Shanghai City, ranking among the top 3 in the industry. And General Manager Sun Ziyuan was indeed a capable individual, though comparison is relative. Lu Shuiyu, being the daughter of the group's chairman, held an exceptionally prestigious status. Rather than assigning her tasks, the goal was simply to avoid causing any trouble. Her role as a fortunate mascot sufficed. As he pushed open the office door, Lu Shuiyu was seated at her desk, touching up her makeup in front of a small mirror. Upon noticing Zhang Yuan's approach, she quickly covered her face and shyly remarked, "Why are you here so early? I haven't finished my makeup yet. Shall I leave?" "No. Please sit on the sofa and wait for a few minutes. Lu Shuiyo replied softly from behind the monitor. It's not like you're getting married today. Why are you so bashful? Zhang Yuan teased. Oh, just sit down. I'll be ready shortly. If you need assistance, just let me know. I'm quite adept at smoothing out imperfections, regardless of how uneven the surface may be. Zhang Yuan joked. If you're not upset, I might just perish. Lu Shuiyo retorted through gritted teeth. 20 minutes later, Lu Shuiyo finally set down her mirror and peeked out to glance at Zhang Yuan, who was engrossed in his phone. A waft of fragrance enveloped him, and his gaze was initially drawn to her exquisite black leather shoes. Following upward, he noted her long, slender legs, complemented by a dark pleated skirt that barely reached her thighs. Could this distraction allow him to continue using his phone? He tossed it aside, redirecting his attention upwards. Lu Shuiyo wore a light blue short-sleeved blouse, with a button left undone at the hem, revealing a glimpse of her smooth abdomen through the gap. The fitted blouse accentuated her alluring curves splendidly. Her arms, akin to lotus roots, seemed to lack a place to rest, as her fingers intertwined tightly behind her back. Perhaps due to her nervousness, her already fair complexion bore a charming blush. Her delicate makeup, akin to mere embellishments, further highlighted her exquisite features. As Zhang Yuan gazed intently into her eyes without so much as a blink, Lu Shuiyo hesitantly inquired, Is it pretty? Are you really going on a blind date dressed like this? With a playful punch, she struck Zhang Yuan on the shoulder, indignantly exclaiming, What sort of blind date are you talking about? At 25, one is hardly a child anymore. In a few years, even dogs will be uninterested. Humph. As if you have any right to dictate. Though Zhang Yuan verbally dismissed her, he could not help but be captivated by Lu Shuiyo's appearance. After all, she had been crowned campus belle for 4 consecutive years. Her foundation was nothing short of extraordinary, exuding an aura that was truly refreshing. Subsequently, Lu Shuiyo retrieved a thermos from beneath the table and handed it to Zhang Yuan. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought you something. Upon opening it, he discovered a bowl of millet porridge. Admittedly, it lacked visual appeal, yet it promised to be filling. He was indeed hungry. Having subsisted solely on instant noodles the previous night, and now over 10 hours had passed. Under Lu Shuiyo's expectant gaze, he consumed the entire bowl of porridge, leaving not a drop behind. Did you make this yourself? He asked. No, my aunt prepared it, and she conveniently made a bit for you, she replied. No wonder it was so delicious. The mastery of the cooking technique and the precise proportions of ingredients were truly at a masterful level. Really? Lu Shuiyo's face lit up with joy, and upon noticing Zhang Yuan's teasing expression, she quickly grasped the situation. She retorted playfully, How dare you mock me? Aside from making porridge, all I can do is prepare instant noodles. I can't manage anything else. Who would have thought you possessed such skills? Quite impressive. Zhang Yuan teased further. Zhang Yuan, if you keep this up, I swear I'll make you spit it all out. I won't bring you anything again. No. If I spit it out, it won't look good anymore, he chuckled, genuinely touched by Lu Shuiyo's thoughtful gesture. It was astonishing that such a delicate lady, who seemed untouched by the rigors of daily life, would personally prepare breakfast for him. In life, there exist 3 grand illusions: the belief that one can enter without locking the door, the notion of a successful counterattack, and the conviction that she likes me. Zhang Yuan felt he had fallen prey to the latter. However, he dared not confirm it. After all, what if his assumptions were merely one-sided? That would lead to an incredibly awkward situation, perhaps even jeopardizing their friendship. After a bout of playful banter, the clock struck 9 in the morning. With only half an hour until the market opened, Zhang Yuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Never one to concern himself with current affairs, he was unaware that Hongyun Technology Group had announced a significant positive development the previous evening. All of his assets were invested there. If the system's predictions proved inaccurate, everything would be lost. At 9:15, the pre-market bidding commenced. Zhang Yuan fixated on the display screen, his palms sweating profusely. Time ticked away, and at 9:30, the market officially opened. Upon seeing the results displayed, he exhaled deeply, wanting nothing more than to proclaim, "The system is remarkable." Without any doubt, the stock of Hongyun Technology Group surged directly to its limit. "See, I didn't deceive you, did I?" Lu Shuiyo approached, seemingly indifferent to whether the stocks rose or fell. In her heart, she preferred a slight decline. However, witnessing Zhang Yuan's exhilaration stirred her emotions. "Really?" She leaned closer to the monitor, astonished by the surge displayed on the screen. "Zhang Yuan, How did you predict this stock's performance? It was all red just a moment ago. I mentioned it before, based on years of experience, he replied, a hint of pride in his voice. When have I ever doubted you? I have always believed in you, she countered. As the subject of trust arose, Zhang Yuan refrained from arguing. Lu Shuiyo's faith in him was unwavering and absolute. Let me calculate today's unrealized gains. Over 30 million. And that's just for today? If tomorrow mirrors this performance, we could see over 33 million. Isn't that astounding? Lu Shuiyo pursed her lips and inquired, how long do you plan to hold? Let us assess the trends further. Given today's performance, a significant surge is likely in the near future, perhaps even several times over. Now you can report back to your father, he teased. I have no need to report to him. But you, I never anticipated your insight would be this sharp, she remarked, her gaze reflecting a mixture of emotions. Deep down, she wished Zhang Yuan were not so exceptional. To her, if his predictions were so precise, even without her assistance in capital, he would thrive in the stock market. Talented individuals shine wherever they go. Lu Shuiyo would have preferred Zhang Yuan to be an unremarkable young man, one she could support for a lifetime. At 11 in the morning, Zhang Yuan casually checked his phone, teasing Lu Shuiyo as time flew by. Do you have any other plans today? She asked eagerly. Having made so much money, let me treat you to a meal. What do you say? I'm easygoing, since the stocks have hit their ceiling. There's no need for me to keep a watchful eye. Where shall we dine? Zhang Yuan initially thought of settling for a company meal, but with Lu Shuiyo's offer, he found no reason to decline. However, the question of where to eat left Lu Shuiyo in a quandary. The place she most desired had already been visited the day before, and she lacked interest in other restaurants. You decide, I'll take care of the bill. Zhang Yuan glanced at the thermos that had previously held porridge and suggested, how about we go to your place? I can cook for you and let you experience my culinary skills. My dishes are sure to compete with those of any young lady. Lu Shuiyo immediately brightened. That sounds wonderful. Let us go? With their plans settled, the two left the venture capital company, clearly unconcerned about the company's regulations, which evidently did not apply to Lu Shuiyo. Her residence was nearby, a mere few minutes' walk away. Upon entering, they found two pairs of slippers neatly arranged on the shoe rack, one large and one small. Lu Shuiyo's face flushed, and she hurriedly explained, my father occasionally comes over. Zhang Yuan glanced at the pair of men's slippers, still in their packaging, revealing the absurdity of her fib. And this cigarette? Is it also left by your father? Zhang Yuan pointed to a premium cigarette brand atop the shoe cabinet. Lu Shuiyo steeled herself and replied, yes. But my father hasn't visited in a long time. If this cigarette stays here too long, I'm afraid it will become damp. You might as well smoke it. It would be a pity to throw it away. Zhang Yuan, not one to refuse, promptly unwrapped the packaging. You don't mind if I smoke in your home, do you? No, it's fine. Feel free. Zhang Yuan refrained from lighting up, given the air conditioning running in the room. He thought it prudent to exercise some caution. He began to speculate about who the shoes and cigarettes were intended for, the illusion that she had an affection for him becoming increasingly evident. Upon entering, Zhang Yuan surveyed the apartment, surprised to find it was merely a 30-square-meter space. The decor was quite simple, featuring a modern style predominantly in shades of gray and white. Although the apartment was small, it was impeccably tidy, with the gray floor tiles spotless. Zhang Yuan quipped, I didn't expect you to live in such a compact place. I have an 800-square-meter flat in Binjiang Garden, but it feels too large, and I get a bit scared staying there alone at night, Lu Shuiyo remarked, glancing around her small abode. It's so tiny that you can see the entire interior from the sofa downstairs. Listening to her rather ostentatious remarks, Zhang Yuan felt it was best to remain silent. Some might not reside in such mansions, but that didn't mean they didn't exist. Unlike his own situation of being confined to a rented room, Lu Shuiyo led Zhang Yuan up to the second floor, diligently providing a tour. Upon seeing the pink bedding and curtains, Zhang Yuan chuckled. Ah, such a girlish touch. Lu Shuiyo huffed, if you laugh again, I want to talk to you. Since you adore pink so much, why did you choose a black car? The black paint doesn't cost extra. It's simply more commanding and visually appealing. You're just talking nonsense. Who would believe that? Believe it or not, it's your prerogative. The black Panamera was purchased by Lu Shuiyo upon her return to the country, and the choice of color stemmed solely from Zhang Yuan's previous comment about his fondness for black cars. A casual remark made long ago seemed etched in her very being, leading her to select that color without a second thought when buying her vehicle. Returning to the first floor, Lu Shuiyo opened the refrigerator. You choose what to cook. I genuinely can't. Zhang Yuan surveyed the refrigerator, brimming with vegetables, meat, and eggs, and exclaimed, "Please don't tell me this is all your own doing." Of course not. I don't even know where the nearest market is. My father hired 2 aunts for me. One cooks, and the other buys groceries. All of this is their handiwork. Indeed, the lives of the affluent remain remarkably unpretentious. Should one not consider hiring a personal team for assistance? Wealth truly alleviates 99 troubles, and regarding the remaining one, possessing even more wealth can also serve as a remedy. Zhang Yuan retrieved a piece of beef brisket and 2 potatoes from the refrigerator and proceeded to the kitchen. Over the years, he had honed his culinary skills to perfection. With the sounds of clattering utensils, a delectable dish soon emerged from the stove. Lu Shuiyo watched intently, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Chapter 19. A Stroll Through the Night Market. Taste this potato stew with beef. Zhang Yuan presented the dish at the table, offering a pair of chopsticks. Lu Shuiyo, already salivating, quickly picked up a piece of beef and popped it into her mouth. Take your time. Be careful, it's hot. This is so delicious, Zhang Yuan. You are truly amazing. It surpasses anything my aunt prepares. Regardless of whether this was mere flattery, Zhang Yuan felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Simultaneously, a certain figure from the past flashed through his mind. Last year, he had taken Zhao Xiaolin to his rental apartment and prepared the same dish, eagerly awaiting her praise. However, her response was frigid. This tastes far inferior to what one finds in a restaurant. How can one possibly eat this rubbish? At that moment, he genuinely believed the fault lay with him. It was only now, witnessing Lu Shuiyo devour the meal with such enthusiasm, that he comprehended the truth. It was not that his cooking paled in comparison to that of the restaurants. It was simply that his standing in her heart was not on par. Zhang Yuan, how did you make this taste so good? Lu Shuiyo inquired suddenly during the meal. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. With practice over 2.5 years, you'll master it. That sounds wonderful. Please come over every day. I'll forego my aunt's cooking. I can come when I have time, but I cannot make any guarantees, Zhang Yuan replied somewhat reluctantly, aware that he was already in a relationship. Spending every day at Lu Shuiyo's place felt inappropriate. Yet, seeing the earnest expectation in her eyes, he found it difficult to refuse. Yes, I promise to learn diligently. In the afternoon, the two sat on the sofa, watching television. Zhang Yuan could hardly recall the last time he had watched it. It had been years. Occasionally glancing at it proved to be quite entertaining. However, the extent to which this amusement was connected to the person beside him was unclear. After an hour or two, Lu Shuiyo, drowsy, unknowingly leaned her head against Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Breathing in the fragrant scent of her hair, he felt his thoughts drift further afield. At this moment, he was almost certain of one thing. Her affection for him was no mere illusion. Setting aside previous events, the simple fact of her applying makeup, donning a beautiful dress, and inviting him home to tour her private bedroom was indicative. A girl would never behave this way towards an ordinary classmate. A woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. Alongside the casually placed gentleman's slippers and cigarettes, various elements coalesce, rendering the answer unmistakably clear. To assert that Zhang Yuan harbors no feelings for Lu Shuiyo would be disingenuous. After all, she was once the object of his dreams. It is impossible to remain indifferent to her allure, particularly as Lu Shuiyo possesses an exquisite beauty that is utterly captivating. Gazing upon her delicate visage, Zhang Yuan feels an overwhelming urge to kiss her. Despite Lu Shuiyo's privileged background, she bears none of the haughtiness typically associated with affluent young ladies. Their interactions are devoid of any pressure. Yet, one cannot overlook Ning Yue, who is equally remarkable. Just yesterday, he had fervently discussed future aspirations with her. Now, however, he finds himself drawn to another woman, and Zhang Yuan is not so heartless as to betray Ning Yue in such a manner. In a fleeting moment, a thought of wanting both women crosses his mind. After all, that would leave no room for regret. However, he swiftly dismisses this notion. Both Ning Yue and Lu Shuiyo are treasures that one cannot simply acquire without immense fortune. Securing either of them is an extraordinary feat, let alone both. Unless one were to engage in deceit and master the art of time management, but that would surely render him a scoundrel. With great care, Zhang Yuan gently assists Lu Shuiyo in settling down, draping a light blanket over her. Regardless of whether she can hear him, he whispers softly, "I shall take my leave now. We will meet again tomorrow." He then stealthily exits the apartment. Upon hearing the door click shut, Lu Shuiyo opens her eyes. staring blankly in the direction of Zhang Yuan's departure. At around 6 in the evening, Zhang Yuan drives to the financial university. You're back again, aren't you? This seems never-ending. Upon seeing the 2 packets of heaven and earth in his hand, Wang Dage's tone shifts. My nephew works in the logistics department. I'll arrange a pass for you in a couple of days, and you'll have unrestricted access from then on. Zhang Yuan replies with a smile. Thank you very much, sir. Arriving at the base of dormitory 3, Zhang Yuan makes a phone call. Yue, what are you up to? I'm studying in the dorm. What about you, senior? Her voice conveys a hint of excitement. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Not yet. It's too hot to eat anything. Come down. I'll take you out for dinner. Oh, senior, have you come to school? You'll find out when you come down. In less than a minute. Ning Yue rushes down, her breath quickened and beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Why are you running? I'm not going anywhere. She shyly replies. I didn't want to keep you waiting. Zhang Yuan takes out a tissue to gently wipe the sweat from her face before opening the passenger door of his new sports car. Where shall we go? Anywhere you desire. Just tell me what you wish to eat. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Yue suggested, how about we visit the Honda night market? I've heard from classmates that it is quite lively in the evening, and I've been eager to see it for a while. All right, let's go there. The evening rush hour in Shanghai City was exceptionally congested. Despite the journey being less than 10 kilometers, it took over half an hour to traverse. It perfectly illustrated the essence of urban driving, where all are equal. Even the most high-performing vehicles could only advance at a snail's pace. Upon arriving at the night market, finding a parking spot proved to be another daunting challenge. The parking spaces along the street were already filled to capacity, leaving no room to spare. However, near a spicy hot pot stall at the entrance of the market, they seemed to spot an available space. Zhang Yuan drove closer, but as they approached, Ning Yue murmured, "Whose car is this parked here? How inconsiderate." A Mercedes was haphazardly parked, occupying more than 2 spots. With no other options, Zhang Yuan decided to park behind the Mercedes, ensuring he did not completely block it, leaving a gap sufficient for a driver of average skill to maneuver out. After securing the car, he took Ning Yue's hand and headed towards the night market. It was now past 7, and darkness was gradually enveloping the sky. The market was alive with vibrant lights, and the sounds of lively music filled the air. The atmosphere was bustling with people. Zhang Yuan grasped her hand tightly, joking, "Hold on tight. If I get abducted by a bad guy, you'll be entirely responsible." Ning Yue chuckled softly, "Don't worry, I won't let you get taken." Chapter 20. I'll compensate for what I break upon arriving at the night market. Zhang Yuan found himself at a loss amidst the myriad of delectable snacks. Ning Yue was equally indecisive, allowing Zhang Yuan to lead her through the throng. The mere act of wandering hand in hand with him rendered the choice of food inconsequential. This sensation of weaving through the crowd while holding hands reminded her of a line from poetry, "Holding your hand, growing old together." Just as she was lost in this delightful reverie, Zhang Yuan bluntly interrupted, "Did you bring money? You know, I can barely afford a 6 yuan spicy hot pot right now." "I brought it all with me," Ning Yue replied, seemingly unaware of the 6 yuan hot pot joke, but catching the mention of spicy hot pot. She then suggested, "Senior, shall we have some spicy hot pot? I've heard it's tasty and affordable." Hearing her say this, Zhang Yuan felt a pang of sympathy for her. She had only heard of the inexpensive hot pot and likely hadn't experienced many of the typical student meals. "All right, let's go." They retraced their steps to the spicy hot pot stall where they had parked earlier, selected a few items, and sat down. "Where's your hometown?" Zhang Yuan inquired. "Nanzhou County, a small place you probably wouldn't know," Ning Yue replied. Unbeknownst to her, traveling westward for approximately 1,000 kilometers may seem a considerable distance. However, given the convenience of modern transportation, it is quite manageable. Ning Yue's expression darkened slightly. While transportation may be accessible, it has been over 2 years since I last returned home. Do you wish to go back? Ning Yue nodded before quickly shaking her head. "I do not. Whenever you wish to return, just call on me, and I shall accompany you." That day, Zhang Yuan gleaned some insights about Ning Yue's family situation from Sister Zhang at the CAF. Her father had passed away, and her mother was indifferent to her plight. Even so, when discussing this matter, there was no trace of bitterness in her eyes. Ning Yue had embarked on her academic journey quite early. At merely 19 years of age, who among young blossoms would not yearn for home? Perhaps the high cost of train tickets was one of the reasons for her absence. "Senior, thank you. I am your boyfriend. It is only natural." Moments later, the proprietor placed 2 bowls of spicy hot pot on the table. "I do not relish meat. Please indulge yourself, senior, and do not let it go to waste. Ning Yue transferred the meat from her bowl to Zhang Yuan's, opting instead for vegetables and vermicelli. Senior, I will fetch some water. Ning Yue grabbed 2 disposable cups and stepped aside. Upon her return, she accidentally collided with a passerby, causing some water to spill onto the individual's clothing. Watch where you're going. Are you blind? Do you have any idea how expensive this outfit is? Ning Yue repeatedly apologized. I am truly sorry. It was unintentional. Upon noticing Ning Yue's demeanor, the aggrieved individual, a heavily made-up woman, sneered, "Oh, isn't this Ning Yue from our school? What a rare occasion to see you dining out. Tell me, how much are you prepared to compensate?" Zhang Yuan turned around to see a woman named Cheng Qingqing berating Ning Yue, her arm linked with a robust man's, her attitude brimming with arrogance. "Cheng Qingqing, what do you want?" Zhang Yuan interjected. "It was merely a splash of water. There is no need for such hostility." Cheng Qingqing continued her tirade. "What do you mean by hostility? You clumsily spilled water and expect an apology to suffice? Is this your boyfriend? He hardly looks the part, just a pretty face. If you lack funds, why not have him pay for you? But from the looks of him, he probably can't spare much. Dining on a few dollars worth of spicy hot pot hardly paints a picture of affluence. If you're short on cash, perhaps you should stay home instead of roaming the streets." Ning Yue retorted coldly, "Do not push your luck." "Push my luck? Where am I overstepping? Am I not merely stating the truth?" Cheng Qingqing scoffed, her face a mask of disdain. "You project an air of superiority, yet in the end, you still seek a man's validation. Who are you trying to impress?" At that moment, Zhang Yuan, who had been silent, set down his chopsticks. He slowly rose, positioning himself protectively in front of Ning Yue, casting a cold gaze at Cheng Qingqing. "Whether it was intentional or not, what difference does it make? Dare to speak again, and you will regret it." Zhang Yuan stands at an impressive height of 1.8 meters. Though not exceptionally muscular, he exudes a formidable presence when upright. His austere demeanor, coupled with piercing eyes, momentarily intimidates Cheng Qingqing, rendering her hesitant to speak further. Yet, she is unwilling to retreat without a fight. The thought of being frightened away by Ning Yue's boyfriend and losing face at school is unbearable. She shifts her gaze to the man beside her and exclaims, "Lu Yang, have you become mute?" Lu Yang, standing at around 1.75 meters, possesses a muscular physique that far surpasses Zhang Yuan's. Upon hearing Cheng Qingqing's words, he steps forward, glaring menacingly at Zhang Yuan. "Hey, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I won't take you down? My boyfriend is on the city sports team. Taking down a pretty boy like you is no challenge at all." Cheng Qingqing, with an air of arrogance, continues, "You two coming here to beg for my forgiveness is already generous enough. Not demanding compensation should be seen as mercy." At that moment, Ning Yue gently tugged at Zhang Yuan's sleeve, whispering, "Senior, let it go. Don't stoop to their level." The owner of the spicy hot pot stall rushed over, urging, "Let us discuss this calmly. There's no need to ruin the atmosphere. We're all young. There's no conflict we can't resolve. To me, this is a trivial matter." He then turned to Zhang Yuan, advising, "Listen to me, my friend. Sometimes it's best to endure for a moment of peace. The late-night food street is just like this. Even a minor commotion can attract a crowd." In less than a minute, a throng of onlookers encircled the stall, chattering away. "What is happening? It looks like a fight is brewing. That scrawny guy is in for trouble. Their physiques are on completely different levels. I doubt it will escalate. Wise men don't fight over trivial matters." These murmurs reached Zhang Yuan's ears. In the past, he might have chosen to swallow his pride, unable to withstand any disruption in his life. But now, things have changed. With the support of his brother, how could he allow himself to be bullied? It is clear that the other party is being unreasonable over a trivial issue, expecting him to back down and seek peace. That was simply unacceptable. The worst that could happen is financial compensation. With money, he believed he could secure a settlement. If necessary, he could even liquidate some stocks to settle this matter today. Zhang Yuan addressed the stall owner, "I will pay for any damages." Upon hearing this, Cheng Qingqing's bravado returned, and she taunted, "What's this? Pretty boy, do you really dare to make a move? Go ahead, try hitting me." Slap. A resounding slap struck her face. "Ah!" Cheng Qingqing stood there, stunned, letting out a piercing scream. Chapter 21. "Bro, step aside. I'm getting in the car. How dare you hit me? I will kill you." Cheng Qingqing, like a shrew, lunged at Zhang Yuan with fury. Slap. Another resounding slap landed, leaving her utterly dazed. The 2 slaps inflicted minimal harm, yet bore a profound insult. Under the gaze of onlookers, Cheng Qingqing felt utterly humiliated, crouching on the ground with her face concealed. Lu Yang, still in disbelief, could not fathom that Zhang Yuan had truly dared to strike. Regaining his composure, he glared at Zhang Yuan, gritting his teeth, and exclaimed, "You are courting death." In response, Zhang Yuan seized a beer bottle from the table, pointing it menacingly at Lu Yang's head, warning him that any movement would result in a grievous blow. Zhang Yuan had never been one to play by the rules. His history was rife with brawls during high school and university. He understood that in the presence of a ferocious adversary, the only recourse was to be even more ruthless. If he chose to strike, it would be with the intent to instill doubt and fear in his opponent. The current situation dictated that if Lu Yang dared to step closer, the beer bottle would come crashing down without hesitation. Confronted with Zhang Yuan's terrifying gaze, Lu Yang felt the weight of fear. This man was formidable. He hesitated to retaliate, paralyzed by the dread of the bottle striking him. Though Lu Yang was robust, he harbored a fundamentally timid nature. He often bullied the meek under the guise of his athletic stature, but quickly crumbled when faced with genuine threat. He extended his hands in surrender, his words faltering. "Let us discuss this calmly." Cheng Qingqing, wide-eyed with disbelief, retorted, "Are you truly afraid? Lu Yang, have you lost your masculinity?" He helped her to her feet and leaned in to whisper, "This man is a thug. There's no need to confront him head-on. If he gets provoked, what if he pulls a knife? He's merely a penniless wretch, capable of anything. Such incidents are not unheard of. I believe it's wiser to endure for now and strategize." Gradually, Cheng Qingqing calmed down, casting a resentful glance at Zhang Yuan, choosing not to argue further. Although she had endured 2 slaps, her life was far more precious than that. "Should we call the police?" she inquired. "What for? You instigated this, and besides, you haven't suffered any real harm, just a bruised ego. Even if the police arrive, it will simply be a matter of mediation, and the humiliation will be unbearable. Do you expect me to allow those 2 slaps to go unanswered? Absolutely not. Rest assured, I will reach out to my contacts to teach him a lesson," Lu Yang declared. Upon hearing this, Cheng Qingqing felt slightly reassured. Zhang Yuan, having listened to their banter for some time, coldly interjected, "If you're too afraid to act, then leave. You're merely a nuisance here. Don't think for a moment that I am intimidated. You will see in due time." After delivering his menacing words, Lu Yang took Cheng Qingqing by the arm, leading her away. Once they retreated into the crowd, maintaining a distance of several meters from Zhang Yuan, Cheng Qingqing, still fuming, halted and remarked, "Ning Yue, I can't believe you have resorted to associating with a penniless thug. What a disgrace. Want school resumes? I will ensure the entire campus is aware of this incident. Let us see if you can still face anyone here." Having uttered these words, she felt a semblance of vindication, linking her arm with Lu Yang as they sauntered away, her spirits somewhat lifted. Moments later, the woman's voice resonated once more. "Who is this? How dare they stop their car and block my boyfriend's Mercedes?" She emphasized the word Mercedes with exaggerated clarity, as if to assert her pride in having a partner who drives such a prestigious vehicle, while dismissing Ning Yue's boyfriend as merely a petty thug. This singular incident seemed to restore all the dignity she had lost previously. Whose car is this, anyway? They didn't even leave a contact number. How inconsiderate. Some onlookers, unable to contain themselves, remarked, "Isn't it possible to back it out? It's not completely blocked. Indeed, there was ample space behind. It wouldn't be difficult to maneuver. You could simply reverse it. I'll guide you and ensure you get out effortlessly." Upon hearing this, Cheng Qingqing became even more irate, planting her hands on her hips and exclaiming, "Do you have any idea how expensive my boyfriend's Mercedes is? If it gets scratched, will you pay for the damages?" The bystanders merely chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to engage further. A discerning observer could easily tell that the Mercedes was occupying 2 parking spaces, while the Porsche, though parked poorly, had no intention of blocking her vehicle. Why meddle in someone else's business? "Hey, whose car is this? Is the owner present? If they don't show up soon, I might just vandalize it." Although Cheng Qingqing recognized the Porsche emblem, she was unaware of its specific model and could not discern the differences in trim levels. She mistakenly assumed it was priced similarly to Lu Yang's Mercedes. An astute observer shot her a scornful glance and taunted, "The car you're threatening to damage is worth $3 million. Can you really afford to pay for repairs when your own car is only worth $200,000 or $300,000? Why are you concerned? Perhaps the owner has the means to cover it." another chimed in. Honestly, I've never seen such an expensive car get vandalized. As the crowd witnessed the unfolding conflict. Despite Cheng Qingqing having received a couple of slaps, she garnered no sympathy from the onlookers. The situation was trivial, yet she insisted on escalating it, unyielding in her indignation. Having a bit of wealth made her arrogant, and thus, receiving a beating seemed well-deserved. Consequently, the crowd showed no mercy, relishing the drama. Upon hearing their remarks, Cheng Qingqing's earlier bravado began to wane. A 3 million yuan vehicle, even a minor scratch would be beyond her means to compensate. Just imagine the wealth of someone who could afford such a car. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan, having settled the bill, approached Ning Yue. Upon hearing Cheng Qingqing's earlier bluster, he maintained a stoic expression and remarked, "Stop with the empty threats. Why don't you actually take action? Why are you here again? One day, I will return those slaps. Don't celebrate too soon." Though Cheng Qingqing felt a twinge of fear towards Zhang Yuan, she refused to concede defeat and muttered, "It's not your car. What business is it of yours? You clearly haven't experienced much in life. Why flaunt someone else's vehicle? Look at you. With that pitiful appearance. Do you even recognize what kind of car this is?" By now, Zhang Yuan had come to realize that she was a woman devoid of intellect. A lunatic who wished to take a bite out of everyone she encountered. He could hardly muster the energy for another word of conversation. With a smirk, he approached Lu Yang, who was bent over the Porsche's window, searching for a phone number. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan, Lu Yang instinctively took a few steps back. "What do you want? I assure you, I am not afraid of you. Move aside, I need to get in the car." Lu Yang was momentarily bewildered, frozen in place. Zhang Yuan then produced the car key and pressed the unlock button. With a click, the Porsche S lights flashed several times, and the doors unlocked. Chapter 22. Private Cinema. It wasn't until Zhang Yuan and Ning Yue drove off in the Porsche that Cheng Qingqing came to her senses. It turned out that all along, the fool had been herself. Ning Yue's boyfriend was far from the impoverished ruffian she had imagined. To afford such an extravagant vehicle, his worth must be substantial, far beyond her own social standing. As for revenge, that notion had dissipated. With such wealth, he would likely not even consider troubling her. Yet, a sense of bitterness lingered. Why was it that Ning Yue, emerging from a rural background, could find such an exceptional partner? Although she herself was not lacking in appearance, she was left with a coward who dared not even raise a hand. In comparison, Lu Yang, who once seemed to possess numerous virtues, now appeared thoroughly insufferable. "Qingqing, shall we return?" Lu Yang gently inquired as he opened the car door. Cheng Qingqing, raising an eyebrow, coldly replied, "If you wish to go back, then go on your own. And where will you go? From this moment forth, we are finished." Inside the Porsche, Ning Yue expressed her regrets. "Senior, I am truly sorry. I have dragged you into this. Had I known, I would not have come here." Ning Yue realized that Cheng Qingqing was approaching her. In another scenario, this incident might have passed without consequence. Why apologize to me? That madwoman deserves her comeuppance. Besides, I have not suffered any loss. Zhang Yuan drove with one hand while the other rested on her leg. "By the way, she never bullied you before, did she?" "No. I was always accompanied by my roommate when I went out. As for verbal sparring, my roommate is quite formidable. She has never lost a verbal battle." Ning Yue sighed. "I have never provoked her. Why does she insist on making my life difficult? Silly girl, you can only blame your beauty and your excessive innocence. Not only is she envious of you, but she also takes advantage of your gentleness." Zhang Yuan grasped her hand and continued, "Remember, if you encounter such individuals again, retaliate immediately. If words fail, do not hesitate to resort to physical means, using any handy weapon at your disposal. Do not fear causing injury. I will always have your back. After all, if you are hurt, it pains me too. Senior, why did you not appear sooner? If it had appeared sooner, perhaps I would not have encountered you. Yet, it is not too late now." With a blush adorning her cheeks, Ning Yue softly murmured, "Then, Senior, could you please drive carefully? You might get distracted." "Oh, I was lost in thought and didn't pay attention," Zhang Yuan replied. After aimlessly wandering the city for a while, Zhang Yuan spotted an available parking space by the roadside and decided to park the car, inviting Ning Yue to join him for a stroll. "Yue, you're not in a hurry to return, are you? Shall we take a leisurely look around?" Ning Yue glanced at the time and replied, "I'm fine. After all, returning home means being alone. What would you like to do then? Shall we shop or find a place to sit? Let us go watch a movie." Ning Yue suggested eagerly, taking Zhang Yuan's hand with a hopeful expression. "I have never been to a cinema. I simply haven't had the time." "Sounds good. With joy, she opened a group buying app to search for nearby cinemas. Senior, why are some cinema tickets so expensive while others are quite cheap? Zhang Yuan looked over and noticed a listing for a cinema called Huitu Private Cinema, where the prices were astonishingly high, 398 yuan per session. Zhang Yuan chuckled, already aware of the underlying scheme. What is so funny? It seems like a small cinema. What movie could possibly cost this much? Isn't that highway robbery? Haha, didn't you see that they offer companionship services? They show all sorts of inconsequential films. The high price is for the company of the girls. Ning Yue remained perplexed, questioning, but that shouldn't be the case. Why should it cost 400 yuan for just an hour or two? It's merely a girl accompanying you to chat. What if the girl provides other services? What other services could a cinema possibly offer? Ning Yue suddenly realized something, covering her mouth in astonishment. Could it be that? It seems you're not entirely oblivious. Just feel around. The owners of these private cinemas are quite creative, always finding ways to attract customers. Ning Yue still found it hard to accept, softly murmuring, Isn't that crossing a line? How could a proper cinema operate like this? In this era, people mock poverty, but not vice. There are myriad borderline industries you aren't aware of. Ning Yue shot a sidelong glance at Zhang Yuan, asking, Senior, with your vast knowledge, you haven't actually experienced this, have you? What are you saying? I am a person of integrity. Why would I visit such places? Zhang Yuan asserted, though he had indeed never been to such establishments. His knowledge stemmed from past conversations with former colleagues. Why don't we experience it ourselves? Generally speaking, private cinemas offer a better environment than ordinary ones, with enhanced privacy. Senior, Zhang Yuan tapped her forehead lightly, saying, Where are your thoughts wandering? I would certainly take you to a legitimate private cinema. Realizing her overthinking, Ning Yue felt her ears flush. Soon, they found a reasonably priced private cinema on the group buying app, charging 78 yuan per session, and it was only a short walk of a few hundred meters away. The cinema is located on the second floor of a street-facing building, covering a modest area of merely 1 or 200 square meters, partitioned into several small private rooms. Good evening. Welcome to our private cinema, greeted the owner, a woman in her 30s, with warmth as Zhang Yuan and his companion entered. After a brief conversation, she led them into a small booth. If you require anything, please press the button beside your seats. I won't disturb you further. Enjoy your movie. After they selected their film, the woman exited with a hint of flirtation in her smile. The booth measures only 7 or 8 square meters. A large silver screen adorns one wall, while a cozy two-seater sofa occupies the center. There are no other furnishings. Regarding the film, the private cinema lacks the latest releases, so they opted for an old classic from several years ago, You Are the Apple of My Eye. As the movie was about to commence, the lights dimmed completely. Suddenly, the booth was enveloped in darkness, soon illuminated by the projector casting light upon the screen, bringing a faint glow to the otherwise pitch-black room. Before long, Ning Yue felt her hand firmly grasped. Her heart raced, the heavy breaths beside her rendering the film unwatchable. Zhang Yuan then wrapped his arms around her slender waist, the warmth of his touch causing her to involuntarily shiver. Senior, I love you too. Senior, may we watch the movie? Ning Yue softly pleaded. You focus on your film, and I shall not interfere. We are here. Simply watching a movie would be a tremendous waste, Zhang Yuan mused. Although he had never experienced the borderline services of a private cinema, he felt that sharing intimate moments with his girlfriend during a film was hardly excessive. He leaned in to kiss her again, her slightly tousled hair brushing against his face, tickling him. Senior, although Ning Yue relished the moment, it was apparent that this was not the appropriate time. Clinging to the remnants of her reason, she intermittently voiced her refusals. Fear not, I shall not pressure you, he assured her. Just as she began to breathe a sigh of relief, Zhang Yuan shifted closer, his left hand encircling her neck, drawing her into a tight embrace. The roughness of his palm caressed her delicate cheek. Yue, I love you. In this dimly lit sanctuary, devoid of the brightness of a school dormitory, her fondness and dependence on Zhang Yuan were magnified. Listening to his deep voice, any thought of resistance vanished. His declaration struck the deepest chords of her soul. Though the surround sound system in the small room blared, she could not discern a single word. As their lips met, memories of the night market flashed in her mind, where Zhang Yuan had shielded her with his presence. His silhouette, though not robust, provided a sense of security unparalleled by anyone else. At the tender age of 10, after her father succumbed to illness, she was left to rely solely on her mother and brother. In the village, Children of her age bullied her, taunting her as an orphan without a father. Her mother despised her as a burden and even blamed her for her father's demise. Her younger brother, influenced by their mother, also harbored a negative attitude towards her. She faced exclusion and ridicule, sometimes going a whole day without a meal. Despite her efforts to excel in her studies, she could not escape the fate of being tormented. Her extraordinary beauty attracted the envy of women at school. Seeing her lack of connections, they sought every opportunity to undermine her. In the past, she endured the injustices in silence until Zhang Yuan appeared. She remembered every word he had spoken that day. Now that I am your boyfriend, it is my responsibility. I will fulfill all your unachieved wishes and make amends for any past regrets. As she reflected on his words, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Zhang Yuan, alarmed, raised his head and said, Yue, if you don't like me, I won't kiss you. Please don't cry. Ning Yue did not respond. Instead, she tightly embraced Zhang Yuan's neck and pressed her lips against his. Surprised by her initiative, Zhang Yuan released his inhibitions and reciprocated passionately. After a brief moment, Ning Yue, slightly panicked, said, Senior, not here. Then where can we go? To a hotel? Zhang Yuan intended to tease her to ease her tension. However, Ning Yue nodded and whispered, Okay. Upon hearing her acquiescence, Zhang Yuan realized her intentions. He was not a paragon of virtue. He could not feign disinterest when the girl clearly had feelings for him. His past lack of interest in Zhao Xiaolin was merely because she had never given him a chance. Let us not linger here. Let us go. Subsequently, Ning Yue stood up to tidy her disheveled clothing and followed Zhang Yuan out of the private cinema. They found a nearby chain hotel where the room rates were modest. A standard double room costing just over 200 for the night. By the way, do you have your ID? Ning Yue hesitated, saying, Yes, I brought it. Then let's check in. The room was on the 8th floor, and they took the elevator up. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Zhang Yuan took Ning Yue's hand and hurried to room 8110. Senior, At this critical moment, Ning Yue felt nervous again. The decision made in the private cinema had been impulsive, and now, with the cool breeze outside, her mind cleared. Zhang Yuan, unusually serious, said, Yue, if you don't wanna, we don't have to stay. However, after a brief hesitation, she shook her head. Despite her nerves, she felt no regret. Having acknowledged the existence of Zhang Yuan, the day of reckoning was inevitable. Whether it arrived a day sooner or later made little difference. Upon entering the room and securing the door, all the cacophony from outside was abruptly silenced. Ning Yue could even hear Zhang Yuan's rapid breaths. Senior, she began to speak, only to be enveloped in his embrace. Her mind ceased to function, and gazing into his eyes, which shimmered like autumn waters, she tenderly confessed, Senior, I love you too. An hour later, with her enchanting eyes fixed on Zhang Yuan, she gently parted her lips. Senior, I shall be yours from now on. Oh, so you're claiming me now? Let me remind you, you must take responsibility for me. She playfully pouted, her delicate fist landing softly against his chest. Zhang Yuan held her close and replied earnestly, Silly girl, my prior words hold true. I shall make you the happiest person in the world. Ning Yue nodded slightly, her gaze brimming with affection. At that moment, the phone on the bedside table rang. I believe with all my heart, it is you who supports me from behind. Walking alongside me, gazing at the rising sun, and listening to the returning birds, Zhang Yuan felt an inexplicable anxiety. There were few left who would call him, and Lu Shuiyo was among them. Chapter 24. After all, such stringent activation conditions cannot simply dismiss oneself. However, it was Ning Yue who picked up the phone. Xie Qian, why are you calling so late? From the other end, Xie Qian's voice echoed. Wei Wei, I want to be returning to the dormitory tonight. Please ensure you lock the doors and windows tightly. Be safe. Concerned, Ning Yue replied, Is something wrong? Has someone bullied you? No, just a minor family issue. I returned home this morning and will come back tomorrow. Oh, that's a relief. I thought. What did you think? That I was ensnared by some wealthy suitor? Xie Qian retorted playfully. The one capable of winning me over has yet to appear. Well, about you. Enough of that. Get some rest. After hanging up, Ning Yue felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Here she was, nestled in Zhang Yuan's arms. Yet still needing her friend's concern, it was truly mortifying. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Your roommate genuinely cares for you. Indeed, she is the best person to me aside from you. Senior, I'll introduce you to her later, although she may have some misconceptions about you. Currently, Zhang Yuan was in a state of contemplation. harboring little interest in other women. We can discuss that later. By the way, why did you change your ringtone to this? Doesn't T Senior like it? I can change it to something else. Not at all, I certainly do like it. Now let us rest. Ning Yue buried her head against Zhang Yuan's chest, still enveloped in an aura of disbelief. Having known Zhang Yuan for only a few days and having met him merely a handful of times, why did she so readily surrender her body? She was not someone who took such matters lightly. The following morning, after freshening up, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Ning Yue, I need to step out for some errands. Will you remain here or return to school? Although Ning Yue was reluctant to part ways, she understood that her career was paramount. I'll head back to school. Very well, I shall escort you. The two then checked out of their room and drove towards the university. During the journey, Ning Yue even took the time to buy breakfast for Zhang Yuan, reminding him not to forget to eat. Observing her considerate nature, Zhang Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. At present, he had no power or influence. In truth, he possessed little to nothing. Even the cost of the hotel room had been covered by Ning Yue. Yet, she never expressed disdain, treating him with utmost kindness. Half an hour later, they arrived at the financial university. Upon seeing the Porsche, Old Wang did not even inquire and simply opened the barrier to let them through. The car came to a stop beneath dormitory building number 3. Yue, given your current condition, would you like me to inform the dormitory supervisor so I can assist you upstairs? It's fine, a few steps won't trouble me. Just take it slow, Ning Yue urged. Senior, you should attend to your matters quickly. All right, if you miss me, just give me a call. Just as he was about to enter the car, Ning Yue embraced him tightly. Senior, promise me one thing. No matter what happens, you must never abandon me, all right? I promise you. With your beauty, only a fool would forsake you. MHM. After a brief embrace, Ning Yue turned to walk back to her dormitory, glancing back every few steps. Zhang Yuan checked the time and hurriedly made his way to Financial Street. It was 10 in the morning when he finally arrived at Huitong Venture Capital Company. Pushing open the door, he found Lu Shuio pouting behind her computer. I'm late today, due to some matters. How has the stock price fared? I haven't checked. Since you're not concerned, why should I be in a rush? Lu Shuio replied, visibly annoyed. Sister, I've only got over 2 million. How much do you have? 300 million. That is not my concern. Lu Shuio remained irritable, and it was understandable. Zhang Yuan had shown up before 8 the previous day, leading her to believe he would arrive at the same time today. She had risen early, reaching the office by 7, only to wait 3 hours for Zhang Yuan's arrival. Naturally, she was a bit cross. All right, it's my fault. I'll apologize. Oof, Zhang Yuan chuckled. How about I come to your place at noon to teach you how to cook? Lu Shuio's mood shifted from anger to delight. You'd better keep your word. No backing out. I absolutely will not. Zhang Yuan was bemused by his own behavior. Despite knowing Lu Shuio harbored feelings for him, he could not help but gravitate toward her. After all, having just shared an intimate moment with Ning Yue, it would be prudent to maintain a certain distance. However, the moment Lu Shuio playfully pouted, he found himself unable to resist. By the way, you haven't had breakfast, have you? I brought some congee. It's been sitting for a while. I wonder if it has cooled down. Gazing into Lu Shuio's expectant eyes, Zhang Yuan opened the thermos and drank it all in one go. It is indeed challenging to bear the grace of a beauty. Even when full, one must persist in indulging. May I take a look at the stocks now? It sounds as if I am withholding that from you. Lu Shuio stood up, relinquishing her seat. Actually, I've already checked. It's quite similar to yesterday. The stock surged and hit the ceiling shortly after opening. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Humph, I want to tell you, especially since you were so late. Zhang Yuan focused his gaze and saw that Hanyun Technology Group had indeed reached its limit. Based on this trend, the system's predictions were remarkably accurate. Henceforth, there was no need to monitor it daily. He merely needed to strategize on how to allocate the 100 million wisely. He felt immense anticipation for the surprises that activating Tongzi Gu would bring him. After all, with such stringent activation conditions, it couldn't be that easy to dismiss himself. Chapter 25. A hands-on cooking lesson. Noticing Zhang Yuan idly lingering in the office, Lu Shuio suggested, why don't you teach me how to cook? Now, it's not even 11 yet. Close enough. Besides, it will take a while on the way back, and if my dish turns out terrible, you'll have to cook again anyway. That seemed quite reasonable. Although Zhang Yuan was currently not in the mood to eat, he nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the small apartment, Lu Shuio tied on an apron and gathered her hair, looking quite the part. However, when it came to actual cooking, Zhang Yuan found himself in a quandary. She didn't know how to select vegetables, could not chop them properly, and was even unfamiliar with the names of various ingredients. The vegetables she attempted to slice ended up in chunky pieces. Indeed, a young lady unaccustomed to manual labor. Could you not slice them thinner? Just keep the knife close together. Look at the potato slices. If thrown, they could knock someone out like a baseball. I was just afraid of cutting myself. Oh, can't you be a little gentler? Lu Shuiyo replied, looking quite pitiful. How about you guide my hands as you demonstrate? All right, I concede. Zhang Yuan moved behind Lu Shuiyo, resting his head on her fragrant shoulder while wrapping his arms around her hands from behind. He pressed the joint of his left middle finger against the blade, advising her not to lift the knife too high and to cut slowly. This way, she would be safe from injury. Lu Shuiyo nodded, appearing to absorb the lesson, though her mind seemed to wander elsewhere. Noticing her distraction, Zhang Yuan quipped, "What's wrong? Haven't you eaten yet? I'm doing all the work here. You need to contribute too." Oh, the robust masculine presence beside her sent a tingling sensation throughout Lu Shuiyo's body, leaving her with little focus on cooking. The ability to wield a knife has already been considered extraordinary. Gradually, Zhang Yuan began to sense something amiss. The exceedingly ambiguous posture, cradling a soft, jade-like figure in his arms, was disconcerting. In the heat of summer, her scant attire allowed him to feel the delicacy of her skin through the thin fabric. Accompanied by the faint, enchanting fragrance emanating from her, he could feel his blood coursing through his veins at an accelerated pace. Zhang Yuan hastily stepped back a few paces, attempting to calm his tumultuous heart. All right, let us proceed as I suggested earlier. You understand, don't you? Not really, Lu Shuiyo replied with unyielding confidence. It's my first time cooking. How could I possibly perfect it immediately? Indeed, one must go through a process of practice. Now, let us try stir-frying some vegetables. Thus, a dish of potato slices stir-fried with meat finally came to fruition. Gazing at the lumpy potato slices and the dark, unappetizing meat, Zhang Yuan silently shook his head. This was surely something even a dog would refuse. However, upon seeing Lu Shuiyo's eager gaze, he felt compelled to pick up a piece of potato and place it in his mouth, only to find that biting down caused his jaw to ache. None of it was cooked through. With a face full of expectation, Lu Shuiyo inquired, "How is it? Does it taste good?" Zhang Yuan, reluctant to dampen the spirits of this young lady cooking for the first time, feigned enthusiasm. "It's all right. It's quite commendable that you managed to create this. Keep at it." "Really? Then you should eat more. My father has never tasted my cooking before." Elated by his praise, Lu Shuiyo beamed and continued to serve him more food. Expressionless, Zhang Yuan consumed the entire plate of potato slices and meat, feeling as though hope had vanished from his life. After the meal, the two settled on the sofa to watch television. Suddenly, Lu Shuiyo asked, "Did you see the messages in the group chat?" "I didn't look. I usually set those groups to do not disturb." A message was just sent out. "There will be a class reunion at the beginning of next month. Are you going?" Zhang Yuan momentarily struggled to comprehend. "Which class group?" Lu Shuiyo shot him a glance. "The one we both belong to." "Which class group do you think I mean?" "I'm not going. I've never been interested in such gatherings, especially one organized by Lu Qingji. In truth, university reunions are held annually at the start of the new academic year." Zhang Yuan had eagerly attended the first one after graduation, only to have a disappointing experience. The classmates he once knew seemed utterly transformed. They either flaunted their jobs or boasted about their incomes, even parading their girlfriends to impress others. What should have been a joyful reunion devolved into a competition, leaving Zhang Yuan, who was struggling at the bottom of the social ladder, utterly disillusioned. Since then, he had ignored the subsequent gatherings and never participated again. Lu Shuiyo subtly inched closer, nudging Zhang Yuan with her elbow. "What? Are you keen to attend?" Lu Shuiyo nodded. "I was abroad during the previous reunions. I couldn't attend. You have no idea how envious I was of you all for being able to meet and converse with our former classmates. At last, an opportunity has arisen, and I genuinely wish to attend. Would you accompany me?" Zhang Yuan hesitated to disclose the true nature of the gathering, fearing it might dishearten her. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that a girl like Lu Shuiyo, who was both beautiful and well-off, would undoubtedly attract the attention of the crowd, becoming the center of admiration. "Why don't you go alone? It's not as though you don't know anyone there." Lu Shuiyo linked her arm with Zhang Yuan's, gently shaking it. "Come with me. It won't take much time. If you don't join, my attendance would hold little significance." Zhang Yuan found it impossible to resist her charming demeanor. Her soft words made his resolve melt away. All right. All right. We shall see when the time comes. Lu Shuio's face lit up with joy. I'll call you on that day. If it gets too dull, we can just take a glance and leave. The two resumed watching television, although Lu Shuio found herself distracted, unable to focus on the program. The thought of attending the class reunion with Zhang Yuan filled her with excitement. How wonderful it would be to define their relationship before the event. Yet, her thoughts wandered further. Despite her clear hints, why did he show no reaction? Could it be that he was already married? However, from their recent interactions, he did not appear to have settled down. Zhang Yuan, may I ask you something? Just as Lu Shuio was about to inquire further, Zhang Yuan's phone rang. I need to take this call. Noticing it was Ning Yue, he instinctively stepped into the kitchen before answering. This action sparked a flicker of suspicion in Lu Shuio's mind. Chapter 26. Making a decision, senior. Have you had lunch yet? Yes, I just finished. How about you? What did you have for lunch? Zhang Yuan, wary of Ning Yue probing into his whereabouts and company, quickly redirected the conversation. He truly did not wish to deceive this innocent girl. Xie Qian is back. She brought me a mountain of food. I'm about to burst. Ning Yue was in high spirits, chattering incessantly. You wouldn't believe what happened yesterday. I haven't even told her yet. To avoid revealing my immobility, I didn't dare get out of bed all morning. I only managed to sneak this call while she was in the bathroom. Senior, I miss you. Zhang Yuan discerned that the last sentence held the most weight. If she were to discover that he was flirting with another woman, it would surely break her heart. A wave of guilt washed over him. He recognized that he could not continue in this manner. Having made a choice, it was time to let one go. Then I'll come find you later. Ning Yue replied shyly, but I'm not sure if my roommate will go out. If you come over, I fear she might scold you. Zhang Yuan chuckled. What does our relationship have to do with her? Let her scold. I'll love you as I please. If she can't stand it, she'll leave. Senior, you remain as irreverent as ever. Just wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuan noticed Lu Shuio on the sofa, staring at him in a daze. He mustered his courage and said, Shuio, I suddenly have something urgent to attend to, so I must take my leave. Please rest at home. Lu Shuio bit her lip and asked, will you still come tomorrow? It's uncertain. Regardless of whether I keep an eye on the stocks, I'll come whenever I have time. Please take care of yourself. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Yuan felt a pang of softness in his heart, but he knew he had to clarify things today. Actually, I have a girlfriend now, the one you saw outside the food stall that day. I'm sorry, Shuio, I cannot let her down. I understand. I saw a photo on your phone just now. She is a beautiful girl. A hint of bitterness crept into Lu Shuio's smile as she asked, if you hadn't met her, would you have liked me? Yes, Zhang Yuan replied without hesitation. He didn't want to deceive himself, even in the current circumstances. He liked Lu Shuio. Upon receiving his affirmative answer, Lu Shuio smiled brightly. All right, you should go now. Don't keep her waiting. Then I'll return your car. Zhang Yuan offered her the keys to the Porsche, but Lu Shuio did not accept them. Even if you have a girlfriend, we still can't avoid seeing each other in the future, right? Besides, I need the car. You can keep it for now. Seeing that Lu Shuio didn't appear too upset, Zhang Yuan felt a slight sense of relief. Okay, Shuio, you're fine. Hurry along now. Zhang Yuan hesitated, sighed softly, and left the apartment. At 2 p.m., he returned to the financial university, employing the same trick to sneak up to the 5th floor. This time, he nearly got caught by the dormitory supervisor, but he managed to escape just in time. Zhang Yuan resolved that after cashing out, the first thing he would do is buy Ning Yue a house. Not only would it be convenient for him, but it would also count towards his accumulated spending, helping him meet the activation conditions as soon as possible. Gently pushing open the door to room 508, he found Ning Yue sitting on her bed, engrossed in a book. Senior, you're here so soon. Ning Yue exclaimed with delight upon seeing Zhang Yuan. He sat down beside the bed and took her small hand in his. I missed you, so I rushed over as quickly as I could. Ning Yue could hardly withstand such charm. His simple words moved her deeply, and she immediately leaped into his embrace. By the way, where's your roommate? Has she gone out again? Yes, she left half an hour ago, saying she had a date. She usually doesn't return until evening. Ning Yue's words were quite tactful, according to Xie Qian's own description. She was out to fish for suitors. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan got up to lock the dormitory door, a mischievous smile on his face. Then let us have a date too. We might as well make ourselves comfortable here. No, let us just chat and read for a bit. We can read later. Let us take a nap first. Without a word, Zhang Yuan climbed into Ning Yue's bed. Yue, come here, I want to hold you while we sleep. Ning Yue initially intended to decline, yet the thought of sharing a bed with the man she adored in the dormitory filled her with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Moments later, Zhang Yuan pulled her closer, and she found herself lying on the bed. The dormitory beds were generally quite narrow, around 1 meter wide, making it somewhat cramped for two people to lie side by side. Ning Yue turned on her side, striving to provide Zhang Yuan with ample space. However, as she shifted back, Zhang Yuan edged closer until her back pressed against the wall, leaving no room to retreat, cradling the enchanting beauty in his arms. Zhang Yuan inhaled the faint fragrance of Ning Yue, relishing the unique environment of the girls' dormitory. During his school days, he often fantasized about the day he would spend a night in a girls' dormitory. Although it was midday, he felt he had fulfilled that long-held desire. The warmth of his breath brushed against Ning Yue's delicate face, and after a moment, he softly asked, "Yue, do you like me?" Ning Yue, shy and unable to contain herself, nodded gently. "Yes, I like you." Half an hour later, she drifted into a deep slumber. Zhang Yuan, feeling rejuvenated and free of distractions, held her close. Gazing at her exquisitely beautiful face, he couldn't help but ponder that if he were indeed a deceiver, Ning Yue would have been robbed not only of her money, but also of her heart. They both eventually woke up around 6 in the evening. "Oh, is it already this late?" Zhang Yuan mumbled, still half asleep, his eyelids barely open. The dormitory at the financial university was equipped with air conditioning, despite the sweltering heat outside. The indoor temperature was delightful, making it hard to rouse from slumber, especially while holding on to Ning Yue, which felt utterly refreshing. "Senior, it's time to get up. Let us hurry to the cafeteria before it closes." All right. After tidying themselves up, they descended the stairs and made their way to the cafeteria. During the summer vacation, only the first cafeteria of the 6 at Financial University was operating normally. Located at the entrance of the campus, it was quite a distance from Ning Yue's dormitory. "Let us walk. It's not hot anymore." "Fine, I'm following your lead." Zhang Yuan willingly acquiesced to this small request, having not strolled around campus in quite some time. As they walked, Zhang Yuan led the way while Ning Yue followed closely behind like a devoted partner. "Come, take my hand. I wouldn't know how to get there otherwise." "Senior, can't you find my dorm even with your eyes closed?" "How could you not know?" Though Ning Yue longed to grasp Zhang Yuan's hand, she hesitated to do so. Despite the intimacy of their relationship, it was confined to private spaces. Being on campus, the thought of being seen by classmates made her feel bashful. She glanced around and noticed only a few students meandering about, with no one paying them any mind. With a surge of courage, she boldly linked her arm with Zhang Yuan's. Chapter 27. Another embrace under the setting sun. The fading rays of the sun illuminated their figures, casting elongated shadows upon the ground. In days gone by, Zhang Yuan had envied those classmates who strolled hand in hand with their girlfriends across the campus, unabashedly displaying their affection in front of all. He had been left to consume the proverbial dog food alone. Yet now, he found himself among them, and the envious glances from several underclassmen filled him with immense satisfaction. After a few minutes of walking, Ning Yue gradually became accustomed to their closeness, animatedly gesturing and sharing anecdotes about the school with Zhang Yuan. Passing by an artificial lake, Zhang Yuan inquired, "Have you ever heard peculiar sounds coming from the nearby woods when you walk by Shiyu Lake at night?" "No, what strange sounds?" "Perhaps not during the summer break. But once school resumes, I assure you that if you come by around 11 or 12, you'll definitely hear, well, those sorts of sounds." "What do you mean?" Ning Yue was puzzled, only to realize after a moment, "Are you suggesting that couples engage in activities in the woods?" Zhang Yuan nodded. "At least during my time, I encountered quite a few. All it took was for someone to shout, 'The supervisor is coming,' near the lake, and you would immediately see several couples hastily emerging, disheveled." Ning Yue felt her worldview challenged and shook her head, "But it's dirty there and full of mosquitoes. How could anyone?" "Students often seek that thrill. It's not surprising," Zhang Yuan remarked with a mischievous grin. "Shall we try it ourselves someday?" "I would rather not." 20 minutes later, they finally arrived at the cafeteria. Just as Ning Yue was about to get her meal, a voice called out to her. "Yue, haven't you eaten yet?" A girl in a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, her hair tied in a short ponytail, greeted them with a smile. Upon noticing Zhang Yuan beside her, she asked, "This older brother looks unfamiliar. Yue, aren't you going to introduce him?" Caught off guard by the recognition, Ning Yue blushed and stammered, "This is my boyfriend, Zhang Yuan." Upon hearing the term boyfriend, Su Yun exclaimed incredulously, "Wow, You actually have a boyfriend? Is the sun rising from the west? Stop teasing me. I met him by chance, Ningyue replied. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Su Yun turned to Zhang Yuan, extending her right hand with a smile. Hello, senior brother. I'm Su Yun, your junior. Zhang Yuan extended his hand and shook hers gently. Nice to meet you. Su Yun did not linger long, exchanging a few brief words with Ningyue before departing. Soon after, their meals arrived quickly, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. Quite a sumptuous spread for an affordable price, totaling less than 20 yuan. After tasting a bite, Zhang Yuan sighed. Indeed, it's still as unappetizing as before. As long as there's food, that's good enough. Senior, don't be so picky, Ningyue whispered. I used to often go hungry. Zhang Yuan remained silent, acutely aware of how much fate had wronged this girl, feeling that he could only make amends in the future. Yue, can you cook? He inquired. Yes, she replied. That's wonderful. I look forward to tasting your culinary skills. He responded. Indeed, senior, I began learning to cook at a young age. I assure you, my dishes are quite palatable, she modestly asserted. Zhang Yuan recognized her humility, suspecting that her skills might surpass his own. However, the dormitory lacked a kitchen, rendering any cooking endeavors impossible. Yet, he mused that selling some stocks in the near future would afford him a home. After their meal, the two wandered aimlessly around the campus until nightfall, at which point they made their way back to the dormitory. Upon reaching the ground floor, Ningyue noticed the light in room 508 was on and remarked, Senior, you cannot stay in the dormitory tonight. Please come back when Xie Qian is not here. All right, I am not unreasonable. I shall heed your advice, he acquiesced. You are truly kind, Senior. Just then, the girl he had encountered earlier in the cafeteria, Su Yun, approached gracefully. Yue, are you heading back to the dormitory? Let us ascend together. Observing this, Zhang Yuan interjected, Then I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow. Su Yun playfully added, Senior brother, won't you join us? I must tell you, Yue has many admirers at our school. You must keep a watchful eye on her. Of course, you both go ahead and rest early, he replied. Senior, do take care and text me when you arrive home. As the two girls turned away, Zhang Yuan pressed the car key, unlocking the vehicle. The flashing yellow lights immediately caught Su Yun's attention as she turned back to glance before continuing upstairs with Ningyue. Zhang Yuan started the engine and adjusted his direction to leave. Suddenly, a knock sounded on the car window. He turned to see Su Yun standing at the side of the vehicle. After rolling down the window, she extended her delicate hand. Senior brother, let me reintroduce myself. I am Su Yun. Instinctively, he reached out with his right hand to shake hers. I know. Is there something you need? Oh, nothing important. I am heading up to join Yue. You take care of your business. Let us connect when you have time. After making a gesture for a phone call, she turned and hurried back upstairs. Zhang Yuan was momentarily bewildered by her sudden visit, wondering if she had rushed over merely to exchange trivial pleasantries. As he opened his palm, he discovered a small note resting within. The note bore a string of numbers. Understanding dawned upon him, and he murmured, How intriguing. It seems the younger students at this school are quite bold. Yue, are you aware that your classmate is attempting to steal your thunder? Yet, as he recalled Su Yun's vibrant and youthful presence, an inexplicable feeling stirred within him. He realized that dialing this number would certainly lead to a companion for the night. In the past, such thoughts were utterly unthinkable, even in dreams. Yet now, due to the possession of a fine vehicle, one finds themselves eagerly embraced by others. They indeed exhibit a stark realism. However, even Lu Shuio is uncertain about how to navigate this situation, and the arrival of another is simply overwhelming. Nevertheless, he does not discard the note. Rather, he instinctively places it in the glove compartment. Chapter 28. Reaping the Fruits of Victory. Xie Qian, why are you back so early today? Ningyue inquired as she entered the dormitory. Don't even mention it. I encountered a rather unpleasant man who, during dinner, persistently hinted at taking me to a hotel. Xie Qian replied, visibly agitated. He should consider his own shortcomings. Not only is he unattractive, but he also lacks financial means. I can't help but feel that this isn't right, as if you're deceiving yourself. Can't you simply find a boyfriend who genuinely cares for you? Ningyue remarked. Can sincerity be consumed as a meal? Let me tell you, it's not that I don't desire it. If I were to encounter a handsome and wealthy man, I would willingly accept being spoiled, Xie Qian sighed. However, such exceptional men who meet both criteria are rarer than pandas. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and asked suspiciously, By the way, whose luxury car is parked downstairs? Ning Yue, looking nervous, responded, I don't know. Oh please. I know you better than your own mother. You stutter whenever you lie. Are you involved with him again? Xie Qian continued. Although I can't recall the license plate. There are very few of those high-spec vehicles in the entirety of Shanghai City. What are the odds of running into one? Ning Yue, all right. I want to scold you. As long as he treats you well and is willing to spend on you, there's no harm in dating him. But you must be cautious. Don't let yourself be easily deceived. Once a man has had his fill, he no longer values what he possesses. Ning Yue merely pouted, choosing not to comment further. Meanwhile, Su Yun, who had just returned to the dormitory, stared blankly at her phone, unable to calm her racing thoughts. This was her first time delivering a note to a man face-to-face, and it was the boyfriend of a fellow classmate. She couldn't help but wonder if that senior understood her intentions. She reflected on the fact that a man capable of winning the heart of the campus beauty from the finance university surely possessed some remarkable qualities. It was essential to have both good looks and financial stability. Missing either could mean a lost opportunity that might never come again. Having encountered such a desirable suitor, she resolved to seize the moment. After pondering for a moment, she decided to visit room 508 to gauge the atmosphere, if nothing else, to strengthen her relationship with Ning Yue. She approached the door of room 508 and knocked. Upon seeing her, Xie Qian coldly remarked, "What brings you here? What? Is this dormitory your home? Why shouldn't I come? I'm here to chat with Yue," Su Yun retorted. "Oh, I didn't realize you and Yue were so close. Since when did that happen?" Xie Qian replied, somewhat surprised. "There are many things you're unaware of. Now step aside." Su Yun did not wait for Xie Qian's response and forcefully squeezed in, taking a seat beside Ning Yue. The relationship between Xie Qian and Su Yun was inherently antagonistic, marked by sharp jibes and sarcasm at every encounter. Su Yun disdained Xie Qian's penchant for attracting suitors, while Xie Qian criticized Su Yun's feigned purity, perceiving her as someone who, despite her licentious nature, pretended to be innocent. On the other hand, Ning Yue maintained a relatively amicable rapport with both women. Su Yun took out her phone, seeking Ning Yue's opinion. "Yue, take a look at these two outfits. Which one do you find more appealing?" "Ignore her," Xie Qian interjected. "Whatever she wears will always be subpar, akin to a burlap sack adorned with embroidery." Her barbs were particularly venomous. In truth, Su Yun was quite attractive. If her beauty were to be rated, she would undoubtedly score above 90. Were it not for her confidence in her looks, she would not have dared to pass a note to Zhang Yuan. Xie Qian continued with her sharp commentary. "I think the best option is to wear nothing at all. That would certainly capture a man's attention, guaranteeing 100% return on his gaze." Su Yun retorted without hesitation, "Did I ask for your opinion? Mind your own business. You, who dress so provocatively every day. Whom are you trying to entice?" Caught in the middle, Ning Yue felt overwhelmed. While she naturally favored her rapport with Xie Qian, she could not dismiss Su Yun's friendly demeanor so coldly. Yet, she found herself puzzled as to why Su Yun, who typically engaged little in conversation, was exhibiting such warmth today. For the next period, Zhang Yuan occasionally visited the venture capital company, and Lu Shuiyo's performance remained consistent, devoid of any noticeable anomalies. However, he spent most of his time at school, enjoying intimate moments with Ning Yue, occasionally venturing out for shopping or indulging in snacks. Today marked the final predicted day by the system. If all proceeded smoothly, he would acquire hundreds of millions in capital. Just past 9 in the morning, Zhang Yuan arrived at Huitong Venture Capital Company. Upon entering the office, Lu Shuiyo handed him a thermos. "I brought you breakfast. Eat it while it's warm. Honestly, you needn't go to such lengths, waking up so early every day. Who said I did it specifically for you? Can't I enjoy it myself? It's just a bonus." Lu Shuiyo replied with a pout. "Eat or else I'll drink it myself." "Fine, I'll eat," Zhang Yuan conceded, accepting the thermos and downing the entire bowl of millet porridge. Only then did a smile grace Lu Shuiyo's face. Recently, Honyun Technology Group's performance has been quite robust. How much longer do you plan to hold on to your shares? Today, I will sell everything. All of it, given the momentum. It seems there is still considerable room for growth. Lu Shuiyo found herself struggling to keep pace with Zhang Yuan's thought process. Had she been in charge, she certainly would not have chosen to liquidate at this juncture. "Trust me, my decisions are infallible. When it comes to stock predictions, I place my faith solely in Tongzi Go. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive today, I would still sell without reservation. In the event that Honyun Technology Group encounters a significant downturn in the evening, leaving the stock stranded, he would find himself bereft of even a place to weep. The possibility of such a scenario looms large. Otherwise, it is perplexing that the system's predictions would cease at today's conclusion. Lu Shuiyo nodded slightly, affirming, "No matter what decision you make, I have faith in you. Have you not always known this?" Listening to her words, tinged with a hint of melancholy, Zhang Yuan dared not meet her gaze, aware that the very thing she desired was something he could not acquiesce to. Soon after, Zhang Yuan opened his computer. Fixating on the screen, Hongyan Technology Group commenced trading with a modest increase. Although there were occasional dips in the following hours, the upward momentum remained unmistakable. By 2 p.m., the stock had risen by over 9 points, nearing its limit. As the closing bell approached, the stock reached its zenith, signaling that it was time to sell. Although executing the transaction half an hour early would incur a slight loss in profit, in the grand scheme of the total gains accumulated over the past days, it amounted to mere trifles. As for whether Hongyan Technology Group would rise or fall tomorrow, that was no longer Zhang Yuan's concern after liquidating his holdings. It was time to reap the rewards of his labor. Having made his decision, Zhang Yuan immediately set about executing the trades. With each movement of the mouse, sell orders were placed, and the balance in his account began to swell. Gazing at the lengthy string of figures, Zhang Yuan felt as if he were in a dream. Over 300 million in funds had surged in, multiplying more than fivefold in just 17 trading days. When the last share was sold, the total fund reached an astounding 1,526,372, 500 yuan, over 1.5 billion. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he marveled at the sum he had never before encountered. Trading stocks incurs no personal income tax, only brokerage fees and the stamp duty levied by the state. The costs are relatively modest, calculated against 15 billion. It amounts to merely over 100,000. Lu Shuiyo gasped in astonishment. Zhang Yuan, is this the profit from this period? It's astonishing. Although she was not particularly sensitive to money, it was the first time she had seen such a lengthy series of numbers. I promised I wouldn't let you suffer losses, and I stand by that, Zhang Yuan declared earnestly. Moreover, without your assistance, I wouldn't have been able to earn this, especially considering the immense pressure you've endured to help me. Lu Shuiyo felt a flush of embarrassment at his words, murmuring, "Oh, it was merely a small effort on my part. Thus, I shall provide you with a card number. Once you withdraw the funds tomorrow, simply transfer 100 million to me, and the remainder is yours." Upon hearing this, Lu Shuiyo's expression fell abruptly. "What do you mean by that?" "It's nothing. I simply wish to take my rightful 100 million. The rest is yours." "What do you mean by your rightful share?" "To my mind, aside from my father's initial 300 million, everything else is yours." Lu Shuiyo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I have never helped you for the sake of profit. How could you perceive me in such a light?" With that, she stormed out of the office, leaving Zhang Yuan standing in stunned silence. Having witnessed quarrels over unequal distribution, I have never encountered a dispute arising from an excess. After Zhang Yuan pursued her, he found not a trace of her. Unfortunately, her phone was left behind in the office, rendering him unable to make a call. Zhang Yuan surmised that Lu Shuiyo had likely returned to the apartment, so he took her phone and descended the stairs. Minutes later, he arrived at the small apartment, only to discover the door was ajar. Upon entering, he beheld Lu Shuiyo curled up on the sofa, quietly sobbing as she hugged her knees. "What do you want?" she inquired, glancing up with irritation. Zhang Yuan settled beside her and said, "You forgot your phone. I brought it to you. Why do you care? If you don't want me to care, then why did you leave?" As Zhang Yuan began to rise, her slender arms unexpectedly encircled his waist, holding him with surprising strength. "Don't go," she insisted. Zhang Yuan gently patted her hand and replied, "All right, just loosen your grip. I'm not leaving. I can hardly breathe." He carefully pried her arms apart and sat back against the sofa. Lu Shuiyo turned to him, her gaze penetrating as she asked, "I have a question for you, and you must answer truthfully. Go ahead. Do you like me? Speak quickly and don't lie." "I do," Zhang Yuan responded without hesitation. "But I have no buts." Before he could finish, Lu Shuiyo had leaped onto his lap, pressing her lips firmly against his. He was taken aback, his thoughts racing. The faint fragrance of her hair and her exquisite features, the object of his affections throughout 4 years of university, made it impossible for him to resist, let alone push her away. Though he had not contemplated how things might unfold, at that moment, all Zhang Yuan desired was to savor the sweetness of her kiss. In such circumstances, no ordinary man could withstand temptation. Reason and rationality were cast aside. Initially, he had embraced Lu Shuiyo's back, but gradually his hands found their way to her delicate waist. Suddenly, Lu Shuiyo jolted awake, startled like a fawn. I need to go, she stammered. Zhang Yuan, too, regained his composure and felt a surge of regret. How had he lost control so easily? Shuiyo, I think we need to have a serious conversation, he said. What do you want to discuss? She replied obediently. I have a girlfriend. I know, but you kissed me. I want to betray her. I understand. But you kissed me. Lu Shuiyo clenched her fists and exclaimed, Are you really going to indulge and then deny it? That was never my intention, he replied. But may I ask why you chose me? With your figure and looks, what sort of man couldn't you attract? There is no particular reason. I simply adore you. Do not mention your girlfriend. Even if you were married, I would not relinquish my feelings. Zhang Yuan found himself at a loss for words. He harbored a genuine affection for Lu Shuiyo and could not summon the heart to refuse her. That kiss had stirred a tempest within him. Listen, I must clarify that I have no intention of breaking up with Ningyue. If you can accept that, Zhang Yuan began, only to falter. For such callous words were difficult to utter. Yet, Lu Shuiyo responded resolutely, I can accept it. Zhang Yuan gently touched her forehead, incredulous. No, you're not feverish. Are you? You actually agree to such an absurd proposition? Lu Shuiyo sighed. What is so strange about it? I've encountered this scenario numerous times. Even my father, Zhang Yuan, while I yearn to possess you entirely, I am aware that such a notion is unattainable. You are so talented and prosperous. Countless young women will inevitably gravitate toward you. I have tried to dismiss thoughts of you, but I find it utterly impossible. You are incorrigible. Why did you feel the need to show off during our school days? Since I cannot let go, I must compel myself to accept the situation. No matter how many women surround you in the future, you must always reserve a place for me in your heart. With such declarations made, any further refusal would seem disingenuous. Zhang Yuan embraced her tenderly, holding her close. In truth, every man desires the thrill of affection. Yet the true challenge lies in managing the ensuing complications. Rest assured, I shall treat you well, he promised. Lu Shuiyo inched closer, wrapping her arms around his neck, and kissed him passionately. However, just 2 minutes later, she fled in a state of panic. Zhang Yuan could only shake his head in resignation. You ignite the fire, but leave me to extinguish it. Lu Shuiyo laughed heartily. Who says I cannot douse the flames? After all, I am well versed in such matters, making communication with me far easier than with Ningyue. She beamed at the expression on his face. Annoyed yet flustered, Zhang Yuan retorted. I was clearly refusing at the outset. Chapter 30. A direct collision for dinner. Zhang Yuan personally prepared a few simple dishes. After crossing that threshold in their relationship, Lu Shuiyo had lost interest in learning to cook. Her earlier insistence had merely been a pretext to spend more time together. Zhang Yuan had no objections. After all, her family was affluent and would never face hunger. At the dinner table, Lu Shuiyo spoke of giving Zhang Yuan her earnings from the stock market. Thus, I will keep a maximum of 200 million. The rest you may give to your father or keep for yourself. I certainly do not require more. Lu Shuiyo nodded in agreement. All right, I will save it for now. When your funds run out, I shall provide you with more. By the way, I will also give you that car as a token of my gratitude. Although you are not short on money, I simply wish to see you driving the car I gifted you. Does that mean I can never buy a car again? Of course not. Regardless of whether you drive it or not, that car must remain in your possession. Lu Shuiyo suddenly realized something and added, You cannot give it to other women. At most, let her sit in it. All right. Lu Shuiyo mischievously smiled. This way, I can buy another car. Zhang Yuan was taken aback by this line of thought. If one wishes to buy a car, why not? A person can own more than one vehicle. After a moment, Lu Shuiyo sighed. Zhang Yuan, in truth, I wish you had nothing and were not so exceptional. That way, I could keep you firmly by my side. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Such naive thoughts could only originate from Lu Shuiyo. If he were entirely without merit, it would be questionable whether they could even be together, let alone if he could preserve his own life. If he were to provoke trouble, he might mysteriously vanish one day. Given Lu Zhoyun's capabilities, achieving such a feat would be utterly effortless. He had profited over 10 billion in the stock market within half a month, and Lu Zhoyun was undoubtedly aware of this. Hence, he had yet to call him again. By 9 in the evening, the two were seated on the sofa watching television. Lu Shuiyo cautiously inquired, Could you, not go back tonight? Just stay here with me. Zhang Yuan also felt that leaving so soon after establishing their relationship was inappropriate. Besides, he had no desire to leave. Ning Yue had her roommate for company. Returning to her rented room alone seemed far less appealing than being with a lovely girl. Let me call Yue. I haven't contacted her all day. All right. Although it sounded somewhat sorrowful, Lu Shuiyo chose to remain silent, having recognized her feelings for Zhang Yuan. She had long anticipated such occurrences. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to take out his phone, it rang. Senior, where are you? Ning Yue's voice was tinged with anxiety. Could you come pick me up? What happened? I'm by the CAF. It seems that Boss Lu has his eyes on me, and I don't dare go outside. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Lu Shuiyo eagerly asked, Do you need my help? No, I can handle it myself. Shuiyo, I may not be able to accompany you tonight. You should rest well at home. Lu Shuiyo was a sensible person and naturally did not hold a grudge, gently nodding. Then take care of yourself. Call me if anything arises. Okay. Zhang Yuan hurriedly left the apartment, heading straight to the Starbucks CAF. After calling Zhang Yuan, Ning Yue felt considerably more at ease. In her view, no matter how grave the matter, as long as her senior arrived, it could be effortlessly resolved. She had come to the CAF to collect her wages as she had received a notification regarding her payment after working for over half a month without receiving her salary. However, she was taken aback to find Lu Wei, the CAF owner, waiting outside as she prepared to leave. It appeared he was determined to confront her before she could exit, leaving her no choice but to seek Zhang Yuan's assistance. Although the CAF had few patrons, it was well lit and equipped with surveillance cameras, which made Lu Wei hesitant to act in his own establishment. Sister Zhang, could you step outside and see if he has left? Sister Zhang peered out the door and returned, stating, He is sitting in the car, Ru Wei. Perhaps you should consider calling the police. Reporting now would yield no evidence. It remains merely conjecture. Ning Ru Wei replied, shaking her head. It's all right. My boyfriend will arrive shortly, and once he does, everything will be fine. Sister Zhang sighed. Very well, as long as you stay within the CAF. There should be no issue. However, no one anticipated that 20 minutes later, a woman with chestnut curls, appearing to be in her 40s, would rush into the CAF. Upon entering, the woman shouted, Who is Ning Ru Wei? Ning Ru Wei was certain she had never encountered this woman and was bewildered as to why she was being called out by name. I am. She responded hesitantly. Ah, so you're the seductress who has ensnared my husband. Upon hearing this, the woman, in a frenzy, approached Ning Ru Wei and raised her hand to strike. The sharp sound of a slap echoed through the CAF, plunging it into an immediate silence. The force of the blow left a vivid red mark on Ning Ru Wei's cheek. Even after delivering the slap, the woman was not appeased, hurling insults. Seductress, let me warn you, if you dare to entice my husband again, I shall mar your face. She continued, You're a college student? Is there such shamelessness among students? Instead of studying, you choose to be a mistress. I will report your misconduct to your school's authorities and ensure you are expelled. Though Ning Ru Wei did not recognize this woman, Sister Zhang did. She was none other than the owner of the CAF, Li Chunhua. Protectively stepping in front of Ning Ru Wei, she exclaimed, By what right do you strike someone? Are you out of your mind? Do you even comprehend your husband's character? I do not care what kind of person he is. A seductress deserves to be punished. Is it reasonable to openly disrupt another's family? Li Chunhua retorted, Ning Ru Wei has never engaged with your husband. He is outside in the car. Call him in to clarify. Li Chunhua coldly responded, Humph. If I hadn't received some information, how could I have come here? She then stepped outside and called. Lu Wei, get over here. Realizing he could not evade the situation, Lu Wei entered the CAF with his head down. Wife, please calm down. Don't cause a scene here. A scene? I am merely confronting this shameless woman, and that is causing a scene? Upon seeing her husband, Li Chunhua became even more incensed. This seductress is pregnant. If I don't confront her now, she may give birth without my knowledge. I must put an end to this wretched woman. You're mistaken. It's not her. Can we discuss this at home? Lu Wei pleaded. There is no possibility of being mistaken. As Lu Wei's desperation became evident, Li Chunhua's demeanor shifted, and she sneered. Ah, so you thought to evade the truth. Do you really believe I can be deceived so easily? Even now, you wish to protect this seductress. Today, I shall ensure she remembers her lesson. Ning Yue covered her face in fury, questioning vehemently, Who dares to label me a seductress? How dare you slander me? In a fit of rage, Li Chunhua had lost all reason and was impervious to any explanation. Influenced by preconceived notions, she had firmly concluded that Ning Yue was indeed the interloper. She advanced a few steps, seizing Ning Yue's long hair with a vice-like grip, causing even Sister Zhang, who was standing by, to be pushed to the ground. Ning Yue, in pain, was unable to muster any strength to retaliate. Lu Wei, intending to intervene, withdrew after receiving a fierce glare from Li Chunhua. Meanwhile, Sister Zhang regained her composure and promptly called the police. However, the police could not arrive instantly, leaving only Zhang Yuan capable of responding in time. Just as Li Chunhua, with a menacing expression, prepared to strike Ning Yue's abdomen with a fierce blow, a blinding light suddenly burst through the entrance. The light approached swiftly, illuminating the scene in an instant. Then, a speeding car hurtled directly toward the CAF's glass faade. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed as tiny shards scattered across the floor. The rear half of a Porsche Panamera crashed into the CAF. Chapter 31. The wrath of Zhang Yuan. This collision left everyone inside the CAF momentarily stunned. The vehicle brushed perilously close to Li Chunhua, the rush of wind nearly toppling her. Even after the car came to a complete stop, she remained shaken, instinctively loosening her grip and standing frozen in place. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan arrive just in time, tears that had long been suppressed streamed down Ning Yue's face. She rushed to him, embracing him tightly, murmuring, "Senior, you finally came." Zhang Yuan gently caressed her back, urging, "Go sit in the car, leave the rest to me." Looking at the crimson marks on her cheek, an overwhelming urge to unleash his fury surged within him. Had he arrived even a second later, the consequences of that powerful punch would have been unimaginable for Ning Yue. He slowly approached Li Chunhua, his eyes ablaze with wrath, akin to two volcanoes ready to erupt. "What do you think you're doing?" Li Chunhua instinctively recoiled a few steps, fear evident in her voice. "I warn you, this is a society governed by law. Don't act recklessly. You feel powerful, bullying a mere female student, don't you?" Li Chunhua, terrified by Zhang Yuan's fierce demeanor, continued to retreat until she backed into the edge of a CAF table, leaving her nowhere to escape. Her usual tactic of preying on the weak faltered in the face of Zhang Yuan's undeniable strength. It was crucial to remember that had that collision been just a few centimeters off, it could have resulted in lifelong disability for Ning Yue. "If you come any closer, I will call the police. As long as you dare to touch me." Zhang Yuan did not afford her the opportunity to speak. He lifted his foot and delivered a fierce kick to Li Chunhua's abdomen. Following that, he seized her hair and forcefully slammed her head against the table. The impact left Li Chunhua seeing stars. She pressed her hands against the table, attempting to rise, but facing the enraged Zhang Yuan, escaping was far from easy. In her struggle, her long nails dug into Zhang Yuan's arm, drawing lines of blood. Yet, this act only incensed Zhang Yuan further. He casually picked up a wooden chair and brought it down mercilessly onto Li Chunhua's forearm. The chairs in the CAF were made of solid wood, heavy and unforgiving. The blow was delivered with unrelenting force. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing seemed to resonate in the air. The excruciating pain caused Li Chunhua to let out a piercing scream, and after enduring such severe trauma, she fainted. Zhang Yuan's eyes blazed with fury as he declared, "Even if I end up in jail, I will shatter that hand of yours." At that moment, Ning Yue's alarmed voice rang out, "Senior, watch out behind you." She hurriedly opened the car door to intervene. However, it was already too late. Lu Wei, having procured a baseball bat from somewhere, swung it directly at Zhang Yuan's head. Bang! The bat struck his skull with unerring accuracy. Zhang Yuan staggered from the blow, barely managing to brace himself against the table to avoid falling. A piercing pain radiated from his head, nearly inducing a spasm. "You, seeking death." Zhang Yuan turned around, glaring at the petrified Lu Wei. In contrast, Lu Wei was paralyzed with fear. His timid and cowardly nature had only been momentarily bolstered by witnessing his wife being assaulted. And it was Zhang Yuan's turn back that had emboldened him to attempt a sneak attack. Little did he know that despite sustaining such a heavy blow, Zhang Yuan still possessed the strength to fight back. As Zhang Yuan advanced step by step, Lu Wei felt as if his legs were laden with lead. Stumbling backward toward the door. "Why you? Don't come any closer." The more anxious he became, the more prone he was to mishap. In his retreat, he accidentally stepped on shards of glass on the floor, causing him to fall hard. Ignoring the shattered glass scattered around him, he continued to crawl toward the exit. The sharp edges tore at his hands and feet, yet he felt no pain. His sole thought was to escape. Safety awaited him at the car. Zhang Yuan fought through the dizziness, slowly closing in on Lu Wei. It was only when he was near that he recognized the man. He was the very one from the last visit to the Sanmao diner. The one who had coerced Zhao Xiaolin into an abortion. What a twist of fate. He mounted Lu Wei, grasping his collar, and unleashed a flurry of punches upon his face. Lu Wei, already paralyzed by fear, had lost all desire to resist and could only shield his face desperately. You dare to lay hands on my woman? You truly seek death. Come on, aren't you skilled at ambushing? A minute later, Zhang Yuan's fists were numb, and there were traces of blood on his joints. New grievances combined with old ones, driving him into a frenzy as he lost all sense of reason. A singular thought consumed his mind, to kill this man. Just as he picked up a baseball bat, intent on bringing it down violently upon Lu Wei's head. Ning Yue embraced him from behind, pleading desperately, "Senior, please. If you truly kill him, your life will be forfeit too." This cry jolted Zhang Yuan back to reality. Yet, he did not lower the bat. Instead, he swung it down towards Lu Wei's calf. With a crack, the alloy bat was evidently far sturdier than human bone. In an instant, Lu Wei's leg shattered, cold sweat cascaded down his face, and his agonized wails filled the CF, echoing like the cries of a slaughtered pig. Before he lost consciousness, Ning Yue carefully supported Zhang Yuan, staring at the blood still oozing from the back of his head, pressing her hand firmly on the wound. "Senior, are you still in pain? Hold on, I will take you to the hospital immediately." She scolded him gently. "I told you not to come here. Why didn't you listen? How much can you earn from your unpaid wages anyway?" Overwhelmed with tears, Ning Yue felt wronged. "Tomorrow is your birthday, and I wanted to buy you a gift. But I've spent all my money." The mention of birthday awakened distant memories within Zhang Yuan. Since the passing of his parents, he could hardly recall when his birthday was. With no friends and no colleagues, even Zhao Xiaolin was oblivious to the date of his birth. Yet, during their last hotel stay, Ning Yue had merely glanced at his ID and memorized it. Zhang Yuan's heart softened once more. "It's all right, I don't blame you." Ning Yue helped him sit down on a nearby chair and whispered, "I'm sorry, I will be obedient from now on." At that moment, the blaring of police sirens pierced the air as a police car came to a stop outside the CAF. Zhang Yuan retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Shueyo, I've hurt someone. Please help me find a lawyer." After uttering those words, a wave of dizziness crashed over him. He had been holding on, but now, his vision faded to black as he collapsed into Ning Yue's arms. On the other end of the line, a panicked voice exclaimed, "What? Where are you?" "I'm coming right now." "Hello, Zhang Yuan, are you still there?" "Respond." Ning Yue took the phone. "Senior sister, we are at the Starbucks on Xinhua Road. Please, I beg you to help him. As long as he is fine, I will agree to any request you have. Hold on, I will be there shortly." Chapter 32. If you were bullied, I would do the same. The following morning, Zhang Yuan finally opened his eyes. Bandages were wrapped around his head, and sharp pains occasionally radiated from the back of his skull. He found himself in a single-patient hospital room, with Lu Shueyo seated beside him, her upper body resting on his bed. Zhang Yuan's hand involuntarily twitched, rousing Lu Shueyo from her slumber. "You're awake? How splendid. You cannot fathom the extent of my concern." Lu Shueyo extended her hand and waved it before his eyes. "Do you know who I am? Quickly, recite my name." "I am Lu Shueyo. Have I sustained a blow to the head, or have you? Can you not articulate coherently?" It appeared he was indeed unscathed. Lu Shueyo patted her chest, stating, "The doctor mentioned you might experience amnesia or a concussion. In the most severe case, you could become a vegetable, remaining in slumber for eternity." Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. "It's not that dire. I've faced far heavier blows during fights in the past, and yet I emerged unscathed. You still dare to laugh. I was worried sick. You risked everything for that elementary school girl." The car crashed straight into the CAF as if we were filming a movie. "I care for you too. Your injury pains me." As Lu Shueyo spoke, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "If you were to remain forever dormant, what would become of me? Have you given any thought to my feelings? You scoundrel." Zhang Yuan clasped her small hand tightly. "If it were you being bullied, I would act similarly." "How irritating. You've made me shed tears." Lu Shueyo harbored no doubts about the sincerity of his words. She had long recognized Zhang Yuan's character. Once, he had recklessly defended her, knowing full well he would be outmatched, resulting in a grievous beating. Given their current bond, she was certain he would lay down his life for her without hesitation. "By the way, how was the situation resolved afterward?" Lu Shueyo recounted in detail. "The police are awaiting your awakening to take your statement. However, I hired a lawyer, who should be arriving shortly. He will guide you on what to say." I've briefed Mr. Zhang on your circumstances. It should not pose a significant issue. Luckily, you did not cause a fatality. Otherwise, matters would have been exceedingly complicated. A financial settlement should suffice to resolve this. You, dear, must refrain from such impulsive actions in the future. Zhang Yuan released a sigh of relief, promptly assuring, yes, I shall heed your counsel from now on. Is that satisfactory? Lu Shuiyo nodded in satisfaction. What of Yue? She has gone downstairs to procure breakfast. That elementary school girl is rather kind, fretting over you and staying awake the entire night. Suddenly, Lu Shuiyo inquired, do you know what she told me yesterday? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan became acutely aware of a grave concern. His two romantic interests had met the previous day, while Lu Shuiyo was already privy to his circumstances. Ning Yue remained blissfully unaware. Zhang Yuan's anxiety escalated. What did she say? Did you inform her about, our relationship? Of course I did. How could you divulge that? She is such an innocent girl. How could she possibly accept it all at once? Lu Shuiyo chuckled. Look at you, so anxious. Did you truly believe she was oblivious? She merely chose to remain silent. Yesterday, Yue approached me, stating that as long as it meant you would not go to prison, she would step aside, allowing me to be your girlfriend. With tears in her eyes, she said, I can give up everything, as long as I can watch you be happy from afar. I could discern the sincerity in her words. How should I respond to such an extraordinary girl who deserves no less than admiration? After Lu Shuiyo spoke, Zhang Yuan felt a pang of guilt. It is not easy to be a master of time management. He had spent considerable time with Lu Shuiyo these past few days. Often, when he received calls, he stammered, fearing that his true feelings might be exposed. Ning Yue was innocent, yet not oblivious. The signs clearly indicated that Lu Shuiyo's relationship with him was anything but ordinary. Nevertheless, she said nothing, remaining dutifully compliant. How did you reply to her? I asked. I told her that you have several girlfriends. One more or one less doesn't matter, as long as she doesn't mind. What's the harm? Zhang Yuan exclaimed in frustration. Why are you slandering me? Besides her, I clearly have only you as my girlfriend. Lu Shuiyo chuckled. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it good to test her feelings? Don't you want to know how your junior responded? How did she respond? If possible. Zhang Yuan genuinely wished to spare Ning Yue any sorrow. However, aside from the final step, everything else had been consummated with Lu Shuiyo. Unless he cruelly abandoned her, he would inevitably have to confront this issue. Zhang Yuan felt as if he were awaiting judgment, his heart heavy with anxiety. Lu Shuiyo's playful demeanor faded as she stated seriously. She said she could accept it. As for the reasons, you may inquire with her yourself later. After all, you are nothing but a shameless scoundrel. Upon hearing this, a weight was finally lifted from Zhang Yuan's heart. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as Ning Yue wished to remain by his side, everything would be negotiable. What he had initially perceived as an insurmountable challenge had unexpectedly resolved itself so effortlessly. One must acknowledge Lu Shuiyo's substantial contribution to this outcome. Shuiyo, thank you, he expressed. Lu Shuiyo replied with a huff. No need to thank me. After all, I have also set my sights on you, you rascal. If we were to discuss precedents, I am the latecomer, but fortunately, your junior is rather agreeable and easy to get along with. Now that I have resolved your troubles, how will you express your gratitude? Zhang Yuan chuckled. Any form of gratitude will suffice. I would face any challenge without flinching. By the way, do you and Ning Yue have a romantic involvement? Zhang Yuan instantly understood her inquiry, exasperatedly replying, why ask such a thing? I'm just curious. It's not as if I can't ask. Everything that needed to happen has happened, hasn't it? I didn't realize I was a step behind. Lu Shuiyo pouted her small fist and declared. Then I wanted to. Zhang Yuan glanced at her and asked, are you sure you can handle it? I don't care. By the time you are discharged, it will be nearly too late. Zhang Yuan had no grounds to refuse her request and nodded. All right, let's get you discharged now. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Please come in. The visitor approached Lu Shuiyo and introduced himself. Miss Lu, greetings. I am Zhang Shan, for the group, and I shall be handling Mr. Zhang's case. Zhang Yuan glanced at him. This lawyer was quite tall, nearly 6 feet 3 inches. He wore black-framed glasses, and his appearance was refined, though it remained uncertain whether he possessed genuine expertise. Nevertheless, as for the Huaidong Group headquarters, he should certainly possess a degree of competence. Chapter 33. The greatest trouble has been resolved now. Let us get to the crux of the matter, Zhang Shan stated directly. I have reviewed the surveillance footage from the CAF, and I kindly request Mr. Zhang to provide me with a detailed account of the events that transpired. After Zhang Yuan recounted every detail, Zhang Shan fell into a pensive silence. After a moment, he spoke again. I have also examined the hospital's diagnostic report. The injured party, Li Chunhua, has a fractured right arm, while Lu Wei has sustained a broken calf and multiple soft tissue injuries to his face. Both have undergone surgery and are recovering well, which should not result in significant long-term effects. As for the judicial evaluation, injuries of this nature are typically classified as minor. Zhang Yuan, fully grasping the subtle implications, nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Shan continued. The entire altercation was instigated by Li Chunhua's initial aggression, during which she continued to assault Ms. Ningyue. This is clearly observable in the surveillance footage. In your case, Mr. Zhang, upon witnessing your girlfriend being attacked, you mistakenly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake in a moment of panic, resulting in your vehicle crashing uncontrollably into the CAF. The subsequent events arose from Lu Wei and his wife's continued aggression, compelling you to act in self-defense. Indeed, evidence supports this. When you attempted to restrain Li Chunhua, her husband, Lu Wei, launched a surprise attack from behind, inflicting severe injury to your head. Zhang Shan ultimately concluded, thus, both you and Ms. Ning are the victims in this case. Your actions were entirely justifiable as self-defense and cannot even be classified as mutual combat. May I inquire, Mr. Zhang, whether you prefer to seek an out-of-court settlement or pursue criminal charges against the opposing party? Upon hearing Zhang Shan's remarks, Zhang Yuan was left speechless, as was Lu Shuio, who stood beside him, at a loss for words. Lu Wei and Li Chunhua lay in a state of near demise, while Zhang Yuan, with only a bandage wrapped around his head, remained unscathed. Could he truly hold the opposing party accountable? It was no wonder that lawyers relied solely on their eloquence, capable of transforming black into white. Such skill in evasion was truly remarkable. Seeing that Zhang Yuan did not respond, Zhang Shan continued. I personally recommend that you opt for an out-of-court settlement. This case harbors considerable controversy, and delving deeper may not yield favorable results, not to mention the protraction of time. The Huitong Group still holds some influence in Shanghai City, which could be exerted to convert criminal disputes into ordinary civil ones. After all, the injuries sustained by the opposing party are not severe. As long as they do not insist on appealing, the police will generally refrain from intervening forcefully. Although Mr. Zhang may not regard the compensation of several $100,000 as significant, it is advisable to keep matters from escalating too drastically. Zhang Shan gazed at them and slowly inquired, do you both understand my point? Before Zhang Yuan could respond, Lu Shuio interjected, then we shall heed Lawyer Zhang's advice, but will they comply? Zhang Shan rarely smiled. The opposing party has also retained a lawyer, yet that individual happens to be one of my former students. Subsequently, the police officers arrived at the ward to take statements. Following Lawyer Zhang's instructions, Zhang Yuan answered with precision, revealing nothing unnecessary. After the officers departed, Ning Yue entered the ward, carrying breakfast. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan awake, she disregarded Lu Shuio and rushed into his embrace. Senior, I was so worried about you. Lu Shuio, witnessing this, rolled her eyes and stepped outside to provide them space. That Yue, it's my fault. I shouldn't have, no more of that. Senior, you are a good person, and I can. The words faltered, yet Zhang Yuan grasped her intention. Ning Yue, her voice thick with emotion, said, in my lifetime, I may never encounter anyone willing to fight for me like you do, even though I resent your fickleness and the fact that you concealed your involvement with other women. But I cannot live without you. If you were not here, it would feel as if the sky had collapsed. Senior, why are you so kind to me? Zhang Yuan merely held her tightly, letting out a soft sigh. After a moment, Ning Yue lifted a bowl of millet porridge and tested its temperature. Senior, are you hungry? Let me feed you breakfast. I'm not particularly hungry, but I am slightly thirsty. Then I shall fetch some water. As Ning Yue stood, Zhang Yuan gently pulled her back down and pointed to her red lips. What I desire is this. Senior, in your condition, you still want to. Today is my birthday. After all, I require no other gifts, just a kiss. That isn't too much to ask, is it? Ning Yue nodded softly and leaned down to kiss him. Zhang Yuan reveled in the moment, feeling fortunate that no harm had come from the altercation and that both women remained steadfast by his side. Could there be anything more delightful than this? Meanwhile, in another ward, the atmosphere was far from amicable. Lu Wei's leg was encased in plaster, and his face bore numerous bandages, rendering him a pitiful sight. His wife, Li Chunhua, was in a similarly dire state, her hand immobilized in plaster. Forced to lie flat on the bed, even turning over was an ordeal, as any movement brought forth excruciating pain. I must ensure he pays for this. Lawyer Qian, what did the police say? Has that little scoundrel been apprehended? The lawyer, Qian Wan, clad in a sharp suit, was perusing a notepad with intent. This case is unlikely to unfold as optimistically as you both envision. I urge you to brace yourselves psychologically. However, before he could finish, he was sharply interrupted by Li Chunhua. What psychological preparation? We nearly lost our lives at his hands, and you're telling us we can't impose a sentence on him? Moreover, that brute even had the audacity to run me over with his car. Are you blind? If you lack the capability, then find someone else. I refuse to believe that after being battered so severely, we cannot bring the perpetrator to justice. Qian Wen cast a disdainful glance at Li Chunhua. Were it not for the instructions from his mentor to take on this case, he would never have waded into such murky waters. One's character is discernible from the onset, and it is little wonder that someone like him would suffer such consequences. I assure you both, the issue at hand is not whether you should sue Mr. Zhang for assault, but rather, it would be prudent to pray that he does not initiate a lawsuit against you, he clarified sharply. What? Lu Wei retorted angrily. On what grounds? Do you not see the state I am in? Qian Wen maintained a stoic expression as he continued. Though your injuries may appear severe, they constitute, at most, minor wounds. However, your assault on Mr. Zhang has left him in a state of unconsciousness, and should he suffer any irreversible complications, it would amount to serious injury, sufficient for a prison sentence. Furthermore, according to the defense attorney's statements, you are also implicated in sexual harassment and attempted kidnapping of Miss Ning, for which they have witnesses. The cumulative charges would likely result in several years of incarceration. Lu Wei's complexion turned ashen upon hearing this. He was acutely aware of the force behind his ambush. As for the harassment of Ning Yue, his intentions had never been concealed. Nearly all the staff at the CAF were aware of the incident, and even the chat records could serve as corroborative evidence. Subsequently, Qian Wen addressed Li Chunhua directly. And you, Ms. Li, instigated this altercation, regardless of how events transpired thereafter. You will bear primary responsibility, and a sentence of 3 to 5 years is a possibility. Had you not sustained injuries, you would already be in custody. Do you comprehend? Li Chunhua fell silent, her earlier bravado having dissipated. The mention of a prison sentence instilled genuine fear within her. Observing the terror etched on their faces, Qian Wen allowed a barely perceptible smile to surface. If you both believe I am unworthy of representing you in this defense, then I suggest you seek counsel elsewhere. However, I doubt any law firm in Shanghai City would be willing to take on a case with such scant chances of success. Chapter 34. Truly a responsible lawyer. The couple, lacking in higher education, felt their doubts evaporate in light of Qian Wen's grave assertions. Such is the nature of this world. The one who strikes first bears no rights. Currently, Zhang Yuan lay grievously injured and unconscious, while they, despite their disheveled appearances, were relatively unscathed. Lu Wei, gripped by terror, pondered whether he might even face the death penalty should Zhang perish from his injuries. Thus, he held Qian Wen's words in unwavering belief. No, Lawyer Qian, how could we possibly doubt you? What was said earlier was merely out of anger. Please do not take it to heart. Li Chunhua chimed in. Indeed, your firm is the most renowned law office in Shanghai City, and your capabilities are widely acknowledged. What must we do to turn this predicament around? Qian Wen closed his notebook and replied solemnly. Well, since we are being candid, I shall speak plainly. You must understand that regardless of the demands, they must be met without fail. To avoid prosecution, the most crucial step is to gain Mr. Zhang's forgiveness. Otherwise, no amount of words will suffice. But he is still unconscious. How can we seek his forgiveness? Li Chunhua exclaimed. If Mr. Zhang does not awaken soon, we will have no choice but to seek forgiveness from his family. His family? Li Chunhua thought of having to apologize to that young girl, Ning Yue, and felt an unwillingness stir within her. Deep down, she subconsciously believed that as a member of high society, it was beneath her to apologize to a mere student without wealth or influence. Even though she had mistakenly struck the wrong person, she felt no remorse. Lu Wei, however, was less preoccupied with such thoughts and gritted his teeth, saying, Very well, I will express my apologies in person. I am willing to do anything as long as I do not end up in prison. Qian Wen continued. Additionally, it is certain that the other party will demand compensation, the amount of which will depend on the assessment of injuries. Given the current circumstances, it will undoubtedly be substantial. Rest assured, should the compensation be excessively high, I will argue on your behalf. Now, I shall consult his attending physician to ascertain the situation. The couple forced smiles, replying, "Thank you, Lawyer Qian. Please keep us informed of any developments." Once Qian Wen exited the hospital room, the couple marveled at having secured such a responsible lawyer. After turning a corner, Qian Wen went directly to Zhang Yuan's side. Upon seeing Zhang Shan, he respectfully bowed. "Teacher, how are things? With your expertise, you must have resolved matters on that end." "Indeed, I have fulfilled my duty." The two teachers exchanged a knowing smile, choosing not to elaborate further. When Qian Wen returned to Lu Wei's hospital room, he was accompanied by Zhang Yuan and Ning Yue. Are you all right?" Upon seeing Zhang Yuan, Lu Wei instinctively shrank beneath the covers. The awakening of Zhang Yuan brought him both relief and trepidation. Qian Wen stated, "Since the parties involved are now present, you may discuss matters among yourselves. I will wait outside. Call for me if any issues arise. Oh, and a word of caution, due to Mr. Zhang's head injury. The attending physician has indicated that his condition is far more serious than it appears. Do you both comprehend this?" Lu Wei and his wife nodded numbly. Gazing at Zhang Yuan's somber expression, Li Chunhua forced a smile that was more painful than tears, saying, "Mr. Zhang, we acknowledge our wrongdoing in this matter. I apologize to you and Miss Ning." Lu Wei echoed, "Yes, we sincerely apologize to both of you." Faced with such a feigned apology, Zhang Yuan paid no heed whatsoever. Were it not for the fear of imprisonment, this couple would certainly not bow their heads. "Yue, how did she strike you back then? Now is your moment to retaliate." Ning Yue was momentarily taken aback, hesitating to step forward. Yet, recalling the indiscriminate slap she received from Li Chunhua the previous night, her anger surged relentlessly. What consequences might have ensued had Zhang Yuan arrived a moment later? She occasionally pondered this. Despite her unassuming demeanor and compliance, why was she perpetually subjected to bullying? Was it merely because she was perceived as a vulnerable woman, an easy target for maltreatment? In the past, she would have chosen to endure the humiliation in silence. However, with Zhang Yuan at her back, she finally felt liberated to express her long-suppressed emotions. Gazing at that malevolent face, she raised her hand high. Slap! That blow encapsulated Ning Yue's pent-up resentment, and the impact was undeniably forceful, sending a tingling sensation through her palm. In an instant, Li Chunhua's visage flushed crimson. I will kill you, you wretched being." Remembering that her initial intention was to seek understanding, she had to swallow the words that threatened to escape her lips. "Very well. I shall accept this slap. Can you now forgive me?" Zhang Yuan retorted coldly. "Is this you negotiating with me? No, you may not fully grasp the situation. You lack the qualification. What more do you intend to do?" Yue's fury had found an outlet. Zhang Yuan pointed at the bandage encircling his head. "What about my injury? How shall we reckon that?" Chapter 35 Your CAF isn't half bad. If you hand it over to me, I might just let it slide. Lu Wei could not help but mumble, "But you're unscathed, aren't you?" If we're comparing woes, this couple looks far worse. Both of them could only lie in bed, immobilized by thick plaster casts. In contrast, Zhang Yuan appeared unfazed, were it not for the bandage wrapped around his head. Lu Wei might have thought he had merely missed his target. "Severe concussion, would you say that as serious?" Zhang Yuan produced a medical diagnosis and thrust it into Lu Wei's face, stating gravely, "This is freshly issued by the hospital. Take a look for yourself." The couple exchanged a glance, their faces draining of color. Suspected severe concussion, re-examination advised. Qian Wen had previously informed them that, in such circumstances, judicial appraisal would likely classify it as a serious injury. Meanwhile, the couple's injuries were merely fractures. With a few months of recovery, they would be fine. Should Zhang Yuan truly pursue legal action, their imprisonment would be unavoidable, quite possibly for 3 to 5 years. Lu Wei immediately panicked, hastily insisting, "Brother, let us discuss this amicably. As long as you don't sue us, we'll do anything." Li Chunhua chimed in, "Indeed, we can compensate. Just name your price." Observing this scene, Zhang Yuan felt a cold amusement within. The educational level of these two was indeed concerning. They were easily intimidated. Can you not see the prominent word suspected on the diagnosis report? It is indeed a challenge for the hospital to issue a definitive diagnosis, as no one dares to take on that responsibility. However, a mere conversation with the attending physician to obtain a suspected diagnosis is undoubtedly far simpler. Zhang Yuan chuckled and said, All right, since you are willing to offer compensation, we can negotiate. How much are you prepared to provide? After speaking, Zhang Yuan casually pulled out a chair, sitting down leisurely while perusing his phone. Meanwhile, Lu Wei and his wife whispered among themselves. Dear, how much do you think is appropriate? After all, he is seriously injured. Compensation is inevitable. Li Chunhua furrowed her brows and replied solemnly. Let's not offer too much at once. We should proceed cautiously. Then let's start with 10,000 and see how he reacts. If necessary, we can always increase it. She proposed. Agreed. After reaching a consensus, Lu Wei called out, Brother, we acknowledge our fault in this matter, and to show our sincerity, we are willing to offer you this amount. What do you think? He then extended a finger toward Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan raised his gaze and let out a derisive laugh. Only 100,000? Are you trying to dismiss me like a beggar? I am suffering from a severe concussion, enduring excruciating pain every moment, and who knows, I might not survive another day. What can this amount possibly do for me? The couple exchanged awkward glances, swallowing their immediate responses. If they were to reveal that they only intended to offer 10,000, he might very well explode with rage. After all, with a damaged brain, unpredictable behavior is to be expected. The consequences of an unfortunate demise in this hospital would only amplify their liability. 100,000 is truly the utmost sincerity we can muster, and we have little cash on hand. We would have to scrape together funds to make it happen. But what does that have to do with me? I am the victim here, do you understand? Lu Wei clenched his teeth, resolutely asking. Then how much do you require to settle this matter? Your CAF is quite nice. If you transfer it to me, I might consider it, Zhang Yuan said dismissively. Were it not for the plaster that bound Lu Wei so tightly, he might have jumped up in outrage. What do you mean consider? That establishment was purchased with my hard-earned money, including the cost of the premises and the franchise fees, totaling nearly 3 million. He shook his head vehemently, insisting, no, that is not acceptable. I mortgaged my house and car to acquire that business, and it has only just started operating. Without it, I would have nothing. Zhang Yuan laughed again, coldly stating, as I said, your investments are of no concern to me. I am a reasonable person. If you cannot part with it, I shall not press further. We will meet in court. With that, he opened the door, preparing to leave with Ning Yue. The couple hurriedly called out, Wait. Zhang Yuan turned back. It seems you've changed your mind? Lu Wei's face was filled with bitterness as he pleaded, Brother, could we possibly reconsider? That shop is of utmost importance to us. Without it, we will have no income at all. There is no room for negotiation. If it is feasible, then let it be, but if not, then so be it. Do not waste my time. In truth, Zhang Yuan does not necessarily need that CAF. He has already liquidated his stocks, and at this moment, he is not lacking in funds. However, individuals like Lu Wei and Li Chunhua, the scoundrels they are, must be taught a harsh lesson, lest they continue their nefarious deeds. Impulsiveness invariably exacts a toll. Observing Zhang Yuan's resolute demeanor, Lu Wei's countenance morphed into one of despair, akin to one mourning a lost mother. Should he refuse, incarceration would undoubtedly follow. The mere thought of this tightened his resolve. Ultimately, after much deliberation, he opted to part with some wealth to avert catastrophe. Money can be regained, but how would one endure the torment of imprisonment, even for a single day? Seeing Lu Wei's capitulation, Zhang Yuan understood victory was at hand and promptly made his way outside, his voice resonating in the air. My lawyer will arrive shortly to sign the contract. I hope you do not fail to appreciate this opportunity. Minutes later, Zhang Shan entered the hospital room. Upon witnessing the expressions of the two men, he silently shook his head. Having received prior instructions from Zhang Yuan, he was well aware of the negotiation's outcome. This maneuver was ruthlessly effective. In these times, a life claimed might yield a compensation of over 1 million. Yet here was Zhang Yuan, unharmed, acquiring a CAF worth 3 million. The couple was completely at a loss as to how to counter him. Truly, they had suffered for their lack of education. There is a saying, when a person's intellect does not align with their current wealth, that wealth will inevitably be redistributed in some form. This perfectly encapsulates the situation at hand. Simultaneously, Zhang Shan reminded himself that one could only befriend someone like Zhang Yuan. To be an enemy would be folly. Meanwhile, the Lu couple had become numb, hastily signing the transfer contract without reading it in detail. Thus, the CAF changed ownership. However, whether they perused the document mattered little. Regardless of Zhang Yuan's demands, they had no standing to negotiate. On the other side, Zhang Yuan handed the contract to Ning Yue. After a cursory glance, She exclaimed in astonishment. Senior, you must be mistaken. This is the transfer contract for the CAF. Why is it in my name? Indeed, it is for you. All future earnings will belong to you. But this value seems excessively high, she replied. Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of its worth, it is yours now, and I have not spent a single penny on it. He felt a sense of indebtedness towards this girl, and thus parting with such a gift caused him no distress. Moreover, he intended to offer even more in the future. Chapter 36. What do you mean by $1 million? Are you really that boastful? Ning Yue murmured. But I do not know how to manage it. I will incur losses. You will not suffer losses. The establishment already has a well-established business model. Simply continue as it has been done. After school commences, I won't have much time to visit the CAF either. Zhang Yuan chuckled. When do you ever see a CAF owner personally running the shop? They always hire others to manage the operations. In that case, you could promote Sister Zhang to the position of manager and entrust her with all the responsibilities, if you truly have no desire to run this CAF. If managing it is not your wish, selling it is also an option. I reiterate, do whatever you wish in the future. You need not worry about finances anymore. After Zhang Yuan's suggestion, Ning Yue nodded in agreement. I shall give it a try. Transitioning from a mere part-time worker to the role of proprietress is no small leap, and she found it somewhat difficult to fathom. Zhang Yuan grasped her hand and said, Yue, I promise to provide you with a happy life. Though I may not be the best in terms of emotional matters, at least I shall ensure that you lack for nothing materially. The bandage wrapped around the back of Zhang Yuan's head made his serious demeanor appear somewhat comical. Yet, Ning Yue felt her eyes welling with tears. The fact that he rushed to her aid after she was wronged spoke volumes. Such a man, despite his flaws, is indeed tolerable. I'm not as materialistic as you claim. Even if you have nothing, I am willing to follow you, she declared, embracing Zhang Yuan tightly and murmuring, Senior, you are too good to me. As long as you do not leave, I shall not forsake you. At that moment, the door swung open and Lu Shuiyo entered. Oh, it seems I have come at an inopportune time. Ning Yue hastily released her grip and greeted her softly. Senior. Zhang Yuan inquired. So is everything all right now? By the way, did Lawyer Zhang leave? He has left. He mentioned that if any issues arise in the future, I should contact him directly. Given that you have exchanged contact information, Lu Shuiyo exclaimed in astonishment. I never would have imagined you could be so ruthless. Is that excessive? Not in the slightest. Lu Shuiyo clenched her fist. Such scoundrels deserve this. They ought to be driven to ruin and left with nothing. As for you and Yue, while I cannot guarantee everything else, I will ensure that you suffer no harm. Both women nodded, feeling a profound sense of security with such a fearless man like Zhang Yuan by their side. I should have no further issues, right? How long until I can be discharged? 2 to 3 days, perhaps. The doctor advised to observe for a bit longer, just to be safe. Very well. Once the serious matters were concluded, the atmosphere turned awkward as the three exchanged glances. Ning Yue quickly said, You two continue your conversation. I need to use the restroom. Lu Shuiyo watched her retreating figure and chuckled. She seems rather shy. Not everyone can be as thick-skinned as you, came the reply. Can anyone be thicker than you? A scoundrel who juggles multiple partners. Where's the scoundrel in that? It is only scoundrel-like to flirt and then abandon, Zhang Yuan retorted with a smile. Those who treat everyone sincerely and remain steadfast, like me, possess the rarest qualities. Lu Shuiyo shot him a sidelong glance. I implore you, have some self-respect. Your face is thicker than a city wall. Is it? Then let me see whose is truly thicker, Zhang Yuan said, extending his hand to gently pinch her cheek. Lu Shuiyo pouted, seemingly awaiting something. Zhang Yuan immediately understood, cradling her head and kissing her enticing lips. With both matters resolved splendidly, Zhang Yuan's spirits soared. I must leave the hospital now. You truly are reckless, aren't you? She teased. As the saying goes, one might as well die beneath the peony. Living a life of indulgence, right? Anyway, I'm still not ready. Perhaps seek your junior instead. 3 days later, Zhang Yuan finally discharged himself from the hospital. The bandages on his head had been removed, and unless one scrutinized closely, no visible scars remained. The Porsche had sustained only minor damage, a bit of paint chipped away. Now restored to its former glory. In room 508 of dormitory 3 at Longhai Financial University, Zhang Yuan gazed at the balance on his bank card, a smile illuminating his face. Just moments ago, Lu Shuiyo had transferred the funds from her stock liquidation. 200 million in cash had alleviated his immediate concerns. 200 million, An amount that an ordinary person could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime lay coldly dormant in his account. Now, he could simply revel in life's pleasures. Yue, what is your bank card number? Send it to me. What is this about? She inquired. Didn't I borrow money from you? The investment has yielded returns, and I intend to repay you. Ning Yue waved her hands in protest. No, you've already gifted me a CAF. There's no need for repayment. Besides, with school starting soon, aren't you concerned about tuition? Zhang Yuan gently caressed her hair, speaking softly. I have plenty of money now. Just send me your card number. Unable to resist his insistence, Ning Yue complied. Minutes later, she exclaimed in astonishment, Senior, did you transfer the wrong amount? Why send me 1 million? Indeed, 1 million. Spend it as you wish. After paying tuition, buy some clothes or cosmetics. Handle it as you see fit. It wasn't that Zhang Yuan was unwilling to give more. Rather, the transfer didn't count towards expenses incurred for the opposite sex. He had possessed the system for nearly a month. Yet his total accumulated spending remained a paltry 160 yuan. During this time, either Ning Yue or Lu Shuio had covered the expenses. Now, it was finally his time to shine. Ning Yue shook her head. Senior, this is too much. I cannot accept it. I'll transfer it back. You know I struggle with commitment in relationships. Just accept the money without hesitation. But it feels as if I'm being kept by you. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Consider it as such, though there's a slight difference. As shameless as it may sound, I must confess, I love you. Very well, then I shall accept it. At such a tender age, how could Ning Yue not wish to adorn herself? Previously, she had refrained from purchasing clothes out of necessity, burying those desires deep within her heart. With Zhang Yuan's support now at hand, all of this can indeed be realized. Although it contradicts her original intentions, the situation has unfolded as such, and it is impossible to expect Zhang Yuan to be wholly devoted. Most importantly, she has become utterly reliant on him. Viewed from another perspective, accepting what Zhang Yuan provides is rather agreeable. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to feel at ease. Thank you, Senior, she expressed. Silly girl, there's no need for gratitude. Once this 1 million is spent, I shall provide you with more. Do not hold back, he replied. Ning Yue chuckled to herself. Then I shall not be courteous. At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, and 2 girls entered, each dragging a suitcase. What 1 million? Are you just boasting? Chapter 37. Shopping. The speaker was a girl at the forefront, not particularly tall, barely reaching 160 centimeters. Her face was heavily made up, which might appear acceptable at first glance, but one could only speculate what she would look like without it. Her attire was decent, suggesting a relatively well-off background. Upon entering, she continued to chatter, Ning Yue, who is this person? Does she not realize this is a girl's dormitory? The girl who entered behind merely cast a glance at Zhang Yuan and remained silent, her expression not particularly pleasant. Wu Na, this is my boyfriend. He will leave shortly, Ning Yue informed. So what if he is your boyfriend? How can he be brought into our dormitory? Hurry and ask him to leave. Zhang Yuan initially had no intention of engaging, but her incessant prattle was unbearable. During the start of each semester, it was quite common for boys to assist in carrying luggage to the girls' dormitories, a routine that had never drawn scrutiny from the dormitory supervisor in recent days. Moreover, from what Ning Yue shared, Wu Na frequently brought her boyfriend to the dorm and lingered for hours without issue. With a cold snort, Zhang Yuan retorted, Is this dormitory solely yours? Wu Na's face twisted with disdain as she exclaimed, Why are you being so unreasonable? This is a girls' dormitory. What do you intend to achieve by lingering here? Do I need to spell it out for you? I have no interest in you whatsoever. Perhaps you should spend more time in front of a mirror and avoid overestimating yourself. You, despicable and shameless. Ning Yue, well aware of Zhang Yuan's temperament, feared that he might resort to violence if provoked. The consequences of fighting at school were far too severe. She hastily interjected, Senior, do not stoop to her level. Take me shopping instead. All right, as you wish. Where shall we go? Ning Yue pondered for a moment and replied, Let us head to Shanghai. I have always wanted to visit, and today I happen to have the time. Seeing Wu Na enter had already made Zhang Yuan wish to leave. Arguing with a woman, regardless of the outcome, would be a disgrace. Ning Yue's suggestion aligned with his own desires, as he had long wished to explore the place. And it presented a perfect opportunity for some shopping, an endeavor that promised to serve 2 purposes at once. However, Wu Na lacked such discernment and mistakenly believed that Zhang Yuan was intimidated. She mockingly remarked, Oh, I didn't expect you to know, Ning Yue. All the items inside are luxury imports. Can you afford a single piece? By the way, I just overheard someone claiming to have given away 1 million. What a boast without any basis. Huh. Zhang Yuan merely smiled disdainfully and led Ning Yue outside. His complete disregard for her incited even greater ire in Wu Na. Turning to the girl following her, Qian, she proposed, let us go take a look ourselves. Zhou Qian raised her head and asked, you aren't thinking of chasing after them just to mock them, are you? Is that really necessary? Not at all. I had my eye on a watch last semester that costs over 8,000. I finally got the funds to buy it, so accompany me, will you? I'll treat you to coffee afterward. Wu Na scoffed. What if we run into Ning Yue and her pathetic boyfriend? It would be amusing to witness their folly. Very well then. Subsequently, the two exited and encountered Su Yun in the hallway. Where are you headed? Is Yue inside? She and her boyfriend have gone out. Wu Na casually replied. By the way, are you coming? You might just run into them. Upon hearing about Ning Yue's boyfriend, Su Yun immediately envisioned his youthful and handsome visage. Although she was unaware of why Zhang Yuan had not contacted her in the past 20 days, she had not given up hope. In her eyes, such a wealthy heir could easily forget someone in an instant. Confident in her own beauty, she thought that an opportunity to present herself might deepen his impression of her. The three then hailed a ride-sharing vehicle and headed towards Shanghai. En route, Wu Na remarked, Su Yun, let me tell you a joke. That Ning Yue's boyfriend apparently claimed to have given her 1 million, saying he could give more if needed. Is that in Huaxia currency? How absurd. If money were that easy to come by, there wouldn't be so many impoverished souls in the world. However, Su Yun found no humor in this and felt a pang of bitterness. She was convinced that such a claim was indeed true. A person who could afford a fully loaded Panamera would not make such jest. Simultaneously, a wave of jealousy inexplicably surged within her. How wonderful it would be if Zhang Yuan's girlfriend were me. Shanghai was not far from the financial university, merely a 20-minute drive. After parking in the underground garage, Zhang Yuan escorted Ning Yue upstairs. Upon reaching the clothing section, they casually approached a store. The sales associate, Zhou Yin, promptly greeted them. Hello, welcome. In truth, luxury boutiques often required a queue for entry, as a single associate could not attend to multiple customers simultaneously. This was ostensibly to provide a superior shopping experience, though whether this was genuine or merely a gimmick remains uncertain. Fortunately for Zhang Yuan and Ning Yue, their early arrival meant the store was sparsely populated, thus circumventing this formality. Let us take a look at the women's wear, Zhang Yuan suggested, gesturing towards Ning Yue. You choose what you like. Zhou Yin did not display any signs of impatience despite Ning Yue's ordinary attire. She warmly stated, all right, madam, please follow me. Your fair complexion and tall stature suggest that a fitted top paired with a long skirt would accentuate your waistline and create a more harmonious silhouette. She presented a dark long skirt and a short-sleeved blouse to Ning Yue. You might want to try this. I believe it will look splendid. As it was Ning Yue's first visit to such a luxury boutique, she felt somewhat self-conscious, only agreeing to try the outfit after Zhang Yuan gently encouraged her into the fitting room. After a considerable pause, the fitting room door finally creaked open. She emerged with a faint blush adorning her cheeks. The sight nearly caused Zhang Yuan's eyes to pop out, his gaze transfixed. Ning Yue's already statuesque figure appeared even more elongated in this ensemble. The low-cut blouse hinted at her décolletage, while her slender waist, accentuated by the flowing long skirt, sculpted her form to perfection. With a pair of high heels, it would be nothing short of exquisite. Senior, does it look good? She inquired. Absolutely stunning. This is the one. However, a hint of hesitation crept into her voice, but I feel this may not be suitable for a student. It seems a bit too mature. Not to worry, wear this for outings, and we can select a few other outfits for school, Zhang Yuan reassured her. Ning Yue had never donned such attire before, being accustomed to the most mundane of clothing. In her memory, only those who relished fashion wore such things. Though she truly adored this outfit, she still shook her head. Senior, let us try something else. This is too expensive. Do you like it? He pressed. Yes, I do, but Zhang Yuan chuckled and summoned the sales associate. What is the price of this ensemble? Zhou Yin cautiously replied. Mr. Zhang, both pieces are from our new product collection this year. The long skirt is priced at 16,800 yuan, and the blouse at 9,800 yuan. The cost is indeed high, but the quality is undeniable. Just look at the effect on your girlfriend. I envy her. Zhang Yuan interrupted decisively. Very well, we'll take this set. Let us choose some other pieces as well, and please recommend a pair of high heels. Chapter 38. Spending like water. It dawned on Zhou Yin that this young man, surnamed Zhang, was evidently from a wealthy background. As a sales associate in a luxury boutique, she had encountered numerous clients who would flee at the mere mention of prices, as well as those who appeared affluent yet were exceedingly frugal. They would nitpick at every detail, ultimately refusing to purchase despite the items being undeniably beautiful. In contrast, Zhang Yuan made his decision without even a flutter of an eyelash. The total cost of over 20,000 yuan for clothing was no trifling sum. Such depth of character. Observing his intent to select additional items, Zhou Yin grew even more enthusiastic, fearing that this valuable client might slip away. Very well, Mr. Zhang. Let me assist your girlfriend in selecting shoes. Please, have a seat here. Although Ning Yue felt the extravagance of it all, she could not bring herself to refuse anything that Zhang Yuan had resolutely decided upon. Subsequently, she tried on several outfits of varying styles, prompting Zhang Yuan to nod in approval repeatedly. Indeed, beauty is such that one looks exquisite in any attire. Zhang Yuan wasted no breath on trivialities, even neglecting to inquire about the prices, and instead instructed the sales associate to package the items. In the end, he purchased 4 or 5 outfits and 2 pairs of high heels, totaling approximately 200,000 yuan. Observing the system panel where the accumulated expenditure had surged after nearly a month of stagnation, his spirits lifted as well. Yet, despite this lavish spending, the amount remained a far cry from the target of 100 million. Ning Yue softly interjected, "Senior, this is truly sufficient. Acquiring more would be unmanageable." Although she adored these garments, she felt a pang of sympathy for Zhang Yuan. 200,000, a sum she had never spent in her lifetime. Not even half of it, had evaporated in less than half an hour. "Very well, let us explore further," Zhang Yuan proposed. "Really no need. I understand your generosity. But there's no need to squander," she replied. "Squander? Do you not see how splendid you look? As my woman, all I require is for you to adorn yourself beautifully each day. The rest is inconsequential," Zhang Yuan replied, taking her hand. "Come, let us look at some handbags." Zhou Yin approached, saying, "Mr. Zhang, we also have bags for sale at Pudala, featuring various trendy styles. Would you care to consider?" As a seasoned sales associate, she recognized the opportunity presented by such a discerning client and was keen to seize it. Bags are not like clothing. They often command prices in the tens of thousands, and the commissions can be substantial. Zhang Yuan shook his head. "No, I do not want a bag." "Very well, our store is just next door. Turn left upon exiting, and you will find it." "Wishing you a pleasant shopping experience," Zhou Yin replied. After a moment's thought, she added, "Could Mr. Zhang leave a contact number? I can reserve any small gifts that arrive in the store for you." "Forget it. I do not wish to trouble myself." As they reached the store entrance, he remarked, "Please keep these items here for now. I will retrieve them before I leave." "Certainly, I shall safeguard them for you." "We welcome your return," she assured. Once the two had departed, Zhou Yin took out her phone and snapped a photo of the garments, sending it to her friend Xiao Lily, who worked as a sales associate at Vacheron Constantin. "Lily, I've just made a significant sale, 200,000 in half an hour. I've never encountered such a lavish customer who doesn't even ask about prices." "Is that so? You're going to make me envious. I haven't sold a single watch today. There are plenty of lookers, but none willing to spend. By the way, did your client mention an interest in watches?" "Not at all. Even if he wished to purchase one, he wouldn't heed my suggested brands." "Ah, that's unfortunate." Subsequently, Zhang Yuan and Ning Yue arrived at a counter where he selected a delicate handbag for her, reasonably priced at 158,000 yuan. It was not that Zhang Yuan had a particular fondness for this brand. Rather, it was a reminder of the bag Zhao Xiaolin had shown him in the CAF. A memory that lingered vividly. In the past, he had felt utterly powerless facing a bag priced at 28,000. Now, the price has escalated to a point where one can purchase without a moment's hesitation. With a fortune of 200 million in her account, this sum is but a trifling amount. Gazing at the long string of cold digits, it evokes no sentiment whatsoever. Ning Yue carefully cradles the small bag worth over 100,000, fearful of any scratches or dents. Observing her, Zhang Yuan chuckles, remarking, "Once purchased, it is meant for use. If it gets damaged, we simply buy another. Why hold it so dearly?" He then discards the packaging and places Ning Yue's phone, keys, and other items into the bag. "Senior, I wish to buy you a few outfits as well," she expresses. Seeing her willingness to reciprocate, Zhang Yuan graciously accepts. With 1 million in cash, Ning Yue can be deemed a minor heiress. They then proceed to Versace, acquiring several ensembles for men. Zhang Yuan possesses a commendable physique. Standing tall and well-proportioned, adorned in the luxurious attire, he exudes even greater charm, nearly captivating the attention of the Versace sales assistant. However, upon noticing Ning Yue beside him, he cannot help but feel a pang of inadequacy, lacking the courage to even request her contact details. Senior, is that enough shopping for now? Shall we return? Zhang Yuan glances at her smooth wrist and replies, let us purchase a watch as well. An empty wrist is rather unappealing. I think that is sufficient. I don't need it, she protests. Ah, you're being disobedient again, are you? Ning Yue can only resign to a reluctant nod. As they pass the product counter, the sharp-eyed Zhou Yin immediately spots them and approaches, inquiring, Mr. Zhang, would you like assistance in taking your purchases to the underground garage? I'll go check out the watches. You can hold on to these menswear items for now, and we'll collect them later. Very well. Watching them head towards the watch section, Zhou Yin promptly retrieves her phone and sends a message to Xiao Lily. Xiao Lily, currently attending to several clients, is growing impatient. Among the clientele are students. Two of them remain relatively quiet, but one girl named Wu Na incessantly examines an entry-level watch, chattering away without making a purchase, constantly requesting discounts. Is it within her authority to grant discounts? Were it not for her professional demeanor, she would have lost her temper by now. Madam, this watch is a remarkable value, and we have only this one in stock. If it catches your eye, I would advise acting swiftly, she says. Every sales assistant in each store delivers a similar line, despite ample inventory. Wu Na scoffs, isn't this merely a tactic of scarcity marketing? I've seen through such ploys long ago. If you do not believe me, I shall not insist. Take your time to consider. Let us make a deal. If you can bring the price down to 8,000, I'll take it off your hands. Surely, you can authorize that discount? I apologize, madam, but I lack that authority. Wu Na retorts angrily. Is it really going to kill you to earn a little less commission? Ultimately, watches are all quite similar. It's merely the markup at the boutique that inflates the price. Upon hearing such words, Xiao Lily's patience was utterly exhausted. What kind of person speaks so unpleasantly? She forcibly retrieved her watch from Wu Na and placed it back on the counter. Although selling an entry-level watch might yield some commission, she would rather forego the earnings than engage in further verbal exchanges. What do you mean? Why are you putting it away? I never said I wouldn't buy it. At that moment, Xiao Lily's phone rang, and she disregarded any thoughts of Wu Na's potential feelings, promptly checking the message. The wealthy heir surnamed Zhang is on his way to you. Please welcome him. Thanks. If this works out, dinner's on me. Chapter 39. A casual gift. After putting down her phone, Xiao Lily hurried outside the store. She spotted a young and handsome man walking slowly with a woman. She was certain that this man was the wealthy heir her best friend had mentioned. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Xiao Lily, a sales associate from Vacheron Constantin. Would you like to take a look at our newly arrived watches? You know me? Zhang Yuan responded, astonished. The sales associate who assisted you at Prada is my sister. She told me about you. Fearing that Zhang Yuan might misunderstand, she quickly added, we certainly have no intention of breaching your privacy. We merely wish to invite you in for a look. Whether you decide to purchase or not, I will do my utmost to assist both of you. Zhang Yuan initially intended to visit Patek Philippe, as its brand recognition and reputation surpassed that of Vacheron Constantin. However, given the warmth of the sales associate before him, he found it difficult to refuse outright. After all, Vacheron Constantin was also a world-renowned brand, and it couldn't be too inferior. All right, let us go in. Xiao Lily felt as though she had won a great victory, her heart brimming with joy. Customers who casually spend hundreds of thousands on clothing rarely leave the store empty-handed once they step inside. At that moment, Wu Na rushed over in a fury, demanding, what is going on with this sales associate? I arrived first. Why are you attending to other customers? Call your manager. I want to file a complaint. I apologize, but our manager is not present. You may file your complaint when she returns, but for now, I must attend to our esteemed guest. Please step aside. Turning back to Zhang Yuan and Ning, she said, please follow me. These are all the new models released this year. You. Wu Na was about to explode when she noticed Zhang Yuan and the woman behind Xiao Lily. She gasped in surprise, it's you too? Zhang Yuan couldn't muster a word for her, choosing instead to follow Xiao Lily to the counter and browse on his own. Observing that Zhang Yuan and his companion were empty-handed, Wu Na couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. You've been here for quite a while and haven't bought anything. You probably just came to broaden your horizons. What a ridiculous sales associate, claiming to have esteemed guests. Truly lacking discernment. At this moment, Su Yun, who had accompanied Wu Na, spotted Zhang Yuan. After a moment's hesitation, she gathered her courage and approached him. She feigned surprise, extending her hand and saying, "Senior, it's great to see you again. Do you remember me?" Zhang Yuan extended his hand to her with a smile, saying, "Your name is Su Yun, isn't it?" "Senior, you have an excellent memory," she replied. She then noticed Ning Yue's handbag and exclaimed, "Wow, that's the latest model. Yue, did you just buy it?" "Yes. Senior bought it for me. That handbag is quite expensive. Before coming here, we checked at the store, and it seemed to be over 100,000. Yue, may I touch it?" "Of course." Ning Yue handed the bag over, and Su Yun examined it with delight. Zhang Yuan regarded her with a knowing smile. During their handshake, she had subtly brushed her fingers against his palm. Displaying such boldness in front of Ning Yue was quite audacious. At that moment, an unpleasant voice broke the atmosphere. Wu Na looked at the handbag with disdain, stating, "Puffed, it's just a counterfeit. It's clearly a few hundred yuan street vendor item. This bag's retail price is 158,000. Do they look like they can afford it? Using something like this to show off is just pathetic." Su Yun retorted angrily. "How can you speak like that? This is obviously genuine. You simply don't know how to appreciate it." Her relationship with Wu Na was merely cordial. They usually exchanged pleasantries at most. They had coincidentally come to Shanghai together this time. Seeing Wu Na belittle Zhang Yuan, she immediately fired back. "Whereas the lack of discernment. It's glaringly fake. Can I be mistaken?" Wu Na continued, claiming to spend 1 million and buying a counterfeit, yet unwilling to spend a dime while shopping. "Hey, Ning Yue, what kind of boyfriend did you find? Don't ever mention us to him. I'd be embarrassed." Just as Ning Yue was about to respond, Zhang Yuan held her back, smiling. "According to your logic, not buying anything while shopping is shameful. May I ask, what did you purchase?" This prompted Wu Na to yell at Xiao Lily, who said, "I didn't buy anything. You, wrap that watch from earlier. I'll take it. You can just buy an 8,000 yuan watch like it's nothing. Can you do that?" She sneered. Although Xiao Lily was reluctant to sell to Wu Na, she could not refuse a customer. With a sigh, she took out the payment machine, saying, "Please swipe your card." Wu Na, who had just resolved to buy, hesitated, holding her card with an indecisive expression. The card was swiped, and a receipt quickly emerged, but it was Zhang Yuan who had made the payment. Wu Na, of course, would not be deluded into thinking that Zhang Yuan was paying for her. She exclaimed loudly, "What do you mean by that? You like it, so just buy it." "It's not the only one," he replied. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Lily felt quite pleased, her face beaming as she said, "I'm sorry, but this model is indeed the only one. It now belongs to Mr. Zhang. Ms. Wu, you may look at other options." Wu Na's teeth ground in frustration. This was the most attractive watch available for under 10,000. She looked down on anything cheaper, yet couldn't afford anything more expensive. "You are bullying me. I had my eye on it first, and I will definitely file a complaint," Ms. Wu exclaimed. With a light laugh, Ms. Wu continued, "When it comes to shopping, payment precedes possession. You hesitated at the card swipe, so it's only natural that someone else sees the opportunity. Even if you complain to our headquarters, I won't face any repercussions." Wu Na, aware of her lack of justification, ceased her argument and muttered, "Humph, it's just a few thousand for a watch. Did you think I truly desired it? Even if it were given to me, I'd consider it too cheap." Those present recognized her stubbornness, opting to remain silent. Initially, she had feigned great interest, but her tone shifted abruptly. She turned to Ning Yue again and remarked, "Hey, your boyfriend is just putting on a show. He might have swiped a few months' salary without thinking. Aren't you concerned?" Ning Yue had never noticed how irrational Wu Na truly was and muttered, "What a lunatic. Haha. I'm increasingly curious whether your boyfriend can afford meals now. Just don't come to me for loans." Xiao Lily respectfully handed the watch to Zhang Yuan. "Mr. Zhang, the watch is wrapped. Is there anything else you need?" Upon receiving the watch, Zhang Yuan did not place it on Ning Yue's wrist, but instead handed it to Su Yun beside him, saying, "Here, this is for you." He then whispered in Ning Yue's ear, "This is too inexpensive. I'll just give it away. I'll buy you a better one later." Ning Yue nodded gently. Her relationship with Su Yun had grown much closer during this time. Moreover, given that Su Yun had just defended her, gifting her a watch seemed appropriate. Having previously spent hundreds of thousands, Ning Yue's perspective had shifted. A watch worth only a few thousand seemed trivial, and giving it away didn't evoke the anticipated regret. "Senior, this watch, are you really giving it to me?" A wave of joy flooded Su Yun's heart, apprehensive that Zhang Yuan might have misspoken. Over 8,000 yuan, undoubtedly a substantial sum for a university student. They had no connection, so such a gift felt implausible. Zhang Yuan dismissively waved his hand. Yes. It's yours. Take it if you want. Otherwise, just toss it. I want it, I want it. Su Yun hurriedly accepted the watch, as if in a dream. If Ning Yue were not present, she would have leaped into Zhang Yuan's embrace. Chapter 40. Buying a watch. Witnessing this scene, Wu Na turned pale with envy. After saving for months, and even asking her parents for help, she had finally purchased the watch she had long coveted. Yet Zhang Yuan handed it off without a second thought, showing no ounce of regret. If Su Yun were his girlfriend, it might have made sense. But there was no connection at all. This action infuriated her, inciting a desire to vomit blood. Another person had remained silent throughout, and that was Zhou Qianqian, who had come along. At this moment, she also stood up, her eyes wide as she gazed at Zhang Yuan. By now, it was clear to her that Zhang Yuan was no mere impoverished individual. He was, in fact, an extremely affluent tycoon. Then, she caught sight of the car keys in Zhang Yuan's hand, realizing that the Porsche parked beneath the dormitory was also his. A feeling akin to that of Su Yun arose within her. Zhang Yuan, indifferent to the expressions of those around him, spoke again. Please select a finer watch for me. It is a gift for my girlfriend. Certainly, replied Xiao Lily, her envy of Ning Yue palpable. To have such a financially capable boyfriend must be a source of great happiness. She retrieved a delicate watch from the counter, suggesting, how about this one? It's from the Yiling Goddess series, with a diameter of 37 millimeters and a thickness of 10.8 millimeters. Crafted from 18K rose gold and adorned with 58 round diamonds on the bezel. Upon hearing the mention of diamonds, Ning Yue lost her courage to even try it on. Senior, let us choose something more affordable. Xiao Lily chuckled. Miss Ning, there's no need for concern. This watch is quite reasonably priced at only 315,000 yuan, hardly more than your handbag. Zhang Yuan scrutinized the watch, conceding that the craftsmanship of such an expensive item was indeed exquisite. Although it boasted numerous diamonds, it did not appear cluttered. Rather, it was aesthetically pleasing at first glance, perfectly complementing Ning Yue's overall demeanor. Please have her try it on, he requested. Of course. To their surprise, the watch looked even more impressive on her wrist. The dazzling dial sparkled against her delicate, smooth skin. Zhang Yuan made a swift decision after a mere glance. All right, I'll take this one. Xiao Lily, brimming with excitement, began to wrap it up. Meanwhile, Su Yun looked at her own watch, which cost just over 8,000, and suddenly felt a pang of dissatisfaction. The allure of a watch worth over 300,000 was undeniable, yet Ning Yue radiated genuine joy. Observing Zhang Yuan's bare wrist, she turned to Xiao Lily and asked, do you have any fine men's watches? I would like to take a look. Certainly. Please follow me, Xiao Lily responded. This model is from the Zongheng Sihai series, crafted from 18K gold, priced around 400,000 yuan. Mr. Zhang might want to try it on. Zhang Yuan glanced at the watch, but shook his head. The ostentatious gold design felt somewhat gaudy, more suited for middle-aged men in their 40s. Noticing his expression, Xiao Lily quickly presented another option. However, Zhang Yuan examined several pieces, none of which appealed to him. It was not until he reached a standalone display in the center of the boutique that he halted. Inside the glass case lay a distinguished men's watch. Xiao Lily introduced, Mr. Zhang. This is from Vacheron Constantine's Heritage series. It features a manual mechanical movement and is encased in 950 platinum, the most expensive metal currently used in watchmaking. Additionally, the watch features the display of date, day of the week, and month, with a remarkable waterproof depth of up to 30 meters, embodying both practicality and elegance. Given the exorbitant value of this timepiece, our store possesses only this singular item. The selling price of this exquisite watch is 5,051,000 yuan, and upon purchase, one can enjoy complimentary lifetime maintenance services, undoubtedly offering exceptional value. Upon hearing the staggering quote exceeding 5 million, several individuals present gasped in astonishment. Zhou Qianqian and Su Yun stared blankly at the watch, rendered speechless by their surprise. Such a price was beyond the realm of their wildest dreams. However, Wu Na, while recognizing Zhang Yuan's affluence, clearly doubted that he would actually purchase this watch. The difference between hundreds of thousands and millions is an entirely different concept. Spending such an exorbitant amount on a mere accessory seemed utterly irrational. Ning Yue discreetly tugged at Zhang Yuan's sleeve. Her cheeks flushed, saying, Senior, if you intend to buy this, my funds will fall short. Silly girl. Why would I let you pay? I'll cover it myself, he replied, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Lily. Bring it out for me to try. Xiao Lily suppressed her inner elation and, with a heart brimming with excitement, opened the glass cabinet. If anyone else wished to try on this watch, she would need to seek approval from her superiors. After all, such a valuable timepiece could incur were from mere handling. Yet, upon Zhang Yuan's request, she bypassed that protocol entirely. With a patron of such wealth expressing interest in trying it on, purchasing intent was assured. As for the price, Xiao Lily discerned that it posed no obstacle for Zhang Yuan. If she successfully sold this watch, she could forego work for the rest of the month. Mr. Zhang, how is the straps fit? Would you like it adjusted for comfort? Xiao Lily leaned in closely, meticulously ensuring the watch's comfortable placement on his wrist. From a service perspective, she left no room for criticism. Naturally, she refrained from any overly familiar gestures that might provoke displeasure. The mirror is here. Please take a look, she urged. Zhang Yuan examined the watch, its silver-white casing paired with a black strap, the intricate hollow design revealing the mechanical workings within. While it was indeed pricey, it was within the realm of acceptability. To him, money was merely a sequence of digits. Activating the system required 100 million, and an additional 100 million could serve as pocket money. All right, how much in total? Xiao Lily gazed at Zhang Yuan in disbelief, murmuring, Mr. Zhang, have you made your decision so swiftly? It seemed her inquiry was superfluous. For someone of his stature, a mere few million would surely be inconsequential. I apologize for my excitement. Including your girlfriend's selection, the total comes to 5,366,000 yuan. Please hold on for a moment while I consult the manager to see if I can secure a discount for you. Zhang Yuan naturally did not object. Why not save a bit if possible? He was no fool. Chapter 41. The act of swiping the card looks truly impressive. Shortly, Xiao Lily returned. Mr. Zhang, the price I have applied for you is a total of 5,300,000. Although the discount is minimal, I assure you I have exerted my utmost effort. Upon hearing this, Wu Na could not help but murmur. Why can he receive a discount of several thousand, while I am denied even a few hundred? This is clearly an act of bullying. Xiao Lily looked at Wu Na as if she were a fool and mockingly replied, if you two could spend over 5 million, then a discount could be afforded to you. To criticize without the means to purchase is truly a spectacle. You, what? Do you wish to lodge a complaint against me? Go ahead, hurry. Xiao Lily, on the brink of sealing this significant deal, was unperturbed by the situation. She sensed the discord between this woman and Zhang Yuan, thinking perhaps that a little humiliation might even enhance her standing. Zhang Yuan waved his hand and said, all right, go ahead and swipe your card. Upon hearing the words swipe the card, her anxious heart finally found solace. With the receipt printed, the transaction was officially concluded. At that moment, her admiration for Zhang Yuan surged. Even though he was short and unattractive, the act of swiping the card was enough to overshadow any flaws. Moreover, Zhang Yuan was not without his good looks. However, when she glanced at Ning Yue beside her, her budding desires were extinguished. In terms of figure and appearance, there was simply no comparison. Zhang Yuan then accessed the system panel. Accumulated expenditure on the opposite sex, 681, 760 yuan out of 100, 000. Yuan. Activation conditions not yet met. A mere 600,000, far from sufficient. He then calculated why this amount exceeded by 600 yuan. It was only upon seeing the watch on Su Yun's wrist that he realized this too counted towards the expenditure. Truly, the system was meticulous, accounting for every detail, leaving no room for loopholes. Let's go, it's time to head back. Ning Yue turned and asked, Su Yun, are you still shopping? Or would you like to return with us? Su Yun, who had been seeking an opportunity, readily agreed. Sure, I want to be polite then. Yue, even if you hadn't suggested it, I was already hoping to hitch a ride. The taxi is unbearably hot. I've long since lost the desire to take one. We also bought some clothes next door. You must help carry them. Of course, let us hurry back to school. I want to see if the clothes you purchased are appealing. The three of them then proceeded directly to the Prada boutique to collect their stored items. Meanwhile, Wu Na, still at Vacheron Constantin, grumbled, just look at Ning Yue, flaunting her little riches, as if she fears others do not know she has attached herself to a wealthy individual. Despite her words, the bitterness in her tone was palpable from afar. Qian, let us take a taxi back and from now on, ignore her. And that Xie Qian too, they are both terribly annoying. We shall oppose them in the future. However, Zhou Qianqian did not respond with the indignation Wu Na had anticipated. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "You go ahead. I have something to attend to and will leave later." "Very well, then let us go for barbecue tonight." After Wu Na departed, Zhou Qianqian pondered for a moment before setting off in another direction. Zhang Yuan and his companions, laden with bags, took the elevator down to the underground garage. As they were about to start the vehicle, a sudden voice called out, "Wait for me." Upon approaching, they discovered it was Zhou Qianqian, who jogged to the side of the Porsche with a troubled expression. "Senior, could you take me back as well? Wu Na has gone to attend to other matters." Seeing this proactive girl approach, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile knowingly. It seemed she was captivated by his financial prowess. It was not akin to Su Yun, who would simply beckon him with a finger. Rather, it was likely that witnessing him gift Su Yun a watch had sparked her interest. She might have thought that by cultivating a good rapport with Ning Yue, she too could experience such delightful surprises in the future. Zhang Yuan's impression of Zhou Qianqian was neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. She was a rather demure girl, not as talkative or pretentious as Wu Na. In terms of appearance, she was decent, not striking at first glance, yet certainly not unattractive. She could be considered a beauty. While Zhang Yuan had no intentions of developing anything beyond friendship with her, she was, after all, a dorm mate of Ning Yue. Bringing her into Ning Yue's circle could potentially create a 3-to-1 dynamic that might make Wu Na's life less enjoyable. The feeling of being excluded and isolated was indeed unpleasant. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Of course, get in." Zhou Qianqian cautiously opened the rear door and took her seat. During the drive, Ning Yue inquired, "Senior, you've met several of us from the dorm. What are your impressions?" She paused, then added, "Oh, wait, you haven't met Xie yet." At the mention of Xie, Su Yun's mood soured, and she muttered, "What is so special about her? It's better if Senior doesn't meet her. She is not that pretty and has a penchant for flirting with men." Ning Yue was displeased and retorted, "That is not true. Su Yun, don't speak carelessly. Xie is undeniably beautiful. She has always been kind to me." Indeed, this perspective was one Su Yun did not contest. She continued, "If I were in your dorm, I would treat you well too. Perhaps I should speak to the school about switching rooms with Xie." "No," Ning Yue pouted. "If there is to be a switch, it should be with that person." Though she did not name who she meant, the others in the vehicle understood all too well. Despite Ning Yue's innocent and kind nature, she was not without her temper when provoked. As they drove partway, Zhang Yuan's phone rang, prompting the others to fall silent, wary of interrupting him. Upon answering, the voice of Lu Shuio came through. "Where are you?" "I just left Shanghai." "What is up?" "Don't forget our agreement. Tonight is the class reunion. And you promised to accompany me." "Sure, I'll come pick you up later." "No need for that. Just go ahead. Let me share a delightful surprise with you. I have acquired another sports car, the one I just mentioned, and I shall be able to drive it over this afternoon." "Oh, don't you wish to inquire about the make of the car?" "What is the point? You'll find out in due course. You are such a tedious man. I must tell you, this car is registered in your name. Why would you purchase a vehicle in my name?" "Because I fancy it. Once I tire of this car, I shall pass it on to you, allowing me to procure a new one. Today, I am eager to experience the car's top speed." "Hey, take it easy. Even though there are fewer cars at the gathering place, do not drive recklessly." Understood. I am hanging up now. See you later." As soon as the call ended, laughter and chatter resumed within the vehicle. Although the call was not on speaker, both Su Yun and Zhou Qianqian could discern that it was a female voice. While the specifics of their conversation remained unclear, one thing was certain. Zhang Yuan shared a close relationship with that young woman. Curiously, Ning Yue showed no signs of anger and did not press for further details. Chapter 42. It is indeed rare for someone of this age to possess a vehicle worth over 200,000. Speaking of sports cars, Zhang Yuan suggested, "Yue, if you find the time, consider enrolling in a driving school. Once you obtain your license, I shall buy you a car. You may choose whichever one you desire." "No need, Senior. I rarely go anywhere. I have no use for a car," she replied. "You will inevitably need it someday. Who knows how many attempts it might take for you to pass the test. Best to start early." Ning Yue protested softly, "I am not foolish." "Well then, if you are not foolish, go and obtain your driver's license to prove it." "All right then." The two women in the back seat, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Zhang Yuan's offer of choose whatever you like surely implied a price tag not less than 7 figures. How wonderful it would be if that person were me. After dropping them off at the dormitory, Zhang Yuan prepared to leave. He intended to settle all the online loans he had taken out earlier. Although he had borrowed over 400,000, the interest accrued in less than a month was minimal. It was prudent to repay as soon as possible with available funds. Well, we shall head inside now, Ning Yue and the others said, holding the clothes they had just purchased as they stood outside the car. Su Yun waved and said, "Thank you, Senior, for the watch. I really like it. All right, if I have time, I will visit the school again. Next time, Senior can come to our dorm. I assure you there will be no unpleasant company." Zhang Yuan smiled. "Sure, let us discuss it later." Zhou Qianqian, however, gazed at Zhang Yuan with a complex expression, attempting several times to articulate her thoughts, but failing to find the right words. It was only when the Porsche disappeared from sight that she felt a wave of regret. Upon first seeing Zhang Yuan, she had merely thought him decent-looking. Influenced by Wu Na, she also believed that a man's presence in a female dormitory was inappropriate, which led her to not offer him a warm reception. However, when she witnessed Zhang Yuan's lavish spending, her mindset underwent a complete transformation. To casually expend millions was far beyond the realm in which she dwelled. It represented an unattainable echelon. The wealth that could trickle from the fingertips of such affluent young men was monumental. Just like Su Yun, who had effortlessly acquired a watch worth nearly 10,000 yuan. She could have left a favorable impression on Zhang Yuan, had it not been for Wu Na's interference. Contemplating this, a hint of resentment towards Wu Na began to brew within her. She resolved that when Zhang Yuan next visited the dormitory, she would find a way to alter his impression. As they were about to ascend the stairs, a light blue sedan sped towards them. It was unclear whether the driver intended to show off, but the car came to a sudden halt just a meter or two away from them. When it finally came to a stop, the driver's door swung open, and a young man emerged, smiling at Ning Yue. "Yue, it's been a while. This is my newly purchased car. Would you care to take a ride?" At that moment, several girls exited the corridor and gasped in awe at the blue vehicle. "Wow, is that a Xiaomi 7? The bay blue color is stunning," one exclaimed. "I've only seen it online before. Seeing it in person is truly impressive. They say its design is a knockoff of a Porsche, but I think the Porsche doesn't look nearly as beautiful." Their animated chatter filled the air, and the young man, Yang Hui, a student from the financial university, basked in the glow of their admiration. Yang Hui, one of Ning Yue's suitors, hailed from a comfortable background. During the summer break, he had persistently pleaded with his parents, who finally acquiesced and purchased him the Xiaomi 7. Students who owned cars were a rarity at their school, and a vehicle costing over 200,000 yuan was not considered trivial. Indeed, the car attracted considerable attention wherever it went, just as it did that day. Yang Hui felt that his vehicle was no less impressive than a Porsche, and he believed it would surely win Ning Yue's heart. "How about it, Yue? Would you like to get in?" he asked. Ning Yue shook her head. "No, thank you. I have things to attend to." She then turned to walk towards the corridor, but Yang Hui stepped in front of her. "I've pursued you for an entire year, and this car was bought with you in mind, so we wouldn't have to squeeze onto the bus. I promised to treat you well. Yue, will you give me a chance?" Yet, his heartfelt declaration could only stir his own emotions. Ning Yue's expression grew slightly impatient. "Excuse me, please let me through. We need to go upstairs." "Why? Why so ruthlessly reject me? I can buy you anything you desire. Being my girlfriend would make you the happiest person in the world." Yang Hui almost pleaded. "I can fulfill any wish you have. Ruwei, I beg you to give me a chance." Seeing his relentless persistence, Su Yun stepped forward and exclaimed, "How shameless can you be? She has clearly rejected you, yet you continue to pester her. Besides, Ruwei already has a boyfriend. Compared to him, you are nothing." This Yang Hui, in his attempt to appear charming, nearly collided with them, which displeased Su Yun greatly. Now, he was blocking their path, showing no regard for their feelings. What she said was nothing but the truth. In terms of appearance and wealth, Yang Hui could not even compare to a single hair on Zhang Yuan's body. You have a boyfriend?" Yang Hui seemed struck by lightning, muttering, "You were single just before the holiday. Ruwei, please tell me you don't have a boyfriend." Ning Ruwei nodded. "Su Yun is right. I do have a boyfriend. Now could you please step aside?" "No, it's impossible. I refuse to believe it." Su Yun continued, "What is impossible about it? Wei Ve met her boyfriend, and he just left. I advise you to abandon your foolish dreams. Ruwei doesn't even have eyes for you." Under such relentless attacks, Yang Hui grew furious, shouting, "Then let him come over. I want to see what makes him better than me." With the school term commencing, more and more students arrived for registration. Yang Hui's passionate declarations attracted a crowd of onlookers. campus romance, Xiaomi 7, were all the current hot topics. In no time, the area beneath the dormitory was filled with students, and even the dormitory supervisor peeked out to see what was happening. Ning Ruwei usually maintained a low profile, but as the campus belle of the finance university, she radiated an aura wherever she went. Whispers filled the air. Ning Ruwei has a boyfriend too. Isn't she usually indifferent to those pursuing her? I think Yang Hui is quite decent. He is good-looking and wealthy, perfectly fitting my criteria for a partner. If only he were pursuing me. Any hesitation would be a disrespect to this Xiaomi 7. What are you thinking? Your looks are nowhere near hers. You might as well go to sleep. Another girl chimed in. Ruwei, why don't you just call your boyfriend over? Let him see for himself where he falls short. Yes, I'm curious too. What kind of man can win over the most beautiful girl in our school? Surely he must be extraordinary, unless he is not as wealthy as Yang Hui, which seems unlikely. It's rare to find someone at this age with a car worth over 200,000. Chapter 43. Even with all that, I wouldn't look at him. Seeing so many people gathered, Ning Ruwei wished to leave immediately. However, the corridor was packed, leaving no room to escape. Meanwhile, Yang Hui, hearing many voices directed at him from the crowd, felt emboldened. Ning Yue is indeed beautiful, but she is by no means inferior herself. It must be her so-called boyfriend who, taking advantage of the holiday, has charmed her heart with sweet words. If only I could summon that scoundrel and expose his true nature in front of everyone, then I would stand a chance. With this thought in mind, he impatiently urged, call him over quickly before he strays too far. I believe I am worthy of you, coming from a prosperous family. Only by being with me will you find true happiness. Upon hearing this, Su Yun chuckled lightly. Firstly, Yue's boyfriend is quite busy and has no time to engage in a rivalry with you. Secondly, I shall refrain from commenting on his looks, but since you remain undeterred, take a look at this. She lifted Ning Yue's wrist to reveal a watch. The mere value of this timepiece exceeds 300,000, far surpassing your vehicle. Pray tell, can your family's wealth compare to his? What? A watch worth over 300,000. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. As they beheld the dazzling diamonds and the prestigious Patek Philippe logo, they collectively inhaled sharply, although they could not discern authenticity from a distance. The mere act of showcasing it in public indicated it was unlikely to be a mere imitation. Moreover, Ning Yue was carrying an exquisite shopping bag emblazoned with the striking Prada logo. These luxury items, when totaled, likely amounted to over 100,000. Anyone willing to spend such sums on her would undoubtedly hold a position far superior to Yang Hui. At that moment, the crowd began to understand the financial clout of Ning Yue's enigmatic boyfriend. Even if that rich heir resembled a complete fool, he would still be far superior to Yang Hui. There is no denying that today's university students can indeed be this pragmatic. Yang Hui, upon hearing this, merely laughed. As he had suspected, that scoundrel had indeed won Ning Yue's affection through counterfeit possessions. He could believe that someone would spend thousands or even tens of thousands for a woman, but the notion of casually spending hundreds of thousands was utterly absurd. He exclaimed, Yue, you must have been deceived. All these items are replicas and are worth little. I know a friend who specializes in such things. He can provide a similar watch for merely 300 yuan. If you doubt it, I can have him deliver one for you to examine. Having expressed all this, Yang Hui gazed at Ning Yue with eager anticipation, envisioning her removing the watch and smashing it to the ground before rushing into his embrace. However, Ning Yue's response shattered his daydream. Even if it's fake, it was given to me by him. It has nothing to do with you. Please do not obstruct me here, as it will only make things more awkward. Why? I am the one who is sincere. Yang Hui clutched his chest, feeling as though his heart had shattered into pieces. Struggling to breathe with an overwhelming sense of despair, Zhou Qianqian gazed at Yang Hui with an expression of incredulity. Delivering the final blow, this watch was purchased by Yu Wei's boyfriend in our presence, and even the payment was made right before our eyes. If this were all false, then Shanghai might as well shut its doors. Before the crowd could fully absorb Zhou Qianqian's words, the sound of a car horn pierced the air once more. Beep, beep. The onlookers parted, revealing a sleek black Porsche that glided to a stop beside the Xiaomi 7. The window rolled down, and Zhang Yuan leaned out, calling Yu Wei. I believe my bank card is in your bag. Could you hand it to me? Upon seeing Zhang Yuan return, Ning Yue's face blossomed with a radiant smile. Yet, for Yang Hui, witnessing her exuberance felt like a dagger to the heart, casting a pall over the sky, which seemed to turn gray. Such expressions had only graced his dreams before. Why was it that this person was not him? Ning Yue hurried to the front of the car, rummaging through her bag to retrieve the bank card, which she handed over. Senior, it seems to be with me. After accepting the card, Zhang Yuan inquired, is something happening? Why are there so many people gathered here? Oh, it's nothing. Just the usual throng of students returning for the new term, causing a bit of congestion. All right then, I shall take my leave. If you miss me, just give me a call, anytime, understood? Ning Yue obediently nodded. Yes, I understand. Senior, you go ahead and attend to your matters. Zhang Yuan drove off, still murmuring. With so many people gathered, I thought someone might be contemplating a leap. Throughout this exchange, Yang Hui remained entirely unnoticed, not even earning a glance. Su Yun and Zhou Qianqian, overhearing his remarks, nearly burst into laughter, barely stifling their amusement. Perhaps no one was considering a jump before, but with your grand entrance, who knows how thoroughly someone's resolve may have shattered. The crowd watched as the Porsche's three-tiered rear wing deployed, roaring away, while their gazes shifted back to the Xiaomi 7. Initially, they had found it aesthetically pleasing, a car that met their expectations from all angles. Yet, suddenly, it seemed rather lackluster. A vehicle priced under 300,000 stood in stark contrast to one nearing 3 million. The disparity was unmistakable, although online jesters often claimed that the Xiaomi 7, in terms of performance and appearance, rivaled the Porsche. Placing the two side by side for selection would leave even a fool knowing which to choose. It was only after encountering Zhang Yuan, or more precisely, his car, that the onlookers reached a consensus regarding the watch and the array of luxury items. There was no doubt it was genuine. Who would dare to deceive with replicas when they could afford such a lavish vehicle? Moreover, the new handbag in Ning Yue's possession bore a price tag that was astronomical. Envious glances filled with jealousy and resentment fell upon her. Why did it seem that all the good fortune in the world was monopolized by her alone? If it weren't for her boyfriend's wealth, his striking handsomeness would be enough to leave her at a loss for words. Can't he spare her a little mercy? Little does he know that once one's horizons are broadened, it becomes increasingly challenging to find satisfaction in anything lesser. Yang Hui is a prime example of this. Even the girl who initially boasted about his remarkable qualities has now fallen silent, her gaze towards him resembling that of a jester. It is no wonder Ning Yue finds him unappealing. Frankly, I do too. This farcical scene concluded with Zhang Yuan's departure. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Ning Yue and her companions returned to their dormitory without incident. Upon entering, she was greeted by a delicate hand extending towards her, palm open. Repay me. Chapter 44. Forming a clique, Ning Yue chuckled. All right, I'll pay you back right away. Just let me set my things down first. Xie Qian pouted. You actually took advantage of my absence to go shopping and returned with so much. She rummaged through the shopping bags, sighing. Yue, that guy treats you so well. Just look at how much this costs. I've never seen anyone so wealthy in my life. It's not as bad as you make it sound. He is my boyfriend, after all. Fine, whatever you say. I have a friend who wants to know if your senior has any brothers or younger siblings. None. Xie Qian was undeterred and continued. If there are absolutely no brothers, what about sisters? They could still work. Ning Yue sighed in exasperation. There truly aren't any. Can you be serious for once? Xie Qian once again extended her hand. Hurry up and repay me. You borrowed 1,000. Now you owe me 100,000. Just consider this a lesson learned, or else it would have been a waste of my kindness. Give me your bank details. She retrieved her bank card and handed it over. To her surprise, Ning Yue actually opened the app and entered the sum of 100,000. This unexpected turn left Xie Qian dumbfounded, and as she typed in the verification code, Ning Yue snatched her phone away. No way, are you really giving this? Of course. Without your 1,000, I might have gone hungry. Your kindness deserves this in return. Seeing the sincerity in Ning Yue's eyes, Xie Qian inexplicably felt a wave of emotion swelling in her own. You really? How can I express my thoughts? Can't you be a bit more cautious? 100,000 isn't a trivial sum. It's not something you can just toss around. Do you think I'm a loan shark? Still feeling uneasy, she added. I know that guy named Zhang Yuan treats you well, but don't take my words lightly. You're beautiful, but a woman's youth is fleeting. Once the novelty wears off, who has to say he'll continue to treat you the same way? It's best to save some money for the future, to avoid any regrets. Xie Qian, my senior. All right, that is all I'm saying. Whether you heed my advice is up to you. I've seen too many of these wealthy sons. They all behave the same. She closed the banking app and returned the phone. Just repay me the 1,000 and treat me to a cup of coffee, nothing more. By the way, are you still working at that CAF on Xinhua Road? Ning Yue murmured. That CAF? My senior has already purchased it and gifted it to me. She had not mentioned to Xie Qian the incident a few days prior when Zhang Yuan defended her at the CAF. After all, it was not an act of great honor, and there was no need for it to become common knowledge. Thus, she opted for a different explanation. Knowing the outcome remained unchanged. What? Xie Qian exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. That CAF must be worth several million. How could anyone casually buy it as a gift? Ning Yue retrieved the contract from her locker and laid it before her. Upon seeing the clear documentation in black and white, she could not help but believe. It turned out that Yue's boyfriend had meticulously planned for the future. With such an establishment in hand, even if she chose not to manage it later, the rental income alone would ensure a lifetime of financial security. At that moment, she genuinely felt a twinge of envy for Ning Yue. Yet, it was merely envy, devoid of any ulterior motives. The prospect of Yue's future happiness was more than enough. Come on, take me to your CAF. I intend to drink you bankrupt. I want to try every single one of the most expensive drinks. As long as you don't mind gaining weight, indulge freely, Ning Yue replied, tilting her head. Qianqian, would you like to join us? Back in the dormitory, Zhou Qianqian sat quietly on her bed. While she appeared to be engrossed in her phone, she was actually all ears, listening to their conversation. Upon learning that Zhang Yuan had given the CAF to Ning Yue, her resolve only strengthened. Zhou Qianqian looked up, a hint of surprise in her voice. Can I go too? Of course. We're in the same dormitory. When Zhang Yuan had offered Zhou Qianqian a ride back, Ning Yue had already grasped his intentions. In their four-person dorm, the only person she truly disliked was Wu Na. Although Zhou Qianqian often spent time with Wu Na, she had never made things awkward for her. Therefore, Ning Yue was more than willing to deepen their relationship. Xie Qian pulled the two of them along, urging, hurry up. Let us finish our coffee and then head to the food street. Today we must treat this little rich girl to a grand meal. Ning Yue encouraged. This is our dormitory's first gathering since the semester started. Qianqian, you absolutely must join us. All right then. Just as the three were about to step outside, they encountered Wu Na returning from Shanghai. She blocked the entrance and inquired, Qianqian, don't you have something to do? How come you returned before me? However, Zhou Qianqian merely glanced at her, offering no reply. Wu Na, oblivious to any tension, continued, could you help me tidy up my bed? I haven't had a chance to unpack my suitcase yet. Once you're done, I'll treat you to a meal. At this point, Xie Qian grew impatient. Hey, can you move aside? How are we supposed to get out? Why can't you get out? I know some people are as portly as pigs. No wonder they can't pass through. Don't you agree, Qianqian? Wu Na typically exhibits a sharp and acerbic demeanor, yet Xie Qian is not one to be underestimated. She had anticipated that Zhou Qianqian would once again assist her in disparaging Xie Qian, thereby gaining some verbal advantage. However, she was taken aback when the situation suddenly shifted. Zhou Qianqian furrowed her brow and remarked with palpable disdain, Wu Na, your comments about others are truly lacking in decency. Wait, you actually. Wu Na gaped in disbelief, unable to articulate her thoughts. Indeed, it is quite perplexing how such an uncouth individual managed to infiltrate our school, another voice chimed in. Never mind, Xie Qian, let us not stoop to her level. Let us be on our way. The group then pushed past Wu Na and exited, leaving her bewildered and still pondering the reason behind this unexpected turn of events. A roommate in college often becomes one's closest companion, even more so than classmates. However, the feeling of being excluded from a small group is undeniably disheartening. The upcoming reunion was scheduled at the CG Huahai Resort Hotel, located approximately 20 kilometers from Shanghai City. At 6 in the evening, Zhang Yuan finally settled all his online loans and set the navigation towards the east suburbs. Meanwhile, within a private dining room at the resort, class monitor Lu Qingji raised his glass and addressed the gathering. It's about that time. Those who have yet to arrive probably want to be coming. So let us not wait any longer. Immediately, someone at the table concurred, what the class monitor says is true. It's quite impressive to see so many old classmates at this annual gathering. Indeed, it's a testament to the class monitor's influence. Had someone else organized it, we might not have had even half this turnout. Feeling a swell of pride at the compliments, Lu Qingji maintained a facade of indifference, proceeding to state, coincidentally, Director Li from our department is dining nearby, and I took the liberty of inviting him as well. I hope no one minds. Although phrased as a question, it was far from a negotiation. After all, Director Li Jinwen was already seated at the head of the table. making it impossible for anyone to openly dissent in his presence. What was intended to be a casual reunion among old classmates, filled with heartfelt exchanges and perhaps a few risque jokes, had taken a different turn with the inclusion of a department head. Would the atmosphere still retain its joviality? Lu Qingji, who had a penchant for ingratiating himself with school authorities during his academic years, had evidently carried that trait into the professional realm. This approach undoubtedly elicited murmurs of discontent among several classmates, yet they felt compelled to endure in silence. Observing the tacit agreement around him, Lu Qingji declared, "Since there are no objections, I shall have the staff bring out the dishes." "Wait," Lu Shuio interjected. "Isn't it still half an hour until the scheduled dining time? Why the rush?" Lu Qingji was momentarily caught off guard by her interruption. If others were to be overly serious, it could be dismissed with a casual excuse. However, this individual was Lu Shuio. Despite not having seen her for several years, Lu Shuio was a figure who had been crowned campus belle for 4 consecutive terms, wielding significant influence among her peers, especially the male students, whose glances involuntarily drifted towards her, a mix of curiosity and trepidation evident in their demeanor. Even he himself had harbored those whimsical fantasies, wishing for a fleeting moment of intimacy, willing to sacrifice years of his life for such a chance. Lu Qingji explained, "Shuio, as students, even when we step outside the campus, we ought to uphold respect for our teachers. We cannot keep directorly waiting indefinitely, can we?" These sentiments were not merely excuses. He firmly believed that once a time was agreed upon, it ought to be honored. A person without integrity cannot stand. A lesson imparted by the school. This statement immediately garnered the agreement of several boys. "I believe that Shuio is entirely justified. If we have arranged to dine at 6:30, we must wait until that time, regardless of whether other classmates have arrived," one chimed in. "Indeed, it doesn't matter if we wait a bit longer. A simple conversation can pass the time. If someone truly gets delayed, it would be our fault." Lu Shuio's influence among her classmates was indeed formidable. Not only did the boys support her stance, but the girls also voiced their opinions. Especially when Lu Qingji brought up the department head, they expressed their discontent. Lu Qingji offered an awkward smile, conceding, "Well, in that case, let us wait a little longer. My apologies, Director Li, for making you wait amidst your busy schedule to join our little gathering. I truly feel embarrassed," he added. Li Jinwen adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, a warm smile gracing his face. "What are you saying? It is a privilege for me to spend time with such vibrant young individuals like yourselves." Although his words were grandiloquent, no one could discern his true sentiments. This action undoubtedly embarrassed him publicly. Yet, Lu Shuio remained indifferent to Li Jinwen's thoughts. Having graduated for some time now, there was no need to be concerned about the opinions of a school teacher. If one were to weigh societal status, the head of the finance department at Longhai University would not even be worthy of carrying her shoes. A mere whisper in Lu Zhouyun's ear could jeopardize Li Jinwen's career, for she was the chairperson of a publicly traded company valued at billions, her influence considerable. Displacing Li Jinwen would be as effortless as taking a sip of water. Lu Shuio sat idly in her chair, puffing her cheeks in frustration. If others were absent, she would not have cared much. However, it was Zhang Yuan who had yet to arrive. That scoundrel, couldn't he have come earlier? After this trivial interlude, the atmosphere in the private room began to liven once more. A girl named Su Qing, seated to Lu Shuio's right, remarked, "Shuio, where have you been these past few years? You haven't responded to any messages in the group. The family arranged for a trip abroad, and it was only this year that they returned. I thought to myself, with no sign of their presence, it must have been years of studying abroad. Their demeanor and image are completely beyond the reach of a homemaker like me. You are married, right?" Su Qing nodded. "Yes, I got married last year. What about you? Are you married?" "No, not yet. I've just returned. It's too soon for marriage. Do you have a boyfriend?" Lu Shuio nodded without hesitation. "I do. With your remarkable qualities. He must be quite handsome, right?" Just casually asking, no other intentions. "He is indeed handsome, and you know him." Just as the two women were engaged in their lively conversation, Lu Qingji unexpectedly approached, taking a seat on Lu Shuio's left. "I noticed this seat was empty, so I took the liberty to join you. What are you two so happily discussing?" Lu Shuio cast a disdainful glance, as this seat was meant for Zhang Yuan, who had yet to arrive. It felt inappropriate to say much. Su Qing picked up the conversation. "Class monitor, I was asking Shuio if she has a boyfriend. Are you interested in knowing as well?" Lu Qingji feigned interest. "Of course." Su Qing jested. "What business do you, a big man, have with this?" He replied half in jest, "You might not know, but don't underestimate a man's curiosity." Su Qing's eyes twinkled. "Then you go first. Do you have a girlfriend?" "After you answer, I'll share my answer." When asked, Lu Qingji hesitated for a moment before responding, "No." "Is that so? I thought I saw a picture of you with a girl on your social media. Isn't she your girlfriend?" "Of course not. That's my cousin. I took her out for fun during the summer vacation, and I snapped a picture casually." Lu Qingji recalled the content of his last post and realized that the gestures in the photo were not particularly intimate. He could easily brush it off with the cousin excuse, feeling a sense of relief. His reasoning was simple. Lu Xueyou and his current girlfriend were not even on the same level. In terms of physique and appearance, she completely overshadowed her, leading by a significant margin. If there were any chance for Lu Xueyou to become his partner, he would certainly pursue it. As for his current girlfriend, parting ways would be a trivial matter. Chapter 46. Feel free to sit. After Lu Qingji finished speaking, a sharp-eared male classmate chimed in. "Class monitor, that's not entirely truthful. You brought a girlfriend to last year's gathering. Was I not present?" Lu Qingji retorted, "Wang Qing, what nonsense are you spouting? That was my ex-girlfriend. We've long since broken up." He wished he could silence Wang Qing for revealing his past. Couldn't he just keep quiet if he didn't know what to say? Fortunately, he managed to smooth things over, and the impact was minimal. He then turned to Su Qing and said, "All right, I have laid out my situation. May I now be privy to the answer?" Lu Xueyou had been listening to their conversation all along and had come to a realization. From Lu Qingji's various reactions, it was evident that he was nothing short of a scoundrel. The intentions he harbored were practically written on his face. Furthermore, as he spoke, he conspicuously fiddled with the car key adorned with 4 rings, seemingly anxious that others might not notice he owned an Audi. It was truly disheartening that such a person would still entertain notions of pursuing his own interests. Su Qing smiled languidly. "Very well, I shall reveal the answer as well. Xueyou has only just returned from studying abroad this year. As for whether she has a boyfriend, that is naturally." Upon hearing that Lu Xueyou had just returned this year, Lu Qingji could not help but feel a surge of joy. After all, just a few short months had elapsed. It would be improbable for her to have found a boyfriend so quickly. This indicated that he certainly had a chance. Moreover, he happened to be seated right beside Lu Xueyou. During dinner, he could brazenly indulge in a few drinks, thereby strengthening their connection. Through casual conversation, he could effortlessly reveal his income, confident that he could capture her heart with ease. No matter how stunning Lu Xueyou was, she remained a woman. Especially after stepping out into the world, she would inevitably come to recognize the significance of wealth. Fortunately for him, he was currently thriving, with money being the least of his concerns. Lu Qingji's parents were high-ranking executives at a foreign trade company in the bustling metropolis, earning a handsome income. He himself had joined the same company, sheltered by his parents, and had become a project leader, earning an annual salary of over 300,000. Who among recent graduates could boast such an achievement? With this thought, his confidence soared, and his heart burned with fervor. "Su Qing, why the pause? Please, do tell." Just as Su Qing was teasing the revelation, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Yuan entered with a beaming smile. "Oh, why is it so quiet? I thought I had wandered into the wrong place." He then spotted Lu Xueyou sitting across from him and walked straight over, addressing Lu Qingji. "Hey, could you make some room? I'd like to sit here." Being interrupted at such a pivotal moment infuriated Lu Qingji, especially when he heard Zhang Yuan demand his seat with such audacity. He had always loathed individuals like Zhang Yuan since their school days. Skipping classes and getting into fights were one thing, but Zhang Yuan seemed to relish opposing him at every turn. Whenever Lu Qingji proposed any class activities, Zhang Yuan would invariably find fault, embarrassing him as class leader and diminishing his stature. Ironically, Zhang Yuan had considerable influence among their peers, particularly with the girls, who would respond to his every word. This left Lu Qingji feeling utterly powerless against him. It was only after their graduation, during their first reunion, that he managed to humiliate Zhang Yuan through a display of his job and financial prowess, finally allowing him to feel a sense of vindication. What significance does it hold to be a figure of authority at school? Upon entering society, one must inevitably rely on connections and the ability to generate income. Despite his deep-seated disdain for Zhang Yuan, Lu Qingji would never allow such sentiments to surface in front of his classmates. He turned with a smile and remarked, "You didn't show up last year, so I assumed you wouldn't be here this time either." In the frantic rush to organize this gathering, I nearly lost my wits and forgot to reserve a seat for you. That was my oversight. He then called out to the waiter outside, Please bring in an extra chair. However, Zhang Yuan leisurely responded, since you've acknowledged your oversight, it would suffice to simply relinquish the seat. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingji's expression immediately soured. He had already offered an olive branch, yet Zhang Yuan remained obstinate. Did he truly believe he was entitled to this prime seat? Old classmate, you arrived late and may not be aware that the seating arrangements were predetermined. It is not something that can be easily altered. You will have to make do with squeezing in by the door. Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Yuan retorted, oh really? The seating was arranged in advance. If one didn't know better, one might think we were at a leadership meeting. Lu Qingji recognized the weakness in his own reasoning, but was reluctant to concede. The principle of first come, first served was well understood by all. He discreetly glanced at Lu Shuiyo and noted her furrowed brows, indicating some annoyance. This gave him confidence, evidently. She too did not wish for Zhang Yuan to sit beside her. Thus, he seized the opportunity, saying, Zhang Yuan, to be frank, it was Lu Shuiyo who invited me to sit here. After all, it has been quite some time since we last met, and we wish to catch up. He made a knowing expression, implying that certain nuances required no further clarification. Zhang Yuan nearly burst into laughter. Was this individual truly deluded, overestimating his own significance? Lu Shuiyo was indeed upset, but Zhang Yuan could easily surmise the reason for her displeasure. It was merely a petty reaction to his later arrival, compounded by Lu Qingji's refusal to vacate the seat. Shall I inquire with her, if that is permissible? Zhang Yuan began, but was cut off. Lu Shuiyo, would you mind if I take this seat? Lu Qingji too cast a pleading glance towards Lu Shuiyo. Although his prior statement was a fabrication, he presumed Lu Shuiyo would not undermine his position. What could a mere ruffian like Zhang Yuan possibly compare to him? Yet, Lu Shuiyo's response was destined to leave him disheartened. Not at all, you can sit here. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingji was taken aback. This was not the expected script. Had she not expressed disdain for Zhang Yuan? Why then this unexpected acquiescence? The bluntness of her statement rendered his earlier claims of an invitation utterly absurd. Lu Qingji once again experienced the embarrassment of being undermined in public. Even the numerous male classmates present expressed their deep regret. Had they known it would be so effortless to secure a seat beside the goddess, they would have taken the opportunity as well. Chapter 47. The Sycophant. Spare me some nonsense. Well, since you've overheard, please proceed. However, Zhang Yuan did not afford him the opportunity to speak. He simply seized the collar of his shirt and pulled him aside. Faced with such a brusque maneuver, Lu Qingji found himself utterly incapable of resistance. He awkwardly adjusted his clothing, realizing that standing there only amplified his discomfort. After glancing around, he could only retreat to the small stool recently brought in by the waiter. This stool was slightly lower than the usual seats, rendering him even shorter among his peers. Once Zhang Yuan settled down, he stealthily grasped Lu Shuiyo's delicate hand. Traffic was a nightmare. I'm a tad late. You're not angry, are you? I was kind enough to reserve a seat for you. Had I known, I wouldn't have spoken up on your behalf. Let us see how you manage to extricate yourself now. Zhang Yuan offered a disarming smile. You've been so kind to me. Surely you wouldn't, Lu Shuiyo huffed, though her words belied her actions. After Zhang Yuan took his seat, she subtly extended her leg under the table, resting it atop his foot. Of course, this small gesture was completely imperceptible to anyone else but them. At that moment, Su Qing leaned over, greeting him through Lu Shuiyo. Zhang Yuan. It's been quite a while. It has indeed, a year or two, I believe. I heard you got married last year. I was too busy to attend your wedding. She remarked. I understand that old classmates are often swamped with commitments and can't find the time. I was merely pretending to be busy. In reality, I had little to occupy my time. But saying I'm overwhelmed was a bit of an exaggeration, Zhang Yuan replied, displaying a camaraderie that Su Qing, being a seasoned individual, effortlessly matched. She chuckled lightly. The old classmate remains as witty as ever. Let us not linger on this. I'll invite you over to our home sometime soon. Certainly, let us discuss it again when the opportunity arises. Their brief exchange concluded without further elaboration. In truth, even if Zhang Yuan wished to continue, the conversation was effectively stifled. Lu Shuiyo had nearly pinched the flesh at his waist to a shade of blue. In a hushed tone, she admonished him. She's married now. Do you still harbor thoughts of her? You fail to comprehend. Married women possess their own allure. Their essay saying, isn't there? In youth, one fails to appreciate the charms of a married woman, mistaking a young girl for a treasure. Ouch, stop pinching. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's exclamation, Su Qing's gaze shifted curiously towards them. Subsequently, she lifted a corner of the tablecloth, unsurprisingly discovering their clandestine interaction. Ah, Shueyo. So your boyfriend is Zhang Yuan, she exclaimed, resting a hand on Lu Shueyo's shoulder. You could have mentioned it earlier. No wonder you allowed him to sit here. Caught in the act by a classmate, Lu Shueyo's face flushed crimson. It's not that I didn't intend to say anything. It's just that I didn't have the chance. All right, Zhang Yuan, you unexpectedly plucked the most beautiful flower from our financial university, Su Qing teased. Just shout. And I bet those male classmates will look at you with such envy that you might just perish under their gaze. I have no issue with that. I relish witnessing their envious stares. Perhaps I could even enjoy a few extra bowls of rice. Oh dear, your audacity remains as unwavering as ever. Never mind. I want to say more, lest Shui you complain about me. The gathering was slightly delayed by Zhang Yuan's arrival, and it was already past 6:30. Everyone's stomachs growled, and the inquiry into whether Lu Shueyo had a boyfriend was abandoned. Waiters entered the private room one after another, carrying an array of dishes. Over 20 classmates squeezed around a large dining table, making it rather cramped, with hardly any opportunity for the dishes to be served. After surveying the table, they noticed that Lu Qingji's seat had a gap above his head, being near the entrance. It was the prime spot for the servers to deliver the dishes. Thus, plate after plate of delicacies passed over his head, landing on the table, leaving him in quite a predicament. He couldn't even express his frustration without risking internal injury. After finally waiting for all the dishes to arrive, he promptly stood up and raised his glass. Today marked the annual reunion of our financial engineering class. Before we toast, I suggested we first raise a glass to Director Li. After all, without his guidance, we would not have graduated smoothly, nor would we have achieved what we have today. Come, let us fill our glasses. Anyone who refuses to drink is disrespecting Director Li. Upon hearing these words, the classmates eagerly agreed. Even the female classmates filled their glasses with wine. At this point, even those who initially wished to abstain from drinking had no choice but to partake. However, there was one exception, Lu Shueyo. Zhang Yuan knew she abstained from alcohol entirely. At the beginning of the semester, she had one beer and could hardly walk straight afterward. As for white spirits, those were out of the question. He poured her a cup of tea, intending for it to serve as a symbolic gesture. Yet, when everyone stood to empty their glasses, Lu Qingji interjected playfully, Lu Shueyo, if I'm not mistaken, you're drinking tea, right? Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. She can't drink, so tea suffices to convey her sentiment. Seeing Zhang Yuan stand up for her, Lu Qingji seemed to find an opportunity. The humiliation from earlier was still fresh in his mind. With his already small-mindedness, he was determined to reclaim the moment. While it might be acceptable for classmates to toast with tea, this particular toast was for Director Li, and it simply wouldn't do. The gratitude we owe Director Li is akin to that of our parents' nurturing. Without him, we wouldn't be where we are today. Even those who abstain from alcohol should raise a glass in his honor. Hurry and switch to baijiu. Haven't you seen that everyone else is indulging? Zhang Yuan, known for his fiery temper, felt his anger surge upon hearing Lu Qingji expounding his lofty principles yet again, this time in a condescending tone. Are you out of your mind? Whether someone drinks tea or wine is none of your concern. If you wish to propose a toast, do so with an entire bottle if you must, but why must you drag others into it? It's utterly meddlesome. Lu Qingji retorted, how can you speak like that? Isn't it expected of a student to act accordingly? A sycophant, indeed. He should refrain from such empty chatter. It was simply disrespectful and unreasonable. At that moment, Li Jinwen, seated at the head of the table, cast a glance their way. His eyes, concealed behind gold-rimmed glasses, betrayed his displeasure. Just moments ago, Lu Shueyo had insisted on waiting until the appropriate time to serve the dishes, while the others were enjoying their drinks. She alone clutched a cup of tea. Such actions clearly indicated a disregard for her peers. Clearing his throat, he spoke. Qingji, let it go. Some individuals, once they step outside the school gates, seem to forget their former teachers. Chapter 48. You are aware that you are disrupting our enjoyment. Why not leave now? Noticing that everyone's attention had shifted towards him, Director Li continued, the true measure of a person's character only manifests in society. If only everyone, like Lu Qingji, showed such respect towards their mentors, it would be splendid. There's no need to impose undue pressure. The essence of your gathering lies in having fun and enjoying your drinks. I apologize for interrupting your merriment. You need not pay heed to this old man. Simply being able to witness your youthful spirits brings me joy. So I shall partake in a light meal and engage in conversation before taking my leave." As Li Jinwen's sarcastic remarks lingered in the air, Zhang Yuan's frustration reached its zenith. He raised his hand, pointing at Li Jinwen with a cold glare. "You are aware that you are disrupting our enjoyment. Why not leave now? This class gathering is none of your business. It's audacious enough for you to appear uninvited. But to incessantly prattle on, what do you take yourself for?" As these words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The collective reaction was one of exhilaration. The rebuke was truly satisfying. Though such language was inappropriate by all accounts, Li Jinwen's behavior was undeniably excessive. For someone who abstains from alcohol, substituting tea for wine sufficed to convey one's sentiments. Yet, he chose to side with Lu Qingji, incessantly chastising Zhang Yuan and Lu Shuiyo for their supposed lack of decorum and disrespect towards their elders. Who could tolerate such indignation? If Li Jinwen were indeed their instructor, that would be one thing, but he was nothing of the sort, not even teaching a core subject. What right did he have to criticize others? To call him teacher would be an overstatement. While everyone harbored similar thoughts, it was only Zhang Yuan who dared to voice them. During his university days, he was quite the troublemaker, and it seems his temperament has remained unchanged. Lu Qingji, upon hearing this, slammed his wine glass onto the table with great force. "Zhang Yuan, have you forgotten your former teachers since stepping outside the school gates?" he exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. "Your actions would have been deemed as disrespectful to your mentors in the past. It is an affront to decency itself. Director Li has a busy schedule, and I went through great lengths to invite him here, yet you dare to utter slander against him." Zhang Yuan retorted with a sneer. "Did I ask you to invite him? Why is his name absent from the list shared in our group? If you were footing the bill, that would be one thing. But you are not. Only someone like you, a sycophant, would exploit the group's funds to curry favor." Zhang Yuan was not entirely mistaken. The expenses for this gathering were indeed shared among the attendees. Although the cost per person would not drastically increase with one additional guest, it still meant money being drawn from the pockets of many classmates. It was unthinkable to expect Li Jinwen to contribute. Had Li Jinwen remained modest and respectful, Zhang Yuan would not have raised any objections. However, his presumption to wield authority and criticize others from a moral high ground was utterly unacceptable. Lu Qingji, exasperated, shot back. "Why are you being so petty over a trivial amount? It's hardly a big deal. If you're so generous, why don't you cover the entire bill yourself? That way, you can invite whomever you wish, and I won't have any objections." Lu Qingji was momentarily taken aback. The meals at this resort were far from inexpensive. A single table could easily cost several thousand yuan. With a few bottles of premium liquor, the total would surely reach tens of thousands. It was not that he could not afford it, but he simply did not wish to be taken advantage of. Su Qing also rose to speak. "I believe Zhang Yuan has a point. If you are hosting, you can invite anyone you like. Yet, to take it upon yourself to invite Director Li without any prior notice, whose money do you think is being spent?" Lu Qingji did not expect anyone to contradict him. Acknowledging that he was indeed in the wrong, he hastily attempted to change the subject. "Regardless, Zhang Yuan, your words towards Director Li were inappropriate. You should sincerely apologize to him. Perhaps he will forgive your ignorance." As the class monitor and the instigator of this gathering, Lu Qingji still had a few supporters. Some classmates chimed in. "The monitor is right. Zhang Yuan, you should drink 3 cups as a self-punishment and offer a sincere apology. Director Li is magnanimous and will likely not hold a grudge against you. I suggest that future gatherings should involve more careful selection of attendees to avoid any unsightly individuals." Meanwhile, Li Jinwen could hardly believe that someone dared to insult him. As the department head of a prestigious finance university, he had not encountered such a situation in many years. Even those students who had ascended to high positions in society treated him with the utmost respect. While their private thoughts remained unknown, at least their public demeanor was courteous. He waved his hand dismissively, suppressing the cacophony of arguments from the private room, forcing himself to contain his anger while feigning indifference. "This classmate named Zhang Yuan, may I inquire where you work and what your income is?" "Of course. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely deduce from your excessive concern over the expenses for this gathering that your earnings are likely modest." Before Zhang Yuan could respond, Lu Qingji scoffed. He is either toiling away in some small company or running errands delivering takeout. "Director Li, you might not be aware, but at a previous gathering, His pitiful appearance made me want to donate a few hundred to him for a decent outfit. Li Jinwen chuckled. Qingji, we're all classmates. There's no need to speak so disparagingly. After all, it's only been a few years since graduation. What kind of good job can one find? However, returning to the matter at hand, I must say I'm quite impressed by you. Earning hundreds of thousands at such a young age in a reputable company like Huitong International Foreign Trade Company is remarkable. After a few years of honing your skills, achieving an executive position with a seven-figure salary is practically guaranteed. Lu Qingji's heart soared upon hearing Li Jinwen's words. Revealing his income through another's voice proved far more effective than stating it himself. As he basked in the envious glances from his classmates, his vanity was thoroughly satisfied. He cast a somewhat provocative glance at Lu Xueyou, as if to imply her lack of discernment. Surely, this would make the disparity between Zhang Yuan and himself evident. Subsequently, he adopted a humble demeanor, respectfully addressing Director Li. Oh, not at all. It is entirely due to your guidance that I have achieved what I have today. In a tone of instruction, Li Jinwen remarked to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, I trust you can now perceive the gap between you and your peers. To succeed, one must first learn to conduct oneself properly. Arrogance and foul language have no place in society. He then turned to Lu Xueyou, adopting a lecturing tone on this matter. Both of you should learn from Lu Qingji. Broadening your horizons is essential. Chapter 49. At this time, only 600 years are required observing the duo's harmonious exchange. Zhang Yuan felt a twinge of admiration. No wonder he is the department head. His skillful rhetoric is indeed impressive. Regardless of his own uncomfortable position, he adeptly shifts the focus of conflict without uttering a word about the appropriateness of attending the gathering, instead mocking Zhang Yuan for his lack of wealth and influence, insinuating that he lacks the social graces. The recent insult to his dignity seemed to bear no impact. By not dwelling on it, he only appeared magnanimous. Li Jinwen remained the lofty university director he had always been. Such is the reality of society. The wealthy are afforded a certain privilege. Indeed, after their remarks, some classmates cast Zhang Yuan glances tinged with disdain. What right does a destitute individual have to criticize Director Lu? If one were to belittle Zhang Yuan in his presence, perhaps they might garner his favor, much like Lu Qingji, who seized the opportunity for advancement. Director Li was not mistaken in his assessment of Zhang Yuan as arrogant and overconfident. The traditional virtue of respecting one's elders and teachers is glaringly absent in his demeanor. You may leave. You are not welcome at this gathering, nor should you expect to return in the future. Indeed, dining with Director Li is an opportunity we covet. Upon hearing their remarks, Zhang Yuan remained unfazed, then inquired, since you assert that to achieve success, one must first learn to be a person, I presume you are one of those so-called successful individuals. May I ask, what is your income? To which he added, if I recall correctly, a modest monthly income of over 100,000 should be easily attainable. Zhang Yuan implied. It appears that university professors are quite well compensated. The young man retorted, you underestimate the situation. I do not rely solely on a fixed salary. Even the highest school salary barely amounts to a few thousand a month. Director Li smiled and continued, at my social standing, numerous enterprises invite me to deliver lectures and train newcomers. That is where the substantial income lies. Lu Qingji seized the moment to interject. As it happens, our company has established a long-term partnership with Director Li, and the remuneration for a single lecture is quite considerable. What are you so curious about? Do you intend to report him for corruption? Rest assured, all of this is above board. Zhang Yuan refrained from responding and turned to Lu Xueyou. Is that trade company affiliated with your family? Indeed, she affirmed. Then let them depart, he declared. Lu Xueyou nodded. Even if Zhang Yuan had not suggested it, she had long wished to do so. What kind of class reunion is this? With a sycophant like Lu Qingji present, how could one possibly enjoy themselves? No wonder Zhang Yuan had been reluctant to attend from the outset. Meanwhile, Li Jinwen, noticing the two engaged in hushed conversation, felt a sense of triumph. Such a lofty monthly income would be unattainable for a brash young man like him for a lifetime. Now, do you both realize you must strive harder? It's acceptable for young people to stray from the path. The key is not to persist in error. Very well. I shall consider your earlier comments as unintentional. Let us take our seats and continue. Lu Qingji again exclaimed. The teacher truly embodies wisdom and virtue. Just his magnanimity alone is worthy of my lifelong emulation. I would never so easily forgive you. You too, fill the glasses and sincerely apologize to Director Li. Zhang Yuan merely smiled disdainfully, choosing not to respond. However, Lu Shuiyo could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Originally, I did not wish to dampen your spirits. I merely hoped for a pleasant reunion among classmates. Yet, at this juncture, it would be disingenuous to remain silent. Do you know how much Zhang Yuan has earned in the past month? The crowd looked up, their expressions filled with confusion as they regarded Lu Shuiyo. She leisurely remarked, "If we calculate according to Director Li's annual earnings of 2 million, it would take a mere 600 years. 600 years. What an astonishing concept." Some classmates even took out their phones to perform the calculations. However, the result left them utterly astounded. 12 billion. This was a figure they would not dare to dream of. Who would have thought that classmate Lu Shuiyo possessed such a remarkable ability to enliven the gathering? Indeed, I could believe 1 or 2 million, but this 12 billion is clearly far-fetched. Could it be that she is not even referring to Huaxia currency? It was evident that the crowd was skeptical of her claims. Only Su Qing, glancing pensively, seemed to ponder. During their university days, she and Lu Shuiyo had shared a dormitory, and she had a modest understanding of Lu Shuiyo's affluent background. Not only did she enjoy the finest in attire and necessities, but once, upon inadvertently glancing at Lu Shuiyo's bank statement, she was left speechless. The balance was astonishingly in the 8-digit range. It dawned on her that this roommate was undoubtedly a wealthy heiress. In light of this, Lu Shuiyo's confident assertions held a strong possibility of being true. At that moment, her gaze toward Zhang Yuan became tinged with eagerness. This old classmate, so unassuming, who would have imagined he possessed such substantial financial resources? Had she known earlier, perhaps she would have postponed her marriage. Lu Qingji chuckled cynically. "It seems you have a keen understanding of Zhang Yuan. How did you come to know he amassed such a fortune?" He emphasized the word fortune with a heavy tone, laced with sarcasm. Lu Shuiyo smiled gently, then stood and linked her arm with Zhang Yuan's. "Of course I know, because he is my boyfriend." The crowd was once again taken aback. The shock that this revelation brought surpassed even the preceding mention of 12 billion. After all, billions were merely spoken of in passing, unverifiable by anyone. However, the matter of her boyfriend was undeniably concrete. She had made the announcement in front of everyone. No one would dare to fabricate lies regarding such a matter. It was over. Who would have thought that the goddess of their dreams had been claimed by another? Their hearts ached. Though these male classmates felt a tinge of regret, they did not react excessively, merely casting envious glances toward Zhang Yuan. Lu Qingji, however, was different. With the revelation of Zhang Yuan and Lu Shuiyo's relationship, his previous behavior of monopolizing the seating now appeared comical. He faced the knowing smiles from the girls nearby, feeling so embarrassed that he could dig a hole to hide in. Now, he had completely abandoned any unrealistic fantasies regarding Lu Shuiyo, leaving only resentment. "Ha ha." Lu Qingji laughed heartily. "No wonder you defend him so vigorously. It turns out he is your boyfriend. That makes perfect sense. However, I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from jesting, as your words have rendered me so amused that I can scarcely find the appetite to dine. Can he truly amass over 10 billion? I would sooner liken that to ghost money. Even in flattery, there must be a measure, do you understand?" Li Jinwen's expression was one of disbelief. "Qingji, what are you talking about ghost money at such a pleasant gathering among classmates? It sounds rather ominous." Indeed. The director admonished. "I apologize to everyone." As the two resumed their banter, Lu Shuiyo smiled charmingly and remarked, "Is that so? The matter I am about to disclose may leave you unable to laugh thereafter." Chapter 50. "I had forgotten that car was mine, Lu Qingji. I can assure you that from tomorrow onward, you need not report to work." To his surprise, he seemed wholly unconcerned, letting out a cold laugh. "Oh, are you implying that the company intends to dismiss me? Do you comprehend the nature of the company I am employed with? It is a subsidiary of the Huitong Group. Do you truly believe you can sway their decisions? Lu Shuiyo, it appears you have lost your senses. Finding a petty thug like Zhang Yuan is one thing, but now you have begun to spout nonsense. Truly laughable." Lu Shuiyo extended a finger, speaking languidly. "If this news does not reach you within 10 minutes, I shall share your surname." "Ha ha." Lu Qingji laughed heartily. "What audacity! Who do you think you are? I shall wait here to see if the company will indeed dismiss me." The old classmates present had all heard of the Huitong Group's reputation. Several of its subsidiaries were deeply involved in the financial sector. As graduates of a financial university, they possessed a considerable understanding of this field. The Huitong Group is undoubtedly an entity to be revered. Not to mention, there exists an investment firm within Shanghai City that ranks among the top 3 in the industry. Lu Shuyo was indeed beautiful and came from a respectable background. However, to suggest that she could influence the decisions of the Huitong group seemed far-fetched. Having spoken such bold words, she might soon find herself in an embarrassing predicament. Just as the crowd held their breath in anticipation of a response, a server pushed open the door to the private room and quietly inquired, "Is the black Porsche parked outside yours? If so, could you kindly move it? A guest vehicle is blocked in." Upon hearing black Porsche, Zhang Yuan, without a moment's hesitation, produced his car keys and tossed them to the server. "Just find a spot to park it. I can't be bothered." However, the server hesitated, wanting to express his concern that the vehicle appeared exceedingly expensive and he did not dare to move it. If it were to be scratched or damaged, it would take years of his salary to cover the repairs. Yet, he could not overly disturb the guests, so he ultimately nodded reluctantly. "All right." Little did Zhang Yuan know that this seemingly trivial action would spark boundless speculation among his classmates. The very mention of the Porsche brand significantly indicated a matter of wealth. The least expensive model from this brand costs hundreds of thousands. Yet, Zhang Yuan was able to possess one. This is hardly the plight of an inconspicuous individual languishing at the bottom of society. Was it true, then, when Lu Shuyo claimed to have earned over $1 billion? Among those present, it was Lu Qingji and Li Jinwen who bore the most discomposed expressions. Just moments ago, they had been mocking Zhang Yuan for his arrogance, only to be swiftly confronted with their own folly. Su Qing, having already discerned Zhang Yuan's capabilities, remained unperturbed. Attempting to lighten the atmosphere, she remarked, "Zhang Yuan, you're quite impressive, being able to afford such an expensive car. Perhaps you could let me take it for a spin sometime?" "Of course, any time," he replied. Several classmates, either deliberately or inadvertently, began to engage with Zhang Yuan, seeking to curry favor. This irked Lu Qingji, who muttered, "Humph, it's just a Porsche. What's so remarkable about it? As if anyone couldn't afford one. A bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins." A minute later, the door to the private room swung open once more, and the same waiter returned, looking somewhat sheepish. "I apologize, sir, but it appears that vehicle is not yours." I stood beside it and pressed the key, yet it did not respond. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingji could not contain himself and spat out his drink in laughter. "Ha ha ha, Zhang Yuan, is that supposed to be your car key? A lighter, perhaps? Truly impressive, using a lighter to show off. Do you still have the audacity to face us after being exposed?" He had never witnessed such an absurd spectacle in his life, and he was grateful for the experience. Others were equally taken aback, realizing that even a simple matter of moving a car could unfold in such a convoluted manner. Following Lu Qingji's words, their gazes toward Zhang Yuan were tinged with disdain. "And he claims to have earned 12 billion? What a joke. If he wanted to show off, he could have at least rented a luxury car." Just as a few male classmates were about to unleash their scorn, the manager of the resort hurried over and bowed slightly to the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. We just reviewed the surveillance footage, and this gentleman's Panamera is parked perfectly, not obstructing anyone." The lobby manager then turned to Lu Shuyo, saying, "It is this lady's Porsche 918 that requires a slight adjustment." Upon hearing the name Porsche 918, the room fell silent in astonishment. Vehicles of this caliber are exorbitantly priced luxury cars, among the pinnacle of their class. Only 918 units have been produced globally. As a limited edition, it has long since been discontinued, with current market prices soaring to nearly 20 million. Even renting one is nearly impossible, and only those with fortunes in the billions would dare to approach such a vehicle. Lu Shuyo retrieved the car key from her bag and handed it to the lobby manager. "My apologies, I had forgotten that car belonged to me. Could you please move it?" Since she had just acquired the 918, she hadn't considered this aspect when the waiter first entered. "Indeed, I had forgotten, madam. Perhaps you should move it instead. I fear that if something goes awry, I would be unable to afford the repairs." The lobby manager clearly possesses a discerning eye, well aware of the vehicle's worth. Yet, she is acutely aware that even a minor scratch would far exceed her modest salary in terms of compensation. "Not to worry. After all, it was a gift from my boyfriend. He is quite generous and would not trouble you over a trivial matter." Lu Shuyo did not intend to elevate Zhang Yuan's stature with her words. Having previously liquidated stocks for 15 billion, she retained 10 billion at her disposal. To her, no matter what she purchased with that wealth, it was akin to a gift from Zhang Yuan. Very well then. The lobby manager cautiously accepted the car keys and retreated. Until that moment, the atmosphere within the private room had grown eerily silent. Could one truly forget a vehicle worth tens of millions? who would not treat it with the utmost reverence. Such nonchalance was rare indeed. The glances directed at Zhang Yuan shifted dramatically. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qingji's expression darkened. The 20 million Porsche 918 was well beyond his means. Even if his parents pooled their entire fortune, it would be insufficient to acquire it. Why had Zhang Yuan, that scoundrel, suddenly become so affluent? In terms of wealth, he felt utterly trampled beneath Zhang Yuan's feet. Just moments ago, he had mocked others for flaunting their wealth with a lighter, and now he felt as though he were about to be struck. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming urge to flee the scene. However, recalling Lu Shuiyo's earlier remarks, a sense of foreboding crept in. Could it truly be the case? Chapter 51. A complete farce. No matter how wealthy Zhang Yuan was, he could not possibly compete with the Huitong Group. His affluence could not influence their decisions, not in the slightest. Just then, the sound of a ringing phone shattered the silence. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Lu Qingji's jaw dropped in astonishment. It was Hong Yuanfang, the CEO of the Foreign Trade Company. He was responsible for all company affairs, wielding absolute authority. Having worked at the company for 2 to 3 years, he had only met the CEO a few times, never having exchanged a word. Even his parents approached the CEO with the utmost caution, afraid to breathe too loudly. The fact that such a significant figure had stored his personal number and was calling during after hours left Lu Qingji feeling overwhelmed. Was this a sign of impending success? Clearing his throat, he hastily stepped into a corner to answer the call. "Hello, President Hong," he greeted. "How may I assist you? Whatever challenges you face, I assure you they will be addressed." Lu Qingji, without uttering a word, promptly expressed his loyalty. In his perspective, such a prominent figure would undoubtedly disfavor subordinates who evade responsibility in times of crisis. Yet, the subsequent words of Hong Yuanfang left his mind in a state of utter bewilderment. "As of now, you have been dismissed from the company. You need not come in tomorrow." "What?" Lu Qingji stood there, holding his phone in a daze, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his arms stiffening involuntarily. Regaining his senses, he hastily implored, "President Hong, please allow me to explain. It is not as it seems. You need not explain to me. I have no desire to hear your justifications. You must understand that this call is not an inquiry but a notification of the company's decision regarding your termination." "My parents are both with the company," he stammered. Hong Yuanfang interjected. "Do you believe your parents can shield you? You have offended the wrong person. Do you comprehend?" "President Hong, I truly did not." The call ended abruptly before Lu Qingji could finish his sentence. At that moment, he realized the gravity of the situation. There was little hope for reversal. Even with his parents in high positions within the company, it could not sway the CEO's decision. "It's you." Lu Qingji seethed as he stormed towards Zhang Yuan, accusingly pointing a finger at him. "I have no enmity with you. Why have you gone to such lengths? Provide me with a reason." "A reason? Simply put, I find your sycophancy distasteful. Does that suffice?" "You." Lu Qingji glared at him, his body trembling with rage. Yet, moments later, he chuckled. "Zhang Yuan, I concede your prowess and your wealth. But do you think that after my dismissal, I will possess nothing? Let me enlighten you. My parents are esteemed figures in that very company, earning over $1 million annually." He surveyed his classmates in the private room, articulating each word carefully. "Even if I were to lead a life of leisure, I would still fare better than 99% of the populace. What can you possibly do about it?" Upon hearing this, his former classmates averted their gazes, their heads bowed. Those born with a silver spoon need not worry about the mundane struggles of life. With the unwavering support of his parents, Lu Qingji could choose to be complacent. Some are born into privilege, while others toil their entire lives like beasts of burden. Though such sentiments may sting, they remain an undeniable truth. Zhang Yuan and Lu Shuiyo could never have anticipated an unforeseen twist. Their gazes upon Lu Qingji resembled that of observing a fool. To have, in mere minutes, prompted the CEO of a foreign trade company to make a call regarding the termination of an employee was no trivial matter. Did he not grasp the severity of the situation? If they could so effortlessly dismiss him, could they not just as easily dismiss his parents? Was he so foolish as to flaunt his lineage, reveling in self-importance? Did he wish for his demise to come even more swiftly? Observing the envious expressions of the onlookers, Lu Qingji smirked disdainfully. What is there to be proud of? Merely having a few connections with Hong Yuanfang. His power may be substantial, but so what? I tell you, unless the board of Huitong Group speaks, my parents' standing is as solid as a rock. If you have the capability, go ahead and expel my parents from the company. Lu Shueyo smiled faintly and replied, "As you wish." She raised a finger, stating, "If I do not receive this message in 10 minutes, I shall continue to bear your surname." Upon her utterance, the atmosphere in the private room fell into a chilling silence. The notion of dismissing two veterans from publicly listed companies with a mere word seemed like a jest. However, those who had witnessed the earlier scene could hardly find humor in it. Lu Qingji sneered, "Lu Shueyo, do you think being associated with a wealthy individual is impressive? There are many things in this world that money cannot accomplish. Do you know who my parents are? They share a certain rapport with the chairman of the group. Before you boast next time, remember to prepare adequately, lest you become a laughingstock." "Is that so?" Zhang Yuan replied, a sardonic smile on his face. "Then do you know the surname of your group's chairman?" Lu Qingji momentarily failed to comprehend the implication of this question. His initial reaction was to ponder if Lu Shueyo was acquainted with the chairman. If so, it would indeed pose a dilemma. Yet, that was the extent of his concern. His parents had been employed at the company for over a decade, and their connection with the chairman was undoubtedly closer than that of Lu Shueyo. A few classmates appeared to grasp the situation, staring at Lu Shueyo in astonishment. A male classmate named Wang Qing pointed at his phone and exclaimed, "I know, it's Lu. Full name Lu Zhuyun. You can find the information on Baidu." He then glanced at Lu Shueyo and muttered, You can't possibly be." Wang Qing silently swallowed, leaving his words unspoken. However, everyone present understood the implication. It turned out she was indeed the daughter of Chairman Lu of Huitong Group, a genuine heiress, hidden in their school for 4 whole years without anyone realizing it. How remarkably low-key. Ironically, Lu Qingji's entire family worked at her family's subsidiary. Not only did he fail to cling to this powerful figure, but he also had the audacity to boast in her presence. One could not commit such folly without a decade of brain fog. If not you, who else should be expelled? Truly a case of self-inflicted misfortune. His once respectable family background was rendered a complete joke in comparison to Lu Shueyo's. She could easily cast them into oblivion with a mere flick of her finger. Chapter 52. If you cannot keep pace with the times, then perhaps it is best to retire. Lu Qingji, regaining his senses, wore an expression of disbelief. Meanwhile, another voice within him incessantly insisted, "It is merely a coincidence of surnames. Such coincidences cannot exist in this world." He murmured to himself, "No, it cannot possibly be true. Is it real? You shall find out shortly." As soon as Lu Shueyo's words fell, his phone rang once more, this time displaying his father's name. He hesitated for a considerable time before daring to answer. "Hello, Dad. You wretched creature, what have you done?" Lu Jun's voice erupted from the other end of the line. "Do you know that your mother and I have just been laid off by the company? And it was a decision made personally by the chairman. Of all the people to offend, you chose to provoke his daughter. Even President Hong would tread carefully around her." Lu Qingji quietly protested, "Dad, I truly did not mean to. Had I known her identity beforehand, I would never have acted in such a manner." His silence would have been preferable. Once he opened his mouth, Lu Jun's fury only intensified. "How many times have I told you to be more discreet in life and business? Just because you have a little money, you flaunt it everywhere. If you had absorbed even a single word of my advice, we would not be in this predicament today. How could I have raised such a fool? Hurry back to me." After the call ended, Lu Qingji felt as though his heart had perished. Without even a word of farewell, he stumbled out of the private room in a daze. While his family appeared prosperous on the surface, they had financed their home in the Magic City through loans. Once the entire family lost their jobs, how could they possibly repay the nearly 100,000 monthly mortgage? The thought of living a life of renting was beyond his imagination. He longed for time to rewind just 1 hour. He would surely have humbly appeased those two formidable figures. Alas, reality never grants one the luxury of regret. After Lu Qingji's departure, the atmosphere in the private room grew lively once more. Everyone surrounded Zhang Yuan, engaging in jovial conversation, their faces practically glowing with flattery. Yet amidst this revelry, one individual appeared visibly uneasy. Li Jinwen wished to discreetly slip away, even if it meant losing a bit of face. However, he was acutely aware of the words he had previously uttered. If he left without mending their relationship, life would likely become quite challenging. Not to mention, the collaboration with Huitong Foreign Trade Company would undoubtedly be cancelled, a significant loss of income. With this thought in mind, he approached with a beaming smile, raising his glass. "I never imagined our financial university to be such a reservoir of talent. Zhang Yuan's remarkable ability to generate wealth sets an exemplary standard for many of his peers. And Lu Shuiyo, with such an astonishing background, remained so humble and unassuming, truly a commendable trait to emulate. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuiyo chuckled lightly. It seems Director Li has broadened his horizons? At these words, Li Jinwen's eyes involuntarily twitched. The admonitions he had once delivered to the two had now been returned to him, word for word. He dared not refute even a single syllable. Yet, it was equally challenging for him to simply bow his head in acknowledgement of his mistake. After all, at such an advanced age, he could not afford to lose face. He pondered for a moment and replied tactfully, "A person's thoughts are not immutable." Upon encountering two exceptionally talented classmates, I realized that my previous views have inadvertently fallen behind the times. Truly, the youth are formidable. As the head of the finance department at the university, Li Jinwen's words amounted to an implicit admission of error. However, Lu Shuiyo was not concerned with such niceties. She distinctly remembered how this old man had constantly disparaged her and Zhang Yuan, claiming they lacked refinement. Having never endured such indignity throughout her life, she retorted, "Since you acknowledge that you cannot keep pace with the times, perhaps you should retire." Li Jinwen immediately lost his composure and, with a hint of panic, inquired, "Lu, what do you mean by that?" "It is quite simple. All future seminars and training with Huitong Foreign Trade Company are hereby cancelled, and no businesses in Shanghai City will be inviting you again." Upon hearing this, Li Jinwen's fury surged, causing his beard to bristle with indignation. His initial concession was intended to salvage his position, yet Lu Shuiyo showed him no mercy. Although hosting seminars constituted a significant portion of his income, it was not the sole means of survival. The university's official salary was only 7,000 to 8,000, but with various allowances and bonuses, it amounted to around 20,000 to 30,000 a month. He could simply tighten his belt if necessary. Having reconciled these thoughts, he resumed a more assertive tone. "I advise you two young people not to be overly ostentatious. In due time, you will inevitably face hardships. It is wise to leave a line of retreat for future encounters. I trust you've heard that before. The future is unpredictable, and one might rise only to fall again. Let us wait and see." After delivering this stern warning, Li Jinwen strode towards the exit of the private room. However, Lu Shuiyo's murmured words compelled him to halt. "I may not foresee my own future, but I can certainly predict yours, Director Li. I believe your qualifications are unfit for the role of department head at the finance university, and I shall relay this to my father in person." "What did you say?" he retorted. "Nothing of consequence. Since I suggested you take a break, you might as well rest completely and cease your university duties. Given your talent for making money, I presume you'll manage wherever you go." Initially, Lu Shuiyo intended merely to cancel the seminar as a mild reprimand. However, this old man persisted in his patronizing demeanor, lecturing incessantly about grand principles, which she found intolerable. Did he truly believe he was immune to consequences? Li Jinwen's deep, raspy voice cut through the air. Do you truly think I will show you no mercy?" "This is not a matter of mercy," she reiterated firmly. "I maintain that your qualifications render you unsuitable for the position of university director, as you would only mislead the students." At that moment, Li Jinwen felt a rush of blood to his head, and his vision blurred before him. Regarding this matter, he firmly believes that once Lu Zhouyun becomes serious, it will undoubtedly come to fruition. In the face of the formidable influence of the Huitong group, even the school leaders find it difficult to withstand the pressure. If he were to be dismissed, his future would be shrouded in darkness. As an elderly man past his prime, with no prospects in the private sector, it seems that his only remaining option would be to guard the gates. However, at this juncture, he realizes that even if he were to kneel and plead for mercy, it would likely alter nothing. After a few moments of daze, he laughed in exasperation. Merely uttering 3 words of goodwill, he stormed out. Upon reaching the corridor, he could still hear a loud classmate within the private room exclaiming. It was clearly a gathering, yet he didn't even contribute a penny and just left. With such behavior, how can he still be called a director? Not even as good as a dog. Upon hearing this, Li Jinwen could no longer bear it. His vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 53. This is how a gathering should be with the departures of Lu Qingji and Li Jinwen. Those who had initially sided with them in confronting Zhang Yuan now felt the sting of embarrassment. After a few minutes, they could no longer endure the discomfort and began to take their leave one after another. Moments later, only 15 individuals remained at the gathering, with merely 6 being male classmates. These were the ones who shared a closer relationship with Zhang Yuan. After conversing for a while, The dishes had grown cold. Zhang Yuan called out to the outside. "Waiter, please bring us a new table." Su Qing smiled and remarked, "Is that really necessary? We've hardly touched this. We can make do with it." The meal must cost several thousand yuan, and Su Qing looked on with a tinge of regret. "No matter. Now that the undesirable company is gone, feel free to order as you wish. Consider it on me. Zhang Yuan, you'd better keep your word, or I want to hold back. Of course, wait staff, bring the menu here." Su Qing took the menu and casually selected a couple of dishes before passing it on to others. Although she claimed to be unreserved, the dishes she chose were moderately priced, not intending to take advantage of Zhang Yuan. A few classmates perused the menu, hesitating over what to order. Some wished to try something new, but were apprehensive of Zhang Yuan's potential judgment. After much deliberation, they settled on fewer than 10 dishes. Observing this, Zhang Yuan directly summoned the waiter and inquired, "What signature dishes do you offer?" "Sir, our specialties include imperial golden soup with abalone fin, jade and white jade soup with scallops, truffle pan-seared foie gras, and black truffle braised sea cucumber." Hearing the waiter rattle off the menu, Zhang Yuan waved his hand to interrupt. "Just bring me those. A selection of 10 or so will suffice." "Certainly, sir." Listening to such extravagant orders, the gazes of those present turned complex once more. The names of these dishes clearly indicated their opulence, and Zhang Yuan, without a care for the prices, made his decision with a grand gesture. After all, a man of his stature would certainly do so. A meal costing tens of thousands of dollars might as well be equivalent to purchasing a bottle of beverage from the roadside. I long to be as carefree as he is. When the exquisite dishes were served, it was Zhang Yuan who first tasted them, allowing the others to finally pick up their chopsticks. After a few glasses of wine, the atmosphere in the private room brightened once more, filled with laughter and chatter. This gathering had returned to its rightful essence. However, the conversation predominantly revolved around Zhang Yuan and Lu Xueyo. "Old classmate, could you perhaps divulge how you amassed over 10 billion within a single month?" I pondered that even robbing a bank would require multiple heists to accumulate such wealth. "Wang Qing, you should refrain from prying. Surely he has his own methods," someone interjected. Zhang Yuan chuckled and replied, "There's nothing I can't share. I earned it from the stock market." Wang Qing exclaimed, "Did you perhaps invest in Honyun Technology Group as stocks? I've heard about it in the financial news these past few days." That stock was indeed notorious. It had been soaring for 17 consecutive days before plummeting catastrophically, leaving those who bought at the peak in dire straits, likely regretting their decisions deeply. Since liquidating all his stocks, Zhang Yuan had ceased to follow the developments of Honyun Technology Group. Hearing the others discuss it, he realized that the group had encountered significant problems right after he had cashed out. Thankfully, he hadn't been misled by its previous performance and had made a decisive exit. Otherwise, not only would he have failed to make a profit, but he would also have lost the 3 billion Lu Xueyo had provided. Ultimately, it was indeed Brother Tongzi's brilliance at play. Nevertheless, Zhang Yuan had shown remarkable courage. Upon learning the stock trends, he made the right decision. The system had accurately predicted that particular information. Since then, the semi-transparent screen had not reappeared. Had he merely dabbled, investing just over 8,000 from his pocket, he would now possess a mere 40,000, insufficient even to cover this meal. "Old classmate, given your substantial gains in this market surge, did you buy at the lowest point and cash out at the highest?" "Indeed. I must admit my luck has been quite favorable. I invested 3 billion and inexplicably earned 12 billion. His words, reminiscent of ostentation, momentarily silenced the crowd. Only a fool would believe such claims. Those who genuinely think they can make a fortune in the stock market solely by luck have likely visited the rooftops several times. Honestly, I admire you. Even if I had your luck, I could never muster 3 billion as capital," someone remarked. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "That 3 billion, to be frank, is a bit embarrassing. It was provided by Lu Xueyo." Once again, silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, the food that had once seemed delectable lost its appeal. It appeared that while the two of them thrived together in the stock market, we were merely left to consume the scraps. It is no wonder that the wealthy continue to amass fortune, while the less fortunate toil relentlessly, barely managing to survive above the poverty line. The disparity in their starting points is substantial. Of course, being able to associate with a remarkable individual like Lu Xueyo is a testament to Zhang Yuan's own capabilities, something that others cannot easily attain. "Wang Qing, given your profound understanding of this stock, have you perhaps invested in it as well?" A bitter expression crossed Wang Qing's face as he clenched his fist, lamenting, "I am that unfortunate soul who bought in just before the last surge. Now ensnared in its downward spiral. This stock is plummeting, my friend. You are like a brother to me. Have pity on your little brother." At precisely 9 o'clock, Zhang Yuan and his companions finished their meal and ascended to the third floor of the hotel, to a venue named Joyous Era. This establishment boasts a lavish private room accommodating over 20 guests, adorned with exquisite decor. The purpose of this gathering extends beyond a mere meal. The decision to host it in a distant resort hotel was deliberate, intending to engage in further activities that evening and enjoy a night of revelry. Naturally, this venue was familiar to all, as it had been a favorite haunt during their university days. Fueled by a slight intoxication, each individual seized the microphone, unleashing their vocal exuberance. Zhang Yuan reclined on a nearby sofa, a smile gracing his face as he watched his old classmates revel in their performances. He held little interest in singing himself, having not sung a note since graduation. "Xueyou, why don't you take the stage and sing a little? I recall your voice being quite lovely," he suggested. "What would you like to hear?" She replied, "Anything you choose, it only matters that you sing." As they conversed, classmates began to cheer for Lu Xueyou to grace them with a few songs, prompting her to take the microphone and select a tune. Just as Zhang Yuan leisurely sipped his beer, he was suddenly enveloped by a delightful fragrance. Su Qing gracefully approached, holding a glass, and settled beside him. "Old classmate, you are quite the popular figure at the table. I have yet to find an opportunity to share a drink with you." Zhang Yuan filled his glass and raised it, asserting, "It is never too late." The two clinked glasses and drank deeply. Zhang Yuan was known for his impressive drinking capacity, having hardly paused during the meal, seamlessly mixing various beverages. Su Qing, however, was clearly less adept at handling her liquor, her head now spinning. She filled her glass once more, laughing. "When do you plan to marry Xueyou? Be sure to invite me to the wedding celebration." "Ah, that remains undecided, but I certainly won't forget my old classmates." He replied, "That's a promise you've made. Should you forget, I shall hold you accountable." They toasted again, with Su Qing downing her drink first. This surprised Zhang Yuan. "If memory serves, you weren't much of a drinker." "Impressive, you've honed your skill in just a few years." Su Qing shook her head, a look of resignation crossing her face. "I have no choice. The company hosts countless gatherings each year, and as a junior employee, I cannot indulge at my leisure. Encountering a leader devoid of reason, one who, if their whims are not catered to, will swiftly conspire against you, leaves one with no recourse for redress. Such is the current state of the workplace, where survival often necessitates the swallowing of one's pride." This sentiment undoubtedly resonated with Zhang Yuan, who, after graduation, had experienced a brief stint in the workforce. Regardless of the company, be it grand or modest, the realities of the workplace are omnipresent. Those who toil diligently often remain unnoticed, while sycophants thrive. This is precisely why he harbored disdain for individuals like Lu Qingxi. Zhang Yuan finished his beer and refilled his glass. "And what of your husband? What does he do?" "Oh, he's merely a low-level civil servant. While he appears to enjoy a certain prestige, his situation is not unlike mine. Whatever orders his superiors issue, he must comply." Su Qing sighed softly, "Old classmate, I lack your fortitude, and I am not blessed with a background as favorable as Xueyou's. I often wish I could express my frustrations freely, to overturn the table if I so desired, living unrestrained and indifferent to the feelings of others. Yet for someone like me, even a moment of anger feels like a luxury, but you surely wouldn't understand. This is the lament of the insignificant. Lacking the strength to resist, one can only endure. Of course, I'm merely conversing with you without ulterior motives. Please don't misconstrue my words." What Zhang Yuan refrained from expressing was that, had it not been for the system's support, he might have fared even worse than her. He comprehended Su Qing's mindset. In the realm of academia, individuals may experience equality. But once they step into the world beyond the school gates, societal status delineates sharp distinctions. Lu Xueyou, who shared their dormitory, was the daughter of a billion-dollar conglomerate and possessed a remarkable ability to generate wealth. The disparity in class became glaringly evident. Su Qing's words were not a plea for assistance, but rather a means to vent her grievances, leveraging their past camaraderie. Zhang Yuan intended to offer words of encouragement. Yet he noticed Su Qing's head swaying before she leaned against his shoulder, succumbing to the effects of alcohol and drifting into slumber. Being former classmates, he could not bring himself to push her away, To deny her the support of his shoulder would be unkind. However, this could not be a long-term arrangement, as it might invite unnecessary misunderstandings from Lu Shuiyu. The dimly lit environment was conducive to flights of fancy. The overhead lights cast a kaleidoscope of neon colors within the private room, shifting hues intermittently. The surrounding clamor was incessant. In that moment, Zhang Yuan felt a twinge of guilt. Despite the innocence of his relationship with Su Qing, the intimacy of their posture felt overly suggestive. He glanced at Lu Shuiyu, who was turned away, engrossed in the lyrics on the screen. Classmates around them were either playing cards or drinking, oblivious to the scene unfolding nearby. A slight sigh of relief escaped her lips as she lowered her gaze to catch a glimpse of Su Qing's profile. From this angle, the elegantly curved collarbone appeared as exquisite as jade. Su Qing's beauty could not be deemed exceptional. It was merely above average. However, her figure was nothing short of extraordinary. It had previously gone unnoticed that Su Qing, despite her slight inebriation, had not truly succumbed to slumber. Following Lu Shuiyu's completion of a song, an eruption of fervent applause ensued. Su Qing lifted her head, a hint of apology gracing her features as she remarked, "Old classmate, I apologize. I was a bit tipsy and inadvertently dozed off." "Not at all. It is indeed quite late, and I found myself nodding off too," came the reply. The two soon regained their composure, laughter and conversation flowing once more. Through their exchange, it was revealed that after marrying her husband, Su Qing had purchased a home in Shanghaishi, and life was treating them well. While they may not belong to the realm of the affluent, their existence was satisfactory. Yet, every household grapples with its own struggles. The true nature of their relationship remained a mystery, known only to them. The earlier scene was merely a fleeting interlude. Su Qing's inner thoughts held little significance. After all, Lu Shuiyu had yet to savor her meal and had no intention of dwelling on such matters at that moment. Lu Shuiyu returned to the sofa, inquiring, "How was my singing?" "Still as melodious as before. Did you not see my hands nearly clapping to pieces?" Her lively eyes sparkled with mischief as she playfully asked, "What song did I just sing?" It seemed to be a tune I had never heard before. "I couldn't quite catch the name, but you sang it beautifully," Zhang Yuan admitted, knowing full well that he had absorbed not a single word while Lu Shuiyu performed. "Humph. The song title is displayed on the screen. You didn't even look." Lu Shuiyu huffed, turning away in mock indignation. "Well, I was too busy admiring your silhouette. All right, let me sing a song for you as an apology. I want to do a duet. Anything goes. Just go ahead and pick." The gathering erupted with enthusiastic cheers as classmates recognized the two protagonists of the evening. Zhang Yuan was not well versed in many songs, and those he did know were mostly relics of the past, something Lu Shuiyu was acutely aware of. After some deliberation, she settled on the song "As Long as I Have You," with lyrics that spoke of love remaining unbroken across the heavens and earth, and the promise of reunion under the same sky, moon, and sun. It encapsulated the essence of their affection. The group in the private room gazed at the two figures, unanimously feeling that they were a match made in heaven. Yet, Su Qing's heart was anything but tranquil beneath her composed exterior. As the clock struck midnight, the gathering officially drew to a close. Though the activities were simple, dining and singing, the essence of such reunions lies in reminiscing and deepening the bonds forged over years of separation. As the crowd indulged in drinks and lively conversations, time seemed to regress to the carefree days of university. Su Qing stood at the doorway of the private room, waving her hand. "I shall take my leave now, Zhang Yuan. Thank you for your hospitality today. It's quite late. How will you return?" "This place is not close to the city. My husband has come to pick me up. He is waiting downstairs." "All right then. Let us gather again when we have the chance. Remember, you and Shuiyu are always welcome at my home. I'm quite the cook." Lu Shuiyu chimed in with a smile. "I must certainly sample your culinary skills." After a brief farewell, Su Qing swayed her hips and gracefully descended. Once the classmates departed, some returning home while others checked into hotels, the private room was left with only Zhang Yuan and Lu Shuiyu. "So, how was the reunion you had been eagerly anticipating? Did it meet your expectations?" "It was decent. After all, wherever you are, it's never dull." Noticing Zhang Yuan's unwavering gaze ahead, Lu Shuiyu huffed. "Why are you still staring? Everyone has left. Are you planning to chase after them for a hug?" "I wasn't looking at them. If I were to gaze, it would be upon you." Zhang Yuan wrapped his arm around her delicate waist. "You're so beautiful. Only a fool would look at someone else. What good is beauty if one lacks the means? That doesn't equate to sustenance. What matters is compatibility." Lu Shuiyu pouted, rolling her eyes at him. Perhaps beauty could indeed be a source of nourishment. Zhang Yuan was rendered speechless. Do you realize you are the epitome of desire for every male student at the financial university? Must you be so provocative? I only wish to be your beacon of light. Lu Shuiyu glanced at him sideways, her tone teasing. Do you wish to kiss me? Chapter 55. No one can replace Zhang Yuan couldn't help but reflect. This beacon of light seemed less pure than he once thought. During their school days, he merely perceived her beauty without recognizing her lack of pretentiousness. She could always engage in playful banter without missing a beat, and he remained oblivious to any deeper affections she might harbor for him. However, upon their reunion, he found himself perplexed by her intentions. Yet, Lu Shuiyu's devotion to him was undeniably excessive. Despite knowing he was not her sole admirer, she unreservedly pursued him, displaying no anger upon witnessing his playful exchanges with Su Qing. At most, she experienced a twinge of jealousy, which required no coaxing to soothe. With her looks and background, she could attract any man she desired, yet she chose the impoverished him. Zhang Yuan was bewildered. Perhaps only the word fate could elucidate their connection. In truth, the reason for Lu Shuiyu's affection stemmed from the very first day of their university experience, when Zhang Yuan bravely shielded her from harm. Even after sustaining injuries, he never complained nor sought anything in return. What might have been a fleeting incident for him became an indelible memory for her. Such a man may lack wealth, charm, or prowess, but he is never spineless. In her heart, Zhang Yuan was the most extraordinary person in the world, irreplaceable by anyone else. Lu Shuiyu, noticing his prolonged silence, could not help but stamp her foot and exclaim, "Hey, what are you daydreaming about? If you're not interested, I shall take my leave." Without further ado, Zhang Yuan secured the door with his foot and leaned in to kiss her directly on those crimson lips. Moments later, Lu Shuiyu whispered teasingly, "I saw all those little gestures of yours just now. Are you blind to what is behind you? Clearly, it was you who was lost in thought. I turned back to look at you several times." Zhang Yuan, blushing with embarrassment, replied, "No way, I didn't do anything. I merely borrowed a shoulder." Humph. An explanation is but a disguise. Yet, it matters not. Would you dare to act so brazenly? Truth be told, it was precisely this unpretentious and genuine nature that Zhang Yuan found so endearing. With the crowd dispersed, they decided to head upstairs to rest. Lu Shuiyu nodded, her heart fluttering with anticipation, for she had been waiting for this day for a long time. Zhang Yuan had booked the presidential suite at this hotel, costing 38,000 for a single night. While it was indeed expensive, the amount held no significance for him at this moment. Upon entering the suite, they were greeted by a spacious and brightly lit living room, where luxurious furniture was meticulously arranged, and pristine white light illuminated the entire space. The suite boasted a separate study, bedroom, and reception area. The bedroom featured a soft, large bed adorned with immaculate linens, complemented by a personal butler available 24 hours a day to address any issues that might arise. After locking the door, Zhang Yuan eagerly embraced Lu Shuiyu and kissed her again. However, Lu Shuiyu, with a look of disdain, pushed him aside, saying, "Your breath reeks of alcohol. It's unbearable. Go wash up first." At that moment, in the bathroom, Lu Shuiyu was carefully cleansing herself with the showerhead. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but think that if their classmates were to see their goddess in such a state, they might be driven to despair. Suppressing his distracting thoughts, he solemnly asked, "Shuiyu, you know what kind of person I am. I cannot offer you a unique love. Are you certain you want to regret this?" Lu Shuiyu, with a huff, retorted, "You scoundrel, if I were to regret, I would have done so long ago. Why would I wait until now?" Hearing this response, Zhang Yuan released all his worries and held her tightly in his embrace. Under the soft glow of the lights, the surface of the bathtub reflected a dreamy and warm hue. The water rippled gently, akin to delicate silk dancing in the breeze, creating circles of fine, shimmering waves. Vivid rose petals, as red as blood, floated atop the water, rising and falling with the gentle ripples. The rising steam carried a faint, tranquil floral fragrance, enriching the serene atmosphere of the space. "You're deceiving me," she exclaimed. "Where have I deceived you?" He began, but before he could finish his words, Lu Shuiyu covered his mouth. Though they were alone, discussing such matters still felt quite embarrassing. Following this, the young woman, in a playful huff, sank her teeth fiercely into his chest. Instantly, 2 neat rows of bite marks became evident. "You mustn't speak, did you hear me? Are you a dog? If you choose silence, so be it, yet you still bite. Zhang Yuan teased with a chuckle. Are you attempting to transfer your pain onto me? Indeed. I wish for you to experience a fraction of it, she retorted, a mischievous glimmer in her eyes. With a playful smirk, Lu Shuiyo displayed her adorable little tiger teeth. Are you certain? An inexplicable chill swept over Zhang Yuan, and he hastily waved his hands. No, I was merely jesting. Chapter 56. The aura of a 20 million luxury car as the clock approached 2 in the morning. Zhang Yuan cradled the lovely lady in his arms and soon drifted into slumber. Time passed, and in a hazy state, he felt Lu Shuiyo tickling him. What time is it? Are you not asleep yet? Zhang Yuan, I seem to have realized a significant issue, she said, her tone laced with shyness. At this, Zhang Yuan jolted awake, urgency in his voice. What is it? With a bashful demeanor, Lu Shuiyo confessed. Will I be pregnant? So that's what this was about. Zhang Yuan shut his eyes again, responding wearily, rest assured, it's within the safe period. What is the safe period? Lu Shuiyo asked, her face a picture of confusion. Does your monthly cycle arrive regularly? Lu Shuiyo nodded. Are you referring to my period? It does seem quite regular. Have you heard of the 7 days before and 8 days after rule? Awakened by the conversation, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of alertness and explained. The 7 days leading up to your period and the 8 days following it constitute the safe period, during which conception is generally unlikely. Is that so? Wait, how do you know so much about this? Even I, a girl, am unaware of such details. With a playful bite on his other side, Lu Shuiyo demanded, quickly. Tell me, did your junior schoolmate teach you this? Her? She likely knows even less than you do. Then, could it be that you have other women outside? No. Don't wrong me. Aside from you, there is truly no one else. Zhang Yuan had previously engaged in enough playful banter with Ning Yue, and he had indeed researched this topic thoroughly. He could only say it was related to her, though she had not been the source of his knowledge. If you remain unconvinced, just take a pill in the morning. Lu Shuiyo pouted, I want to take it. If I truly become pregnant, I shall carry the child to term. You have no idea how many times my father has expressed his desire for a grandchild. He would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan felt a wave of exasperation. Overjoyed? More like he'd chase me with a knife. Zhang Yuan, I wish to have a daughter. I would dress her exquisitely. Like a doll. How obnoxious. I haven't even finished my thought. When she focused her gaze, she found Zhang Yuan had already succumbed to sleep like a lifeless pig. The following day, at 10 o'clock, Zhang Yuan gradually awakened, his eyes opening to the sight of Lu Shuiyo peacefully sleeping beside him. The silky tresses cascaded over her profile. Even in slumber, the corners of her lips were gently upturned, suggesting she was lost in a delightful dream. At this moment, Zhang Yuan felt as though he were ensnared in a dream himself. The most beautiful flower of the campus, admired by countless classmates, had truly become his own. Throughout those university years, how he longed to hold her close and steal a kiss. He had often envisioned strolling hand in hand with her across the campus grounds. Yet, he had never mustered the courage, burying those feelings deep within, fearful of revealing them to her. Had he not ventured to Financial Street and fortuitously encountered her, he might have missed this chance in life altogether. After sleeping for nearly 8 hours, Zhang Yuan lay there, his body stiff as a board. Unfortunately, Lu Shuiyo clung to him like an octopus, her limbs sprawled across him, making it impossible for him to turn over. He resolved to let her rest a while longer, enduring the discomfort of remaining motionless. The sensation of being awake yet compelled to stay still was undeniably unpleasant. Before long, he could no longer contain himself. He reached out his finger to playfully tug at the ends of Lu Shuiyo's hair, then mischievously pinched her delicate cheek. Stop it, I still want to sleep. This series of playful antics evidently roused her from slumber. Meeting Zhang Yuan's fervent gaze, Lu Shuiyo shot him a playful glare. Wait a moment. I'll have the butler bring something up. After making a quick phone call, a mere 10 minutes passed before a knock echoed from the living room. Zhang Yuan, wrapped in a bathrobe, hurried to the door. Mr. Zhang, good day. The exclusive butler bowed slightly. Here is the meal you ordered. Just place it inside, please. Once the food trolley was wheeled in, the butler bowed once more. If you require anything else, feel free to command me. I shall not disturb you further. After the butler departed, Lu Shuiyo approached and retrieved a black plastic bag from beneath the trolley. Upon witnessing Zhang Yuan's exaggerated expression, she couldn't help but stifle her laughter. Half an hour later, they finally made their way to the living room. setting the delivered dishes onto the dining table. The hotel had been quite considerate, ensuring that each dish was kept warm. As they unwrapped the layers of insulated bags, the true visage of the meal was revealed. Even after all this time, steam still rose from the dishes. The presentation was exquisite, tantalizing the appetite. Lu Shuiyo carefully sliced a portion of steak and fed it to Zhang Yuan. As a child of privilege, her every movement exuded an innate elegance. This grace was not merely an affectation, but a natural quality she possessed. Had Zhang Yuan attempted to cut the steak himself, he would have clumsily hacked at it with a knife and fork, leaving a mess. How is it? Delicious? It's passable. You should try some. After sampling a bite, Lu Shuiyo wrinkled her brow in distaste. Not particularly fresh. After all, this isn't a professional restaurant. It's merely adequate. Don't be so picky. When you're hungry, anything tastes good. Steak from our country can't compare to what you find in France. That is its birthplace. Indeed. Although Lu Shuiyo was accustomed to a life of luxury, she did not possess the temperament typically associated with a young lady of her status. After a brief, light-hearted complaint, she continued to enjoy her meal with great delight. After checking out, Zhang Yuan reopened the system panel. Total expenditure for the opposite sex, 747, 760 yuan of 100, 000 yuan. Activation conditions not met. He calculated roughly that the accumulated amount had increased by over 60,000. Throughout the gathering, he had been accompanied by Lu Shuiyo, and the system had accounted for all expenses. Once they exited the hotel, the two arrived at the outdoor parking lot. The Porsche 918 that Lu Shuiyo had just acquired was parked head-in at its designated space. Despite the remote location of the resort, it was surprisingly bustling. The modest parking lot was nearly full, yet the spaces adjacent to the 918 remained vacant. This was likely a testament to the commanding presence of a luxury car worth 20 million. She retrieved her key, unlocked the vehicle, and playfully remarked, "You have no idea how challenging it is to procure this car. Most on the market are pre-owned with high mileage. I had to ask my father, who reached out to several acquaintances, to finally acquire this nearly new car with less than 50 kilometers on it, which was delivered just yesterday morning from Yanjing." Chapter 57. The beauty of a pristine luxury car. Every man harbors a dream of owning a luxury vehicle deep within his heart, and Zhang Yuan was no exception. While the 3 million yuan Panamera was already considered the pinnacle for an average person, it paled in comparison to the 918. The expansive air intakes resembled the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, voraciously consuming the air ahead, while the streamlined silhouette and sharp headlights complemented each other beautifully. The carbon fiber rear wing stood proudly, akin to an eagle poised for flight. The most distinguishable features were undoubtedly the large-diameter exhaust pipes located at the rear, encased in carbon fiber. Beneath these pipes lay a 4.6-liter V8 engine boasting a formidable 608 horsepower. Observing Zhang Yuan's rapt attention, Lu Shuiyo chuckled. "So, what do you think? Isn't it stunning? How could something built with such financial prowess not be beautiful? You should take it for a spin. I no longer desire it." "Wait, are you out of your mind? You just picked it up yesterday, and now you want to get rid of it after a mere jaunt?" Lu Shuiyo gazed at the sports car with an air of disdain. While it was indeed visually appealing, she found it unpleasant to drive. The seats were rigid, lacking lumbar support, and after just half an hour, her back ached terribly. Moreover, the visibility was poor, and the suspension was excessively stiff. Hitting a speed bump felt like being jolted violently. Honestly, after one drive, I have no desire to touch it again. Besides, the car is registered in your name, so you can't just dismiss it. Zhang Yuan was left speechless. Lu Shuiyo's observations reflected the common pitfalls of supercars. Such vehicles were inherently designed for the racetrack, and their comfort levels were naturally inferior to those of ordinary sedans. This young lady, it seemed, had acted hastily in her eagerness to acquire it without prior research. He discovered a reluctance to casually give things away. When it came to extravagance, he seemed to pale in comparison to Lu Shuiyo. However, this suited Zhang Yuan's intentions perfectly. While a supercar may be challenging to maneuver, it possesses undeniable allure. The breathtaking aesthetics of the 918 could easily mask any flaws. He had long desired to own a sports car, and now he had fortuitously acquired a pristine beauty of a vehicle. With this thought, he couldn't help but glance at the Panamera, which was equally a stunning specimen. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a sense of being pampered by this woman. He was tempted to inquire whether it was she who possessed the system or if it was he. In contrast to his recent expenditures of over 700,000 on the opposite sex, Lu Shuiyo's spending was a staggering 20 million. The comparison was simply unfathomable. I plan to purchase a more comfortable car instead. I'll take the Panamera back for now, and you can come to collect it when you have time. Why not just drive this car? Why the fuss? No, Lu Shuiyo shot him a look. I still don't know if you've engaged in any inappropriate activities in this vehicle. I'm appalled. That's unfair. The space in this car is limited. How could I possibly do anything? Well, who knows? If it were a petite woman, it might not be impossible. After this remark, Zhang Yuan felt a stirring curiosity. Perhaps it was worth a try. One night, he could take Ning Yue to a secluded place for a bit of fun, especially since she was easily coaxed. Shortly thereafter, Lu Shuiyo opened the door of the Panamera and settled inside. Zhang Yuan, feeling a twinge of concern, called out, "Hey, can you drive? If it's too much, don't force yourself. I can take you home. It's nothing serious. I'll be fine in a couple of days. I'm leaving now. All right, just drive carefully." As Lu Shuiyo started the vehicle, she beckoned him closer with a gesture. "What else is there?" Zhang Yuan leaned in, only to be enveloped tightly by Lu Shuiyo. She then pressed her lips against his, and as they parted, she playfully bit his lip. "Remember, don't even think about abandoning me, understood?" Zhang Yuan nodded earnestly. "I certainly will not." Satisfied with his response, Lu Shuiyo smiled radiantly, before pressing the accelerator and swiftly departing from the resort hotel. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan drove the 918, leisurely making his way into the city. This plug-in hybrid accelerated with astonishing speed. As he pressed the gas pedal, the engine emitted a thrilling roar, while the electric motor engaged simultaneously, creating an exhilarating sensation that the Panamera could not compare to. As for the comfort of driving, it was not as unbearable as Lu Shuiyo had suggested. In fact, it was quite pleasurable. He had already opened the convertible roof, and as the speed increased, the fierce wind rushed into the cabin. Even at noon, the sun's rays felt bearable. However, a pressing issue loomed before him, demanding resolution. He already possesses 2 vehicles. The question arises as to where they will be parked in the future. Moreover, this 918 is a plug-in hybrid, necessitating a charging station regardless. It would be quite absurd to drive such an expensive car to charge it elsewhere. Furthermore, given Lu Shuiyo's character, it is likely that a steady influx of luxury cars will continue to arrive. Thus, purchasing this house is imperative. With this thought in mind, he dialed Ning Yue's number. "Yue, what are you up to?" Ning Yue responded with surprise. "Senior, have you returned from your gathering?" "I'm dining at the food street outside the school." "Yes, I'm heading back now. I should arrive in about half an hour. Have you had lunch? Would you like to join us?" "We just ordered and haven't tea started yet." Ning Yue said cautiously. "It's just a few classmates from our dormitory that you've met before. If you have other matters to attend to, it's perfectly fine, I understand." Listening to her tentative tone, as if fearful of displeasing him, Zhang Yuan felt an overwhelming desire to rush to her side immediately. "Please send me your location. I'll come over shortly." "Okay." After sending the location, Ning Yue set down her phone. Su Yin tentatively inquired, "Yue, is your boyfriend coming?" "I'm sorry. I had originally intended to treat you all to dinner, but he called unexpectedly. If it bothers you, I can invite you next time." Su Yin waved her hands dismissively. "It's fine. I'm familiar with him, so I don't mind. What about you, Qianqian?" Zhou Qianqian smiled slightly. "I'm fine too. A larger group only adds to the liveliness." Observing her expression, Su Yin quickly sensed something amiss. Typically, Qianqian wouldn't welcome an outsider at a gathering among classmates, especially a man. Yet, upon learning that it was Zhang Yuan, she offered no objections, instead appearing subtly expectant. "It seems the competition is quite formidable." Su Yin teased, "I didn't realize, Qianqian, you enjoy a lively atmosphere as well." Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered, "Yes, indeed, I rather enjoy it." Chapter 58. Sharing a table. The trio's dining venue was a Chinese restaurant named Li Ji Fan Pu, located in the food street. This establishment, known for its reasonable prices and quality, was quite popular among students. Today marked the last day of the pre-semester holiday, and the restaurant was bustling with patrons, leaving no available seats. Upon their arrival, only a large round table for 10 remained. In a bid to retain customers, the staff seated the 3 of them there. As they engaged in conversation, a woman in her 30s approached, her face adorned with a warm smile as she addressed Su Yun, "Xiao Su. Could you do me a small favor and ask your friends if they would mind sharing a table?" "Liujia, it's not that I don't want to help, but this meal isn't on me, and I also prefer not to sit with strangers." Lu Jie is the proprietress of the restaurant, and Su Yin used to frequent this establishment often. Through their encounters, they had grown somewhat familiar, able to exchange a few words. While she might assist with minor favors, she was naturally reluctant to share a table. Furthermore, Zhang Yuan was expected to arrive shortly, and having an outsider present would be rather awkward. Lu Jie smiled and remarked, "Look, this table has 2 rows of sofas. You can sit on one side, and the other side is quite distant, essentially creating 2 cozy booths. Besides, it's just one girl dining, so it shouldn't affect you much." Upon hearing that it was merely a girl, the 3 women felt their resistance diminish considerably. Moreover, the table was indeed quite large, and they had only ordered a few dishes, barely occupying half the space. Feeling somewhat obliged, Su Yun, having a measure of camaraderie with Lu Jie, refrained from outright refusal and turned to Ning Yue, asking, "What do you think?" Ning Yue's first instinct was to consider whether Zhang Yuan would mind when he arrived. If he was displeased, they would certainly not agree to this arrangement. However, after a moment's contemplation, she believed Zhang Yuan would likely be indifferent to the presence of an additional girl, thus she nodded in agreement. "All right then, thank you for your understanding. I'll give you a discount later." After a brief interval, Lu Jie returned with a woman in her late 20s. They had already agreed that she could sit across from them. However, when the woman hesitated, Lu Jie interjected, "Oh, Ting Ting, don't be picky. There are simply too many people today, so just make do." She added, "I'll urge the kitchen to expedite your order." Ultimately, Zhang Tingting consented with a nod. Once seated, she glanced at Ning Yue and her companions and was instantly captivated. The 3 appeared to be students, each possessing remarkable beauty. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were extraordinary. Particularly, the girl in the center, with her picturesque features and a delicate blush, had a countenance so exquisite that it could be deemed flawless. She offered a slight, apologetic smile as a greeting, then quietly settled into the sofa, her gaze fixed on the restaurant's entrance. Meanwhile, Ning Yue and her friends were equally scrutinizing this unexpected guest. Dressed in a sharp professional outfit, she wore a silk scarf around her neck. A nameplate on her chest read, "New Century Real Estate Company, Zhang Tingting." It turned out she was a real estate agent. Zhang Tingting's beauty was equally striking, with elegantly arched brows and a pair of clear, bright eyes. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a subtle hint of sorrow in her expression, as if she had recently endured a profound sorrow. Such a demeanor often evokes a sense of empathy in men. This realization made Su Yun wary. She wondered what might transpire should Zhang Yuan catch sight of her. However, even Ning Yue remained silent, feeling she had no standing to comment. However, individuals of Zhang Tingting's age should have long been married, presenting less of a threat than the nearby Zhou Qianqian. Approximately 5 minutes later, a portly middle-aged man entered the restaurant. Upon his arrival, he surveyed the noisy lobby, his brow instinctively furrowing. Noticing this, Zhang Tingting immediately rose and waved, calling out, "Manager Wang, over here." Wang Weigua smiled at her, then, clutching his briefcase, strolled over at a leisurely pace. Upon seeing that the table was not solely occupied by Zhang Tingting, his brows knitted together in displeasure. "I apologize for being late. Manager Wang, there truly was no space available here. Let us just have a casual meal for now, and next time I will choose a more suitable venue." Yet, Wang Weigua's frown did not ease. Instead, he reproached her. "Is this how your New Century company entertains clients? It seems rather meager. One must understand that those wishing to invite me for a meal have already booked a month in advance. Were it not for your sincerity, I would not have agreed to this meeting." Zhang Tingting quietly defended herself. "Manager Wang, as a mere junior employee, I am unable to claim entertainment expenses at the company. I kindly ask for your understanding." "This is simply unacceptable," he retorted, initially poised to find fault, but then his gaze fell upon Ning Yue and her companions. Upon closer inspection, his demeanor shifted entirely. A broad smile spread across his face. "To be honest, this place is quite pleasant, and the environment is nice." "Well done, Xiaozhong." He then inquired tentatively, "Xiaozhong, are these ladies your friends? Won't you introduce them?" Zhang Tingting, slightly embarrassed, replied, "No, we merely shared a table. I do not know them." Fearing that Wang Weigua might harbor negative opinions, she added, "They arrived before me, and they are all very kind-hearted. Please do not take offense." Wang Weigua waved his hand dismissively and seated himself beside Zhang Tingting. "Not at all. I enjoy making new friends." With this manager finally appeased, Zhang Tingting let out a sigh of relief. Clients can be quite demanding, indeed. However, Ning Yue and her friends were less than pleased. Suyin spoke up. Did Lu Jie not say you were coming alone? What is the meaning of this? Zhang Tingting responded, surprised, no. I had already informed Lu Jie that I was inviting a male client for a casual meal. I thought you all were aware. Suyin snorted, indicating that had they known a man would be present, they would have refused outright. Hearing this, Zhang Tingting's apologies deepened, as she repeatedly expressed, I am truly sorry. It was not my intention. How about this? Whatever you order will be on my tab. Do you think I care about such a trivial sum? Zhang Tingting stood up and bowed to the group, once more offering her apologies. This gesture softened Su Yun's disposition, given Zhang Tingting's cordiality. Being overly calculative would only reflect poorly on them. Meanwhile, Ning Yue recalled Zhang Yuan's previous mentions of wanting to purchase a home. Just at that moment, Tingting, who worked as an intermediary, mentioned that there might be future opportunities to utilize her services. Thus, she said, Su Yun, let it be. After all, this table is quite spacious. We can enjoy our meal without disturbing anyone. With Ning Yue already having spoken, Su Yun naturally refrained from further comment. All right, I will heed your advice. Chapter 59. The supreme among the 9 sacred bodies. After the two took their seats, the man named Wang Weiguo, despite sitting across from them, frequently engaged in conversation with Ning Yue and her companions. Faced with this greasy, balding older gentleman, the ladies were disinclined to respond even with a single word. Realizing he was merely making a fool of himself, he turned his attention to Zhang Tingting instead. Xiaozhang, where is your daughter? Why didn't you bring her along? I have to work. How could I possibly keep her by my side? Besides, the company doesn't allow it, so I have to leave her with her grandparents. In my opinion, it's better for children to be raised by their parents. After all, the elderly may not be able to provide the best care due to their age. I understand your reasoning, but this is simply unavoidable. Zhang Tingting seemed reluctant to dwell on the topic and promptly asked, Mr. Wang, that villa contract should be finalized this afternoon, correct? We'll discuss afternoon matters in the afternoon. Let's not talk business over dinner. I'm not dodging the issue. To be honest, I recently received over 10 million in project funds. Without a doubt, that is more than enough to purchase a house. As he spoke, Wang Weiguo deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that Ning Yue and her friends heard him clearly. He assumed that his wealth would inevitably alter their perception of him. A man capable of producing such a substantial sum must surely possess some redeeming qualities, even if he hadn't bathed all summer. For typical female university students, this would indeed hold some merit. However, Ning Yue and her companions were far from ordinary students. Having witnessed Zhang Yuan's extravagant lifestyle, their horizons had broadened significantly. A mere 10 million held little allure for them. Wang Weiguo observed them chatting amongst themselves, seemingly oblivious to his words, prompting him to furrow his brow once more. The tactics that had previously served him so well now failed him miserably. Fortunately, Zhang Tingting intervened to alleviate the awkwardness. Mr. Wang, you truly possess remarkable resources. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a vast sum. Thus, I assume the contract is. Wang Weiguo waved his hand dismissively, his tone laden with implication. The contract can be signed, and I could even buy you a small car, providing you with a generous monthly allowance. However, this hinges on your performance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tingting fell silent, fully aware of the implications at the age of 28. It was evident he was suggesting she become his mistress. She longed to lift her teacup and hurl its contents at this corpulent man, yet reality forbade such an action. After a moment of contemplation, she managed a strained smile. Mr. Wang, may I have some time to consider this? Of course, I never force anyone. However, my patience is limited, and the time I can afford you is scant. You are well aware of your own situation. Your husband has been gone for quite some time. In today's society, survival without the protection of a man is exceedingly challenging. Zhang Tingting felt a bitter pang in her heart. Her husband had passed away over a year ago, and since then, her in-laws had drastically changed their attitude towards her. They not only forcibly seized their marital home, but also compelled her and her young daughter to leave. Faced with the domineering behavior of her in-laws, Zhang Tingting had no choice but to return to her parental home. Unfortunately, her parents were aging, with her mother suffering from back problems and often bedridden. Consequently, she had to seek employment. Her colleagues were aware of her circumstances and envied her beauty, gossiping about her behind her back. Enduring such derogatory remarks, she could only choose to tolerate it. After experiencing the harsh realities of life, she sometimes fantasized about finding a wealthy and influential man to provide for her. not seeking deep affection, but merely a life free from financial worries, allowing her to raise her daughter to adulthood. The man in front of her, Wang Weiguo, was indeed financially well off. He was the richest person she had ever encountered. However, in other respects, he left much to be desired. If there were any other options available, she would truly prefer them. Mr. Wang, let us set this aside for now. I will take you to view the property in the afternoon, she suggested. Wang Weiguo appeared to be in a position of control, wearing a barely perceptible smile. He understood that with a little encouragement, he could completely win this woman over. With the right approach, he might even be able to embrace her by nightfall. Observing her pitiful demeanor, he found it difficult to suppress his rising desire. Their conversation was not loud, yet Ning Yue and her companions still caught the gist of it. They looked at Wang with disdain, thinking to themselves how ridiculous it was for someone of his appearance to seek a mistress. They silently urged him to reflect on his own image. Su Yun even contemplated that Zhang Tingting would be better off with someone like Zhang Yuan than being supported by such an old man, as at least this flower would not be planted in manure. Before long, the dishes they had ordered were served at the table. Yet none of the women touched their chopsticks until a familiar voice broke the silence. Why aren't you eating? Senior, you've arrived. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan finally make his entrance, the women stood up to allow him to sit in the middle. To his left sat Su Yun. To his right was Ning Yue, and Zhou Qianxian occupied the innermost seat on the right. I've already eaten. You all should go ahead and enjoy your meal without waiting for me. We promised to wait for you, and we certainly do not go back on our word. Zhang Yuan picked up his chopsticks and served a generous portion of Ning Yue's favorite dishes. Then, discreetly beneath the table, he took her hand, whispering, You must be starving. Hurry and eat. Ning Yue replied obediently. Although Zhang Yuan had already dined, he rushed over just because she casually mentioned it, filling her with a profound sense of happiness. By the way, who are those two? Sun Yun immediately explained the circumstances to him. Zhang Yuan had originally intended to purchase a property, and fortuitously, a real estate agent came to him. It was indeed a stroke of luck. Only then did he take a serious look at the opposite Zhang Tingting. This glance suddenly reminded him of a nonsensical phrase he had encountered on Douyin, the foremost of the 9 sacred bodies. Coupled with the information he had just gathered, it seemed even more fitting. Coincidentally, her profession matched as well. She was also in real estate, having already been subtly teased by Su Qing. Combined with Zhang Tingting's extraordinary beauty, he found himself surprisingly defenseless. Su Yun noticed his unwavering gaze upon the girl, and a sense of inevitability washed over her. In a fit of playful defiance, she extended her foot and stepped onto Zhang Yuan's shoe. He shot her a glare, but she cheekily stuck out her tongue in response. This girl truly had no regard for boundaries. Did she really think he couldn't handle her? Zhang Yuan simply reached out to give her a light tap. The effect was immediate. Su Yun promptly withdrew her mischievous foot. Just as he thought he had triumphed, she gently grasped his hand. Chapter 60. What fault lies with a girl who merely wishes to lead a life of comfort? In the past, Zhang Yuan sought only to find a soulmate with whom he could share a lifetime of happiness. However, following Zhao Xiaolan's betrayal and the emergence of a new system, his mindset had gradually shifted. Coupled with Lu Shuiyo's unprincipled indulgence and Ning Yue's unconditional compliance, he became increasingly unrestrained. Life is but a fleeting few decades. Why not live it with a sense of abandon? After all, he already had 2 women in his life. To claim absolute devotion felt shameful even to him. He could play the field, yet without pretense. The women who genuinely cared for him would always have his kindness in return, while those who were drawn to his wealth could engage in a bit of pretense as well. He steadfastly adhered to one principle: do not let good girls down, and do not squander the bad ones. Though he had not yet decided to accept Su Yun immediately, her intentions had been transparent from the beginning. At the very least, collecting some interest seemed reasonable, especially considering the watch she had gifted him, worth over 8,000. Calculating at 400 per encounter, that would afford him over 20 experiences. Of course, one could not evaluate a student like Su Yun by such standards. One encounter would suffice. After all, she was a spirited girl, brimming with vitality. Even if he were to release her hand, he would not withdraw. Instead, he tightened his grip on her delicate hand. Su Yun's face flushed crimson, her ears turning beet red in an instant. As for dining, she could hardly manage a bite. Observing her blushing countenance, Zhang Yuan found it amusing and suddenly tickled her palm. Su Yun could not suppress a sound. Ning Yue turned her head and inquired, "What's wrong?" "Oh, I wish to express that the dishes at this restaurant are quite delectable. Then indulge yourself further. This meal has encountered a minor mishap, and I feel somewhat remiss towards you all. No, it's quite all right. I mean, next time, allow me the pleasure of treating you. At this moment, Su Yun abandoned her meal, gripping that troublesome hand firmly with both of hers. Simultaneously, she maintained a facade of nonchalance, fearful of revealing any hint of her true feelings. You seem a bit off today. Are you unwell? Just a tad uncomfortable, but it's nothing a little rest won't remedy. Please enjoy your meal. Ningyue, not pondering much further, turned to the right to address Zhou Qianqian. Qianqian, please don't take offense. Zhou Qianqian murmured, you've been treating us for the past couple of days. I feel quite embarrassed. As Ningyue began to speak, Zhang Yuan withdrew his hand. It was evident that Su Yun sighed in relief. What Zhang Yuan did not anticipate was that she would lean over and plant a kiss on his cheek. When the group resumed their focus ahead, she resumed eating with an air of solemnity. Aside from a slight flush on her cheeks, she exhibited no other signs of peculiarity. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Is she both skilled in the kitchen and playful? Unbeknownst to him, Su Yun's heart was far from the tranquility she presented. Initially, she was uncertain whether Zhang Yuan harbored any romantic interest in her. Nearly a month had passed since their last phone call, without any form of contact. He hadn't even added her on WeChat. As for that watch, it was likely a mere trinket he had discarded. Just as he claimed, if desired, one would keep it. If not, one would cast it aside, akin to a coin dropped on the ground, too bothersome to retrieve. This outcome left Su Yun feeling quite dissatisfied. She yearned for more, a complete transformation of her life. It was not a covetous desire for Ningyue's position, based on Zhang Yuan's demeanor. Ningyue held significant weight in his heart and could never be replaced. She could only settle for being a clandestine lover. Being kept by him would also be a satisfactory option. Yet, this aspiration was not easily attainable. For a wealthy young man, countless women would vie for his attention. If even he showed disinterest, her efforts would be in vain. It was only after the recent overstepping actions that she felt a sense of relief. It appeared that there truly are no cats that do not stray. This realization made things much easier. After Su Yun had dined, she kissed him without even wiping her mouth, leaving Zhang Yuan feeling somewhat greasy on his face. Su Yun extracted a napkin and stood, leaning over Zhang Yuan to place the napkin holder in front of Ningyue. Here, I'll set the napkins. Ningyue looked up and smiled. Thank you. In the midst of their conversation, she discreetly cleaned the greasy lip mark from Zhang Yuan's face, leaving it spotless. This maneuver earned Zhang Yuan a silent admiration. It seems she is not as inept as initially perceived. Are women inherently gifted in the art of performance? The ability to adapt swiftly in challenging situations is indeed formidable. However, I find myself increasingly fond of Zhang Yuan. She possesses a subtle cunning, yet understands the nuances of her surroundings. Even in the pursuit of affection, she tactfully avoids direct confrontation with the primary partner. She harbors no aspirations of usurping her position, maintaining a clear understanding of her role as a lover. What is wrong with a girl desiring a life of privilege? This was acutely observed by Zhang Tingting and Wang Weigua across the table. It is evident that Ningyue is the legitimate girlfriend, while Su Yun plays the role of the clandestine lover. As for the rather demure Zhou Qianqian, despite her quiet demeanor, she has cast furtive glances this way, apprehensive of discovery, her cheeks perpetually flushed. This man certainly enjoys an abundance of romantic fortune. Zhang Tingting, however, felt no particular disdain. She herself entertained thoughts of seeking a benefactor, thus lacking the grounds to cast judgment upon others. Furthermore, their relationships were not so intimately connected. It hardly concerned her. In contrast, Wang Weigua simmered with jealousy, gnashing his teeth in frustration. No wonder these young women seemed indifferent to him. If they were truly the studious types, it would be one thing, but they were all revolving around the same man. Except for Zhou Qianqian, who was somewhat plain. The other two were exquisite beauties, rare gems indeed. It would be difficult to find anyone of such caliber within the entire school. Even Zhou Qianqian, the least attractive among them, would still be considered a striking beauty in a more ordinary setting. Why wasn't he this man in my life? It's infuriating. Is it merely because they are younger and more attractive? What is so impressive about that? Can wealth compare to a single hair on my leg? Humph. Just a pretty boy. Yet, as he glanced at Zhang Tingting beside him, his desire intensified. Compared to the women across the table, she was no less captivating. Even if he was aging and unattractive, what of it? He could still entice such beautiful women into his bed. Chapter 61. Not even a gentle touch of the shoulder. Considering Zhang Tingting's current state of indecision, Wang Weiguo resolved to stoke the flames, aiding her in making a choice. Regardless of the outcome, physical contact was the first step. Women often require a gentle push. Once the initial barrier is breached, the defenses crumble, leading to inevitable collapse. Thus, he mimicked Zhang Yuan, stealthily extending his hand to grasp her delicate, almost ethereal fingers. However, Zhang Tingting remained vigilant. Just as Wang Weiguo intended to make his move, she discreetly turned her body, placing a piece of fish into his bowl. "Mr. Wang, do try this base. It's the signature dish of this establishment." I shall give it a try." Wang Weiguo, feeling helpless, was compelled to delay his actions. He picked up his chopsticks and tasted a bite, nodding in approval. Indeed, this restaurant thrived, showcasing its culinary prowess. Soon after, he leaned slightly to place his hand on Zhang Tingting's delicate shoulder. However, Zhang Tingting abruptly stood up, grasping the soup ladle on the table, and said, "Mr. Wang, the chicken soup here is quite exquisite. Allow me to serve you a bowl. In this hot weather, it's beneficial to consume more soup to alleviate the heat." At this moment, Wang Weiguo discerned her reluctance to allow him any physical contact. Even a gentle touch on her shoulder seemed off limits. Was there no sense of fairness? He glanced at the young man across the table, whose hand appeared to be far too familiar with the young woman's thigh. She was evidently doing everything possible to shield him, enduring pain without uttering a word. As a man, he felt the disparity in treatment was excessively pronounced. While he sought relief from the heat, he certainly did not intend to rely solely on chicken soup for that purpose. With a growing sense of frustration and depleted patience, Wang Weiguo laid his cards on the table. "Xiao Zhang, can you give me a straightforward answer regarding what we discussed earlier? I won't even mention buying you a car or living expenses. All I ask is for your company for one night. You needn't worry about the house. We can sign the contract first thing tomorrow morning. You know, I am not lacking in money." Just as Zhang Tingting prepared to procrastinate, he added, "Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone. With my status and conditions, numerous women would eagerly approach me. You should feel honored to be chosen." Upon hearing such near-insulting words, Zhang Tingting's eyes brimmed with tears, and she involuntarily let them fall. "Mr. Wang, do you really have to pressure me? Can't we proceed according to the standard home buying process?" He chuckled derisively. "You're no longer a Navi girl. How can you still be so innocent? Do you understand the concept of equivalent exchange? Why are the top salespeople in real estate often attractive women? Is it merely due to their eloquence and exceptional abilities? No. It is because they are willing to offer more. The commission on this property could easily exceed 100,000. If you are unwilling to contribute anything, why should you receive anything in return? 10,000 for a night is quite a generous offer." Zhang Tingting fell into silence. Wang Weiguo was a long-standing client of the company, having purchased several small apartments. Upon learning of his interest in that villa, her colleagues' eyes gleamed with envy. Zhang Tingting had no doubt that if she declined his proposition, he would be swiftly replaced by others at the company, who would be as eager as wolves to seize the opportunity. Even a month of companionship would be readily agreed upon. In the face of substantial commissions, notions of chastity seemed utterly trivial. Thus, the decision to sell that villa ultimately rested in her hands. Wang Weiguo rose to his feet, brushed off his sleeves, and declared his departure, stating that if one were to reach a decision, they should call him, but only for today, as time would not wait. At this moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly inquired, "Which development is your villa located in?" Zhang Tingting instinctively replied, "It's in the nearby Hailan Bay." Zhang Yuan was familiar with Hailan Bay, a residential area opposite the financial university, primarily consisting of high-rise buildings, along with a separate villa district. The average price of the entire development was quite reasonable, hovering around 20,000 per square meter. Though it wasn't situated in the heart of Shanghai City, it was certainly not remote. With convenient transportation and a thriving commercial area, the developer's credentials were commendable, making it a desirable locale. Buying there would be convenient for Ning Yue's schooling. As he pondered, Zhang Yuan unconsciously retrieved a pack of Lao Bai Sha cigarettes and placed one between his lips. Ning Yue, noticing this, promptly produced a lighter from her bag to ignite it for him. In the past, Su Yun had been quite averse to boys who smoked, finding the odor unbearable. Yet, when it came to Zhang Yuan, it was an entirely different matter. His smoking demeanor exuded an undeniable charm, transforming even the initially pungent scent into something that seemed to carry a subtle fragrance. Zhang Yuan remarked, "Take us to see it later. If it suits my taste, I shall purchase it. However, Before Zhang Tingting could respond, Wang Weiguo scoffed dismissively. With your demeanor, you think you can afford a villa? Perhaps you dream of it. Zhang Yuan frowned and shot him an indifferent glance, disinterested in engaging with such frivolity. He was not one to flaunt his wealth or boast about his affluence. Viewing such behavior as foolish. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Weiguo retrieved a pack of Huangalan 1916 cigarettes, hanging one from his lips while mockingly questioning. Smoking Tinyuan inferior cigarettes, and yet inquiring about villas, what could your intentions possibly be? I trust one need not elaborate further. It was not surprising for Wang Weiguo to say such things. If Zhang Yuan wished to pursue student girls, so be it. They could coexist without interference. However, daring to set his sights on Zhang Tingting was unacceptable, as she was his intended conquest. With the right approach, he could easily seduce her within a day or two. He could not allow anyone to thwart his ambitions. Unfortunately, this young man was strikingly handsome and youthful. There was a chance Zhang Tingting might be attracted to him, preferring allure over wealth. Zhang Yuan toyed with the cigarette pack, observing Zhang Tingting with keen interest. The cigarettes gifted by Lu Shuio had long been smoked. It was not that he could not afford better. Rather, he found them unpalatable, believing they did not compare to Lao Baisha. Besides, given his current financial standing, he no longer needed to rely on expensive cigarettes to maintain an image. As for the villas in Hailan Bay, as long as the layout and quality were satisfactory, he would certainly make a purchase. It was akin to receiving money for nothing, contingent upon the woman's perceptiveness. Should she exhibit even a hint of impatience, Zhang Yuan would refrain from uttering another word. Money could indeed secure a residence, and her beauty had piqued his interest significantly, especially that faint hint of sorrow, which stirs a sense of pity within me. Yet, she is not the only beautiful woman in sight. Recently well-fed, he is not at the point of desperation to pursue every woman he encounters. Chapter 62. I arrived on an electric scooter. Zhang Tingting, as a real estate salesperson, possesses a fundamental level of professional integrity. Particularly, as someone burdened by immense life pressures, she navigates her circumstances with utmost caution. She would never cast a prejudiced gaze upon anyone. With a professional smile, she enthusiastically remarked, "Of course, sir. I will take you and your girlfriend to have a look right away." She then turned to Wang Weiguo, saying, "Mr. Wang, you should also come along to take a look, since last time was a brief glance, and you didn't even get a clear view of the layout." Upon hearing this, Wang Weiguo's guard was instantly raised. Zhang Tingting indeed harbored intentions beyond mere professionalism. Expending effort to show this young man a property that was unlikely to close, it seemed necessary to guard against her advances and extinguish her hopes entirely. Wang Weiguo then took a seat again, smiling as he said, "All right, I shall reluctantly accompany you on this excursion." Su Yun, intrigued, asked, "Senior brother, are you really going to buy a villa?" Indeed, Hailan Bay is conveniently located near the school, making it easy for Yue to commute. Then may I come to stay with you? I have never lived in a villa before. Well, that depends on whether Yue agrees, since it is intended for her. Su Yun momentarily struggled to comprehend this statement, pondering whether it meant it was bought for her to reside in, or if her name would be on the property deed. If it were the former, it would be acceptable, as she is indeed the legitimate girlfriend and thus entitled. However, should it be the latter, she could hardly fathom the jealousy it would evoke in her, driving her to the brink of madness. "Then, may I join you both?" she inquired. "I have nothing else planned for the afternoon." "Of course, but my car may not accommodate all of us. The Porsche 918 only seats two." Among those present, Zhang Yuan would never forsake Ning Yue. "It's all right, Qianqian, and I can take a taxi. It's only a few kilometers away, we'll arrive quickly. Right, Qianqian?" Eager to witness Zhang Yuan's lavish spending, Zhou Qianqian felt a tinge of anticipation. To be honest, her family circumstances were quite decent. Yet they were far from Zhang Yuan's level of affluence. She nodded, "Yes, we can take a taxi." Zhang Yuan privately lamented how remarkably understanding Su Yun was, not inquiring about the reason behind the limited seating. She did not leverage his previous excessive actions to voice any demands. If the opportunity arises, perhaps a small reward should be bestowed upon her. "Very well, you all head over first. You know the location?" "Of course." Wang Weiguo observed how swiftly they had come to an agreement, as if the villa were already within their grasp, and couldn't he help but let out a derisive laugh. A vehicle that cannot accommodate even 4 individuals must surely be a Yachty electric motorcycle. Yet, one still harbors aspirations for a villa worth over 10 million. What an absurdity. After all, a car serves as a true reflection of a proprietor's financial prowess. Thus, he removed the car keys from his waist and flaunted them before the others. Ladies, he declared, I, too, am on my way. Why not join me in my car? The rear seat of my Maybach offers ample space. A Mercedes Maybach, valued at over $2 million, is undoubtedly a symbol of opulence. Countless young women have wept and pleaded to be allowed inside. It is rare to encounter one who remains unmoved. Upon hearing this, Su Yun immediately frowned, her expression one of disdain. We would rather take a taxi than endure the foul odor of your vehicle. Qianqian, let us depart. Furthermore, you are old enough to be my father. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own character. How disgraceful. Without waiting for Wang Weiguo's response, Su Yun grasped Zhou Qianqian's arm and exited. Zhang Yuan found her increasingly amusing. She was obedient to him, yet possessed a playful spirit. Yet, when it came to confronting others, she showed no mercy. Capable of inciting great frustration, he recalled that Ning Yue had mentioned Xie Qian's sharp tongue in their dormitory. He wondered how Su Yun compared. After Su Yun's tirade, Wang Weiguo's face was a canvas of embarrassment and anger. Yet, as everyone had departed, he could not even unleash his wrath. He turned to Zhang Tingting and asked, You wouldn't find my car's odor offensive, would you? Come, let us view the property. Zhang Tingting's face flushed as she timidly replied, I apologize, Mr. Wang, but I arrived on an electric bike. At that moment, Zhang Yuan could no longer contain his laughter. I shall wait for you at the villa. Hurry along. In a gathering of 4 women, not a single one was willing to ride in the illustrious Maybach. This left Wang Weiguo humiliated, and with a huff, he took his leave. Zhang Tingting then retrieved her phone. Sir, let us connect on WeChat. I shall send you the villa's address. After they exchanged contact information, Zhang Tingting glanced at his WeChat nickname, a mix of amusement and restraint on her face. I have a delicate stomach and must rely on soft food. That seems rather blunt, does it not? However, observing the throng of charming young ladies attending to him, she thought it unlikely he truly required such sustenance. Wasn't he rather playing with the strings of a wealthy matron? May I ask your surname? Zhang Yuan inquired, glancing at her name tag. Like yours, it is Zhang. So, we share a surname, Mr. Zhang. The location has been sent to you, Zhang Tingting said, slightly awkward. My vehicle cannot accommodate additional passengers, so I must trouble you both to proceed on your own. Not to worry, I have driven here, he assured her. Very well, I shall take my leave first. Farewell. With that, Zhang Tingting departed from the restaurant. When Ning Yue summoned the waiter to settle the bill, she was informed that Zhang Tingting had already taken care of it. Although the meal was modest, costing just over 100 yuan. However, she, a widow raising a child, must have limited financial means. Yet, in a gesture of gratitude for the small act of sharing a table, she insisted on paying the bill herself. This made Zhang Yuan regard her with newfound respect. Regardless of the circumstances, her character was commendable. After sitting together for a while, they proceeded to the parking lot outside. Zhang Yuan opened the passenger door and, seeing her hesitation, urged her to get in. Senior, have you bought another car? This one must be quite expensive. Not much money, it's not expensive. It's sunny outside, hurry and get in. Oh, if Zhang Yuan were someone who reveled in flaunting wealth, he would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of defeat in front of Ning Yue. Whether it was a car worth 100,000 or 10 million, neither would elicit any surprise from her. It was certain that even if he rode a dilapidated bicycle, she would cheerfully sit behind him, indifferent to the elements. It was not that she disliked enjoying a life of privilege, but such luxuries were not necessities for her. In stark contrast to his ex-girlfriend Zhao Xiaolin, she represented an entirely different extreme. Chapter 63. A few minutes later, Zhang Yuan arrived at Hailong Bay. After a brief registration at the gate, he was granted access. Upon entering the community, the villa area was to his left. He followed the address, searching for the villa that was up for sale. Meanwhile, Su Yun and Zhou Qianqian stood eagerly on the steps at the entrance. From a distance, Su Yun spotted a Porsche 918 slowly cruising along the road, her eyes lighting up with excitement as she exclaimed, Qianqian, look, look, it's a Porsche 918, one of the legendary 3 supercars. I can't believe they're S1 in our Longhai city. Could the owner possibly live in this community? As her words fell, not only Zhou Qianqian, but even Wang Weiguo looked up. Wang Weiguo, older and with poor eyesight, could only make out a rough outline from afar. He scoffed. I know most of the prominent figures in Longhai City, and I've never heard of anyone owning a 918. Do you realize there are only about 100 of these cars nationwide? The ones actually on the road are likely fewer than 50. Wang Weiguo was still brooding over the earlier confrontation, but he couldn't directly retaliate. Seizing the chance to lecture, he was not about to let it slip away. He relished the opportunity to showcase his vast knowledge in front of Zhang Tingting. He continued, "You, who haven't even come of age, are just spouting nonsense. A Porsche 918? I'd say it's more likely a 911. Hearing this, Su Yun immediately became displeased and muttered, "Can't I tell the difference between a 918 and a 911? You should consider donating those useless eyes of yours. It's a shame to have lived this long without any sense." You, continuously rebuffed by Su Yun, Wang Weiguo's temper flared. "Let us make a bet. Are you brave enough to accept? What kind of bet do you have in mind? Just to be clear, if it involves any unscrupulous schemes, there's no need to discuss it. No, if that car is not a Porsche 918, all you need to do is apologize and admit your mistake. But what if it is? What will you do then?" I, Wang Weiguo, directed my gaze towards the Maybach parked in the courtyard and remarked, "If it is, you can smash my car." Su Yun raised her phone, stating, "Sure, I should inform you that I have recorded these words. Don't even think about going back on your word. As a person of considerable wealth, why would I stoop to play such games with a mere girl? Remember what you said." Faced with such a wager, Su Yun readily agreed without a second thought. She had always found this old man distasteful, with his shabby appearance trying to threaten and entice her into becoming his mistress. What nonsense! If given the chance to smash his car, how satisfying that would be. Even if she lost, admitting to a mistake would not bring her shame. Little did she know, Wang Weiguo was equally confident. From what he had gathered, in the small city of Shanghai, it was unheard of for anyone to own a 918. Over the years, not even a single one had passed through. It would indeed be delightful to see this sharp-tongued girl bow her head in apology. After the bet was established, he felt quite pleased and teased. "Where's your little boyfriend? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Is it possible that his electric bike has run out of battery and he needs to push it over?" Su Yun looked at him as if he were a fool. His self-assured wealth meant nothing in front of him. Did he not understand? A frog at the bottom of the well. Though she spoke the truth, the others present, aside from Zhou Qianqian, did not believe her. Even Zhang Tingting merely chuckled. Unsure of how to smooth things over, Wang Weiguo derisively remarked, "So, you're a rich second generation, huh? Let me ask you, why can't this rich second generation even afford a car, making you all take a taxi instead? Who says he doesn't have a car?" Su Yun stammered. "He has his reasons for doing things. What does it concern you?" Hearing her faltering explanation, Wang Weiguo felt he had gained the upper hand and was in high spirits. Indeed, she was just a naive girl, utterly devoted to her boyfriend. Once such young ladies step out into the world, they will realize how childish their current thoughts are. Love cannot be eaten as a meal. In recent years, most of the students he encountered were just as naive. Moments later, the car finally drove into view. Su Yun focused her gaze, and, to her delight, it was indeed a Porsche 918, prompting her to leap with excitement. Fearing that Wang Weiguo might renege on his words, she even searched for several images to present before him. "Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Tell me, is this not a 918? Wang Weiguo was momentarily at a loss for words, never anticipating that he had indeed misjudged the situation. He had thought smashing the car was merely a jest. After all, a vehicle worth over 2 million would require repairs costing at least 100,000. He was wealthy, but he could not squander his money so recklessly. But what if this little girl insists on being stubborn? She retorted, perhaps it was modified by 911. How can one be certain from such a distance? Su Yun was infuriated, exclaiming, "Can your 911 really relocate the engine to the rear? A loss is a loss. Why can't you just admit it? At your age? Are you still acting like a child? I don't care. Unless I get a close-up view, I will never concede." "Very well. I shall ensure you lose convincingly." Su Yun swiftly descended the steps and dashed towards the slowly moving 918. Her intention wasn't to vandalize the car. She merely sought an acknowledgement of fault. If it came to demolishing such an expensive Maybach, she might well hesitate. The old man's antics were quite irksome to her. Clearly, he had lost. Yet he stubbornly refused to concede. The roads in the villa district were narrow, and Zhang Yuan was unfamiliar with the area, thus he drove cautiously. It was only upon spotting a black Maybach parked within a private villa's courtyard that he confirmed he had arrived. Just as he prepared to accelerate into the driveway, Su Yun stormed out in anger, extending her arms to block the path. He promptly slammed the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision. Subsequently, Su Yun jogged to the driver's side and lightly tapped on the glass. "Excuse me, could you please drive the car inside? I wish to." Zhang Yuan lowered the window, exasperated, replying, "Are you out of your mind? Why are you standing in the middle of the road?" I was already heading inside. Upon recognizing the driver of the 918, Su Yun was rendered speechless, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. With incredulity, she stammered, "Senior brother, is this car yours?" "Of course, who else's would it be? But this car is so expensive. And what of it? Just hurry inside. It's scorching out here, and I wouldn't want you to suffer from heat stroke." "Oh." Su Yun followed dazedly behind the car, walking towards the courtyard. Even now, she was struggling to process the scene before her. This was a Porsche 918. There were only a few dozen or 100 in the entire country. Such a mythical vehicle could only be glimpsed online, yet here it was, manifest before her eyes. And its owner was none other than Zhang Yuan, the very person she had longed to be close to. What must be the fortune of someone capable of purchasing such a car? She realized her understanding of Zhang Yuan had been rather superficial. The depth of such a wealthy scion could surely rival that of Principal Wang. However, he was significantly more discreet. On the steps, Wang Weiguo observed as Su Yun genuinely allowed the car into the courtyard, and his expression soured. It had merely been a jest. Was it necessary to take it so seriously? So what if he was being deceitful? If she truly dared to vandalize the car, he would certainly make her regret it. A girl devoid of wealth and influence, one would hardly believe she could provoke such a reaction. Yet, when the door of the Porsche 918 swung open, revealing the figure within, a tempest of emotions surged through Wang Weiguo's heart. How could this be? He pointed at Zhang Yuan, trembling with astonishment. Weren't you supposed to arrive on an electric bike? How have you switched to a Porsche? When did I ever say I rode an electric bike? If your mind is muddled, perhaps you ought to consult a physician instead of spouting nonsense here, Zhang Yuan retorted. Wang Weiguo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, this time he dared not contradict him. This remarkably young individual, capable of affording such an extravagant vehicle, piqued his curiosity about the nature of his family's business. In the vast landscape of the nation, any young person possessing a 918 inevitably hailed from a distinguished lineage. Why had he never heard of such a person in Shanghai City before? Surely, this was a deliberate concealment of identity. But what could be the motive for such secrecy? Did he perhaps possess a background of considerable influence? In that instant, countless scenarios flashed through Wang Weiguo's mind, and his apprehension towards Zhang Yuan reached a pinnacle. Regardless of whether his family was involved in business or held another status, Wang Weiguo understood that this was an individual he could not afford to provoke. The wealthier one is, the more they fear for their life. At his age, he had come to grasp a profound truth. Despite living a life of apparent splendor with a fortune in the millions, one careless encounter with the wrong person could plunge him into an abyss. The capabilities of those at the pinnacle of society were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. To lose one's life over lust was the most foolish of fates. The young man was correct. It was indeed his own mind that had faltered. Recalling how he had previously mocked Zhang Yuan at the restaurant, cold sweat trickled down his back. "I unintentionally offended you earlier. Please do not take it to heart," he stammered, fearing that Zhang Yuan might still bear a grudge. He quickly turned to Zhang Tingting. "Xiao Zhang, what I said earlier was all nonsense. Please don't dwell on it. Quickly, take this young man to view the villa. He may indeed be interested in purchasing it." Unaware of the Porsche 918's true worth, Zhang Tingting felt no particular astonishment upon seeing Zhang Yuan drive up, assuming it was merely another sports car. It was not unusual for families of moderate means to procure a sports car valued around $1 million for their children. She hastily inquired, "Mr. Wang, are you not considering this house?" Wang Weiguo shook his head repeatedly. No, I'm not interested." "Would you reconsider?" Zhang Tingting was on the verge of tears. The property's value was exorbitant, and wealthy individuals in Shanghai City were scarce. It had been listed for quite some time without a buyer. The rarity of a prospective client made her reluctant to let go. The commission of over 100,000 was of paramount importance to her, especially as her mother's illness had lingered for far too long, and further delays were intolerable. Resolving to accept Wang Weiguo's terms, her expression hardened with determination. "It is merely a matter of enduring a single night. With a bit of determination, it shall pass. At worst, one could liken it to being nibbled by a dog. Mr. Wang, I have made my decision. As long as you sign the contract, I shall agree to that arrangement." This unexpected maneuver left Wang Weiguo in a state of bewilderment. Was this not a case of bringing up the inappropriate? The young gentleman who had taken a fancy to this woman would not dare to act on his desires. even if he possessed the audacity of a bear and the ferocity of a leopard. What do you mean by agreeing? I have said nothing at all. Zhang Tingting, now flustered, insisted, I am willing to accompany you for one night. Wang Weiguo shook his head vigorously, interrupting her with urgency. Enough? I have no desire for that. Mr. Wang. Zhang Tingting's face turned pale, perplexed by the sudden shift in circumstances. Had she known, she would have readily acquiesced to him during dinner. Observing her expression, Wang Weiguo began to grasp the thoughts swirling in her mind. Since this enigmatic young gentleman showed interest in her, he might as well lend a hand. He sought no favor in return, only a disregard for past grievances. Casually glancing at Zhang Yuan, who seemed oblivious to the exchange, he whispered, Young Zhang, why do you forsake a true Buddha to pay homage to this false one? You are pursuing what is distant instead of what is near. What do you mean by that? Zhang Yuan inquired. Wang Weiguo gestured towards the exquisite 918, a vehicle valued at 20 million, the kind that one cannot simply purchase. With such a display of wealth and background, I trust you grasp the magnitude of this young gentleman's stature. Upon hearing the figure of 20 million, Zhang Tingting's eyes widened in astonishment. How could a mere four-wheeled contraption surpass the value of this villa? Spending such a sum on a house she could comprehend, as it holds potential for appreciation. Yet, a car is but a consumable. Just how affluent must one be to squander money thus? Mr. Wang, are you certain? Of course. Would I be discussing this with you if I were not? At that moment, Wang Weiguo's attention was drawn to the Patek Philippe watch adorning Zhang Yuan's wrist, prompting him to remark, look at that modest watch of his. It could very well be equivalent to a 200 square meter luxury apartment. Zhang Tingting was left speechless, her astonishment rendering her mute. By market standards, a 200 square meter residence would command a price exceeding 5 million. Is it possible that one could wear a house on their wrist? She, who treats even a 500 yuan watch with utmost care, could scarcely fathom the heartbreak of damaging such a luxury. In her lifetime, the wealthiest individual she had encountered was none other than Mr. Wang. If even he was in awe, then one could only imagine the sheer magnitude of this fortune. Zhang Tingting felt her imagination falter in the face of such opulence. Now do you understand why I hesitate? Wang Weiguo said meaningfully. Since this young gentleman has taken an interest in you, it would be prudent to accompany him well. Whatever demands he may make, simply acquiesce. You shall undoubtedly reap the rewards. Do you comprehend? Zhang Tingting, filled with self-doubt, murmured, I am but a widow, and he is surrounded by so many young and beautiful girls. Would he even glance my way? Chapter 65. The first step of revenge in Zhang Tingting's eyes. At the age of 28, having been married and with a 3-year-old daughter, how could she possibly compare to those vibrant young maidens? Wang Weiguo chuckled, you misunderstand. Those wealthy young masters have a plethora of diversions. Age is merely a number. Even at 48, they may still harbor interest. The intricacies of the elite world are manifold. Moreover, you are exceptionally beautiful. Unless he is the sort to adorn walls, he would certainly be intrigued by you. Zhang Tingting felt her worldview shaken. When did married individuals become more desirable than innocent young girls? Yet, given Wang's extensive experiences, there must be some truth in his words. She discreetly assessed Zhang Yuan once more. His physique and looks were impeccable, brimming with youth and vitality. In comparison to Wang Weiguo, he was in an entirely different league, complemented by his enigmatic background and astounding wealth. Should he take an interest in her, it would undoubtedly yield the best outcome. Initially, she had harbored strong reservations about being kept, but now those feelings had dissipated to some degree. All right, I shall take the initiative when the time comes. My brother can only assist me so much. Wang Weiguo flashed a sycophantic smile, suggesting he would speak highly of her if the opportunity arose. Zhang Tingting numbly nodded in response. Wang Weiguo then approached Zhang Yuan, adopting a lowly demeanor. Young master, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. At that moment, Zhang Yuan was engrossed in examining a car with Su Yun, and upon hearing Wang's words, he waved him off. The rapid shift in Wang Weiguo's attitude hinted at some underlying reason. A 20 million yuan vehicle could indeed spark boundless imagination. One must acknowledge that money can sometimes be quite effective. Although he despised such individuals, they had not crossed any extreme boundaries. It would be unreasonable to retaliate over a few light-hearted jests, as he was not a violent man. Initially intending to dismiss Wang and continue exploring the villa, Zhang Yuan was met with Su Yun's discontent. Puffing up in annoyance, she exclaimed, Senior brother, you must help me seek justice. At these words, Zhang Yuan's anger flared. Could it be that Wang Weiguo had taken advantage of Su Yun in his absence? Though she was not yet his, it was certain she would be in due time. Other matters could be overlooked, but this was his bottom line. With a darkened expression, Zhang Yuan inquired, "What happened? Please tell me in detail, rest assured. I will stand up for you no matter what." This man spoke without integrity. Despite having lost a bet, he was resorting to underhanded tactics. After Su Yun recounted her experience, Zhang Yuan, initially prepared for a confrontation, found himself at a loss for words. Was this truly the issue at hand? As Wang Weiguo observed the ominous expression on Zhang Yuan's face, he stammered, "This young lady, it is my fault. May I apologize to you?" Su Yun pouted and huffed. "Now you choose to apologize? Let me tell you, it's too late. Then, what must I do to earn your forgiveness?" he inquired. She pointed to the luxurious Maybach and declared, "A bet is a bet, do you understand? We had an agreement earlier. It is time to fulfill it." Su Yun felt that Zhang Yuan possessed a formidable background, and that her relationship with him had grown significantly closer, akin to clinging to a powerful ally. She harbored considerable resentment, which caused her tone to be rather elevated. Wang Weiguo shared a similar sentiment. The more ostentatiously Su Yun behaved, the more apprehensive he became. "Very well, I shall consider it a financial loss to avert disaster. As long as that young master calms down and does not seek trouble behind my back," he thought. He retrieved a golf club from the trunk and handed it to Su Yun. "Smash it however you wish, as long as it brings you some relief." This submissive demeanor left Su Yun at a loss. She was not a person devoid of reason, since he had already acknowledged his mistake. It seemed unnecessary to persist in her grievances. Moreover, it might leave a negative impression on Zhang Yuan. After a moment of hesitation, she refrained from accepting the club and said, "Forget it. It's just a trivial matter. Next time, remember to keep your eyes open." Wang Weiguo was pleased that she did not choose to damage the car. After all, he was a businessman himself, and the thought of others knowing that his vehicle had been vandalized was quite humiliating. It appeared that this sharp-tongued young lady had a kind heart after all. He then turned to Zhang Yuan and said, "If the villa requires renovation, feel free to reach out to me. I've been in this line of work for decades, and I assure you, you will be satisfied." Little did he know that this casual remark prompted Zhang Yuan to recall something. "What exactly is your business? Do you specialize in commercial or residential renovations?" "Both," Wang Weiguo replied. "I have hundreds of workers under me, handling various tasks." He assumed Zhang Yuan was genuinely interested in hiring him for the villa repairs and added, "Rest assured, no matter how challenging the job, we will ensure it is completed to your satisfaction." Zhang Yuan shook his head. "I meant to ask, how familiar are you with Anzhou County?" "Quite familiar," he responded. "I made my fortune as a contractor in Anzhou County and only moved to Shanghai City a few years ago. When it comes to the renovation industry there, I rank second to none." Realizing he may have boasted too much, he smiled apologetically. "Of course, I cannot compare to someone of your stature." "Very well. Could you assist me with a small favor?" At this, Wang Weiguo's heart skipped a beat. A request from such a distinguished young man could hardly be trivial. However, considering Zhang Yuan's mysterious background, aligning himself with him could significantly benefit his future endeavors. Gritting his teeth, he responded, "Certainly, whatever you need, just say the word." In the Jintang resettlement community in Anzhou County, there is a Yunli building materials store in Building 7. Zhang Yuan slowly remarked, "Given your influence over there, it should be quite effortless to bring their business to its knees." Wang Weiguo looked up in disbelief. He was tempted to exclaim, "Is that all?" It couldn't be easier. Anzhou County was a minuscule place, and with so many renovation workers under his command, arranging for a few to casually cast aspersions would suffice. They could easily claim that the store's products were inferior and deceptive. Within a day, everyone in the trade would be aware, who would still patronize that establishment. Although he was unaware of Zhang Yuan's motives for targeting that store, he understood that some inquiries were best left unmade, as long as the task was executed flawlessly. That was sufficient. He patted his chest and assured, "This trivial matter can be guaranteed." Zhang Yuan nodded, opting for silence. That Yunli building materials store was, in fact, the shop owned by his uncle. The memory of being scorned by his Aunt Yuli during the house sale, being called a wild child, remained vivid in his mind. That evening, while returning on the bus, he vowed to utterly bring their family to ruin. Now, the moment for retribution had finally arrived. He intended to proceed meticulously, step by step, pushing them into an abyss of despair. And that pudgy cousin of his, he would also pay a visit soon. An 18-year-old lad. He would introduce him to the dazzling world outside. Surely, His parents would be grateful for such an enlightening experience. Chapter 66. What can be done? After conveying his intentions, Wang Weiwa hastily departed in his Maybach. It required minimal effort to place Zhang Yuan in his debt, which brought him immense satisfaction. At this moment, Zhang Yuan began to scrutinize the villa. The residence boasted 3 floors above ground and a basement garage. There were yards both in front and behind, with the front yard spanning over 200 square meters. The rear yard was slightly smaller, and the villa was encircled by white walls, ensuring security and privacy. Approaching the entrance, he noticed Zhang Tingting lost in thought and inquired, "Aren't you going to let us in for a look? Did you forget the keys?" I have them. My apologies, I was just distracted," Zhang Tingting stammered. Initially, she had managed to confront Zhang Yuan with composure. However, after Wang Weiwa's numerous comments, her mindset had unwittingly shifted. The notion that he harbored romantic intentions towards her left her uncertain about their relationship. If he were to suggest sharing a hotel room tonight, would she decline? Her thoughts were a tangled mess, and she didn't even notice as Zhang Yuan approached her side. Flustered, she rummaged through her bag for the keys. But perhaps due to her nerves, she fumbled and dropped them on the ground. Immediately, she bent down to retrieve them, instinctively shielding her chest with her left hand. It was evident that these actions were reflexive. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly and stepped back a few paces to spare her any embarrassment. It appears that the woman possesses a rather conservative disposition, yet this paradoxically piques his interest. After much effort, he finally managed to open the grand door. Once they entered the interior, Zhang Tingting regained her composure and began to introduce the surroundings to everyone. This villa boasts a generous 168 square meters per floor, with the basement and the small courtyard outside being complementary spaces, not included in the total built area. The first floor comprises a living room, a kitchen, and a cozy sitting room. The second floor features 5 bedrooms, each equipped with a private dressing room and bathroom, with the master suite oriented to the south, accompanied by a scenic terrace. The third floor serves as a multi-functional area, housing a study, a gym, and notably, the owner invested significantly in a soundproof esports room, perfect for leisurely gaming sessions. The villa was renovated last year, utilizing top-notch materials, assuring Mr. Zhang of its exceptional quality. Zhang Yuan wandered throughout the residence, admiring the impeccable layout and abundant natural light. The decor follows a minimalist style, predominantly in gray and white tones. It is both exquisite and understated, with meticulous attention to detail that clearly reflects a considerable financial investment. The ceilings are notably higher than those of typical residential buildings, imparting a refreshing sense of tranquility upon entry. The central air conditioning, sofa, television, and other furnishings are all from renowned brands, appearing almost untouched by previous use. Zhang Yuan could not help but inquire, "Has this house been renovated but not yet occupied?" Zhang Tingting nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the owner had initially intended to move in soon, but unforeseen circumstances regarding the expansion of their business overseas rendered that impossible, prompting the decision to sell. "I have reviewed the renovation list, which alone accounted for 5 to 6 million, excluding the furnishings and appliances." The owner expressed that a tremendous amount of effort went into the renovations, and he would not have considered selling had it not been for the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan felt increasingly drawn to the property. The villa was flawless in every aspect, and the decor resonated with his taste. Additionally, it felt as though he were acquiring the fruits of another's labor without the associated cost. However, this purchase was ultimately intended for Ning Yue, so he deemed it prudent to consult her opinion. He turned to her and asked, "What do you think, Yue?" I'm not sure. If you think it's good, then it's fine," she replied. Having never encountered such a lavish and grand villa, it would indeed be peculiar for her to voice any dissenting opinion. Su Yun and Zhou Qianqian, observing with expressions of sheer satisfaction, remained silent, envious yet without a say. After surveying the entire house, including the basement, Zhang Yuan finally made his decision. "What is the asking price for this villa?" Zhang Tingting recognized that the crucial moment had arrived. Countless individuals had previously viewed the property, while other aspects had garnered admiration. The price had always been a point of contention. "Mr. Zhang, due to the exquisite nature of its decor and the fact that it has never been inhabited, the price is somewhat higher than that of neighboring properties." She spoke carefully. The villa boasts a built area of 504 square meters and was originally purchased for 15 million. The homeowner's initial intention was to add 3 million on top of that, considering the substantial investment in the renovations, hoping to minimize losses. After Mr. Wang viewed the villa, he urged me to negotiate multiple times, and ultimately, the owner agreed to lower the price to 17 million, which I believe is the lowest offer. Given the economic downturn in recent years, particularly in the real estate sector, many properties have seen their prices plummet. However, Hailon Bay has remained relatively stable, neither appreciating nor depreciating significantly, maintaining its initial market value. If this villa were to be sold at the original purchase price, it would likely have been sold long ago. Yet, with an additional 2 million required to cover the renovation and appliances, prospective buyers have become scarce. Although it is evident that the renovation costs were considerable, many still deem it unworthy. After sharing these thoughts, Zhang Tingting looked at Zhang Yuan with an expression of anticipation, fearing he might be startled by the exorbitant price and turn away. No matter how much Mr. Wang described his wealth, it was different from witnessing it firsthand. Observing Zhang Yuan's silence upon hearing the price, Zhang Tingting felt a surge of anxiety. This was her final lifeline, and she was determined to seize it. She realized it was time to negotiate terms. Stealing a glance at Ning Yue and others, she noticed them lively making their way to the second floor. She approached Zhang Yuan and, summoning her courage, said, "Mr. Zhang, if you are willing to purchase this villa, I will agree to anything you desire." Zhang Yuan's gaze fell upon her chest, laced with a hint of jest. What could you possibly do? At that, Zhang Tingting's face flushed crimson. She had spoken quite plainly. Was he truly oblivious or merely feigning ignorance? Although his eyes were on her, his expression lacked any lewdness. At that moment, she was uncertain about Zhang Yuan's intentions toward her. As for more embarrassing propositions, how could a married woman dare to voice them? Remembering Mr. Wang's instructions to be more proactive, Zhang Tingting resolved to take a bold stance. She straightened her posture, unabashedly allowing Zhang Yuan a clearer view. Biting her lip, she whispered in a voice barely above a murmur, "I can accompany you to bed." Chapter 67. The Scale of the Heart. Her ability to utter such words genuinely surprised Zhang Yuan. It was remarkable that a modest woman could articulate such delicate phrases, likely requiring immense resolve. Observing her brave demeanor, Zhang Yuan smiled. "The homeowner is still in the country, correct? You should contact them. I will take this villa." "Ah." Zhang Tingting reacted swiftly, responding, "Yes. I will call him right away." She then stepped outside to make a phone call. At that moment, Ning Yue and others descended from the building. Su Yun exclaimed, "Senior, are you really going to purchase this villa?" "Indeed, this house aligns perfectly with my desires. If I like it, I shall acquire it." Such a simple declaration of affection for the property left Su Yun in a whirl of complex emotions. It is well known that for 99 of people, earning 10 million in a lifetime is a daunting task. Yet, Zhang Yuan made his purchasing decision as casually as one would select groceries. She no longer wished to speculate on the extent of Zhang Yuan's wealth. Regardless, she felt as though she was already halfway aboard this ship. With a little more effort, her share would surely follow. Though she harbored such thoughts, she muttered, 17 million, and no haggling? Perhaps we could negotiate a better price. Zhang Yuan nonchalantly replied, "A few thousand less won't make a difference. I'm too lazy to fuss over it." In his view, even someone as shrewd as Wang Weigua could only negotiate to this extent. It must be the limit. Even if Zhang Tingting were to engage in further persuasion, the best she could achieve would be a modest discount. However, the cost of a meal was not worth the time wasted. Zhang Yuan turned to Ning Yue and inquired, "Yue, do you have your ID with you?" "Yes, I do," she responded, her cheeks flushing slightly, feeling a bit shy. When this question arose, it was usually on the way to a hotel. She had grown accustomed to keeping her ID in her bag for unforeseen circumstances. "All right, if all goes smoothly, we can complete the transfer paperwork this afternoon, and after procuring some necessities, you can move in." It was then that Ning Yue comprehended Zhang Yuan's intention. This villa was to be registered in her name. She grasped Zhang Yuan's arm and urgently asked, "Senior, are you really buying this house for me?" "Of course. It is for you. But this is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Just having it in your name is sufficient. I can occasionally stay over." While she could accept clothes and bags worth hundreds of thousands, the value of this villa was simply beyond her imagination. Moreover, Zhang Yuan had already been exceedingly generous. 1 million in cash, a CAF on Xinhua Road, and other gifts amounted to a staggering sum. Yet, she had merely lent Zhang Yuan a mere 10,000. Adding this villa, her return would be nearly 2 to 3,000 times. She composed herself and reiterated, "Senior, I understand your kindness, but I truly cannot accept this villa." Silly girl, it is yours to keep for peace of mind. Zhang Yuan gently embraced her, adding, it's merely registered in your name. I will still be staying here. I still cannot accept it. Zhang Yuan leaned closer to her ear and whispered, not listening again. I might just have to spank you. Look at Su Yun and the others. Their faces are filled with envy. If you refuse, I shall give it to them. The threat proved to be effective. Ning Yue discreetly cast a glance before ultimately nodding in agreement. In truth, even if Ning Yue had resolutely refused, he would not have placed the villa under Su Yun's name. Each individual possesses their own moral compass. Ning Yue had stood by him during his most destitute times, lending him her hard-earned savings. Although the 10,000 yuan she provided may not have had substantial impact, the sentiment behind it was invaluable, worth more than any sum of money. The same holds true for Lu Xueyou. The positions of these two women in his heart are irreplaceable by anyone else. He could bestow rewards upon Su Yun, Zhang Tingting, or even Zhou Qianqian, yet he would never extend the same unconditional kindness to them as he does to Ning Yue. Nor would he, in an attempt to activate the system, engage in servile flattery or extravagant spending for women. When Su Yun learned that Zhang Yuan was indeed going to place the villa under Ning Yue's name, she felt a pang of bitterness. However, she remained composed, recognizing that envy was her only recourse. With a smile, she addressed Ning Yue, saying, when it comes time for cleaning, remember to call me. I'm always at your service. Certainly, with such a spacious place, I will indeed require your assistance, Ning Yue replied. A minute later, Zhang Tingting entered from outside. The homeowner was not far off, expected to arrive in about 10 to 20 minutes. Then let us wait. We will complete the process today. Hearing this urgent remark, Zhang Tingting felt a twinge of curiosity. Is there such haste? A villa valued at nearly 20 million, confirmed in less than half an hour without even a negotiation. It must be related to the exchange I proposed. Mr. Zhang, may I inquire if you prefer a full payment or a mortgage? I need to prepare the necessary documents in advance. Full payment, Zhang Yuan replied, appearing somewhat indifferent, his emotions unperturbed. Quietly, she rummaged through her bag for the materials, her thoughts wandering elsewhere. A quarter of an hour later, the homeowner arrived as promised. Given that it was a full payment transaction, the process was quite straightforward. After signing the contract and completing the payment, they proceeded to the housing authority for the transfer of ownership. By the time this entire procedure was concluded, it was already evening. Mr. Zhang, ladies, thank you for your support of my work. As a token of gratitude, may I treat you to a meal? Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, eating can be done at any time. You've worked hard all afternoon, so please return home. Very well, Zhang Tingting replied, gesturing to her phone with a slight smile. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Understood. After Zhang Tingting departed, he took Ning Yue and the others to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Shortly thereafter, they returned to the rental apartment. It seemed as if much time had passed. Yet the arrival of 200 million yuan was merely a matter of yesterday. After spending the night in a presidential suite with Lu Xueyou, the disheveled and unsightly conditions of the rental apartment were unbearable for Zhang Yuan, who could no longer stay there for even a night. However, the days of hardship have finally come to an end. As he contemplated whether to book a hotel room, he suddenly realized he had forgotten something important. Today, he had racked up quite a hefty expenditure, which should total nearly 20 million. When he accessed the system panel, the information displayed left him utterly astonished. Chapter 68. What on earth do you intend to achieve, Master? Accumulated expenditure for the opposite gender, 10,074, 758 yuan 100, 000, 000 yuan. Activation conditions not met. Why was it only just over 10 million? The villa alone had cost him 17 million. Adding the hundreds of thousands spent earlier on purchasing watches, clothes, and bags for Ning Yue, the total should certainly exceed this amount. Zhang Yuan immediately checked his text messages and confirmed that his bank card balance had indeed decreased by 17 million. The transfers had been executed correctly. Could it be that the intermediary difference had been consumed by the master? Furrowing his brow, he fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he finally discerned a clue. The class reunion yesterday had cost him 66,000 yuan. The watch for Su Yun had been 8,600 yuan. And the barbecue treat for Lu Xueyou long ago had only amounted to 158 yuan. The total of these three expenses was 74,758 yuan, which coincidentally matched the last digits displayed on the system panel. The remaining 10 million was solely attributed to Ning Yue. Thus, the answer became glaringly apparent. Each woman's accumulated expenditure has a cap of 10 million. Any excess does not count. After grasping all of this, Zhang Yuan truly felt the urge to curse. Is there truly such a difficult system to activate in the world? 100 million is insufficient. One must spend on different women as well. Master, what exactly do you want to achieve? Just then, robotic phrases echoed once more in his mind. Phase 1 reward unlocked. Loading. Loading complete. The host has acquired the ability to view information about the opposite gender. Zhang Yuan was left in a state of bewilderment. What does this ability to view information about the opposite gender entail? He rubbed his eyes, yet he noticed no changes before him. As he pondered this conundrum, his phone suddenly received a message on WeChat. Zhang Tingting, Mr. Zhang, are you there? Upon seeing her WeChat icon, depicting her in professional attire, an idea struck him. He promptly clicked on the icon to enlarge it, silently reciting to view the information. A soft blue light screen instantly materialized. Name, Zhang Tingting. Age, 28. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Attractiveness, 93. Value, 99. The first few items were quite understandable, but what did this value signify? He then noticed a line beneath explaining the value. Full score of 100, decremental. Could it be the number of encounters? Zhang Tingting's score stood at 99, suggesting she had experienced merely once. However, upon further contemplation, he promptly dismissed this notion. It could not possibly denote frequency. After all, a woman who had already borne a child could hardly have indulged only once. At this juncture, Zhang Yuan began to harbor a vague suspicion. Could it perhaps refer to the number of individuals? With each encounter with a different man, her score diminished. With this thought in mind, he directed his gaze toward the photo frame atop the bedside table, where a solitary picture of Lu Shuiyo resided. Once again, he silently recited the command to check the information, and the content on the luminous screen swiftly transformed. Name, Lu Shuiyo. Age, 25. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Attractiveness, 97. Score, 99. Upon viewing this information, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Indeed, she was a 4-time campus beauty at the financial university, and her allure was undeniably striking. A score of 97 surely belonged to the upper echelons. It was likely that one might never encounter anyone surpassing such beauty in a lifetime. However, her score also registered at 99, whereas he had only shared an intimate moment with her the previous night. Thus, the notion of frequency seemed entirely plausible. Yet, this enigma was not insurmountable. After all, there was Ningyue. Over the past month, he had encountered her at least 5 or 6 times, and checking her information would surely elucidate matters. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan perused his phone's photo album but found not a single image of her. Upon inspecting Ning Yue's social media, he discovered that her last post dated back a year, devoid of any selfies. Resolutely, he decided to call her. Yue, could you send me a photo of yourself? Senior, what do you intend to do with it? Well, I might just look at it when I can't sleep. Zhang Yuan had no intention of divulging the intricacies of the system. Instead, he hoped that such a sweet sentiment might bring her joy. Ning Yue, upon hearing this, appeared quite pleased, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness. If you miss me, I could come out to keep you company. All right, I shall seek you out. Just send me a photo first. I wish to see you now. Okay. After hanging up, Ning Yue promptly sent a picture. In the photograph, her lips curled into a gentle smile, radiating sweetness. Her delicate, oval face bore no trace of makeup yet exuded an enchanting glow. Surely, her attractiveness score could not be low. Name, Ning Yue. Age, 19. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Attractiveness, 96. Score, 99. As Zhang Yuan scanned the details on the screen and noted the impressive score of 96 for her beauty, he couldn't help but marvel. Her statistics were remarkably close to those of Lu Shuiyo, falling just slightly short. Such a minuscule difference would be imperceptible to the naked eye. No wonder it was said that the eyes of the masses are discerning. It was indeed justified that both were hailed as campus beauties. The value of 99 left Zhang Yuan almost certain of his previous conjecture. Indeed, it was related to the number of individuals experienced rather than the frequency of encounters. As for the spending limit of 10 million for each woman, verifying it posed no great challenge. Apart from Ning Yue, any woman could suffice for an experiment. Considering that Lu Shuiyo had toiled all night yesterday, he refrained from calling her. Subsequently, the first person that came to Zhang Yuan's mind was Su Yun. If this young lady were aware that he wished to invite her, she would surely come rushing over. However, he lamentably discovered that he had not saved her contact information. Although the note he had received was not lost, it was tucked away in the glove compartment of the Panamera. To contact Su Yun, he would have to ask Ning Yue to relay the message. Such an unscrupulous act of having his legitimate girlfriend summon his clandestine lover for a rendezvous was something Zhang Yuan could not bring himself to do. In an old residential complex in Shanghai City, Zhang Tingting stared blankly at her phone. She was a woman of principle. Since Zhang Yuan had so readily purchased the villa, she would not go back on her word. After all, it was merely a transaction. Being single, she was not violating any moral standards. Since either option would yield a consequence, she mustered her courage and sent a message to Zhang Yuan. However, half an hour passed without a reply. Zhang Tingting began to feel anxious. What on earth did this young master mean? Should she proceed or not? She could not very well prepare the house and then invite him over. After all, it had been quite some time since her return, and she had not even changed her clothes or removed her makeup, as she was still contemplating going out later. Just as she was about to take a shower, her phone buzzed. I have a sensitive stomach and need soft food. Send me your location, and I will come pick you up. Chapter 69. Where would you like to go? Upon reading this message, Zhang Tingting's heart raced. Indeed, what was meant to come would eventually arrive. It was already 9 in the evening, and it was evident what Zhang Yuan intended by asking her out at this hour. At that moment, her 3-year-old daughter ran over, sweetly asking, Mommy, will you sleep with me tonight? Zhang Tingting gently stroked her daughter's head, replying, Curson, Mommy cannot stay with you tonight. I have to go out for a bit. Will you sleep with Grandpa and Grandma? The little girl's face fell with disappointment, yet she nodded understandingly. All right, but you must accompany me tomorrow. Yes, I will definitely be with you tomorrow. After settling her daughter, she scrutinized her appearance in the mirror before preparing to leave. Her mother, seated in the living room, inquired, Why are you going out so late? A significant client arrived unexpectedly at the company, and we in sales must accompany them. Zhang Tingting was not one to lie. Even these half-truths stumbled from her lips. Zhang's mother remained oblivious to the underlying tension. Yet she expressed her concern. Riding at night is quite unsafe. Your company is truly inconsiderate for making employees work so late. It's exhausting, and the wages are hardly worth it. Zhang Tingting, contemplating the substantial commission she was about to receive, replied, The company is actually quite good. I just sold a house today, and in a few days, I will receive a considerable amount of money, which will allow me to take you for surgery. Zhang's mother shook her head. This is an old ailment of mine. It's nothing serious. There's no need to go through the trouble. Tingting, please don't be upset with me for meddling. While you're still young, you should quickly find a man to settle down with. In just 2 years, you'll be 30, and it will be difficult to find someone. She added, by the way, that young man Shin from Building 5 seems to have asked you out a few times. Have you agreed to meet him? Knowing that Zhang Yuan likely hadn't arrived yet, Zhang Tingting moved to the sofa and began to massage her mother's back while replying. He hasn't asked me out yet. Zhang's mother, holding her shoulder, spoke earnestly. Oh, you're not being truthful. That young man came to our house today through a friend, expressing his desire to meet you. He mentioned sending you many messages that you didn't respond to. He wants to invite you to lunch tomorrow. Will you go or not? Zhang Tingting shook her head. I don't wish to go. How can I advise you? Her mother sighed. Chen is 32, around your age. Although he is divorced, what is your situation? He owns a spacious apartment in the city and drives a car worth 300,000. His job is stable, with a monthly income exceeding 20,000. With such credentials, he could easily find a girl in her late teens. He is more than suitable for you. The matchmaker even mentioned he is willing to offer a bride price of 100,000, which your father and I will not take. All of it will be yours. His willingness to do this demonstrates his sincerity. Remember, you are also a divorcee, dear. Why not accept? Zhang Tingting fell silent. She had considered dating again, but had yet to meet someone suitable. The Chun her mother spoke of did not appeal to her. His messages had an insincere tone, filled with frivolous compliments that made her feel he lacked maturity. Not blocking him outright was already a sign of tolerance. Noticing her daughter's reluctance, Zhang's mother displayed a hint of displeasure. I have already spoken with the matchmaker. You will meet him tomorrow. If you truly find him unappealing, I won't force you. All right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tingting's eyes glistened slightly. Her mother softened her tone, sighing, Even if you wish to remain single for life, Xian cannot grow up without a father. Ultimately, Zhang Tingting nodded slightly. All right, I will agree to meet him. Zhang's mother finally broke into a smile, reminding her that the dining location had already been sent and advised her not to be late. Zhang Tingting glanced at the time. Mom, I must head to the company now. Today's client is exceedingly important. If I work late, I want to return. Go ahead, just be cautious. Afterward, she arrived at the entrance of her community, watching the endless stream of vehicles pass by, feeling a wave of confusion wash over her. A young couple strolled hand in hand before her, exuding a sweetness that caused a twinge of bitterness in her heart as she thought of the challenges she was about to face. The warm breeze brushed past her, yet she felt no warmth, only a sense of chill. Suddenly, a Porsche 918 appeared before her, honking its horn. Zhang Yuan lowered the window and said, "Get in." Zhang Tingting cautiously opened the door and slid into the car. Still reeling from the moment, she inexplicably asked, "Where to?" As soon as the words left her mouth, regret washed over her. Where else could they possibly go but to a hotel? Her question seemed to reflect a lack of awareness. However, Zhang Yuan smiled and replied, "Where do you wish to go?" Caught off guard, Zhang Tingting stammered, "There's a hotel just up ahead. The conditions are decent and it's not too expensive." Realizing that this wealthy young man likely didn't care about money, her subsequent comment felt entirely unnecessary. She quickly added, "I just thought you might not want to travel far." Zhang Yuan remained silent as he drove down the spacious road. During this time, Zhang Tingting kept her gaze fixed ahead, sitting upright without leaning back, her long, graceful legs tightly pressed together, with a small black bag resting on her thigh. Her hands seemed to lack a place to settle, gripping the bag with a fervor as if it contained something immensely valuable. Her demeanor starkly contrasted with the confident woman who had spoken so freely about the villa earlier that afternoon. 20 minutes later, they arrived by the riverbank. After casually finding a parking space, Zhang Yuan remarked, "Let us get out." Oh, Zhang Tingting looked up and realized they had reached the Li River scenic area. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted the absence of any nearby hotels, and an unsettling thought crept into her mind. Could this affluent young man be planning something in the wilderness? As a traditionally minded woman, she found this notion difficult to accept. Yet she understood she had little room to refuse. Seeing her pale complexion and trembling body, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "What are you thinking? I haven't been here in quite some time. Come walk with me." With that, he began to stroll slowly toward the riverbank. Zhang Tingting hesitated for a moment before quickly following him. The Lijiang River flows through Shanghaishi, with a width of 1 to 2 kilometers. The scenic area on the eastern side is exquisitely constructed, adorned with lush trees and fragrant flowers. An array of leisure and fitness facilities is readily available. Strolling along the riverside path, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water, one's mood seems to expand significantly. It has become the ideal retreat for the public seeking respite from the summer heat. Zhang Tingting lowered her head, closely following behind Zhang Yuan. After a brief walk, a group of children suddenly dashed out from the intersection of two paths, frolicking as they ran past Zhang Yuan. He quickly halted to avoid them, but Zhang Tingting, momentarily distracted, collided directly into him, her high heel stepping on his shoe. Zhang Yuan stumbled forward but managed to steady himself. He was unharmed. However, Zhang Tingting lost her balance and fell to the ground. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Zhang. I didn't mean to," she stammered. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. "What were you thinking? Am I that frightening? You seem quite nervous." "No, it's just that I lost my focus. I apologize." He then took her delicate hand and helped her up. As their hands clasped, he could distinctly feel her slightly cold palm, even damp with perspiration. Her long, slender legs, adorned in sheer black stockings, were slightly bent, adding to her allure. Sitting on the ground had caused her fitted skirt to ride up, igniting a myriad of thoughts. Once she stood, she quickly adjusted the hem of her skirt to restore it to its original position. "Did you twist your ankle? Can you walk?" "No, I'm fine. I should be able to walk slowly without any issue." "Good." After taking a few steps forward, Zhang Yuan turned back and extended his hand to her. "Let us hold hands to avoid any more falls." "Oh." Without hesitation, Zhang Tingting grasped his hand, continuing to stroll leisurely towards the riverbank. Throughout the walk, her expression remained remarkably calm, although her trembling hand betrayed her inner feelings. Apart from her late husband, this was the first time she had held a man's hand. The slightly rough palm and the broad, sturdy grip imparted a profound sense of security to her, an emotion she had not felt in ages. Initially, She feared the judgmental glances from bystanders, feeling like a married woman caught in an illicit affair, holding hands with another man in plain view. However, she soon realized her concerns were unfounded. The Lijiang scenic area was filled with couples holding hands. Who would take the time to scrutinize her? There were even more audacious couples kissing unabashedly in crowded spaces. What was she in comparison? As she contemplated the prospect of engaging in more intimate actions with Zhang Yuan later that evening, she decided it was better to embrace this experience ahead of time. She decided to empty her mind, slowly leaning in and wrapping her arm around Zhang Yuan's. Thus, the two walked side by side, appearing from behind like a pair of affectionate lovers. Upon reaching the riverbank, Zhang Yuan rested both hands on the railing, gazing at the tranquil river before him. The dark surface of the water resembled an ancient well, calm and profound. Nothing disturbed the serenity of the river except for the occasional passing boat. He had been exceedingly busy these past few days, and it was rare for him to have leisure time to take a stroll, which offered him a moment of emotional relief. Meanwhile, the enchanting woman beside him, after observing the water for a while, gently rested her head on his shoulder. Inching closer to him, the river breeze came softly, dispelling the heat and bringing a refreshing coolness. His height and broad shoulders provided a comfortable refuge for her. At that moment, Zhang Tingting found herself surprisingly open to the idea of spending an intimate night with this man who was 2 years her junior, feeling less resistant than before. Of course, this was only under the condition that it occurred indoors. Are you nervous? I'm not nervous. Zhang Yuan extended his arm, lightly resting it on her waist, pulling her gently to his side. Zhang Tingting's waist bore no excess flesh. The information from the system revealed that at 171 centimeters tall, she weighed only 54 kilograms. Even after having a child, her figure remained commendable. As his hand settled on her waist, she noticeably flinched. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. This was hardly a sign of calm. Her heart must have raced to her throat, even more so than Ning Yue's initial reaction. At that moment, Zhang Yuan felt a playful urge. He deliberately brushed his hand lightly on her waist. Zhang Tingting dodged slightly, apprehensive about displeasing him, yet she couldn't help but protest. Mr. Zhang, please don't. I'm ticklish. How can you be so sensitive when there's clothing in between? It's true. After this small jest, Zhang Tingting visibly relaxed. For the first time, she smiled, playfully challenging, even through clothing. If you don't believe me, let me tickle you and see. Then go ahead. She then reached out her hand, gently scratching his waist a few times. You see? You're being overly dramatic. It's not ticklish at all. Upon hearing this, she seemed determined not to lose. Stretching both hands forward with increased pressure, studying Zhang Yuan's face for any sign of reaction. However, before she could scrutinize further, she was suddenly pulled into his embrace. Her delicate face pressed against his chest, her arms instinctively wrapped around him. The robust scent of masculinity enveloped her, and she could hear the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. It was calm and unhurried, betraying no sign of anxiety. As Zhang Tingting felt her cheeks flush, she thought to herself that her heart rate must have reached 180. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan could not hear her, or she would have been utterly mortified. After a moment of quiet embrace, Zhang Yuan spoke. Do you know why I came here? Zhang Tingting shook her head, harboring suspicions, yet daring not to voice them. Zhang Yuan gazed deeply into her eyes. You must not have seen the night scenery for quite some time. This statement plunged her into a sea of memories. Over the past year, burdened by the pressures of life, she had scarcely lived a day for herself. Rising early and toiling late, she earned a meager salary. As a salesperson, there were no fixed holidays. Even when she occasionally took leave, her schedule was always packed. Upon returning home, she had to care for her family, and the mundane chores of life seemed never-ending. By the time she finished tidying up, the night was already deep and quiet. Who had the time to stroll outside? After a while, Zhang Yuan spoke again. I do not like to force anyone. I now offer you 2 choices. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tingting's beautiful eyes narrowed, fixated on him. The first option is, if you wish to sever all ties with me, you may leave right now. As for the villa purchased this afternoon, it is yours to keep. I will not retract my words and demand anything from you. Before he could finish, Zhang Tingting hastily shook her head. But this was something I had agreed to from the beginning. Though I am a woman, I would never act in bad faith. You may have agreed, but I never made any promises, he replied. As for the commission, no matter the amount, it is rightfully yours, as you have rendered the necessary service. Thus, you have never owed me anything. Zhang Tingting pondered these words, her expression growing increasingly complex. Indeed, he had never once mentioned any expectations of intimacy. It was all her own assumptions. Could it be that he had never harbored such intentions, and she had merely indulged in her own fantasies? Reflecting on the flamboyant young women she had observed, Zhang Tingting suddenly grasped a possible reality. She pressed her lips together, revealing a hint of bitterness. Is it because I am married that you look down on me? Zhang Yuan chuckled and beckoned her closer. If I looked down on you, would I exert the effort to take you out? Or do you think that aside from you, no other woman would wish to accompany me? His words rendered her expression somewhat awkward. It was evident from his previous actions that this young gentleman was indeed interested in her. At this moment, she felt a surge of irritation at her own thoughtlessness in speaking. Buying a house was merely a normal transaction. She desired it, hence she purchased it. Unrelated to anything else. To use it as leverage to coerce her into doing something against her will. Zhang Yuan was not so shameless. Do you understand? Zhang Tingting nodded slightly. Initially, she had been anxious throughout the afternoon, and even upon returning home, her mind was restless. Yet, she ultimately realized that her worries had been entirely unfounded. It was then that clarity dawned upon her. Although this young gentleman possesses wealth and influence, he is utterly incomparable to Wang Weigua, who harbors similar intentions toward her. Had she heard this prior, her heart would undoubtedly have been filled with joy at the prospect of effortlessly acquiring over 100,000 in commissions, essentially free money. However, at this moment, her desire to leave has waned. May I inquire about the second option? The second option is to become my woman, for which I shall provide you with a monthly allowance of 50,000. If you find yourself in urgent need of funds, I can even advance you a year's worth. Upon hearing the figure of 50,000, Zhang Tingting's eyes sparkled with interest. This sum is exceedingly generous, amounting to 600,000 annually. A 20-year-old girl in her company is similarly maintained by a wealthy benefactor, yet she receives less than 20,000 a month. Despite this, the girl remains blissfully unaware of her own fortune. As she contemplated the peculiarities often associated with affluent young men, her gaze dimmed slightly, and she hesitantly inquired, "Are there any additional conditions?" "None whatsoever. Once I make contact with you, you simply need to come forth. Rest assured, I am a normal person, not some deviant." Zhang Yuan reassured her. He added, "However, I must lay down a firm stipulation. Once an agreement is reached, you are not permitted to seek other men. Not even once. I possess a strong sense of possessiveness." At that moment, Zhang Yuan realized the advantage of the system's ability to view information. It allows him to effortlessly discern whether his lover has been unfaithful, eliminating any concerns of being deceived. Truly, this system is quite unorthodox. It seems designed to prepare for the potential influx of women in his life, ensuring he can manage them all with ease. How considerate. A flicker of indignation crossed Zhang Tingting's face. "I am not as despicable as you assume. Should I agree to your terms, I would remain steadfastly loyal to you for life." Zhang Yuan believed her words, as her impressive score of 99 indicated her fidelity. It was improbable that one could lead a promiscuous lifestyle and yet, at the age of 28, have only encountered a single man. "I harbor no ulterior motives and trust you. Since this is a long-term arrangement, it is only prudent to discuss the terms in advance. By the way, I am not married, so you needn't worry about any complications arising in the future. Now, please tell me your choice." After stating this, Zhang Yuan turned away, gazing once more at the tranquil river. He was indifferent to Zhang Tingting's decision. With his current wealth, he could easily afford to exchange for a beautiful girl each day, should he wish. While Zhang Tingting is indeed attractive and can satisfy other fantasies, he did not feel that she was indispensable. Whether the allowance was 50,000 or 100,000 held little significance for him. As long as Zhang Tingting was sensible and obedient, he would not hesitate to provide her with a house and a car in the future. Yet, Zhang Tingting lowered her gaze slightly and shook her head slowly. "I have never been a woman driven by materialism. A monthly allowance of 20,000 is sufficient for my needs, as I cannot possibly spend more. Furthermore, I assure you that throughout my life, apart from you, I shall never engage with another man, so you need not worry about that." Now, it seems Zhang Yuan's turn is inevitable. Is there still room for negotiation? Upon reflection, given her appearance, it is likely that many affluent individuals would vie for her attention if she desired a life of luxury. She is neither greedy nor overly enamored with wealth. Her choices stem solely from the overwhelming pressures of life. Nonetheless, this has garnered Zhang Yuan's respect. He extended his right hand, sealing their agreement. Zhang Tingting's cheeks flushed as she shyly accepted. Passers-by observed their earnest demeanor, mistakenly believing they had struck a significant business deal. Please provide me with your bank account number. Oh, should I give it now? Zhang Tingting exclaimed, astonished. Isn't it customary to receive payment only after the service is completed? Do you think this is a regular job with a salary? I had no idea. This is my first experience with being supported. What a coincidence. It is my first time as well, Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. Just send me your account number. Oh. She then retrieved her bank card from her bag and handed it over. 2 minutes later, her phone chimed. Upon seeing the transfer notification, she gasped, why so much? Wasn't it agreed upon that I would receive only 20,000? Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she confirmed the amount was 600,000, her mouth agape in astonishment. Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Take it. If it's insufficient, we can discuss it later. Sufficient? It's far too much. With the commission she was about to receive, her balance would exceed 700,000. This sum was undoubtedly a fortune for her. She had consulted a doctor, and the total cost for her mother's surgery would not exceed 100,000. As for the rest of the money, she could hardly fathom how to spend it all. Her previously strained circumstances had instantly transformed. Was the impact of being supported truly this immediate? As long as you are obedient, everything you desire will come to you. For me, no amount of money is considered excessive. Zhang Yuan gazed at her meaningfully. Now, it is time for you to demonstrate your commitment. Zhang Tingting hesitated, glancing around. Her expression conflicted. Here? Chapter 72. Unfamiliar vocabulary, where did your thoughts wander? Zhang Yuan playfully tapped her forehead and opened his arms. Realizing her misunderstanding, her face flushed crimson. Gradually, she nestled against his chest, her arms encircling him once more. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heart, she found solace. Regardless of what the future holds, at least she would no longer need to toil daily for survival. All of this was made possible by the man before her. Although it is essentially a transaction, it differs vastly from merely spending a night together. Unless an unexpected turn of events occurs, Zhang Yuan shall henceforth be her sole man. Aside from the inability to wed and obtain a marriage certificate, it seems there is little distinction. One might as well consider it akin to marrying a husband who frequently travels for work. As her thoughts meandered, her mindset shifted once more. Zhang Tingting lifted her gaze slightly, silently gazing at his resolute profile before her eyes drifted to his. Those profound eyes appeared to exude an alluring charm at that moment. Suddenly, she felt a whimsical impulse and, like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, gently pecked Zhang Yuan's cheek. Shyly, she buried her head against his chest. Zhang Yuan smiled warmly, pulling her closer. Freed from the burdens and worries, Zhang Tingting seemed to rediscover her inherently lively nature, her demeanor resembling that of a young girl. This transformation was something he was pleased to witness. Otherwise, he would not have brought her to such a distant place. Discussions could just as easily be held in a hotel room, and once terms were agreed upon, the necessary matters could be addressed. However, such a transaction would be too overtly transactional in nature. While Zhang Yuan was not a paragon of virtue, he generally tended to be considerate of his woman's feelings. The thought of merely indulging his desires while his partner lay beneath him like a corpse held little appeal for him. He was not lacking in female companionship. As he slowly lowered his eyelids, his gaze silently met hers. At that moment, it seemed he had captured a fleeting glimmer of happiness within her bright eyes. Fortunately, the trace of melancholy on Zhang Tingting's face was inherent and had not dissipated. Otherwise, it would have diminished her charm. Cradled in his arms was a soft, delicate figure, one that was entirely his to cherish. The evening breeze caressed them, carrying a subtle fragrance of flowers. Zhang Yuan gradually realized he was becoming overwhelmed. Let us go, he suggested. We should change locations. Zhang Tingting instinctively understood where they were headed, no longer as naive as before to voice her inquiries. She allowed him to take her hand as they returned to the car. The atmosphere was entirely different from when they arrived. She felt much more at ease, adopting a casual posture and even initiating conversation. Mr. Zhang, is this car really worth 20 million? I can't help but feel that aside from the missing row of seats in the back, it doesn't seem remarkably different. The current market value of this vehicle indeed approached 20 million, but that was of little consequence. What mattered more was the need for her to alter her manner of address. Did she truly find it appropriate to continue calling him Mr. Zhang? Zhang Tingting's face flushed. She was well aware that it was inappropriate, yet she pondered what else she could call him. Should she refer to him as boss? Although Zhang Yuan provided her with a monthly allowance, establishing a form of employment, she could hardly bring herself to utter such a term. The thought of being closely intertwined with Zhang Yuan from now on, possibly never to part ways, filled her with a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. Suddenly, an unfamiliar word surged in her mind, a term that had not been uttered for quite some time. Taking a deep breath, she called out with a voice as delicate as a whisper, "Husband." After uttering those words, she tightly shut her eyes, so shy that she couldn't lift her head. As for Zhang Yuan's reaction, she dared not look. Though her voice was soft, Zhang Yuan heard her clearly, momentarily losing his grip on the steering wheel. When had this woman become so bold? His intent was for Zhang Tingting to simply call him by his name, given the nature of their relationship. There was no need for such formality. However, it was also a pleasant surprise. What man could resist such a sweetly spoken husband? Didn't he catch that? Speak louder, Zhang Yuan urged. Gathering her courage, Zhang Tingting exerted all her strength to call out again, "Husband." This time, her voice was significantly louder, bringing a sense of satisfaction to Zhang Yuan. At that moment, Zhang Tingting realized that perhaps there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Although this man was younger, he was truly impeccable in every regard. With one hand on the wheel, Zhang Yuan reached out with the other. Instinctively, she wanted to pull away but then hesitated and instead clasped his hand tightly. She couldn't help but recall how just hours earlier, she had sat across the dining table watching Zhang Yuan engage in intimate gestures with that young girl. Little did she expect that within less than 12 hours, he would become hers. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuan casually chose a 5-star hotel and booked a suite at the front desk. After all, as long as there was a woman accompanying him, it would count towards his accumulated expenses. There was no need to buy anything specifically for Zhang Tingting to validate his previous assumptions. In the hotel lobby, Zhang Tingting felt a bit restless. Zhang Yuan chuckled. "Why are you so nervous? You are single now. It doesn't matter if someone sees us." "No, it's not that. I'm worried that with so many female friends, if they see you, it would be quite troublesome." "Don't worry, they won't concern themselves with such matters." "Is your relationship with them the same as with me?" "Not at all. At least the one who sits to my right during meals is not." Zhang Tingting nodded in understanding. It was evident that he treated the girl named Ning Yue exceptionally well, even placing a valuable villa in her name. At that moment, Zhang Tingting felt a pang of envy. Shortly thereafter, they exited the elevator and entered the suite. Once the door was closed, the fervor that Zhang Yuan had been holding back erupted uncontrollably. Cradling her face, he leaned in to kiss her ruby lips. Zhang Tingting slowly closed her eyes, responding wholeheartedly. Strolling by the riverside, embracing, kissing, she had not experienced such moments in a long time. It seemed she had almost forgotten the taste of it. After a prolonged moment, as their lips parted, there lingered a sense of unfulfilled desire. Having experienced such a delightful sensation, she found herself harboring a subtle anticipation for what was to come. The rapid progression with a man she had known for less than a day was astonishing, yet she felt no aversion within her heart. Was this truly the same person she had always been? However, Zhang Yuan offered her no time for self-doubt. As gentle caresses enveloped her, her gaze grew increasingly dreamy. With her arms wrapped around Zhang Yuan's sturdy chest, the solid reassurance dispelled the confusion and helplessness that had plagued her over the past year. Zhang Tingting lay upon the pristine white bed, while Zhang Yuan gazed at her intently, as if admiring a piece of exquisite jade. Though merely a gaze, it rendered her too bashful to lift her head. She chose to bury her face in the pillow, her thoughts wandering. Could this be the peculiar behavior of a wealthy young master? Chapter 73. At least, I find myself somewhat fond of you now. At that moment, Zhang Tingting's phone rang. A glance at the screen filled her with anxiety. She turned to Zhang Yuan with a pleading expression. "My mother is calling for a video chat. Could you please step away for a moment?" Zhang Yuan slipped on his slippers and headed towards the bathroom. "I'll take a shower first." Once the bathroom door was fully closed, she mustered the courage to answer the call. "Mom, what's the matter at this late hour?" "It's not me looking for you, it's Kirsten. She can't sleep and insists on seeing you before she can rest." On the other end of the video call, her little daughter immediately scrambled out of bed and exclaimed, "Mommy, when are you coming back? I miss you." "Be good, Kirsten. Mommy wants to be home tonight, but I promised to spend time with you tomorrow." "All right, but you've promised me several times to take me to the amusement park. When will we go?" "If you go to sleep nicely, I'll take you tomorrow afternoon, okay? I'll sleep right away." Hearing this, the little girl gleefully jumped before settling down obediently, her eyes closing as she murmured, "Kirsten is already asleep." Then, Zhang's mother inquired, "Did your clients leave so soon?" "Yes, they just left. Today was exceptionally busy, so I found a hotel nearby to stay at. Isn't the hotel room quite luxurious? By the way, I assume the room rate is rather steep. Does your company reimburse it?" "Yes, they do, Mom. I've had a tiring day running around. So let us not dwell on it. All right, make sure to rest early." Zhang's mother continued to advise, "Remember to meet with Xiaoqun tomorrow. Don't think I'm nagging. If I don't remind you, you might forget." "Okay, I understand. I'm hanging up now." As she was about to end the call, Zhang Tingting relaxed her guard and inadvertently knocked the edge of the carpet by the bed. "Wait," Zhang's mother exclaimed. "Did I just see Min's shoes? Can you tilt the camera a bit to check?" At those words, Zhang Tingting's heart raced in alarm. She cast a discreet glance and noticed that the shoes Zhang Yuan had just changed out of were lying by the bedside. Swiftly kicking them beneath the bed, she dared to lower the camera. "There were no men's shoes here. You must have made a mistake." "Oh, it seems so. My eyes aren't what they used to be at my age. Now do rest." It was only when the phone screen locked that Zhang Tingting exhaled a sigh of relief. She had almost been exposed. Zhang Yuan was indeed her man. But this relationship of mutual support was evidently not meant for the light of day. If her mother were to find out, it would likely lead to her demise from anger. Thinking of the ample time she would have to spend with her daughter and family in the future, she broke into a knowing smile. Life would surely transform for the better. The greatest contributor to this change was undoubtedly Zhang Yuan. Without him, everything would revert to its original state. Through the frosted glass of the bathroom, she could still discern a vague silhouette within. Zhang Tingting realized she could no longer hesitate. An hour later, Zhang Yuan inquired, "Was it your daughter who called you just now?" "Yes," Zhang Tingting replied with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry from now on. I will ensure my family is settled before coming out, and I promise such situations won't arise again." Zhang Yuan toyed with her silky hair, at a loss for words. Her humble demeanor inexplicably tugged at his heartstrings. It was her lost and helpless figure waiting for him by the roadside that had prompted him to take her for a stroll by the river. Her look of uncertainty and isolation reminded him of his former self. "Do you really think of it as work? Afraid I might cause you trouble?" I didn't mean it that way. It's just," Zhang Tingting stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. However, Zhang Yuan could discern her concerns. She was merely worried that he might not take a liking to her daughter, fearing it would displease him. "What did you initially call me?" "Mr. Zhang," she replied, her mouth slightly agape, before adding, "husband." Zhang Yuan embraced her gently, speaking softly, "There you go. Although our relationship is transactional, it doesn't necessarily lack emotion. As long as you are willing to invest your genuine heart and truly regard me as your husband, not merely uttering it casually. How could you assume I would treat you as a dispensable tool? I am not a cold-hearted individual and wish for my woman to lead a joyful and fulfilling life. Thus, there is no need for you to be perpetually anxious, fearing my displeasure in everything you do. As long as you are not being unreasonable, I can understand. Do you comprehend?" Zhang Tingting nestled closely against him, quietly sobbing. Tears quickly soaked his chest. After everything, he could have left immediately, yet he felt compelled to speak to her with such earnestness. She was merely a pampered canary, a pitiable plaything. Whether it be sorrow or joy, it holds little significance for him. Yet, this statement made Zhang Tingting feel as though it were not entirely the case. It seemed that he, too, cared about his own emotions. Zhang Yuan gently wiped away the tears from her cheeks, smiling as he said, "Of course, it is still too early to speak of such matters. In time, you shall gradually come to understand the kind of person I truly am." To say that love develops over time may not be entirely accurate. At the very least, I find myself rather fond of you at this moment. Zhang Tingting's eyes sparkled, softly calling out, "Husband." This utterance felt far more genuine than before. "What is your daughter's name? Do share." Upon hearing Zhang Yuan inquire about her daughter, an inexplicable joy blossomed within Zhang Tingting's heart. "Her name is Zhang Curson, and she will be 3 years old in 2 months. Zhang, could it be that your ex-husband shares the same surname?" Zhang Tingting shook her head. "No, my daughter takes my surname." Their family had always yearned for a son, which rendered Curson unappreciated since her birth. "Moreover, my ex-husband treated me poorly, often resorting to violence, even worse than your kindness. My in-laws were unreasonable. Their focus solely on their son. After years of marriage, they continued to treat me as an outsider. Even the wedding house was forcibly taken from me, leaving me with no choice but to return to my parents' home with my daughter." As she recounted her story, The tears that Zhang Tingting had just managed to hold back streamed down her face once more. Zhang Yuan gently patted her back, feeling her plight. What a tragic existence. No wonder you tread so carefully in life. Not everyone is born in a humble state. Rather, various circumstances compel them to bend their backs. In that light, perhaps her ex-husband's untimely demise was a blessing in disguise, Zhang Yuan mused. Assisting her in reclaiming what was rightfully hers would not be an arduous task. Those detestable in-laws deserved some measure of retribution. Chapter 74. Brother Tongzi, are you meticulous, or am I? I would love the opportunity to meet your daughter. Given your beauty, she must be delightful as well. Zhang Tingting's eyes sparkled with undeniable surprise. You wish to meet Kursin? Playing with children can indeed be quite enjoyable. Zhang Yuan chuckled. While I cannot guarantee how well I shall treat you in the future, since you call me husband, it would be rather unlikely for us to never meet. Of course, the most crucial element will be your conduct, he added. Zhang Tingting shifted closer, wrapping her arms around his neck and bestowing a tender kiss. Husband, you are so good to me. The following day, at 11 in the morning, a sudden ring of a mobile phone broke the tranquility. A delicate hand emerged from beneath the covers, groping beneath the pillow for the phone. As Zhang Tingting opened her drowsy eyes, her expression shifted to one of anxiety upon recognizing the caller ID. She gestured for Zhang Yuan to remain silent before answering the call. Mother has been up for a while and is aware. Upon hanging up, she expressed her apologies, saying, Darling, my mother has arranged a blind date for me, and I am to meet him at noon today. I was unaware that we would end up in this situation, which is why I agreed. Please don't misunderstand me. I am truly not the kind of shameless woman. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly and grasped her delicate hand. How could I? Just go meet him and send him on his way, so your mother won't nag you anymore. Zhang Tingting slowly shook her head. Any hint of suspicion, even regarding something Zhang Yuan had already consented to, was something she wished to avoid. I won't go unless you accompany me. Zhang Yuan was taken aback by this suggestion. What kind of operation was it to bring her partner along to a blind date with another man? Having barely slept a few hours the previous night, his eyes felt heavy with fatigue, and he was disinclined to attend. Come on, dear husband, just accompany me. After several exchanges, Zhang Tingting discovered how naturally the term husband rolled off her tongue, devoid of any awkwardness. She incessantly shook Zhang Yuan's arm, nearly disassembling him in the process. All right, I'll go. At that moment, Zhang Yuan was also wide awake, and coincidentally, his stomach was growling. He decided to go along for a complimentary meal. After a gentle peck on his cheek, Zhang Tingting got up to prepare. Zhang Yuan lit a cigarette and opened the system panel. Total expenditure on the opposite sex. 10, 692, 758 yuan out of 100, 000. 000 yuan. Activation conditions not yet met. Upon observing the rising figure, he confirmed his earlier suspicion. Indeed, there was a cap of 10 million on the cumulative expenditure for each woman. To activate the system, he needed to spend the remaining 90 million on at least 9 different women. It was indeed a bit of a conundrum. However, the rewards offered were rather appealing. The ability to view information about the opposite sex unlocked in the first phase was exceptionally useful. The subsequent rewards to be unlocked were certainly promising. Yet, as he scrutinized the amount further, confusion set in. Why had it increased by 618,000? He had only booked a suite and spent 18,000 since yesterday. Was the additional 600,000 a transfer? The initial 1 million he had transferred to Ning Yue was evidently not included in the tally. With this thought, he promptly transferred another 10,000 to Zhang Tingting. When her phone chimed with a notification, Zhang Yuan checked the panel once more. As anticipated, the amount had risen to 10, 702, 758 yuan. Could this be a hidden reward for reaching the cumulative expenditure of 10 million? A smile spread across Zhang Yuan's face. If transfers counted towards cumulative expenditure, then matters would become much simpler. When encountering a woman he fancied, there would be no need to ponder what to buy for her. He could simply send her money and let her spend it as she wished, which would be far more convenient. Just then, a bold idea struck him. Since transfers counted as expenditure, was there not a remarkable occurrence? In less than a day, not to mention the rewards of the second and third phases, the entire system could be fully activated. He then retrieved his phone, entered a bank card number, and initiated a substantial transfer. 2 minutes later, a notification chimed. Shui Luo Yuan, why are you transferring me 10 million? I have a weak stomach and need soft food. For no particular reason, I was concerned you might run out of funds, so I wanted to assist you. After sending this message, Zhang Yuan eagerly checked the system panel once more. The outcome did not disappoint him. Accumulated expenditure for the opposite gender, 20,636. 600 yuan out of 100, 000,000 yuan. Activation conditions not met. This figure indeed matched, having deducted the over 60,000 previously spent on Lu Shuiao. She had already reached the 10 million cap. However, the anticipated second phase reward was conspicuously absent. It remained unclear how many additional rewards could be obtained before fully activating the system. Yet, this was of little concern. The condition of accumulating 100 million Huaxia coins was soon within reach. All that was needed was to find 8 more women, clearly stating the arrangement to transfer 10 million to each, only to have the money returned afterward. Was it not a way to obtain a free benefit? Brother Tongzi, you are not being meticulous. Such loopholes remain unaddressed. Activation is not particularly difficult. Theoretically, an initial fund of 20 million would suffice to completely activate the system. One could initially spend 10 million to unlock the first phase reward, thereby accessing the system's advantages thereafter. The 100 million Huaxia coins seemed merely a bluff. At that moment, Zhang Yuan received 2 additional messages. One was from Lu Shuiao, and the other was a bank transfer notification. Shui Luo Yuan, I have no need. The funds at my disposal are plentiful enough to make even my father envious. But all of it is yours. No one else shall claim it. Upon examining the bank message, Zhang Yuan discovered that Lu Shuiao had transferred the 10 million back, along with an additional 90 million. Zhang Yuan's bank card was procured through Lu Shuiao's connections, belonging to the highest tier. Even such frequent large transactions were seamless, arriving almost instantaneously. As long as the funds did not flow abroad, no inquiries would be made regarding their actions. Upon reading the messages, he shook his head. This young lady certainly had a generous spirit. Could this be what they referred to as a tenfold return? Nevertheless, this maneuver aligned with his intentions. He merely needed Lu Shuiao to return the recent funds to test whether this method would succeed. However, when he excitedly glanced at the panel once more, he was left dumbfounded. Accumulated expenditure for the opposite gender, 10,702, 758 yuan out of 100, 000,000 yuan. Activation conditions not met. How could it have regressed? It was evident that the recent series of actions had been entirely futile. At this moment, Zhang Yuan could not help but express his admiration. Brother Tongzi, your meticulousness is truly commendable. Chapter 75. How wonderful it would be to spend a lifetime together like this. Zhang Yuan found himself at a loss. He transferred another 10 million to Lu Shuiao and repeatedly urged her not to return it. He aimed to maintain her cumulative spending at 20,636, 600 yuan. Although it seemed of little practical use, at least it no longer appeared so unattainable. After all, he had completed 1/5 of the goal. The additional 90 million Lu Shuiao had given him was something he accepted without hesitation. Now that she was his woman, there was no need for the politeness of the past. What of living off her? As for the remaining 80 million, it had to be approached gradually. According to the original plan, the only ones he could trust unconditionally were Ning Yue and Lu Shuiao. Even though he had recently developed a close relationship with Zhang Tingting, he would not transfer 1 million to her account. Human hearts are inscrutable. No one can predict how things will unfold in the future. While he could see that Zhang Tingting was genuinely a devoted woman, he still needed to maintain a sense of caution. There might come a time to make a transfer, but certainly not now. Since the system was unavailable, there was no rush to activate it. Enjoying life freely was of utmost importance. He gazed at Zhang Tingting, who was washing up, and silently checked her information. A pale blue light screen appeared instantly. Name, Zhang Tingting. Age, 28. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Attractiveness, 94. Value, 98. This value seemed to align correctly, merely reflecting the number of experiences. If calculated by frequency, the figure would likely drop to 95. However, when he noticed the attractiveness rating, he couldn't help but be puzzled. He recalled that it had been 93 just yesterday. How had it inexplicably increased? He then approached Zhang Tingting, observing her lovely visage in the mirror. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but she seemed even more beautiful than yesterday. Could it be that she had not received affection for too long? Or perhaps it was the release of pressure that had improved her demeanor. The specifics were uncertain, but it was undoubtedly a positive development. Zhang Yuan gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, burying his head in her silky hair. Oh, come on, stop it. I'm washing my face. Why are you taking so long? You haven't even put on your clothes properly. I'm not like you women who take forever to get ready. I can be out the door in 2 minutes. Then you go wash up first. I don't want to move. The water is too cold. You help me wash. Dear, do you not realize it's summer? Zhang Tingting turned around with a somewhat helpless expression. Are you still worried about the water being cold? Besides, the hotel provides warm water. Despite her words, Zhang Tingting still picked up a towel and meticulously dried him off. As Zhang Yuan was being dressed, he noticed that his shirt had wrinkled slightly. After taking up the steamer, she meticulously smoothed it out inside and out before dressing him. Even his socks and shoes were donned by her hands. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Yuan remained passive, experiencing a taste of life akin to that of a master in the old society. He couldn't help but muse that if he were to receive such attentive service from Lu Xueyo, he might well end up with a resounding slap to the face. Meanwhile, the young girl Ning Yue would not refuse such service, but could never execute it with such finesse. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Tingting felt equally delighted in her heart. Engaging in these trivial tasks not only brought her no annoyance, but also imparted a sense of domestic bliss she had long yearned for. Half an hour later, after tidying up, she finally glanced at her phone before stepping out and was astonished to find that her bank account had increased by 10,000. Why have you transferred me more money? This is truly more than enough, she exclaimed. I was quite satisfied with your performance just now. Consider it a reward. Zhang Yuan replied. Zhang Tingting shot him a sidelong glance. Do you think I can't keep track of time? You clearly made the transfer half an hour ago. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she softly added, it's more akin to a reward from last night. Zhang Yuan chuckled. You can interpret it however you like. I merely transferred it casually. Just accept it. Zhang Tingting pondered this for a moment, finally grasping the essence of what Wang Weiguo had said the previous day. As long as one serves the wealthy young masters well, benefits will surely follow. 10,000 yuan might not seem substantial to her now, but in the past, during periods of poor performance, a month's hard work might yield only 3,000 to 5,000, rising early and toiling late. Zhang Yuan was in good spirits and had offered it without a second thought, barely waiting to hear a thank you. She linked her arm with Zhang Yuan's and sweetly said, Darling, shall we go? After checking out, they arrived at the parking lot, standing before the Porsche 918. Zhang Yuan inquired, Where shall we dine? I haven't been attentive to that. She opened WeChat to check the location, glancing at it. It's quite a distance. The city is rather congested, so it'll likely take 30 to 40 minutes. If you're not keen on going, we can just grab something light. Can you drive? Zhang Tingting nodded. I can, but I haven't driven in several years. Zhang Yuan yawned and handed her the car keys. Then you drive. I'll catch a nap in the car. Reluctantly, Zhang Tingting took the keys, but after settling into the driver's seat, she hesitated for quite a while without starting the engine. Instead, she quietly said, Darling, perhaps you should drive after all. This car's performance is too formidable, and I fear I might accidentally crash it. It's fine if you bump it. We can afford the repairs. Besides, as a novice driver, how fast can you go? You're unlikely to cause a major accident, Zhang Yuan reassured her, gently patting the back of her hand. Once you hit the road, you'll discover that this car possesses absolute right-of-way. It's easier to handle than you can imagine. Seeing his insistence, Zhang Tingting had no choice but to start the vehicle and cautiously navigate out of the parking lot. After a few minutes on the expansive road, she gradually became accustomed to the handling of the 918. Driving became considerably easier. Moreover, the vehicles alongside seemed to intentionally steer clear of her. Not only did they refrain from cutting in, but even at the traffic lights, no one hurried her when she started late. From the rearview mirror, she noticed that the cars trailing behind kept a significant distance, seemingly fearful of colliding with her. It was at that moment that she comprehended the true meaning of road privilege. The enchantment of wealth is indeed an experience that can be felt anywhere. She slightly turned her head and saw Zhang Yuan already reclining against the seat, soundly asleep, occasionally emitting soft snores. At this moment, a scene from long ago involuntarily surfaced in her mind. It was a time when she was also driving, but her ex-husband occupied the passenger seat. They were in a modest vehicle worth less than 300,000, yet her ex-husband treated the car with more reverence than she did, terrified of even minor scratches. A simple encounter with a speed bump would lead to a barrage of criticism. Ever since then, she had preferred riding an electric bike to driving, regardless of the destination. In contrast, Zhang Yuan had not uttered a single unnecessary word since getting in the car. It was remarkable to think that this vehicle was valued at 20 million. Was he truly so at ease? Zhang Tingting was a person easily satisfied. Even this simple trust bestowed upon her evoked a gentle sense of happiness. The disparity between individuals was indeed significant. Her memories of her ex-husband, with whom she shared little affection, were becoming increasingly blurred, while Zhang Yuan began to take his place. How wonderful it would be if she could spend a lifetime like this with him. Chapter 76. You are not wed, nor am I. Why not let the sun and moon depend on each other? 40 minutes later, Zhang Yuan was awakened by a ringing phone. Ningwei, what's the matter? Senior, I have no classes this afternoon. I've arranged with a few classmates in the dorm to clean the villa and purchase some daily necessities. On the other end of the line, Ning Yue spoke shyly. Senior, is there anything you want me to bring? I don't need anything, Zhang Yuan replied, but soon realized. Listening to her bashful tone, she likely wanted to inquire if he would be staying over that evening, but was too shy to ask directly. He reiterated, just buy the usual daily essentials. By the way, give me a few sets of clothes as well. And don't forget the underwear. I certainly don't want to be without. As expected, Ning Yue's tone brightened considerably upon hearing this. Oh, then, which bedroom will you be staying in? I can help you put your things away in advance. Wherever you stay, I will stay too. What? Do you want to separate us? Not at all. Then can I choose the room on the second floor with the terrace as the master bedroom? That is fine. Don't bother cleaning yourself. It would be much quicker to hire some maids to tidy up. Just focus on buying the items and opt for the more expensive ones. By the way, is the money still sufficient? I can transfer some more. Upon hearing that Zhang Yuan intended to send more money, Ning Yue hurriedly replied, it's enough. The 1 million you transferred last time has hardly been spent. Zhang Yuan chuckled and said, I need to buy clothes and shoes. And you have your own expenses as well. So, I will transfer another 1 million to you. If that's not enough, we can discuss it further. After hanging up, Zhang Yuan promptly sent the money. Although Ning Yue had a spending limit in the system, there was none in his heart. After putting down his phone, Zhang Yuan murmured, how long has it been? It should be arriving soon. Your blind date truly is something else. Why meet so far just for a meal? In truth, the dining location was not far from his home. They had simply wandered too far last night. Zhang Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. Recalling how they first went to the riverside and then spent another 20 minutes reaching the hotel. The distance had primarily been a straight line, which only led them further away from her home. A few minutes later, Zhang Tingting parked the car by the roadside. Darling, we've arrived. Yes, the drive was quite smooth. Well done. Although Zhang Yuan verbally praised her, he leaned over to reveal his profile. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tingting understood and gently pecked his side profile. This was not so much praise for herself, but rather for him. Yet, the more this happened, the stronger the sense of happiness in her heart became. After exiting the vehicle, she instinctively linked her arm with Zhang Yuan's as they walked toward the restaurant. Wait, if we just walk in like this, what will your blind date think? Who knows what they will say behind your back? It's fine. I'm only here to send him away. I want him to know I have a husband, so he'll retreat in defeat. Even though we just confirmed our relationship last night, others are unaware of that. They might think you're one of those indecisive women who, despite having a man, still seeks out blind dates. What a manipulation of feelings. Zhang Tingting protested softly. As long as you know, that's enough for me. I don't care what others think of me. Zhang Yuan tapped her lightly on the head. You might think it doesn't matter, but what about your parents? Would they not care about such gossip? After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. Yes. I should have considered that. Her eyes slightly reddened as she continued. Darling, I'm beginning to understand now. What you said yesterday was true. The only person who can empathize with me, aside from my parents, is you. Zhang Yuan gently caressed her face. Of course. Who else would you call me your husband? After a while, she composed herself and said again, then could you please pretend to be just an ordinary friend of mine? I will go in and say a few words to that person, and then we can leave. I just need to fulfill my mother's request. All right. I can wait in the car. Before Zhang Yuan could finish, she quickly interjected. No, you promised to accompany me. Observing her cautious demeanor, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile. Why fear misunderstandings? In truth, there is no need for such apprehension. If one cannot engage in a few words with a stranger, how shall one ever communicate with others in the future? Nonetheless, this situation subtly reflects the growing significance one holds in her heart. Very well. Now that we have sent her away, let us indulge in some delectable food, for I am utterly famished. In the restaurant, Chun Gaoji seethed with irritation, glancing at his watch every couple of minutes. The agreed-upon meeting time of noon had come and gone, and half an hour had elapsed without a single sight of her. Calls went unanswered, and messages on WeChat remained unacknowledged. Were it not for the woman's extraordinary beauty, he would have long since taken his leave. One evening, after work, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of Zhang Tingting. In that hurried moment, he was struck by her stunning allure. How remarkable it was to discover such a beautiful woman in his neighborhood. Now divorced for 2 years, he felt an insatiable longing. Through various inquiries, he managed to obtain her WeChat ID. Learning that she was a widow only intensified his excitement, keeping him awake at night. You are unwed, and I am unbetrothed. Why not share our days and nights together? However, ideals often present themselves beautifully, while reality can be harshly unyielding. With relentless dedication, he secured her WeChat. Initially, she would respond occasionally, but soon his messages fell into an abyss of silence. Finally, unable to contain his impatience any longer, he enlisted someone to act as a matchmaker. Leading to today's meal, Chen Gaoji cherished this hard-earned opportunity. After all, beautiful women often possess their privileges, even if they arrive half an hour or an hour late. It matters little, provided they do not stand him up. He believed his circumstances were quite favorable. 2 apartments in the city, stable employment, and a handsome income. This year, he had met several young women, receiving encouraging feedback. If he so desired, he could easily take one to obtain a marriage certificate. This knowledge bolstered his confidence. Even as a second-time groom, he was the type that many would eagerly pursue. Upon their meeting, he intended to place his savings book, property deeds, and vehicle registration on the table with a flourish. What trouble could there be in winning over a widow? Just as he turned his gaze toward the entrance of the restaurant once more, a man and a woman entered his line of sight. The identity of the man was inconsequential. What mattered was the arrival of the woman he had longed for. Tingting, over here. Chen Gaoji stood up, waving his hand at Zhang Tingting. He swiftly approached her, donning his signature smile. I thought you might not come. The mention of her name caused her brows to furrow slightly. When did we become so familiar? What if Zhang Yuan misunderstands? With a frosty demeanor and a hint of anger in her voice, Zhang Tingting replied, Mr. Chen, the reason I am here is that I promised. Yet, before she could finish, Chen Gaoji interrupted. Whatever the reason, what matters is that you have come. Please take a seat. The food is nearly cold. Let us dine while we converse. Chapter 77. The pretty boy. I have tolerated you for far too long. Observing that Zhang Tingting showed no intention of sitting down, Chen Gaoji reiterated, Come on, I have ordered a feast, just served moments ago. Zhang Tingting was not one to easily refuse, especially with Chen Gaoji's beaming smile and his exceedingly pleasant demeanor. Having agreed to this blind date, it would be quite unbecoming to leave without sitting for a moment. She worried that others might gossip behind her back, questioning why a divorced woman should carry herself with such arrogance. It would also be difficult to explain to her mother. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she cast a pleading glance toward the side. Zhang Yuan noticed that the table in the booth was indeed laden with a sumptuous spread of dishes. He then suggested, regardless of the location, we must eat. Tingting, why not indulge a bit and show him some courtesy? The way he addressed her made her feel more at ease, even igniting a flicker of delight within her. Very well then, old Zhang Yuan, let us proceed. Upon hearing their exchange, Chen Gaoji's expression immediately soured. Who was this pretty boy? And what did he mean by showing him courtesy? A flash of annoyance crossed his face, quickly replaced by a warm smile as he inquired. Tingting, is this your friend? Indeed, he is my friend. I specifically called him to accompany me. You wouldn't mind, would you? Such words were unnecessary. Of course, he did not mind. He extended his hand to Zhang Yuan, saying, Ah, you must be Xiao Zhang. I am Chen Gaoji. It's a pleasure to meet you. While Chen Gaoji could understand Zhang Tingting bringing a friend along for the blind date, he still felt somewhat disheartened. Bringing a female friend would have been acceptable, but a male presence altered the dynamics. Nonetheless, he thought it was good enough that the other had come. Everything else was insignificant. However, he was taken aback when, upon extending his right hand, Zhang Yuan seemingly ignored it and walked past him. Zhang Tingting followed suit without a second thought, leaving him behind. Chen Gaoji suppressed his frustration and, after a brief hesitation, trailed behind them. The establishment resembled an intimate dining venue, with the interior divided into small booths. A rectangular table occupied the center, flanked by sofas on either side. As they approached the booth, Chen Gaoji suggested, Tingting, why not have your friend sit opposite you? He is quite tall, and it would be more spacious. We can sit on one side, facilitating our mutual exchange of information. Does that sound reasonable? He assumed such a logical request would be readily accepted. After all, they were there for a date, not merely a meal. When else would they have the opportunity to communicate more? To his surprise, Zhang Tingting replied without hesitation, "I am fine sitting next to my friend. By the way, please address me by my full name." Her words left Chen Gaoji momentarily taken aback, yet he managed to endure the discomfort. When the time comes to showcase her substantial wealth, this woman will undoubtedly find herself pleading to draw closer. Very well then. After taking a seat and confronted by a table laden with dishes, Zhang Yuan, famished after more than 10 hours without food, began to eat with abandon. Zhang Tingting nibbled delicately, yet her gaze frequently lingered upon Zhang Yuan. As for the man sitting opposite, Chen Gaoji, he exhibited no interest in even casting a second glance. "Miss Zhang, or rather, Tingting, let us set aside how much you know about me for the moment. Allow me to formally introduce myself," Chen Gaoji proclaimed. Sitting upright and fixing his unwavering gaze upon Zhang Tingting. "I am 32 years old, divorced from my ex-wife for 2 years, and I have a 6-year-old son whom the court has granted me custody of. You might not be aware, but my little boy incessantly clamors for a sister to play with, driving me nearly to distraction. I hear you have a daughter who is not yet 3. Should we truly come together, my son would be overjoyed. Your daughter would also benefit from a brother's affection, providing them both with a companion in all their endeavors. Would she not?" Noticing her silence, Chen Gaoji continued, "Of course, if you desire another child, that is also a possibility. To speak candidly, while my financial situation is not exceptionally affluent, I can comfortably support 2 or 3 children. I work in a corporation, and with bonuses included, my monthly income is approximately 25,000. My employment is quite stable. Regarding housing, aside from the apartment in your community, I also possess a 120 square meter flat in Yulong Garden. As someone employed in real estate, you are surely aware of the market prices in that neighborhood, nearing 20,000 per square meter." He then produced his phone, opened his banking app, and placed it on the table. "Here, my savings amount to over 500,000, all of which are at my disposal. Aside from a monthly mortgage of just over 5,000, I have no other debts." After sharing this, Chen Gaoji displayed a confident smile and addressed Zhang Tingting with calm assurance. "That essentially summarizes my situation. Of course, there are finer details we can explore gradually. Miss Zhang, may I inquire about your criteria for a partner?" While Chen Gaoji spoke at length, Zhang Tingting was preoccupied with serving food to Zhang Yuan. Beneath the table, her hand intertwined with his, they engaged in sweet, subtle gestures. Completely absorbed in their own world, she failed to absorb a single word of his lengthy discourse. Suddenly prompted by his question, Zhang Tingting raised her head in confusion. "Mr. Chen, what did you just say?" Chen Gaoji, suppressing his simmering frustration, was compelled to succinctly reiterate his previous statements. "Could you please share your requirements? I shall endeavor to meet whatever I can." I do not have many requirements," Zhang Tingting replied. Chen Gaoji's face brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, "So, does this mean you can accept me?" No, please do not misunderstand me. What I mean is, I will carefully contemplate this matter after returning home. After all, this is a formal matchmaking, and it would not be appropriate for Zhang Tingting to outright refuse. Her intentions are sincere, and being too blunt could cause embarrassment. In fact, saying she would think it over is a polite way of declining. However, Chen Gaoji failed to grasp this nuance. He relentlessly pressed on, asking, "Do you think the bridal price of 100,000 is insufficient? Not to worry, we can negotiate." Imagining Zhang Tingting as his future wife, Chen Gaoji's thoughts drifted far away. What is a bridal price, after all? It can always be increased. He feared not her demands, but rather the possibility of her refusing altogether. Even if it were 388 million, he could manage with a little effort. In truth, given his various attributes, he was indeed among the elite in Shanghai City. He had stable employment, a house, a car, and savings. Yet, it all depended on whom he was compared to. Zhang Tingting, at present, remained unfazed by the prospect of 50 or 60,000 in savings. After a moment's reflection, she felt compelled to speak more candidly. "Mr. Chen, let me put it this way. It is not a matter of conditions. Rather, I believe we lack the fate to be together." Upon hearing this, Chen Gaoji was taken aback. How could this be? Why would a divorced woman refuse such generous conditions? He quickly exclaimed, "Tingting, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I fell in love. I believe that feelings can be nurtured over time. Fate is merely an excuse." At this moment, Zhang Yuan set down his chopsticks and glanced at Zhang Tingting. "Have you finished eating?" "Yes." "Then let us go?" Zhang Yuan's words, though few, shattered Chun Gaoji's composure entirely. You little pretty boy, I've tolerated you for far too long. In Chun Gaoji's view, Zhang Tingting's unyielding rejection was undoubtedly linked to this man. The latter must have significantly influenced her decision. As for whether their relationship extended beyond mere friendship, Chun Gaoji had no doubts. What man could endure having his partner go on blind dates? Just moments ago, he had slammed the table, and Zhang Tingting had become visibly displeased. She pointed at Chun Gaoji, her expression icy as she stated, "To speak frankly, I had no intention of meeting you and never considered any development between us. I only agreed to this meeting to fulfill my mother's wishes. Do you understand? Furthermore, your self-proclaimed superior conditions mean absolutely nothing to me. Please refrain from harassing me in the future." Having said this in a huff, she seized Zhang Yuan's arm and strode out, leaving Chun Gaoji standing in a state of bewilderment. It was the first time Zhang Yuan had witnessed her in such a fury, and he found it quite amusing. Who says that honest people lack temper? As they passed by the bar, he remarked, "Go and place the order so that others won't think we are here just to mooch." Zhang Tingting obediently nodded in response. The two then exited the restaurant and approached the car. "Darling, if you have something to attend to, please feel free to go ahead. This place is not far from my home, and I can return on my own," Zhang Tingting said, a hint of reluctance in her voice. "If you miss me, please send me a message, all right?" Zhang contemplated, knowing that the villa was still being cleaned, and Ning Yue had gone shopping. He had no desire to accompany her to the mall. Even if he returned now, it would only mean being alone in the rented apartment. He then inquired, "What about you? What will you do later?" "I promised Kirsten last night that I would take her to the amusement park today. In that case, I will join you." Zhang Tingting gasped in surprise, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Darling, if you don't want me to go, I won't." Of course, had it not been in public, she would have leaped into Zhang's embrace. Seemingly afraid that he might change his mind, she hurriedly ushered him into the car. "You are more familiar with this area, so you should drive." Zhang moved to the passenger seat and remarked, "Your daughter is at home, right?" "No, she is in kindergarten. We can go directly to pick her up. I remember she isn't even 3 yet. Is it normal to start school so early?" A hint of helplessness crossed Zhang Tingting's face. "My mother isn't in good health and lacks the energy to take care of her. So we had no choice but to send her to school early." Zhang gently held her delicate hand and reassured her, "No worries. Your time will be more flexible in the future." "Thank you, darling." Zhang Tingting's daughter attended a nearby community kindergarten. From the outside, the establishment appeared old and dilapidated, clearly having seen better days and in dire condition. As he spent more time with her, Zhang suddenly realized that her status in his heart seemed to be gradually ascending. Initially, he had merely viewed her as a means to an end, someone to indulge in and discard when he grew weary. However, as he learned more about her tragic circumstances, he found himself deeply sympathetic. It was only now that this easily contented woman had truly entered the depths of his heart. A few minutes later, Zhang Tingting approached with a little girl in tow. The child wore a pink dress, her large, bright eyes resembling two glistening black gems, shining with innocence and curiosity. Her skin was fair and smooth, akin to a freshly shelled egg, exuding a healthy rosy glow. Upon closer inspection, the expressions around her brows and eyes strikingly resembled those of Zhang Tingting. A little beauty indeed. "Kirsten, greet your uncle," she urged. Zhang Kirsten hid behind her mother, clutching her hand tightly with both of her small hands, peeking out with an expression of curiosity mixed with shyness. Finally, she timidly called out, "Uncle." The girl, exquisitely delicate like a doll, captivated Zhang Yuan with just a fleeting glance. He opened the car door, crouched before Zhang Kirsten, and extended his arms, saying, "Come, give your uncle a hug." Upon hearing this, Zhang Kirsten's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she instinctively retreated behind her mother. Zhang Tingting, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, "Kirsten is just a bit shy. It's nothing." Zhang Yuan rose, gently caressing her cheek. "There is no need for explanations. Your daughter truly resembles you. She is quite beautiful." He turned to the little girl and asked, "Kirsten, where would you like to play, the zoo or the amusement park?" "Uncle will take you." Zhang Kirsten peeked out again, stammering, I want to go to both, but I want to go with mommy. Rest assured, I won't leave your mother behind." Zhang Yuan retrieved a large lollipop from the car and offered it to her. "Would you like to have it?" Zhang Kirsten swallowed nervously and shook her head. "No. Mommy says I shouldn't eat things from strangers, and it might give me cavities." Observing the situation, Zhang Tingting awkwardly remarked, "Kirsten, this uncle is not a stranger. The treat he offers is safe to eat. Really? She cautiously leaned toward Zhang Yuan, extending her small hand to accept the lollipop. Thank you, uncle. With the lollipop in hand, Zhang Curson appeared considerably more at ease, yet she still resisted being held by Zhang Yuan. Thus, on their way to the amusement park, he took the wheel while Zhang Tingting embraced her daughter in the passenger seat. Joyful Wonderland was the largest amusement park in Longhai City, boasting vast grounds and an array of attractions. After parking, they purchased tickets and entered the park. Inside, Zhang Curson was greeted by a vibrant display of decorations and castles, her excitement bubbling over as she chattered incessantly. "Mommy, I want to ride that," she exclaimed, pointing at the carousel. "All right," Zhang Tingting responded, turning to her husband. "Dear, will you join us?" If Zhang Yuan were alone, he would never indulge in such childish amusements. Was he not concerned about appearances? Bungee jumping or the free-fall tower would be more appropriate for someone of his age. However, seeing many couples enjoying themselves with their children sparked his interest as well. "All right, I'll accompany you," he agreed. As the bells chimed, the carousel came to a halt, and the group entered, taking their seats upon the horses. "Curson, may I hold you while you sit? Mommy's not strong enough to hold you tight. I wouldn't want you to fall." Zhang Curson, no longer averse to the uncle who had given her a lollipop, was in a state of excitement from the amusement park. Thus, she opened her arms toward Zhang Yuan, saying, "Uncle, hold me." Zhang Yuan lifted the little girl, shifting back to allow her to sit in front. As the bells rang once more, the carousel began to spin. Zhang Curson's bright, expressive eyes instantly curved into crescent moons, and she giggled joyfully. Cradled in her arms was a doll-like little girl, while beside her stood his partner. At that moment, Zhang Yuan seemed to experience a warmth he had never known before. The carousel appeared to be quite suitable for someone of his age. In the following hours, he took Zhang Curson to enjoy the inflatable castle and a ride on the miniature train. After a while, they rested at the children's theater. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. As they made their way back, Zhang Curson quietly dashed ahead and grasped his hand. "Uncle, I can't walk anymore. Carry me." After spending half a day together, Zhang Yuan and the little girl had become thoroughly acquainted. Zhang Curson was too tired to seek out her mother, completely clinging to Zhang Yuan. "I can't carry you either." He playfully pinched her cheek. "If you give Uncle a kiss, I'll let you ride high, okay?" "Sure." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Curson planted a kiss on his cheek. Afterward, she wiped her mouth, declaring, "I kissed you. Is that good enough now?" Zhang Yuan lifted her high and placed her on his shoulders. Weighing just over 20 pounds, she felt as light as a feather. She clung tightly to his head, bursting forth with peals of laughter that sounded like silver bells. As they neared the park's exit, Zhang Curson asked, "Mommy, I heard from Zhou Tao in class that his daddy often lets him ride high. Why don't I have a daddy?" The innocent remark from the daughter caused Zhang Tingting's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. No matter how difficult her circumstances, she could endure it all. However, the absence of a father for her daughter filled her with anxiety. For now, Zhang Curson was still young and could be shielded from this reality. But as she grew older, she would inevitably come to understand the truth of being from a single-parent family. This was also the reason she had not resisted her mother's attempts at matchmaking in the past. Taking a moment to compose herself, she spoke softly, "Curson, your father." At that moment, Zhang Yuan, with one hand supporting Zhang Curson, extended the other to gently grasp her delicate hand, saying, "Curson, I am your father." Zhang Curson hesitated. "Aren't you my uncle? How did you become my daddy? Would you like me to be your daddy?" She nodded obediently and replied earnestly, "Yes." "Then it's settled. I shall be little Curson's father from now on." Zhang Yuan set her down and hugged her close. "Now call me that." Zhang Curson cupped his face in her hands, her little fingers brushing against his rough stubble. After snuggling against his chest, she shouted joyfully, "Daddy. Good girl, Daddy will take you to buy ice cream." Witnessing this tender moment, the tears Zhang Tingting had suppressed for so long finally spilled over. In an instant, her collar was dampened. Watching the two figures recede into the distance, she stood there, momentarily lost in thought. From a life of hardship to the present, where her daughter had a father, this transformation had occurred in the span of a single day. Reflecting back, it seemed everything had changed since Zhang Yuan's arrival. Even the air felt vastly more refreshing. "Mom, hurry up. Can't you see that Dad is walking away?" At the amusement park's exit, Zhang Curson called out, "All right, I'm coming." She quickly wiped away the tears from her cheeks and hurried after them. Soon, she clasped Zhang Yuan's arm tightly, leaning against him. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, The trio formed a picturesque tableau. On the way home, Zhang Kursin fell asleep on her mother's lap. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Tingting spoke. Darling, Kursin has no real memory of her biological father. She was barely over a year old when he passed away. Moreover, my ex-husband wasn't particularly fond of her. The time he held her might not even compare to the moments you've spent with her. She may not fully comprehend what the term father truly signifies. Honestly, you needn't worry about this. Once she becomes accustomed to you, she won't want to be apart from you. Zhang Tingting's words were not entirely complete. In truth, once their daughter uttered the word dad, it would unwittingly impose a sense of responsibility upon Zhang Yuan, a burden he need not shoulder. Their relationship was inherently transactional, perhaps with elements of affection entwined. Yet, for Zhang Yuan, this sentiment hardly warranted significant sacrifice. I accept Kursin as my daughter, not solely because of you. Zhang Yuan glanced over, noting her endearing and thoughtful nature, which he found quite appealing. Besides, do you truly wish for us to part ways in the future? No. Even if you were to push me away, I would not leave. Zhang Tingting replied, her eyes shimmering with emotion. And in the future, you needn't send me money. The 60,000 you gave me yesterday is unnecessary. I am willing to be your lover for a lifetime. Zhang Yuan chuckled. But how will you support yourself and your family? I can work. It's not as if I am incapable of earning money. As long as I can keep about 100,000 to treat my mother's illness, that will suffice. Listening to her heartfelt declarations, Zhang Yuan realized that this woman had truly conquered him. She was, apart from Ning Yue and Lu Xueyou, the third person he could trust. As long as he treated her with fairness and occasionally took Zhang Kursin out for leisure, there would be no possibility of betrayal. She was not drawn to him out of materialistic desires. She distinctly stood apart from others. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's phone chimed with a message. A quick glance revealed that Zhang Tingting had indeed returned the money. He pulled the car over to the side of the road, picked up his phone, and began to operate it. Inputting the bank account number from the message, he entered an amount of 10 million. 1 minute later, Zhang Tingting stared at the message on her phone in a daze, taking a while to regain her senses. She widened her eyes and counted the string of numbers repeatedly. Finally, she confirmed that it was indeed 10 million. Subsequently, she quietly tugged at Zhang Yuan's sleeve, her voice trembling as she said, "Husband, did you transfer the wrong amount? I am your wife, the mother of Ku Xian." Zhang Yuan gently grasped her delicate hand and softly replied, "How could I possibly let you earn a living? But this amount is far too much. I cannot accept it." She protested. "Take it and purchase a better house, and enroll Ku Xian in a more favorable kindergarten. Moreover, please refrain from riding an electric scooter. Buy yourself a small car for your safety. That much is unnecessary." I initially agreed for the money, but that is no longer the case. Zhang Tingting shook her head and whispered, "You have so many other women to support. Spend the money on them instead. I truly do not need it. Although I understand you are not short of money, I do not feel worthy of it." Zhang Yuan could discern the underlying meaning in her words. She still felt a sense of inferiority within. "Do you think I would secretly disdain you for being a widow?" Zhang Tingting instinctively nodded before quickly denying it. "No, I just feel that as a woman in a second marriage." "What of a second marriage? That is all in the past. Just remember, you are not inferior to anyone." Chapter 80. The interrogation by Zhang's mother for Zhang Yuan. Having a woman of impeccable virtue by his side would be ideal. However, this was not the sole criterion for evaluation. Compared to someone like Zhao Xiaolin, Zhang Tingting undoubtedly possessed an essential distinction. "Enough of overthinking," Zhang Yuan said, stroking her silky hair. "Since you are with me, rest assured that I will ensure you have a comfortable life. As for your job, feel free to continue or resign. It is entirely up to you." Although 10 million seemed like a substantial amount, to him, it was merely a drop in the ocean, as he currently held nearly 300 million in cash. Taking out 10 million felt trivial. Moreover, he anticipated that the system would provide further monetary rewards in the future. Even if not, there were substantial funds with Lu Xueyou. Even if he merely deposited it in the bank at the lowest interest rate, he would never have to worry about sustenance for the rest of his life. He had not initially intended to give out this sum so soon, but since Zhang Tingting had earned his trust, he would never slight a woman who genuinely cared for him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Tingting ultimately chose to accept it. "Husband, you are so good to me. I do not know how to repay you." Zhang Yuan smiled. "Isn't your presence the greatest reward? Yet, I still feel it is insufficient. How about this?" She pondered for a moment before saying, "Actually, there are a few young ladies in our company who are quite attractive. I shall have a conversation with them. Upon hearing this astonishing notion, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Do I resemble a lecherous ghost to you? Zhang Tingting covered her mouth with a laugh. Not just resembling, you are one. A few minutes later, the vehicle arrived at the residential complex where Zhang Tingting resided. The dilapidated buildings and the untidy surroundings elicited a shake of the head from Zhang Yuan. We ought to seek a better house in the coming days. Since you are engaged in this business, you must have a clear idea of which neighborhoods in Longhai City meet the criteria. I certainly do not wish for my daughter to dwell in such a poor environment. If funds are insufficient, just let me know. Zhang Tingting hurriedly replied. There is more than enough. A 100 square meter apartment costs less than 2 million, which is hardly a burden. And let us not settle for an inferior vehicle. It should at least be in the 7-digit range, Zhang Yuan remarked. Zhang Tingting counted on her fingers before estimating the worth of a 7-digit sum. Surely it need not be that extravagant. A car costing around 100,000 should suffice. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. Your mindset remains unchanged. Still clinging to the idea of frugality. In the future, should I wish to avoid driving, I'll be counting on you to chauffeur me around. Can you truly present a car worth just over 100,000? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tingting nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I shall heed your advice. However, I would prefer to decide on the house myself. Would you accompany me when it comes time to purchase the car? She shyly confessed, I truly know nothing about vehicles. Very well, I shall accompany you when time permits. She leaned closer and gently kissed Zhang Yuan's cheek, her eyes brimming with happiness. After exiting the vehicle, Zhang Tingting reluctantly said, Darling, would you like to come up for a while before leaving? No, Ruowei has already called me several times. And we agreed to have dinner together. Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, adding, Besides, your parents are still at home. It would be difficult to explain everything in a short time. All right then, I shall take my leave. Zhang Tingting turned back every few steps and said, If you miss me, just give me a call. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan pressed the accelerator and drove directly towards Hailon Bay. Just as Zhang Tingting pressed the elevator button, her daughter stirred awake in her arms. Blinking sleepily, she suddenly seemed to recall something and eagerly extended her little head to look around. Yet she could not find the figure she wished to see. Anxiously, she asked, Mommy, where did Daddy go? Zhang Tingting gently patted her daughter's head, replying, Daddy had to step out for some matters. Will he come back later? He may not return today. Let us have him take you out to play next time. Shall we? Upon hearing this, Zhang Kerson's lips immediately pursed. Large tears rolled down her cheeks as she whimpered, I want Daddy. Be good, Kerson. Let us go see Daddy tomorrow instead. Now, let us return home with Mommy. No, I want to go right now. Zhang Tingting, feeling helpless, decided to make a video call. On the other end, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, eventually managing to soothe the little girl after much effort. He couldn't help but marvel at how, within just a single afternoon, he had successfully won over both the enchanting mother and daughter. The efficiency was indeed remarkable. Inside the elevator, Zhang Tingting repeatedly cautioned her daughter not to divulge anything about Zhang Yuan in front of her grandparents. Zhang Kerson nodded eagerly, though it was uncertain how much she truly comprehended. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Zhang Tingting stepped back into her home. Her mother, Lu Guiying, sat on the sofa watching television, though her expression seemed subtly altered from usual. Grandma, Zhang Kerson dashed towards Lu Guiying. Good girl, come here. Let Grandma give you a hug. Lu Guiying bent down with some effort to lift her onto her lap. Tell Grandma, where did you go to play today? We went to the amusement park. Grandma, let me tell you, it was so much fun. There were merry-go-rounds that spun around, and even a princess in a castle. Next time, Kerson will take you along, okay? Lu Guiying affectionately pinched her cheek. All right, we shall go together. At that moment, Zhang Tingting had changed her shoes and called out to her mother, Mom, I'm going to prepare dinner now. Please, sit down for a while. Once seated on the sofa, Lu Guiying took her hand and asked, Did you meet that Chen Gaoji at noon? What did you think? I did. But he didn't quite meet my expectations. What was unsuitable about him? You must realize that it's rare to find someone with his qualifications. This afternoon, Chen Gaoji had even come to their home, expressing a desire to get to know her better. My dear, sometimes first impressions aren't everything. What truly matters is if you can get along in the long run. His repeated visits indicate that he genuinely has feelings for you. I see potential in that young man. He is worthy of lifelong commitment. Just heed your mother's advice. Zhang Tingting was reluctant to delve further into the topic. Mom, please don't worry. I have my own plans for the future. If I don't worry, then who will? Lu Guiying replied, her tone slightly irate. Tell me, who was the person that accompanied you today at noon? No one really. I went by myself. Seeing her daughter's evasive demeanor, Lu Guiying's suspicions were confirmed. You're lying. Chen Gaoji explicitly told me that you brought a man to dinner. Could he possibly be fabricating stories? He mentioned that your relationship with this man seemed quite close, while you didn't seem to absorb anything he said. Chapter 81. Curson knows he is daddy. Zhang Tingting never anticipated that Chen Gaoji would come to their home and inform her mother about Zhang Yuan. Mom, he is just an ordinary colleague of mine. We happened to run into each other outside, and I invited him to dinner. There is nothing more to it. It was merely a coincidence. In response to these remarks, Lu Guiying made it clear that she remained unconvinced and continued to probe. Regarding the men's shoes I saw at the hotel yesterday, Mother has also realized it. And she certainly did not mistake it. Mother may be old, but she is not muddled. My dear, tell me the truth. Is it that you are already in a relationship? Who is that person indeed? Zhang Tingting's expression froze, unsure of how to evade the question. During lunch, she could manage to deflect with her colleagues. But there was no way to explain the shoes from the hotel. Mother, he is merely, at that moment, the little Curson, who had been sitting on Lu Guiying's lap, jumped down excitedly, declaring, Grandma, Curson knows he is daddy. Today, Daddy took me to the amusement park and said he would take me to the zoo in a few days. I really like Daddy. After Curson finished speaking, she puffed out her chest, as if awaiting her grandmother's praise. Little did she know, a tempest brewed in Lu Guiying's heart. To what extent must a relationship be intimate for a granddaughter to recognize this man as her father? However, this was good news. She grasped Zhang Tingting's hand excitedly, bombarding her with questions. Is what Curson said true? What is the young man's name? How old is he? Zhang Tingting, realizing her daughter had completely revealed her hand, knew she could no longer hide. Thus, she briefly recounted Zhang Yuan's background. Upon hearing he was merely 26 years old, Lu Guiying shook her head slightly. Such a young age is quite immature and lacking in stability. Nonetheless, she refrained from further comment and continued her inquiry. Where is he from? What does he do for a living? What is his income like? This truly left Zhang Tingting at a loss. Having only known him for a little over a day, how could she possibly know? I am not quite sure about where he is from or his specific job, but I can confirm that his family background is quite good. Hearing this vague response, Lu Guiying's heart sank. My dear, you aren't being deceived, are you? Nowadays, many people impersonate wealthy individuals to swindle others, employing very sophisticated tactics. Zhang Tingting hastily replied, absolutely not. He is genuinely wealthy. At that moment, Lu Guiying suddenly thought of something, her expression turning skeptical. I must ask you, have you too engaged in that? What do you mean by that? You are my daughter, there is nothing you cannot disclose. I am asking whether you spent the night at the hotel with that young man. Did you share a bed? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tingting's face instantly flushed crimson. Stammering, she managed to say, why yes, we did. How long have you been seeing each other? About 1 or 2 months. She would rather die than confess the truth, that they had only met for a day. She feared the reaction would surely give her mother a heart attack. Lu Guiying nodded. Very well, next time, bring the young man home so that I may have a look at him. Yes, next time he comes, I will let him come up. By the way, you are not getting any younger. When do you plan to settle down? The younger individual is not in a hurry, but you can no longer afford to wait. If necessary, you may go ahead and collect the certificate. We can discuss it later. For now, I shall not dwell on such matters. This response only deepened the look of skepticism on Lu Guiying's face. Dear girl, could it be that this so-called Zhang Yuan has already settled down? That would be unacceptable. Zhang Tingting hastily reassured. Mother, I can assure you he is not married. Lu Guiying shook her head. That does not make sense. A young and wealthy man would choose to be in a relationship with you? I fear the possibility of him being a fraud is quite high. You must tread carefully and not fall headlong into this, lest our already strained circumstances become even more burdensome. Zhang Tingting found herself at a loss for words. Although her mother's tone was gentle, she could still discern a hint of condescension regarding her status as a widow. This bias, though unintentional, made her feel quite uncomfortable. Is it that no one desires my daughter? She retorted defiantly. Mother, he just gifted me 10 million. She presented her phone, displaying the bank message before Lu Guiying. He even suggested I move to a better neighborhood for Curson's education, and he wants me to buy a car, so I need not endure the elements every day. You tell me, what could someone like this possibly deceive me about? As she spoke, Tears began to flow uncontrollably. He harbors no disdain for me and treats Kursin exceptionally well, truly regarding her as his own daughter. One cannot find another like him. Lu Guiying remained unconvinced by Zhang Tingting's words. To give 10 million to a divorced woman? Even if my daughter is a paragon of beauty, it is not something an ordinary person would do. She took the phone, scrutinizing it closely and donning her reading glasses. After counting the long string of zeros several times, she reluctantly accepted this reality. Tingting, is this truly real? Of course it is real. I told you he is wealthy, yet you still doubt it. Zhang Tingting replied. But this. It is an overwhelming amount of money. It seems he does not regard money seriously at all. Lu Guiying hesitated. Could this be considered a betrothal gift? It should be regarded as such. Then that is good, that is good. Lu Guiying exhaled in relief. To offer you such a substantial sum surely indicates that he is serious about you. Your father and I can finally rest easy. As for marriage and obtaining the certificate, you two may decide at your own pace. I shall not urge you. Indeed, Zhang Tingting continued, Mother, in the next few days, I will take you to the hospital to address your health issues, and afterwards we can move into a new home. All right, I will follow your arrangements. But do remember to bring Xiao Zhang home for a visit. Pay attention and do not think that your beauty allows you to maintain a perpetually sour expression. Understood, understood. Zhang Tingting thought to herself as she listened to her mother's incessant chatter. In his presence, she felt like a docile kitten, daring not to show even a hint of displeasure. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuan returned to the Azure Bay. By this time, the sky had darkened. From a distance, the villa was illuminated, its glass sparkling brightly. On the steps stood a slender figure, anxiously awaiting his arrival. As the car came to a halt, Ning Yue hurried over. The tenderness in her eyes seemed capable of melting an iceberg. Senior, you're back. Zhang Yuan gently embraced her, murmuring, Silly girl, why stand outside? It's the same waiting at home. I just wanted to see you a bit sooner. Chapter 82. The feeling of home. The two entered the villa. The dining table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, each more appetizing than the last. Zhang Yuan smiled and remarked, This takeout is quite delightful. The aroma is tantalizing. I made it myself. Ning Yue protested softly, Senior, I've never cooked for you before. Now that we have a home, you can finally taste my cooking. The word home stirred profound emotions within Zhang Yuan. Ever since the passing of his parents 3 years ago, he had felt like a rootless wanderer, moving from one rented place to another. Each space was chaotic and dilapidated, some lacking windows entirely, filled with the musty scent of mold. A narrow room barely accommodated a bed, leaving little room to stand. But now, the villa's tiled floor reflected the light from above, the entire space immaculate. The leather sofa in the living room, the bright floor-to-ceiling windows, and the various unique decorations starkly contrasted with his previous abodes. The television played a program, the sounds of banter and laughter continuously filling the air. The table was laden with steaming dishes. Most importantly, there was a gentle woman gazing at him with affectionate eyes. This was the essence of home. Ning Yue handed him chopsticks and a bowl. Senior, I'll stir-fry 2 more vegetables. There are plenty of dishes, no need to trouble yourself. They're already chopped. It would be wasteful not to cook them. In the kitchen, Ning Yue, apron tied around her waist, skillfully stir-fried, effortlessly balancing the proportions of various seasonings. Having grown up doing household chores, her technique was far beyond the amateurish efforts of Lu Shuiyo. Zhang Yuan approached and embraced her slender waist from behind. Senior, you should eat first. It will be ready soon. Just wait a moment. I'm not hungry right now. Ning Yue blinked her beautiful eyes, puzzled. If you're not eating, then what? Zhang Yuan gently kissed her cheek. What do you think? Have you ever heard of the phrase, a feast for the eyes? His heavy breath brushed against her delicate face, causing her to melt into his embrace, her strength to stir-fry fading. Senior, the food will burn. Zhang Yuan simply turned off the heat, then turned her around and held her in his arms. Ning Yue's face flushed as she softly murmured, These past few days have been quite overwhelming. Perhaps you should seek out Senior Shui. What a coincidence, is that true? Indeed, I always arrive at the beginning of each month. Ning Yue took his hand and pressed it against her cheek, bashfully declaring, After dinner, you can go find Senior Shuiyu. I won't be upset. Zhang Yuan, with a tone of righteous indignation, responded, Where did that thought come from? I have no such intentions. Yet, Senior, you previously mentioned not wanting to dine. What do you desire to eat? Ning Yue's face turned crimson, and in a voice as delicate as a whisper, she said, I wish to eat you. Zhang Yuan chuckled at the shy girl's boldness. He gently bit her alabaster arm, proclaiming, "Well, I've already tasted, and it surpasses even braised pig's trotters in flavor. You are the real pig trotter." After savoring Ning Yue's culinary creations, Zhang Yuan was effusive in his praise. The array of dishes was a feast for the senses, far exceeding his own cooking skills. It was no wonder this girl had been so confident. "What about your classmates? Have they returned?" Ning Yue nodded, saying, "I initially wanted them to stay for dinner, but considering this is the first meal here, I wish to share it solely with you, senior. I can invite them another time. It is your home. You may decide whom to invite." Ning Yue smiled and corrected him, "Senior, it is not mine. It is our home. Yes, yes, our home." As night fell, Zhang Yuan held her close in bed, cherishing the warmth of the moment. After last night's exhaustion, his mind was surprisingly tranquil. It would be nice to just sleep peacefully like this. "Senior, are you uncomfortable?" "Not at all. Why do you ask?" Ning Yue chuckled. "Did you not say before that holding it in is bad for your health?" "Not at all. I was merely jesting. It is late, so let us sleep." Ning Yue embraced him tightly, whispering, "Senior, thank you for giving me a home. I have not felt the presence of a home since I was very young. During my middle school years, I did not board. The school was distant, and by the time I returned home, it was already dark. Yet, there was never any food left for me, leaving me to scavenge for leftovers. While other students could return home and cry to their parents when bullied, I had to endure it all alone, swallowing my grievances in silence. For so many years, it has felt as though I have been surviving alone in this world. It was only upon meeting you, senior, that I truly felt someone shielding me from the storms of life." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. "So, senior, thank you." Zhang Yuan remained silent, simply holding her tighter. Compared to Ning Yue, he considered himself fortunate. Though his parents were also gone, he had matured and was able to face life's adversities on his own. Fate is indeed peculiar. At times, I ponder, what if I had not requested my senior to accompany me back to school? What if I had ventured alone down that dark path? What would have transpired had I not lent you money? Would this bond have ever existed? Zhang Yuan gently caressed her back, assuring her, "That cannot be. You know my nature. I am quite the lecher, lingering outside the school day after day. Sooner or later, I would have encountered you. With your beauty, how could you evade the grasp of a wolf such as myself? I would have been unable to resist striking up a conversation." Ning Yue chuckled. "There are countless individuals who attempt to converse with me daily. No matter how wealthy you are or how handsome, I would never share my contact information. Then I shall persist, harassing you daily. If that fails, I might just carry you home, for in this lifetime, you shall never escape." "Not that I would wish to escape," she replied, gazing up at him. "Senior, I do not aspire to marry you. But if you could reserve a small corner of your heart for me, caring for me throughout your life, that would suffice." Zhang Yuan laughed. "And what of the rest of your heart? Who shall it belong to?" "To whomever I choose, be it a senior or a classmate, it is entirely up to me." Zhang Yuan was taken aback by her words, though thankfully the room was dim, concealing his expression. "You are aware of this? During lunch yesterday, while you held my hand with one, the other was making quite the subtle gestures. I noticed everything," Ning Yue teased, pointing to the mark left on his cheek. "Look, that lip print remains unwashed even now. The lip print from yesterday? Impossible," Zhang Yuan exclaimed, covering his face in haste. "I have washed my face multiple times." "Ah, senior, you are inadvertently confessing," she whispered playfully near his ear. "Furthermore, when we first met Su Yun at school, she turned and handed you a note. I was lurking in the corridor, and I saw it all quite clearly." Zhang Yuan was left speechless, believing his actions to be discreet. He had not anticipated that she would know everything, merely choosing to remain silent. "Yue, in my heart, you and Shuyo are of utmost importance. Do you believe me?" Ning Yue nodded earnestly. "As long as it is you, senior, I believe every word." "You will spoil me with such sentiments," he replied, as she placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. Then, with a playful grin, she remarked, "It is you who has spoiled me first. You bestow upon me such wealth, and even placed this villa in my name. This is something many spend their lives yearning for. Regardless of how I regard these gifts, I understand your intentions. No matter how you fare externally, just do not forget me. Even if you forget, I shall never forget you." Zhang Yuan embraced her without a trace of distraction. With a wife like this, what more could a man desire? Just then, Ning Yue's phone rang abruptly. She stared at the number displayed above, momentarily dazed before answering. "Hello, Mom." As she took the call, Zhang Yuan recalled that he had transferred 10 million to Zhang Tingting earlier that day, and had yet to check it. He subsequently brought up the system panel. Accumulated spending for the opposite sex. 30,036, 600 yuan out of 100, 000,000 yuan. Activation conditions not met. The mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Second stage reward unlocking. Loading. Loading complete. Host gains robust physique. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan felt an overwhelming joy within. Indeed, there were further stage rewards. Just as he pondered what this robust physique entailed, he felt as if an electric current had coursed through him. A warm sensation surged within him, flowing from his head downward. With each pass, it felt akin to the effects of acupuncture, accompanied by slight pressure and waves of burning sensations. Fortunately, this warmth lingered only briefly at each point, remaining within tolerable limits. Within a mere 2 minutes, the peculiar sensations vanished. Zhang Yuan opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, as if even his vision had improved. The fatigue of a long day dissipated entirely. He felt as strong as an ox. He couldn't help but marvel at this effect, which had no side effects and had completely enhanced his physique in just 2 minutes. If this were to be made public, he feared he might be subjected to experimental studies. After acclimating for a while, Zhang Yuan noticed some minor side effects. However, they were manageable, with numerous solutions available. He glanced at Ning Yue beside him, struggling to suppress the heat rising within him. Yue, however, after hanging up the phone, Ning Yue appeared as if her soul had departed, her complexion a ghostly pale. Zhang Yuan quickly suppressed his agitation and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Ning Yue clung tightly to him, tears streaming down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. "Senior, my mom, she wants me to return home tomorrow. If you need to go back, then go. I have nothing planned for tomorrow, so I can accompany you. It's about time I meet my future mother-in-law." "No, that's not it." Ning Yue spoke in fragmented sentences. "My mom said she has arranged a marriage for me, and the betrothal gifts have already been received. She wants me to meet the other party and finalize things. I'm to marry right after graduation." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan's anger surged sharply. What kind of mother was this? All these years, she had neglected Ning Yue, and now she was making arrangements for her without even consulting her opinion. And she had accepted the betrothal gifts from the other party. He wondered aloud. Was she marrying off her daughter or selling her? Such arrangements were utterly unacceptable. What era were they living in to still practice arranged marriages? "I understand." Ning Yue shook her head and murmured, "But after all, she is my mother. I cannot forget the grace of her giving me life. Senior, I do not wish to leave you, not for a single moment." Zhang Yuan tightly grasped her delicate hand and replied earnestly, "Rest assured. No one can take you away from me, not even the King of Heaven himself." Zhang Yuan spoke with unwavering confidence. After all, it was merely a matter of money. For Ning Yue, he was willing to give anything. His impression of this future mother-in-law had plummeted to freezing depths. Nestled against Zhang Yuan's sturdy chest, Ning Yue listened to his assertive words, her heart gradually finding peace. As long as her senior was by her side, there was no obstacle they could not overcome. The following morning, Zhang Yuan asked, "Yue, where is your hometown?" He felt a bit embarrassed, admitting, "I remember you mentioned it last time, but I have forgotten. It's Nanzhou County, nearly 1,000 kilometers away from here. In the past, it took me 2 days just to get back home. First, I took the train to Chongyan City, then transferred to a bus for another 3 to 4 hours to reach the county. Are there no flights or high-speed trains?" Zhang Yuan inquired. Ning Yue shook her head, explaining that only Chongyan City was accessible and Nanzhou County was still quite distant from the city center. "In that case, we can drive there. 1,000 kilometers will pass quickly." Ning Yue hesitated, saying, "Senior, the distance is truly too far. It's all right for me to return alone. Do not worry, I will sever ties with my family." Zhang Yuan gently kissed her forehead and said softly, "Yue, since you are with me, I will handle any difficulties we encounter. Once we resolve these matters, we can embark on a journey together to enjoy the scenery of different places. Do you not wish for that?" I will listen to you," she replied. After they finished packing, Zhang Yuan said, "Please wait for me at home for a moment. I will retrieve the Panamera, and then we shall set off." Considering the poor roads of a small place like Nanzhou County, he decided to take the Panamera for its superior long-distance driving comfort. The low chassis of the 918 would not be suitable for the rugged mountain paths. Once the vehicle was started, Zhang Yuan asked, "By the way, do you have a larger backpack?" "Yes," Ning Yue nodded. "I have prepared my change of clothes." "What do you need the backpack for?" "It will be useful for me. Just fetch it for me." Oh. She then went upstairs to retrieve a black backpack and placed it in the car. I will wait for you at home. Drive safely. An hour later, Zhang Yuan returned to Hailong Bay, picked up Ning Yue, and hurried towards Nanzhou County. Since it was not a holiday, there were not many cars on the highway. He maintained a speed of 120 km/h. They stopped briefly at a service area for lunch before continuing their journey. By 2 in the afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely outside, yet the temperature inside the car remained quite pleasant. Ning Yue felt drowsy, yet she was concerned that Zhang Yuan might become bored. So she fought against her fatigue. With a tender heart, she inquired, "Senior, after driving for such a long time, are you not tired? Would you like to take a break?" "I'm not in a hurry." "Not at all. I feel as though I could drive straight to our destination," Zhang Yuan replied, realizing the advantages of his robust physique. Having driven for 5 or 6 consecutive hours, he surprisingly felt no sense of fatigue at all. Truly, products of the system are of exceptional quality. I can't even drive, so I can't alleviate your burden at all. "Senior, am I not rather useless?" Zhang Yuan chuckled. "Who says you are useless? Your company in the passenger seat and our conversation has even improved my driving skills." "That's not true. You're just flattering me," Ning Yue exclaimed with delight. "Senior, I have already enrolled in driving school, and I will definitely learn to drive this semester. From then on, I can be of assistance wherever we go." "I didn't realize you were so swift in your actions. Actually, it's thanks to Xie Qian from our dormitory. She signed up during the summer and, upon hearing that I wanted to get my license as well, encouraged me to join her. Having a companion while learning to drive is indeed preferable. It makes the experience less tedious." As the two engaged in lively conversation, time passed swiftly. By 6 in the evening, they had reached the borders of Nanzhou County. Once off the expressway, the road conditions deteriorated significantly. The national highway's concrete surface was riddled with potholes due to years of neglect, making even a speed of 40 km/h feel exceedingly bumpy. The winding path featured one side flanked by mountains and the other by sheer cliffs. A momentary lapse in attention could spell disaster. Despite Zhang Yuan's adeptness, he remained entirely focused, driving cautiously. "Senior, we are nearing the county seat of Nanzhou. My home is still about 50 to 60 kilometers away, along mountainous roads. After a day of driving, you must be exhausted. How about we rest for the night in the county and set off in the morning?" Although Zhang Yuan had recently enhanced his stamina, he did not feel fatigued. However, considering that Ning Yue had been seated all day, he thought it wise for her to stretch her legs. "All right, let's first find a place to eat, and then look for a hotel to rest," Ning Yue replied bashfully. "In a small county like this, there probably aren't any hotels. Finding a decent inn would be quite fortunate." "Is there really no hotel in the county?" Zhang Yuan asked, surprised. "To my recollection, there isn't, but it has been quite some time since I last visited. Perhaps new establishments have been constructed in the past 2 years." At that moment, Zhang Yuan cast a sideways glance at her, feeling a hint of regret. If her relatives had not arrived, spending a night in the car might have been a feasible option. After driving for another 10 minutes, they finally arrived in the county seat. The scale of Nanzhou County's town was modest, easily visible from one end to the other. The town featured a single main thoroughfare, flanked on either side by rows of self-built houses. The few vehicles that traversed the road were predominantly vans. The gusts of wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust, permeating the atmosphere with a sense of desolation and backwardness, as if one were transported to a bygone century. It was barely 7 o'clock, and the streets were nearly deserted. In stark contrast, the nightlife in Shanghai City was just beginning to awaken. Even Zhang Yuan's hometown, Anzhou County, exhibited a level of economic development that far surpassed this place. It is undeniable that the disparity in wealth across the diverse regions of Huaxia is striking. After wandering about, Zhang Yuan completely extinguished his desire for a lavish meal, opting instead for a simple establishment to satiate his hunger. "Senior, how about we go to that restaurant outside my school? I recall the flavors being quite delightful," suggested Ning Yue. "Your school? What sort of school is that?" Zhang Yuan inquired. Ning Yue chuckled, covering her mouth. "It's a high school, senior. I've spent 3 years studying in the county town." "All right then, once we arrive in your territory, I shall defer to your guidance. I will accompany you as we reminisce about our struggles and triumphs. As long as you don't mind, I find that anything shared with you is delectable." Flattering me again. After turning a corner along the main road, they arrived at the restaurant Ning Yue had mentioned. The Hongwang restaurant was merely a modest 3-story building. A canopy had been erected outside with a few tables and chairs arranged beneath it, and a sign hung overhead to complete the establishment. Upon entering, They stood for quite some time without receiving any acknowledgement. "Hello, is the owner here?" Zhang Yuan called out. "Coming, coming." A slightly stout, middle-aged man jogged out. A white towel was draped around his neck, and as he wiped the sweat from his brow, he inquired, "What would you two like to eat? The menu is here." However, upon catching sight of Ning Yue, his words faltered. Instinctively, he removed the towel from around his neck and concealed it behind him. His gaze shifted nervously, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Are you Ning Yue?" Ning Yue, surprised at first, quickly regained her composure. She responded graciously, "Yes. I never expected you, Li, to remember me." "Of course, I remember. There were only a few of us who left our class. And with just a year or two passing, how could I forget?" Ning Yue turned to Zhang Yuan and introduced, "Senior, this is my high school classmate, Li Wei. He was quite caring towards me back then." Zhang Yuan extended his right hand with a smile. "Hello." Li Wei hastily wiped the grease from his hands onto his clothing and cautiously shook Zhang Yuan's hand. "Hello, hello." Observing Li Wei's earnest demeanor, Zhang Yuan could not help but feel bemused. Being a classmate of Ning Yue, he should be around her age, no more than in his early 20s. Yet, his somewhat greasy appearance could easily lead one to believe he was in his 30s. Ning Yue inquired, "Are you working here, or what is your situation?" Li Wei awkwardly rubbed his hands together. "This is a small restaurant opened by my family. I didn't manage to get into university, so I can only assist my family with some chores, just getting by." "That's quite admirable. At least you are helping your family significantly." Li Wei was evidently not a loquacious individual. After exchanging a few words, silence enveloped the atmosphere. He discreetly stole glances at Ning Yue, yet dared not linger his gaze upon her. "You must be famished. Let's find a place to sit, and I shall prepare a few of my signature dishes. Well then, I shall trouble you, Li." As he ambled toward the kitchen, he turned back and inquired, "Yue, who is this?" Ning Yue, seamlessly entwining her arm with Zhang Yuan's, affectionately replied, "My apologies for the oversight. This is my boyfriend, Zhang Yuan." "Ah, I see. I shall be busy then. Please wait just a moment." Upon hearing the words boyfriend, Zhang Yuan detected a fleeting shadow of melancholy in his gaze. Subsequently, as they settled at a round table, Zhang Yuan chuckled. "It seems you have quite a few admirers. You encounter them everywhere." Ning Yue blushed, murmuring, "Not at all. Senior, you are merely teasing me. With such beauty as mine, it is only natural for someone to be enamored. Yet, despite being a rare blossom, I managed to capture your heart." "That wasn't deception," Zhang Yuan asserted. "Back then, I was penniless, driven by a surge of passion, and I impulsively kissed you in the dormitory, which ultimately won your affection." He grasped her delicate hand, reflecting, looking back, "That was indeed the wisest decision I ever made." Ning Yue, with a hint of shyness, responded, "Even if it were deception, I would willingly embrace it. Senior, you can deceive me for a lifetime." Chapter 85. Former deskmate Zhang Yuan marveled internally. Her simple declaration of affection could evoke such profound emotions. Observing Li Wei bustling in the kitchen, Zhang Yuan remarked, "Your classmate is quite warm-hearted." Indeed, he was always a principled individual during our school days and was well-liked among classmates, Ning Yue recalled. "There were times I sought his assistance, and he never turned me away. But what of others who asked for his help? Did he disregard them?" "I never really paid much attention to that," she replied, then playfully chided, "Senior, you are still teasing me. Perhaps he has no ulterior motives and is simply being kind. In that case, I should express my gratitude to him later." "For what?" "Naturally, for having looked out for you in the past." "Indeed, that makes sense." A few minutes later, Li Wei presented several dishes at their table. "Do give them a try. They were just prepared." After tasting, Ning Yue nodded in approval, "Quite delicious." He scratched his head. A bit abashed, "That's good to hear. Regular patrons say I've inherited my father's culinary skills, and even my wife sings my praises." "Are you married?" "Yes. My family urged me on. I married right after graduation, and now my child is nearly 2 years old." Li Wei continued, "You know my wife. She is Sun Jiao from our class. Do you remember her?" Ning Yue laughed, "Of course. We used to be deskmates." Observing that Li Wei was somewhat awkward standing there, Zhang Yuan suggested, "Why not sit down and share a drink?" Li Wei rubbed his hands together and remarked, "I hope I am not disturbing you." "Not at all," replied Zhang Yuan. "Rainwei mentioned that you had been quite helpful to her during her studies, and I wanted to express my gratitude." "Oh, it was nothing. Just some trivial matters, hardly worth mentioning," Li Wei dismissed modestly. He glanced around the restaurant. It was past mealtime, and only a few patrons remained. Nodding, he asked, "So, Would you prefer white liquor or beer? Let us go with a couple of bottles of cold beer, Zhang Yuan suggested. After a long day of driving, 2 chilled beers were incredibly refreshing. Li Wei was also a straightforward man, drinking without hesitation. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the conversation flowed freely between him and Zhang Yuan. At that moment, a young woman appeared behind Li Wei, seemingly out of nowhere. With a tone tinged with irritation, she exclaimed, "What are you drinking at this hour? The tables outside haven't even been cleared yet. Are you planning to leave these tasks for someone else to handle?" Upon recognizing her, Li Wei abruptly stood up, awkwardly replying, "I'll take care of it shortly." The woman continued to grumble, "Every day you just dawdle. Marrying you was such a misfortune. While others finish their meals and enjoy some leisure, I'm left to cater to the old and the young. When will this end?" Li Wei hurriedly pulled the woman aside, speaking softly, "Sun Jia, let us discuss this later. We have classmates present. Please give me some face." Sun Jia scoffed, "Classmates? With those few friends of yours, who doesn't he know your character? Why would you worry about losing face?" "Enough." Li Wei's temper flared as he felt the heat of Sun Jia's accusations in front of Zhang Yuan. "Stop embarrassing me in front of others." "You." Sun Jia gasped in disbelief. "You, this useless man, dare to shout at me?" As their argument escalated, Ning Yue stood up and gently tugged at Sun Jia's arm. "It's been ages since we last met." Only then did Sun Jia notice her, exclaiming with surprise, "It's you, Yue? When did you return?" "I just got back. Needed to take care of a few things," Yue replied. Sun Jia excitedly plopped down at the round table, saying, "It's been over 2 years since we last saw each other. Just yesterday, I was wondering how our school's top student, the pride of the heavens, is faring now that you're back. Tell me, how is university life? It must be far more exciting in the big city compared to this humble little county." She then turned to Li Wei, commanding, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and cook some dishes. I want to have a good chat with Yue." "Oh," Li Wei muttered as he silently retreated to the kitchen. Although Sun Jia had humiliated him, he appeared unfazed, clearly accustomed to it. Zhang Yuan observed the scene quietly, reflecting on how he had once been much like Li Wei, too intimidated to voice a single word of dissent in front of the arrogant Zhao Xiaolin. A woman's youth and beauty afforded her the power to command, while for a man, wealth and status, one must possess at least one to have sufficient confidence. "Ru Wei, you cannot fathom how envious I am of you for having gained admission to university," Sun Jia exclaimed. "Look at your attire. Compared to you, I seem like a country woman." "It's not that exaggerated. You look quite lovely as well," she replied. "I am acutely aware of my own appearance. Alas, I fear I am destined to remain here in this small county, forever unable to rise above my circumstances. You married Li Wei, and from what I observe, he treats you well. Your life must be quite fulfilling, no?" "Fulfillment, my foot," Sun Jia muttered. "What good is it if he treats me well when he possesses no abilities? It's one thing to lack skills, but to lack ambition as well, relying on this meager shop for a lifetime. If he were wealthy and influential, I would still venerate him as a deity." Despite his daily tirades, Ning Ruwei smiled faintly, unsure of how to respond. Zhang Yuan, however, furrowed his brow at her words. "After all, no matter how one views it, Li Wei is still your husband. Is it appropriate to disparage him so ruthlessly in front of others? Domestic grievances should not be aired publicly. Truly, she exhibits a complete lack of decorum." After a while, as Li Wei returned with several dishes and prepared to sit at the table, Sun Jia suddenly recalled something. "The child has been playing outside for quite some time. You should go fetch him." "All right." Moments later, he rushed back in a fluster. "Wife, I can't find Xiao Tian. Where could he be playing? He must be nearby. Why don't you look for him? What are your eyes for? I've checked all the usual spots. I'll go take another look." Upon hearing this, Sun Jia also grew anxious and stood up. "Ru Wei, excuse me for a moment. I must help look for him. There is not a single person in this household who brings peace." "Yes, do hurry." Once the couple had departed, Ning Ruwei whispered, "Senior, I was so absorbed in conversation that I neglected you. Please don't be upset. Do I strike you as such a petty person?" Zhang Yuan chuckled. "Yet, I must say, your deskmate's temperament leaves much to be desired. She is a world apart from you." Sun Jia was not always like this. She used to speak softly and kindly to everyone. Perhaps the burdens of life have altered her character. "If one day I were to become like that, would you scold me harshly?" Zhang Yuan replied gently, "You will never change." Ning Ruwei, feeling contemplative, murmured, "Senior, my family has always opposed my pursuit of education, believing that there is no benefit in a girl studying too much. They think it better for me to return home early to help, thereby easing their burden. After all, marriage awaits. What difference does it make whether one is educated or not? Yet, I do not share this view. I understand that as a child from the mountains, the only way to experience the vastness of the world is through relentless study. At first, I was uncertain whether this was right or wrong. But upon witnessing Sun Jia's circumstances, I finally comprehended the truth. Different circles expose one to different people. Had I not attended university, I might have already become someone else's wife. Chapter 86. You are the most significant person in my life. No one can take you away from me. Ning Yue continued. Though I do not reject a life like Sun Jia's, devoted to husband and children, there is something about her interactions with Li Wei that instills a sense of fear in me. The marital life I desire is not akin to that. Zhang Yuan inquired. What kind of life do you seek? Ning Yue's cheeks flushed with a hint of color, reminiscent of last night. I envisioned preparing meals while awaiting my senior's return, sharing moments over television, engaging in conversation, and ultimately falling asleep in each other's embrace. I truly cherish this warmth. She added, of course, I do not expect you to return every day. As long as I know you hold me in your heart and think of me always, I find immense happiness. Zhang Yuan grasped her delicate hand. Silly girl, our time together is still short. You may grow weary of me in the future. Ning Yue shook her head vigorously. No matter how much time passes, I shall never tire of you. I only hope you do not find me bothersome. Would it be possible for you to visit me occasionally? Zhang Yuan chuckled at her naive notion, gently wrapping his arm around Ning Yue's waist. I fear you might dissolve if I hold you too tightly. How could I ever find you bothersome? Ning Yue pecked his profile lightly. I know you treat me the best. Leaning against his shoulder, she softly continued, Senior, despite appearing to enjoy my conversation with Sun Jia, the truth is we have little in common now. It feels as though we are no longer of the same kind. In high school, we shared a close bond. With endless conversations, Zhang Yuan remarked, that is to be expected. Your circumstances differ greatly, and your experiences far exceed hers, naturally leading to fewer shared topics. Ning Yue raised her gaze slightly. There is one more thing I must confess, and you must not laugh at me. I have suddenly realized that if I were to return to my previous life, I would instinctively reject it. For instance, when you drove me back. Although the journey was lengthy, it was incredibly comfortable, and we conversed until we arrived. The thought of standing alone on a train for an entire night, followed by several hours on a bus to reach home, is now something I find myself unwilling to endure. Ning Yue's eyes held a trace of confusion. Senior, do you think I have changed, become indulgent? The transition from frugality to extravagance is easy, yet from extravagance back to frugality is quite challenging. Such is human nature. Like you, I find the thought of my previous life, one that was worse than that of a dog, utterly terrifying, and I have no desire to relive it. If you were truly a pleasure seeker, you would not engage in such self-reflection. Those who possess a life of abundance yet choose to endure hardship are either performing for show or are afflicted in some way. Your perspective aligns with that of a rational individual. Ning Yue stifled a chuckle, remarking that her senior only selected pleasant words to comfort her. What I express is not mere flattery, but rather the truth. Zhang Yuan insisted once more. Even if you were a pleasure seeker, I would support you for a lifetime. Who could deny that you have clung to me like a stubborn adhesive, making it impossible to shake you off? Ning Yue could not help but smile. You are the one resembling that adhesive, speaking so harshly. Nonetheless, Yue, it is fortunate that you were admitted to Shanghai City. Otherwise, despite my capabilities, I could never have found you in such a place. Thus, your decision to continue your studies despite familial challenges stands as your wisest choice. What I meant to convey was the broadening of perspective, which alters one's attitude when reflecting upon past events. However, for me, securing you in my grasp is of utmost importance. Ultimately, it is the fruits of education that have brought us together. My senior's tenacity leaves me at a disadvantage, rendering me susceptible to your whims. Perhaps I may occasionally tease you, yet I shall never allow anyone else to mistreat you. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan's expression darkened considerably. Not even if that individual were your mother would it be permissible. Do you comprehend my feelings? You are the most vital person in my life, and no one shall take you from me. Of course, if your mother were to come to terms with the situation and accept me as her son-in-law, I would treat her with utmost respect. However, should she obstruct our union and insist on marrying you off to another, I shall not hold back. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's resolute words, Ning Yue couldn't help but laugh. I am not as rigid as you imagine. While I cannot forget the debt of gratitude for bringing me into this world, I shall not repay it with a lifetime of happiness. Yet, if I were to sever ties with my family, you would become my sole kin. This sentiment greatly reassured Zhang Yuan, though Ning Yue appeared delicate. She possessed a stubborn spirit. If she dared not oppose her mother's commands, no amount of wealth would avail Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Soul kin is not entirely accurate. Do you not plan to have children in the future? Ning Yue blushed. If you wish for me to bear children, then I shall do so. Let us strive in these coming days to conceive as soon as possible. How dreadful. I am still in school, and I would be the subject of ridicule from my classmates with a prominent belly. Shall we wait until after graduation to start a family? Very well. I shall heed your advice. During their conversation, Li Wei and Sun Jia had been searching for quite some time. Li Wei, drenched in sweat, hurriedly traversed both the interior and exterior of the store. He had scoured the kitchen, storage room, and upstairs, yet still could not find his son, Xiao Tian. In a fit of anger, he yelled at Sun Jia, "Where was Xiao Tian playing when you came in? He is just a small child. How could I trust him to be outside alone? What if a stranger were to abduct him?" At that moment, Sun Jia was beside herself with anxiety, witnessing her husband blushing with anger as he berated her. Her temper flared. How could I possibly know? He usually plays in your van. Who could have anticipated he would vanish in an instant? Is Xiao Tian only my son? Furthermore, you show no concern for him at all, busily toiling away in this little restaurant while I have been the one caring for him. Of course, there would be moments of neglect. And now you have the audacity to blame me. Let me tell you, if we cannot find our son, I will file for divorce. Li Wei, infuriated yet amused, retorted loudly, "Divorce it is then. I am utterly fed up with your wretched temper. This is clearly your own fault. How dare you turn the tables?" Sun Jia's face flushed crimson as she spat. "You dare claim this is my fault? If you hadn't rushed here to drink, Xiao Tian wouldn't have gone missing." "Humph. What schemes are you concocting that you think I am unaware of? Do you believe that divorce will give you any chance? What do you mean? Nothing of consequence. Your intentions are as transparent as day. You crazy woman, you are utterly unreasonable." Zhang Yuan, upon hearing Sun Jia's outburst, felt compelled to intervene. "I understand your anxiety over your son's disappearance, but lashing out is uncalled for. Do you think you can bully us? Senior, please don't be angry." At that moment, Ning Yue tugged at his sleeve, rising to offer her counsel. "The most important thing now is to locate him. The transient population in Nanzhou County is not large, so he likely hasn't been abducted. I will report to the police and then assist you in searching." Li Wei managed a wry smile. "I appreciate your help." Sun Jia turned her head away, scoffing. Just as Ning Yue produced her phone, a small boy stumbled through the door, joyfully dancing towards Sun Jia. Breathlessly, he exclaimed, "Mommy, there is so much money over there." Chapter 87. This money belongs to me. Upon seeing her son had returned, Sun Jia was overwhelmed with emotion. She tightly embraced Xiao Tian and gave him a few firm pats on his bottom. "Did I not tell you before? You must not wander off alone. What if a bad person were to take you away?" Xiao Tian burst into tears, dropping the items he had clutched tightly in his hands. The others then glanced down to see what he had discarded. To their astonishment, it was a bundle of brand new Huaxia currency. The bills were neatly bound together, not a single one scattered. Sun Jia immediately picked them up and tucked them into her bosom, her gaze instinctively darting to Zhang Yuan and Ning Yue. Noticing that they had witnessed the entire scene, she spoke in an awkward tone. "This child truly lacks understanding. He has turned our savings upside down. How embarrassing for you to witness." Li Wei furrowed his brows in response. "Wife, how could this possibly be my home?" Sun Jia quickly interjected, "Darling, you just mentioned this morning your intention to deposit the money in the bank. Why haven't you gone yet? If Xiao Tian loses it, just wait and see how I will deal with you." As she spoke, she cast numerous furtive glances at Li Wei. He naturally understood her implication and, after a moment's hesitation, ultimately swallowed his words. "Yue, I sincerely apologize for my earlier haste. I misspoke in my eagerness. Please do not take it to heart. I shall be more mindful next time." Ning Yue was not one to hold a grudge, and seeing her amiable demeanor, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Sun Jia persisted, "Look at the time. Our shop is about to close. Allow me to treat you to this meal. After a long day of running around, you must be exhausted. Why not take a moment to rest? If time permits, perhaps we can visit our alma mater tomorrow?" Although Ning Yue found the sudden appearance of the bundle of money suspicious, she chose to remain silent. Regardless of its origins, it was none of her concern. She nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us gather again when the opportunity arises." Sun Jia eagerly urged them to leave, repeating, "Yes, let us meet again soon. Senior, shall we take our leave?" However, at that moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke up. "Could you please show me that bundle of money?" Upon hearing this, Sun Jia's heart sank, though her expression remained composed. "It's merely 10,000 yuan. What is so interesting about it?" I said, "Show me the money." Zhang Yuan's tone grew more insistent. His initial disdain for this sharp-tongued woman had soured into outright rudeness. "What do you intend to do? That money belongs to my family." Sun Jia retreated a few steps to stand beside Li Wei. "Darling, say something." Yet Li Wei remained silent, seemingly oblivious to the tension. "Don't make me take it by force." His aggressive tone forced Sun Jia to cast a pleading glance towards Ning Yue. "Aren't you going to say something to your boyfriend?" Ning Yue was puzzled as to why Zhang Yuan insisted on inspecting the money. However, she had one steadfast principle. She would never undermine Zhang Yuan in any situation. "Just show it to the senior. Trust me, he means no harm. But who knows? Your boyfriend is so tall and strong. If he decides to take it, no one could stop him. What if he just steals the money?" "Sun Jia, stop slandering him." Ning Yue, irritated by her accusations against Zhang Yuan, retorted, "That amount of money wouldn't even catch the senior's eye. What an audacious claim. Do you think I'm unaware of your family's circumstances? Just because you studied in a big city for 2 years, what makes that so impressive? This is not a trivial sum. I've already stated that this money is meant for the bank. Why should I allow you to inspect my family's funds? Do you think I'm oblivious to your ulterior motives? Let me assure you, do not harbor such delusions. Hurry and leave. You are not welcome here." Ning Yue never anticipated that her once close deskmate would turn against her so abruptly. She coldly remarked, "Were it not for the circumstances, even if this money were found by you, I would not concern myself with it." "Then enlighten me. What are these circumstances?" Sun Jia retorted with disdain. Ning Yue found herself momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly standing still. She quietly inquired of Zhang Yuan, "Senior, could you tell me what you intend to do?" "Silly girl, if I'm not mistaken, this is the betrothal gift I prepared for you, though I must see it to confirm." Ning Yue gasped in astonishment. "A betrothal gift? When did you prepare this?" "I had no idea. I'll explain it to you in detail later." Zhang Yuan took a few steps forward, confronting Sun Jia. "Are you so dense that you cannot comprehend plain speech? Don't come any closer. I will call the police." "Go ahead and report it." "I shall await your summons," Zhang Yuan replied with a cold smirk. "Do you dare?" After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately capitulated. "You are certain that I wouldn't dare to report you, aren't you?" "Fine. I admit this money was found by Xiao Tian." She retorted indignantly. "I will concede a little, since all witnesses share a claim. How about I give you 3,000? Let me see it first." Sun Jia was at her wit's end, reluctantly handing over the bundle of cash. Upon receiving it, Zhang Yuan glanced at the seal on the cash bundle and slowly stated, "This money belongs to me." "What?" Sun Jia immediately snatched the money back, clutching it tightly against her chest, exclaiming in frustration, "You cannot be so greedy. It was clearly brought back by my son. How can you wish to claim it all for yourself? I would rather hand this money over to the police than allow you to profit from it." Ning Yue whispered, "Senior, are you certain?" "Of course, I just saw the name on the seal, Qin Yue, when I went to withdraw the money. I thought to myself that this name is only one character different from yours. It seems like fate. But knowing it does not help. How do I explain this to her? You are truly a foolish girl. Do you think I would only take 10,000 as your betrothal gift? I find it rather embarrassing. How was I to know?" Seeing the two whispering, Sun Jia presumed her threats were effective and felt emboldened. "At most, it's a 50-50 split. Otherwise, not a single cent will you take." Zhang Yuan laughed. "Do you even know what constitutes the crime of illegal possession? I care not for your legalities. All I know is that this is unclaimed property. Whoever finds it owns it." Sun Jia's words were laced with insecurity. After all, she had graduated high school and understood some basic principles. "Who told you this money is unclaimed?" Zhang Yuan stepped outside, opening the door of the Palamara and retrieving a hefty backpack from the back seat. Upon opening it, a neat stack of Huaxia coins was revealed. The vibrant red color nearly blinded everyone present. Chapter 88. The woman who causes disturbance. The banknotes were bundled in stacks of 100,000, totaling 10 bundles, quietly resting within the confines of the backpack. To the untrained eye, one would never suspect that this seemingly innocuous bag contained a staggering sum of 1 million. Such an exorbitant amount of money. Sun Jia and Li Wei were left utterly speechless, their minds momentarily blank. Li Wei, however, managed to avert his gaze after a fleeting glance, while Sun Jia's eyes were transfixed, brimming with an unmistakable avarice. Initially, I neglected to lock the car, which allowed your son to climb inside and discover this fortune. The top bundle was one I had opened during my withdrawal, and it is precisely from here that your son took the cash. Now, do you comprehend the situation? Upon hearing these words, Sun Jia's scrutiny of Zhang Yuan intensified, her heart churning with tumultuous emotions. This boyfriend of Ning Yue not only roamed about with such a substantial amount of cash, but did so with utter nonchalance, neglecting to secure his vehicle. If it were her, she would vigilantly guard even a mere 20,000, let alone a million. What kind of carelessness could lead someone to act in such a manner? After regaining her composure, Sun Jia inquired, "What do you mean? With just this? It seems impossible to prove that the money Xiao Tian found came from your car." Zhang Yuan casually extracted 2 bundles of Huaxia currency from the backpack, pointing to the seal on the wrapping paper. "Examine the content above. Does it not match perfectly?" Sun Jia retrieved the bundle of money she held, comparing it meticulously, and indeed, the resemblance was undeniable. At this moment, she was inclined to believe Zhang Yuan's assertions, yet she remained reluctant to relinquish the money she had nearly claimed. That does not necessarily prove anything. There are countless individuals with the same name in this world. It could simply be a coincidence. Her son, Xiao Tian, upon seeing the backpack, became animated once more, exclaiming, "Mommy, this money is mine." Sun Jia quickly covered her son's mouth, her voice tinged with urgency. "Children know nothing. Do not heed his words. Unless you can produce surveillance footage, I shall not acknowledge this. Otherwise, I will not permit you to take the money." Hearing this woman continue to argue obstinately, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could slap her across the face. He had never encountered anyone so intent on seizing advantage. The rightful owner stood before her. The evidence was irrefutable, yet she persisted in her convoluted justifications. Had she never seen money in her life? In truth, to him, 10,000 was hardly a significant amount. Had this incident not transpired, out of gratitude for how they had once cared for Ning Yue, he would have gladly gifted a generous red envelope to her son as a token of goodwill. However, her relentless scheming to claim this sum for herself repulsed him, and now he resolved not to part with even a single cent. It appeared she truly did not grasp the concept of illegal appropriation. Zhang Yuan turned his head and spoke in a low voice. "Yue, call the police to handle this." "All right." Ning Yue felt utterly disillusioned with her deskmate. She had never realized before that this person was so mercenary. She took out her phone and decisively dialed 110. However, just as she was about to connect the call, Zhang Yuan raised his hand to stop her. He looked at Sun Jia with an impassive expression and said, "I can also inform you that every serial number on the Huaxia currency can be traced. It can be clearly determined where it was withdrawn, when it was taken, and who took it. Just because there are no surveillance tapes doesn't mean we cannot ascertain the ownership of the money. Put away your petty thoughts. Once this call is made, the arrival of the police will make this public knowledge. Regardless of whether you will bear legal responsibility, one thing is certain. The person who will ultimately be embarrassed is you. I give you one last chance. Whether to make this call is up to you." The reason Zhang Yuan said this was fundamentally to prevent this couple from harboring resentment towards Ning Yue. If the police were involved, Sun Jia's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. In a small place like Nanzhou County, such a scandal would spread within a day. By then, the neighbors would undoubtedly mock the couple for their greed. Negative public opinion, once it reaches a certain extent, can be lethal. Severe cases could even lead to restaurants shutting down. However, this was merely a trivial matter. It hardly warranted such escalation. Yet, Sun Jia was ungrateful. "I understand." She seemed to have thought of something, her voice suddenly rising an octave. "You must be too afraid to call the police. Which is why you're saying this, right? With mobile payments being so convenient nowadays, who would carry such a large sum of cash around? There must be some unmentionable secret. Therefore, the origin of this money is probably questionable." After stating this, Sun Jia looked at Zhang Yuan, who was momentarily dumbfounded, and smiled triumphantly. "I'm not greedy, nor am I one to meddle in others' affairs. I only want this 10,000 yuan. As for what you do next, it's none of my concern. How about it? This request isn't unreasonable, is it?" The atmosphere suddenly fell silent at that moment. Zhang Yuan never anticipated that this woman possessed not only a lack of boundaries, but also a vivid imagination. Since she was so obstinate, there was nothing more to discuss. "Yue, call the police." "Okay." Ning Yue pressed the call button without hesitation. "You." Sun Jia, who had just been smug, thinking she had the upper hand, was instantly taken aback. Seeing the unwavering confidence of her opponent, she became flustered. She was not without intelligence. She merely wished to take a gamble. Should the investigation reveal that things were not as she had assumed, she would become a laughingstock. Yet, having just issued her bold threats, she was reluctant to back down immediately. She was caught in a dilemma. After a prolonged silence, Li Wei jogged forward and abruptly ended the call that had not yet been connected. Do not call the police. I trust you. Subsequently, he seized the Huaxia coins from Sun Jia's grasp and handed them over to Zhang Yuan. This is all my wife's folly. I apologize for the spectacle. Now, let the money return to its rightful owner. Zhang Yuan accepted the coins and placed them into his backpack, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Although Sun Jia was undeniably sharp-tongued, Li Wei harbored no ill intentions. Continuing to investigate could lead to their divorce, which would not be favorable. What are you doing? The situation is still unclear. How can you just hand over the money like that? Sun Jia protested vehemently. Silence. Li Wei shot her a glare. His voice raised in anger. Isn't it embarrassing enough already? Usually mild-mannered, Li Wei's fury was indeed formidable. Sun Jia dared not confront his intensity directly. She opened her mouth, but refrained from uttering another word. Li Wei forced a smile. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality today. Please forgive me. I will make amends next time. It's all right. We shall take our leave now, Ning Yue announced as she opened the car door. Let's go, senior. Meanwhile, Sun Jia still wore a look of discontent, her eyes filled with lingering suspicion. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but wonder if this crazy woman might sneak off to call the police. If the authorities were to intervene while he was in the hotel with Ning Yue, it would be utterly embarrassing. To avert any unnecessary complications, he turned to the center console of the car and retrieved a small piece of paper, handing it to Li Wei. This is the bank receipt. He then opened a text message regarding the bank card and placed it before Li Wei. The deduction record is clear. Just take a look for yourself. Li Wei chuckled awkwardly. What is this for? I have never doubted the source of your money. There was no need to show me these. As Zhang Yuan prepared to enter the vehicle, Sun Jia leaned closer, still unwilling to relent. Let me see. Chapter 89. You cast it aside like refuse. Yet I regard it as a treasure. Sun Jia picked up the receipt and examined it closely. It indicated that a sum of 1 million had been withdrawn from the construction bank in Shanghai City at around 9 o'clock. This alone sufficed to confirm the legitimacy of the funds. She sighed softly. It seemed she would not benefit from this situation. Fortunately, she had not insisted on summoning the police, or else the embarrassment would have been monumental. She then stole a glance at Zhang Yuan's bank message. However, that fleeting glance left her speechless. Your account 0300 withdrew 1 million Huaxia coins at 9:35 a.m. on September 2nd. Available balance: 25, 302, 660, 189 yuan. Construction bank. The withdrawal amount indeed matched, but the long string of numbers below was perplexing, so lengthy that she momentarily struggled to discern how many digits it contained. Darling, take a look at this. She couldn't help but snatch Zhang Yuan's phone, dazedly wandering over to Li Wei's side, her voice trembling as she asked, Can you count this? How much is it? Am I seeing things? Li Wei, bewildered by her erratic demeanor, admonished, What are you doing with someone else's phone? Return it at once. No. Just take a look, she insisted. Only then did Li Wei's gaze fall upon the screen, and upon discerning the displayed information, he found himself at a loss to articulate his emotions. There was, astonishingly, a balance exceeding 20 million. To be fair, his family's circumstances were relatively good for a small county. They operated a modest restaurant, managing to earn a few tens of thousands in pure profit each year. In such impoverished and backward locales, many families struggled to earn even 10,000 annually. Thus, he was able to marry someone like Sun Jia, who was reasonably attractive. Dear, look closely. It seems it's not just 20 million, Sun Jia said, her eyes unblinking as she pointed at the screen and counted several times, ultimately affirming. It's 250 million. What? 200 million. Li Wei was once again rendered speechless. He could hardly fathom that someone's account balance could indeed be quantified in hundreds of millions. Moreover, this individual stood before him in the flesh. His aspiration had always been to save 1 million, to ensure a carefree life for his family. Yet, after laboring diligently for a year or two, that goal still felt distant. Now, in comparison, the million he yearned for seemed like a mere fraction of that staggering figure. At this moment, Sun Jia's expression was quite complex. No wonder Zhang Yuan seemed completely indifferent to the vast fortune in the car. Wealth that would take others a lifetime to accumulate was likely as insignificant to him as a couple of coins. Who would constantly fret over the possibility of losing a few spare coins? Small wealth comes from diligence, moderate wealth from virtue, and great wealth is a matter of fate. An amount exceeding 200 million was an unattainable dream for the average person. She glanced at her dilapidated van and then at the Porsche occupied by Ning Yue. A bitter thought crossed her mind. Even if she sold the van, it likely wouldn't suffice to purchase a single wheel of the Porsche. In that moment, she began to comprehend the purpose of that million. Why was there such a vast chasm between people? You both have seen it. Is there any doubt remaining? Sun Jia finally snapped back to reality. No, none at all. Then give me the phone. Oh, she silently handed over the phone. Having learned of Zhang Yuan's wealth, the earlier stubbornness had dissipated entirely. Before him, she dared not even breathe too heavily, as if she had somehow diminished in stature. Reflecting on her prior actions, she felt like a mere buffoon. Long after the vehicle had vanished from sight, Sun Jia found herself repeatedly murmuring, Ning Yue, you are truly fortunate. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan checked into the most upscale hotel in the county. The inn appears rather dilapidated from the outside, yet the amenities within the rooms are quite satisfactory. Senior, this is the best our county has to offer. Please do not disdain it, she said. I am not here for tourism. My expectations are not so lofty. I merely need a place to rest for the night. Ning Yue nestled against his shoulder, her eyes sparkling as she inquired, when will you retrieve the money? It became clear that her request for a backpack was merely to conceal the cash. I picked it up while changing vehicles this morning. I simply forgot to mention it. This time, I must negotiate with your mother. It would be unwise to enter without some leverage. Had I not been limited to 1 million in cash, I would have collected more. Is that even sufficient? She replied, in my hometown, presenting 20 to 30,000 is considered exceedingly generous. With a smile, Ning Yue added, your million will likely astonish the villagers. I want them to understand your significance in my life. Marrying you must be a grand affair, Zhang Yuan declared earnestly. For the chance to wed you, I would spend any amount. In my eyes, you are a priceless treasure. These few words moved Ning Yue profoundly. While her family had cast her aside, Zhang Yuan regarded her as a gem. Senior, kiss me, she implored, drawing him closer. At 11 that night, his phone on the bedside table rang. Zhang Yuan, you actually swapped the car keys while I was asleep without informing me. On the other end, Lu Shuio complained. I had to drive that difficult-to-handle 918 today. Zhang Yuan was momentarily speechless. What is the problem with driving a $20 million sports car? He retorted. You were still asleep past 9, and when I checked on you in the attic, you were soundly slumbering, so I chose not to disturb you. Well, couldn't you have given me a kiss before leaving? She countered. How do you know I didn't tea? He teased. You set the air conditioning so low and didn't cover yourself with the blanket. Your sleeping position was quite distressing. Your clothes were haphazardly thrown aside, exposing your belly. And I had to tuck you in. That's beyond my control. I clearly covered myself well before sleeping. Lu Shuio protested, her cheeks flushed. Hearing that Zhang Yuan had taken such care of her, even sneaking kisses while she slept, stirred a gentle affection within her. Then you can sleep with me. And you can cover me with blankets every night, she suggested. By the way, your junior hasn't been nearby, has she? Zhang Yuan chuckled. Not only was she present, but she heard every word you said. Chapter 90. Mom, I'm back. Oh no. How embarrassing. You scoundrel. Why didn't you say anything beforehand? You didn't ask either, he replied, playfully evading her frustration. With a sly glance, Lu Shuio added, you've made me the subject of gossip. Now I want to hear her secrets too. That seems fair. Observing Ning Yue, who was leaning against him with a beaming smile. He noted her lack of objection and decided to put the call on speaker. May I inquire about your current endeavors? Preparing for slumber, perhaps? At this hour. What else could one possibly engage in? But prior to this? I just finalized a monumental business deal worth several hundred million. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuio instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. With a playful laugh, she teased, oh, is the junior unable to manage her physical condition? Indeed. It so happened that I encountered a few days of inconvenience. Then why didn't you come find me? I wouldn't mind. I long to. Yet I am currently 1,000 kilometers away. Distant waters cannot quench near thirst. 1,000 kilometers. Lu Shuio's tone quickened with urgency. You wouldn't have taken the junior on a secret trip, would you? Humph. I have no objections to your travels. But how could you abandon me without so much as a word? Send me your location, and I shall set forth immediately to arrive by morning. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Are you not finding the 918 difficult to drive now? Not at all. Its speed is just right. Please send me your location post haste. Enough jesting. I am currently at Yue's hometown, and will return in a couple of days. Besides, there is little of interest here. I came to handle a family matter for her. Lu Shuio asked with slight concern, do you need assistance? If so, just say the word. Don't let it be like last time. Fear not. I can manage this. Humph. You are merely a stubborn fool. Zhang Yuan smiled. Isn't that precisely what you admire about me? Your kindness warrants my assurance that I shall never abandon you in any endeavor. That is more like it. But are you not concerned about the junioress feelings? In your attempts to placate me, you may inadvertently upset her. Let us see how you navigate that. Oh, so you seek to sow discord? Yue is not one to fall for such tricks. Be wary, or I shall return to discipline you. Then come. Lu Shuio shifted the topic. I wonder if the junior's voice is melodious. Let us compare who sounds more enchanting. Initially, Zhang Yuan was taken aback, not grasping the context of her inquiry. After a moment, he realized she referred to the junior's voice. This girl truly dares to ask anything. Ning Yue was listening nearby, seemingly unperturbed. Yet, Zhang Yuan evidently overthought her engagement. Though she appeared attentive, she could not comprehend the complexities of a multi-billion deal. Well, Yue is right here. Why not converse with her to ascertain whose voice is more delightful? At that moment, Ning Yue took the phone and softly said, Thank you, senior. For what? I haven't assisted you in any manner. I appreciate your goodwill. I can manage my family matters. The two young women then conversed for quite some time, agreeing to gather again upon returning to Shanghai City before hanging up. With a gentle disposition like Ning Yue's, she gets along splendidly with most, and naturally, Lu Shuio is no exception. In principle, they should be adversaries, yet maintaining such a harmonious relationship is indeed commendable. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ponder the prospect of facilitating more encounters between them to deepen their bond. If only we could live together. That would be the ultimate dream. On the morning of the second day, they set off to continue their journey. It was not until they left the county town and descended onto the national highway that Zhang Yuan truly comprehended the backwardness of this place. Nestled between towering mountains, the winding road resembled a slender ribbon, tightly coiled around the steep slopes. The path was narrow and tortuous, with sheer cliffs on either side that seemed poised to constrict at any moment, demanding his undivided attention while driving. The road conditions were abysmal, riddled with potholes and strewn with shattered stones and dirt, causing the vehicle to jolt incessantly. To one side lay a bottomless abyss, beneath which roared a tumultuous river shrouded in swirling mist, instilling a sense of dread. Although the scenery was magnificent, Zhang Yuan found himself devoid of the inclination to appreciate it. The area was sparsely populated. At times, they could traverse for half a day without encountering a single dwelling. As if cut off from the world, he recalled how Ning Yue, in her childhood, would walk alone along similar mountain paths to school, with her family offering no support, enduring disdain from others. The taste of solitude and uncertainty brought a slight sting to Zhang Yuan's eyes. It took over 2 hours to navigate the 50 to 60 kilometers of mountain road, a testament to the glacial pace. As they traversed the mountain path, the car finally reached a relatively flat terrain. After passing a small market, Ning Yue pointed ahead, saying, Up ahead is our village. We will be home in a few minutes. As they neared home, her mood grew increasingly tense. Initially, she had been chattering animatedly with Zhang Yuan, but now silence enveloped them for the most part. Senior, Ning Yue tugged at his arm, hesitating. Shall we go back to Shanghai City? I don't want to go home anymore. Zhang Yuan gently clasped her hand, reasoning that since they were at the doorstep, retreat was not an option. I understand your concerns. I will handle everything. Yes, senior, you are my only one. He reached out to caress Ning Yue's silky hair and inquired. I recall you mentioning you have an older brother, correct? Is he married? My brother is only 3 years older than I, and he is still unmarried. And what about your mother? Has she remarried? Ning Yue shook her head. No, but my mother has a rather strong personality. I am unsure how she will react. If she says anything, please don't take it to heart, all right? Of course, but someone as affluent as I, a prospective son-in-law, surely won't be chased away with a broom. Ning Yue rarely smiled, but Zhang Yuan's confidence elicited a flicker of joy. Moments later, a 2-story self-built house came into view. The building appeared somewhat aged from the outside. Its exterior was adorned with small white tiles, and the cement yard was impeccably clean, devoid of even a fallen leaf. The steps and the interior floor were covered in vibrant polished stone. In Zhang Yuan's recollection, such self-constructed houses were common in rural areas during the last century. Despite being somewhat outdated by contemporary standards, this house appeared quite luxurious compared to its neighbors. From this, a surprising conclusion can be drawn. Ning Yue's family circumstances appear to be quite favorable. The courtyard in front is modest in size, and a Highlander obstructs the entrance, compelling Zhang Yuan to park his vehicle on a nearby side street. Upon alighting, he grasped Ning Yue's delicate hand firmly, and together they entered. "Mother, I am back." At that moment, several individuals were seated around a large round table in the main hall, and upon hearing this call from the courtyard, their gazes collectively turned towards this direction. After being confined in a small dark room for half a month, my reading material has nearly diminished. I have deleted approximately 10,000 words and revised it 5 or 6 times before finally releasing it, as the earlier content has become too difficult to bear. Starting today, I shall resume posting 2 updates daily. If esteemed readers find this book to be a reasonable diversion, I kindly ask for some complimentary gifts to encourage further updates. Thank you. Kisses.